Great Emperor Myriad Chapter 739 to Chapter 823. Where have you been all this time? Could it be that you went to the ancient kingdom of Dragon? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he looked at Yuan Wan, who was beside Taoist Wuliang. Ling Xiao realized that Taoist Wuliang had already passed the tribulation of the four symbols and was only half a step away from the supreme realm. It's a secret. But this time I helped you take revenge. You have to treat me to a drink. At the same time, I helped Wan Wan solve the problem of the ancient kingdom of Dragon. Taoist Wuliang smiled mysteriously. Helped me take revenge? What do you mean? Ling Xiao was confused. Yueshan smiled and said, over the past year, Star Palace, Nantian Family, Emperor Tomb Mountain, and other martial arts sanctuaries that have a grudge with you have all been visited by this Taoist priest. Many treasures have been lost in their tombs. Now, those martial arts sanctuaries are furious and can't wait to tear him into pieces. Ling Xiao looked at Taoist Wuliang speechlessly and said, Tomb raiding? You actually did it? Then why did you still dare to swagger around here? Aren't you afraid that those sanctuaries will seek revenge on you? Taoist Wuliang said indifferently, those dregs want to catch me. They must be dreaming. Wait until I enter the time cave and become a supreme realm cultivator. Then, I'll go visit their sanctuaries. It's a pity that I only went around the periphery and didn't go deep into the tombs. If I had robbed their founder's tomb, I would have found many good things. Taoist priest, what treasures did you steal? Show them to me. When Long Outyen heard that Taoist Wuliang had robbed the tombs of the sanctuaries, his eyes lit up and he urged him. Do you want to see? I'll show you later. Do you want me to bring you along next time? Taoist Wuliang pinched Long Outyen's chubby little face and said in a seductive tone. Taoist Wuliang, how dare you lead my brother astray? I'm not done with you. Long Zhantian immediately pulled Long Outyen behind him and glared at Taoist Wuliang vigilantly. Long Outyen was already naughty and mischievous enough. If he was tricked into robbing tombs by Taoist Wuliang, the dignified ninth prince of the Dragon clan would actually become a tomb robber. Perhaps he would really become a street rat, hated by everyone. Thinking of that scene, Long Zhantian could not help but shudder. With such good aptitude, if you take me as your master, you will sooner or later become a paragon and dominate the world. What a pity. Taoist Wuliang glanced at Long Outyen and chuckled. Following that, Taoist Wuliang told Ling Xiao about his experiences during this period of time. It turned out that Taoist Wuliang had been robbing tombs along the way. Furthermore, he had specifically picked the ancestral tombs of the martial arts Holy Lands. These martial arts Holy Lands hated him so much that they had sent experts to hunt him down. In the end, Taoist Wuliang met Yuan Wan in the ancient kingdom of Dragon. The ancient kingdom of Dragon had fallen into chaos during this period of time because the mortal emperor and crown prince had been possessed by the extraterrestrial demon. The remaining crown princes fought against each other in order to seize the throne of the mortal emperor. However, Taoist Wuliang somehow managed to convince the other crown princes to support Yuan Wan as the empress of the ancient kingdom of Dragon and quell the rebellion in the ancient kingdom of Dragon. After being cleansed by the draconic energy, Yuan Wan's cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. She had already reached the peak of the 9th level monarch realm and was only a step away from breaking through to the half-step paragon realm. Taoist Wuliang had also captured Yuan Wan's heart. She had willingly followed Taoist Wuliang to the heavenly selection meeting this time. The crown princes of the ancient kingdom of Dragon were willing to give up the throne of the mortal emperor to support the 9th princess? What method did you use? Ling Xiao asked curiously. After all, Yuan Wan was the youngest princess. Even if the throne was inherited according to the order of succession, it would not be her turn. Moreover, she was a woman. How could the ancient kingdom of Dragon be willing to support an empress? Hee, I have a brilliant plan. I'm not telling you. Taoist Wuliang chuckled. Ling Xiao glared at him in annoyance. However, Ling Xiao had already guessed that Taoist Wuliang's ability to bewitch people had become even more powerful. Don't you dare use your methods to harm innocent girls. Ling Xiao said, implying something. Don't worry, Wan Wan and I are truly in love. Taoist Wuliang said shamelessly with a smug look on his face. Yuan Wan, who was beside him, did not object. Instead, she stared at Taoist Wuliang affectionately. Her face was blushing and her beauty was moving. Long Zhantian and Li Jingming looked at each other and smiled bitterly. This Taoist Wuliang was really capable to make the empress of the ancient kingdom of Dragon be so loyal to him. Ling Xiao and the others were chatting. However, they had already set up a layer of restriction so that no one could hear what they were saying. The moon goddess and the phoenix maiden were peerlessly beautiful and attracted the attention of many. The moon goddess wore a long white robe and her entire body was shrouded in the cold moonlight. Her hair was like a waterfall and her skin was whiter than snow. Her entire body exuded a cold and refined temperament. She was like an otherworldly goddess, making people feel ashamed of their inferiority at first glance. The phoenix maiden wore a black dress. Her figure was graceful and her curves were exquisite. She was extremely hot and her entire body exuded a seductive aura. It was hard not to attract attention when the two of them sat together. Those two should be the moon goddess of the moon palace and the phoenix maiden of the mountain of flames, right? They're indeed peerless. If I'm not wrong, they should be the eldest disciple of the Shura sect, Li Jingming, the eldest prince of the Crystal Palace, Long Zhantian, and Lin Hui of the Mountain of Flames. The strongest cultivators of the three great demons' sacred grounds are all here. Hee, I wonder where the Skyburning Demon Emperor is? Skyburning Demon Emperor? That's a ruthless person on the green cloud roll. Even if he was defeated by Ling Xiao, I heard that he has recently cultivated another peerless martial art. He'll definitely shine in this year's Chosen One. Who's sitting between the moon goddess and the phoenix maiden? That kid really has great fortune. He wouldn't be Ling Xiao, right? The gazes of everyone flickered while some discussed in low voices and guessed the identities of Ling Xiao and the others. In the end, someone's gaze descended onto Ling Xiao, and he spoke with slight surprise and bewilderment. Ling Xiao? That's really possible. He seems to only be at the half-step exalt realm, and he hasn't even overcome the earth tribulation. How did he defeat the Skyburning Demon Emperor that day? Hee, all of you don't know, right? Supposedly, Ling Xiao was only at the 9th level of the Monarch realm when he defeated the Skyburning Demon Emperor. Supposedly, he's the nephew of the Dragon King, Long Lai. He possesses the bloodline of a true dragon and possesses extraordinary natural talent. Someone's curiosity had been aroused by Ling Xiao, and they started discussing in low voices. Ling Xiao, besides those 9 fellows on the Ascension rankings, there are probably some others that you have to be careful of. Who else? My cousin has already slaughtered 2 supreme beings. He's not even afraid of those on the Azure Sky Roll, let alone those who aren't on the Azure Sky Roll. Long Outyen said in disbelief. That's not the case. Taoist Wuliang smiled faintly and said, the top 10 prodigies on the Azure Sky Roll can indeed represent the top prodigies of the War God continent's younger generation. However, there are still some who aren't famous but aren't any weaker than the prodigies on the Azure Sky Roll. Look at that person. Taoist Wuliang's gaze landed in the distance. Sitting by the window was a young man in green armor. He was tall and slender, with a jade-like face. His expression was incomparably calm as he drank by himself. For some reason, Ling Xiao looked at the young man in green armor with a sharp glint in his eyes. He actually felt a faint sense of danger. That young man's name is Qin Yun. He has already passed the tribulation of 4 symbols. He just came to Heaven's Choice City not long ago. No one knows where he came from, but someone saw him kill a primordial ferocious beast with a single spear strike. His physical body is strong, and he possesses the supreme lightning Dao divine ability. He's a formidable opponent. As if noticing Taoist Wuliang's gaze, the young man raised his head slightly. There seemed to be a trace of chaotic lightning in his eyes, containing endless mystery and majesty. Qin Yun? He's really strong. Ling Xiao nodded. There's also that one. Taoist Wuliang's gaze landed on another table. The table was filled with all kinds of delicious delicacies and nectar. There was a fat man who looked like a mountain of meat. His eyes were so small that they almost couldn't be seen. He was holding a huge leg of lamb and eating heartily. That fat pig's name is Zhu Biao. His origin is very mysterious. He should be the successor of a powerful ancient race. He also passed the tribulation of 4 symbols. However, this fat pig wanted to tease the moon goddess, so I fought with him. However, this fat pig's physical body is invincible and his defense is extremely strong. I couldn't break through his defense at all and was almost bitten by him. Taoist Wuliang's eyes were filled with resentment. Invincible physical body? Ling Zhao's gaze turned solemn. He was well aware of Taoist Wuliang's strength. Now that he had passed the tribulation of 4 symbols, his true battle strength was probably not weaker than Ling Zhao's. However, even Taoist Wuliang said that he could not break through Zhu Biao's defense. This showed how terrifying this person was. Ling Xiao could faintly feel that Zhu Biao's mountain-like body contained an extremely terrifying power. It shouldn't be a human. Could it be a divine beast? Ling Xiao pondered for a moment and made a mental note of it. Zhu Biao raised his head and grinned at Taoist Wuliang, then gave Moon Goddess and Phoenix Maiden a lustful look. After that, he picked up the lamb leg and began to chew on it. There's also Jian Wushuang from the Sword God Pavilion. His heart integrated into the sword is a natural sword cultivator with unparalleled strength. It's said that he passed the 4 symbols tribulation in one go after the holy ground and has the strength to make it to the green cloud ranking. Taoist Wuliang mentioned another person. Ling Xiao had seen Jian Wushuang before in the holy ground. He was indeed a sword fanatic. He had no distractions in his heart and only focused on the sword principle. At that time, he, Long Zhantian, and Li Jingming had all passed the tribulation of 1 symbol. Ling Xiao did not expect him to be the first to pass the tribulation of 4 symbols in such a short time. All in all, this year's Chosen One convention is not simple. Other than the few that I mentioned, there will be many genius experts from the holy grounds and hidden sections. They may not make it to the green cloud ranking, but their combat power is definitely not to be underestimated. Taoist Wuliang said slowly. As soon as Taoist Wuliang finished speaking, a group of people walked up to the Genius Tower. A group of dignified and extraordinary young geniuses surrounded a young man in a purple robe as they walked up. The young man in the purple robe looked to be in his 20s. He had a heroic figure and looked very handsome. The purple robe on his body was inlaid with the sun, moon, and stars. There was also a scene of thousands of creatures worshipping him. He looked mysterious and unpredictable. His hair was tied up with a jade crown. His expression was calm and there was a faint purple aura in his eyes. He looked majestic and mysterious, like an emperor who ruled the heavens. It's the Star Palace's Ziwei Xing? The 6th on the green cloud ranking is indeed the Ziwei Xing. Greetings to the Ziwei Xing. The geniuses on the 9th floor were suddenly in an uproar. Each and every one of them had a look of shock in their eyes. 6th on the green cloud ranking, Ziwei Xingzi. He was a half-step supreme being with the tribulation of 4 symbols. He had once killed 2 supreme beings. However, that was a matter of decades ago. Now, Ziwei Xingzi looked even more unfathomable. Many geniuses stood up. Although they were very proud, in front of the Ziwei Xing, they had no right to be proud. However, Qin Yun, Zhu Biao, and Ling Zhao's table did not stand up. Ziwei Xing? Ling Xiao, this is your arch-enemy. Taoist Wuliang's eyes revealed a strange look. Out of the 5 stars of the Star Palace, Ling Xiao had actually killed 4 of them. Only the Ziwei Xing was left. The appearance of the Ziwei Xing in the Genius Tower immediately made the atmosphere a little strange. Ling Zhao's eyes also revealed a trace of sharpness. The Ziwei Xing did look extraordinary. He had already passed the tribulation of 4 symbols, 3 flowers at one's prominence, 5 Qis unification, Zhou Tian as 1, and his body exuded an extremely rich Ziwei Xing's power. His strength was unfathomable. The Ziwei Xing was the Emperor Star and also the 1st star in the heavens. To be named after the Ziwei Xing, one could see his position in the Star Palace. Ling Xiao? The Ziwei Xing's eyes flashed and he had also discovered Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had killed 4 stars. Everyone in the Star Palace hated him to the core. Naturally, they knew him very well. Ling Xiao did not hide his appearance, so naturally, he was easily discovered by the Ziwei Xing. Everyone's expression became a little strange. Although Ling Xiao was ranked 10th on the green cloud ranking, his battle record of killing the leopard demon Reverend had already spread. Many people thought that Ling Zhao's true strength was definitely not ranked 10th on the green cloud ranking. The Ziwei Xing was also a peerless genius. He had once killed a supreme being a few decades ago. All these years, he had been cultivating in seclusion. His strength was even more unfathomable. The two of them were arch-enemies. Now that they had met, could it be that they were going to fight in the Genius Tower? Room, Ling Xiao and the Ziwei Xing looked at each other. Suddenly, it was as if there was a bright light that exploded, causing the entire Genius Tower to become somewhat oppressive. The Ziwei Xing said faintly, "Indeed, you have some strength. No wonder you could kill those 4 pieces of trash." However, even if they were trash, they were still disciples of the Star Palace. Not just anyone can kill them. Using your life to pay for the 4 of them is very fair. Those who kill will be killed by others. If the disciples of Star Palace can kill, why can't others kill them? My life is here. As long as you have the ability, come and take it. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and he did not take Ziwei Xing's threat seriously. Young man, don't be too arrogant. Don't think that you have the right to be arrogant just because you defeated the sky-burning demon emperor. You should know that there is always someone better than you. I'll let you live for another 2 days. In the Chosen One meeting, I will definitely take your life. Ziwei Xing's eyes shot out a ray of light and he said coldly. Don't act tough. You will be struck by lightning. Those who have said such words to me are all dead. I think you won't be an exception. Ling Xiao said faintly. That's right. What bullshit Ziwei Xing. If you have the ability, fight with my cousin. I think it's time for you to give up your 6th place on the green cloud ranking. Long Outyin chuckled coldly. Huh? Ziwei Xing's eyes turned cold. Forget about Ling Xiao. How dare an 8 or 9-year-old kid mock him? Suddenly, there was a ray of silver light that shot out from his eyes. It contained a strong primordial spirit power and it was as though it wanted to intimidate Long Outyin. Get lost. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed and he shouted coldly. A strange sound wave exploded and blocked the ray of silver light. How dare you attack a kid? Ziwei Xing, do you really think that I don't dare to kill you? There was a flash of murderous intent in Ling Zhao's eyes and his voice was extremely cold. You don't know your manners. I'm just teaching you a lesson on your behalf. If you dare to be so arrogant in the Chosen One meeting, I'm afraid you won't even know how you died. Ziwei Xing smiled faintly. His gaze fell on Phoenix Girl and Yueshan and he said, both of you are peerless beauties. Don't be fooled by some shameless person. You don't have to worry. Yueshan said faintly. I think the word shameless should be used on Ziwei. At least Ling Xiao wouldn't attack a kid. The Phoenix Maiden also smiled faintly, not giving the Emperor Star any face. The Ziwei Star glanced at Ling Xiao and the others indifferently. He didn't say anything and walked towards another table under the escort of the crowd. Interesting. Was that Ling Xiao? I heard that he'd defeated the Heaven-Scorched Demon Emperor when he was at the 9th level of the Monarch Realm, and he'd killed the Leopard Demon Exalt when he broke through to the Quasi-Exalt Realm. This natural talent really is terrifying. Once he overcomes the tribulation of the 4 symbols, perhaps he really has a chance to battle the freaks in the top 3 of the Ascension rankings. In a corner of the 9th floor, a figure in a black robe with a black veil covering her face, only revealing a pair of beautiful eyes, glanced at Ling Xiao with a hint of curiosity. Behind her were 2 maids dressed in black robes. Both of them looked pretty and were actually half-step Supreme Being cultivators. Young miss, don't tell me you're feeling amorous and want to find us a son-in-law? That Ling Xiao has delicate features and a handsome face. He and miss are a match made in heaven. One of the maids giggled. Damn girl, see if I don't tear your mouth apart. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll give you to that Ling Xiao to be a bed-warming maid. The black-robed woman glared at her. Hee hee, young miss, you're ranked 8th on the Ascension rankings. You're even more powerful than that Ling Xiao. Moreover, you hid your strength. Otherwise, there would definitely be a place for you in the top 3. That Ziwei Star is really annoying. He actually dares to have ideas about son-in-law. Why don't we teach him a lesson? The 2 maids giggled and said eagerly. Teach Ziwei Star a lesson? Even I don't have the confidence. You two better forget it. The black-robed woman's eyes turned, revealing a trace of craftiness. No one knew that this black-robed woman was the 8th on the Ascension rankings, the 9 nether devil sex little she-devil, Ling Yuyu. Ling Zhao's heart stirred. Feeling someone's gaze, he immediately raised his head and saw Ling Yuyu's clear gaze. Another powerhouse who passed the 4 symbols tribulation. This Heaven Choice City is really full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Ling Zhao secretly thought in his heart. That black-robed woman smiled sweetly at him and turned her head away. Ling Zhao felt a very familiar aura from her body. 9 nether scripture? Is she someone from the 9 nether devil sect? Could she be the 8th on the Ascension rankings, Ling Yuyu? Ling Zhao's heart stirred and guessed Ling Yuyu's identity. Genius powerhouses constantly came to the Heaven's Pride Tower. Everyone was chatting with each other, discussing which famous monstrous geniuses came to Heaven Choice City. Sword God Pavilion's Jian Wushuang and Dugu family's Dugu Shui are in the life and death arena. Everyone, quickly go and take a look. Suddenly, there was a commotion. An incomparably explosive news spread out. What? Jian Wushuang versus Dugu Shui? Quickly go and take a look. The battle between 2 peerless sword cultivators must not be missed. Dugu Shui is a peerless genius ranked 4th on the Ascension rankings. Jian Wushuang doesn't seem to be on the Ascension rankings at all, right? He's no match for Dugu Shui at all. What's the suspense in this battle? Hehe, you don't know about this, right? I heard that Jian Wushuang is a rare sword principal genius. He had a fortuitous encounter in the Holy Ground and his cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. He has already passed the 4 symbols calamity and comprehended the supreme unique skill of the Sword God Pavilion, the Sword God skill. Ha ha ha. Sword God skill versus Sword Demon Supreme Scripture. We must not miss it. Quickly go and take a look. The crowd's discussion reached Ling Xiao and the rest's ears. Jian Wushuang is going to fight with Dugu Shui? Let's go and take a look. Li Jingming's eyes revealed a glimmer of light. Jian Wushuang was a famous sword fanatic. Since his debut, he had constantly challenged various geniuses. The more he fought, the braver he became. He was known as the #1 genius of the Sword God Pavilion in the past 10,000 years. It was said that the cultivation of the Sword God skill was very harsh. It was said that in the Sword God Pavilion, only a supreme master could comprehend it. Unexpectedly, Jian Wushuang had comprehended it. Although Jian Wushuang was not on the Ascension rankings, the fact that he had comprehended the Sword God skill was enough to make everyone look forward to it. Jian Wushuang versus Dugu Shui? Interesting. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. He immediately left the Genius Tower with Taoist Wuliang and the rest and headed for the arena of life and death. In his previous life, Ling Xiao had 7 true disciples. The second disciple, Dugu Longqing, was a member of the Dugu family. He wanted to see how far Dugu Shui had cultivated the Sword Demon Supreme Scripture. The arena of life and death did not look big. The stone platform had a radius of 90 feet and was cast with a gray ancient stone. It exuded an ancient and mysterious aura. However, there was a huge space in the arena of life and death that could accommodate many people at the same time. It was said that it was a treasure from ancient times. Even a supreme master could not damage the stone platform. Since the news of the Heaven's Choice Convention had spread, countless experts had entered Heaven's Choice City. Many of the grudges between experts had been settled in the arena of life and death. But today, because of the battle between Jian Wushuang and Dugu Shui, it had attracted the attention of everyone in Heaven's Choice City. Countless people had rushed to the arena of life and death to watch this exceptional battle. Jian Wushuang was dressed in white and had white hair. He carried an ancient sword on his back and stood straight. He was like an unsheathed divine sword, exuding a vast and pure sword essence. His eyes were incomparably sharp, as if they contained 2 blazing divine swords. He stared at Dugu Shui in front of him and was filled with shocking battle intent. Dugu Shui was a young man in his 20s. He wore a blood-red robe and his black hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes seemed to be filled with blood. He carried a black heavy sword on his back. It was pitch black and exuded a terrifying demonic fluctuation. Anyone who looked at it would feel cold all over, as if they had been dismembered by a terrifying sword light. This was Du Guoshui, a peerless genius ranked 4th on the Azure Cloud leaderboard. He cultivated the sword demon supreme scripture. The black heavy sword in his hand was called the Great Sky Sword. It was a top-grade supreme artifact with unparalleled power. "Thank you for being willing to fight with me," Jian Wushuang said seriously. The battle intent in his eyes was blazing as if it had materialized. "Don't thank me. I just want to see one of the 3 great sword skills in the world, the Sword God skill. After all, the long life secret has disappeared for so long. Now, only the Sword God skill is enough to excite me," Du Guoshui said faintly with a bloodthirsty look in his eyes. The 3 great sword skills in the world were the Long Life Secret, the Sword God skill, and the Sword Demon Supreme Sutra. Legend had it that these were the 3 greatest sword skills in the world. They were all peerless sword skills that could be used by the supreme gods. 10,000 years ago, the Long Life Secret disappeared along with the Long Life Sect. Today, the War God continent only had the Sword God skill and the Sword Demon Supreme Sutra. Du Guoshui was the first person below the Supreme Realm to cultivate the Sword Demon Supreme Sutra in the Dugu family. Today, the Sword God skill finally had a successor. This battle will determine victory and defeat, as well as life and death, Jian Wushuang said slowly with a trace of determination in his eyes. "As you wish," Du Guoshui said faintly. Rumble, a vast and terrifying aura rose. The aura around Du Guoshui was violent. The terrifying sword intent condensed like a vast ocean, condensing the space and forming a terrifying sword domain. Jian Wushuang, on the other hand, was like an extremely bright divine sword, cutting through everything and moving forward with an indomitable will. His sword essence was extremely pure. As the 2 powerful sword wills collided, the swords of countless swordsmen around began to buzz and tremble, as if they were worshipping their king. Jian Wushuang and Du Guoshui's auras rose rapidly, containing a terrifying aura that could destroy the world. At this moment, the 2 of them were actually evenly matched. Just the clash of sword wills alone made the faces of the surrounding experts pale. They felt an extremely oppressive aura. "Swordsman, the sharpness of the blade," Ling Xiao said indifferently. He had finally seen the peerless edge of a swordsman. Jian Wushuang and Du Guoshui were the purest sword cultivators. "Ling Xiao, who do you think will win?" Daoist Wuliang asked. "I think Du Guoshui will win. After all, he has been ranked 4th on the Azure Cloud ranking for a long time, while Jian Wushuang just had a breakthrough. Even if he cultivated the Sword God technique, he did not spend as much time as Du Guoshui on the Sword Demon Supreme Sutra," Long Outyen said with his head tilted. "It's hard to say. The Sword God technique is also one of the 3 great sword techniques. Jian Wushuang is extremely talented and is the purest sword cultivator. His cultivation is similar to Du Guoshui's. This battle cannot be judged based on time alone. I'm afraid it's still unknown who will win," Li Jingming also slowly said, his eyes revealing a trace of seriousness. During the trip to the Holy Ground, Jian Wushuang's strength was on par with his. However, in such a short time, Li Jingming realized that Jian Wushuang's strength had far surpassed his. This did not mean that Li Jingming was too weak, but that Jian Wushuang was too abnormal. "Let's wait and see." Ling Xiao did not answer, but there was a strange look in his eyes. He could tell that Du Guoshui had already cultivated the Sword Demon Supreme Sutra to the greater mastery realm. He could condense the Sword Demon territory, which was extremely powerful. Even Ling Xiao would have to expend a lot of effort to break through such power. Jian Wushuang was the first person Ling Xiao could not see through since his rebirth. Jian Wushuang was too pure. He was like a divine sword. Other than sword principle, there was nothing else in his heart. He did not even care about life and death. The only thing that could make him feel excited was the pinnacle of sword principle. Therefore, Jian Wushuang and Du Guoshui had no enmity, but they had to enter the arena of life and death to have a sword principle duel. There was great terror between life and death, but there was also the splendor of sword principle. Boom! When the aura between Jian Wushuang and Du Guoshui rose to the extreme, the 2 of them attacked almost at the same time. Clang! A bright sword light came across the sky. The long sword in Jian Wushuang's hand was like a Milky Way across the sky. It was dazzling, brilliant, and blazing. The great sky sword in Du Guoshui's hand looked very clumsy, so he simply slashed forward with it. The light in the sky seemed to have disappeared, and darkness descended. The black heavy sword contained an extreme demonic nature, and it burst out with the power of mountains and tsunamis. Rumble, the two swords collided, and a terrifying divine light exploded. The void turbulence surged, and endless chaotic fog spread out. Jian Wushuang and Du Shui retreated at the same time, and then rushed at each other at an even faster speed. Clang! 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 Jian Wushuang and Du Shui seemed to have turned into billions of afterimages, and they quickly exchanged blows in the void. Every strike was extremely fast, and every strike contained the most terrifying killing intent. They were testing each other. The Sword God skill and the Sword Demon Supreme Sutra had not been used, but the momentum caused by them had already caused the world to tremble. It was comparable to a battle between supreme masters. Jian Wushuang's eyes were sharp, and his battle intent was soaring. He only had eyes for Du Shui and the sword in his hand. Jian Wushuang slashed out 7 times in an instant. The dazzling sword light lit up the void, sealed the area, and traversed the sky. It contained the power of great destruction. It was the 7 strokes of heaven interception, a supreme killing skill that was second only to the Sword God skill in the Sword God Pavilion. It contained the power to cut off the world. Good. Du Shui's eyes flashed sharply, and the black demonic light around him soared into the sky. It turned into billions of black sword light above the 9 heavens, and flew toward the 7 strokes of heaven interception. In the arena of life and death, there was a huge formation world with mountains, lakes, flowers, insects, fish, and endless stars. It was like a real world. Jian Wushuang and Du Shui were fighting in the arena of life and death, and everyone outside could see it clearly. The unparalleled sword essence seemed to pass through the arena of life and death, making everyone outside feel suffocated and depressed. Duga Ninju Sword? This is the Duga family's unique sword skill, second only to the Sword Demon Supreme Sutra. The collision between the 7 strokes of heaven interception and the Duga Ninju sword, ha ha ha. It's so exciting. The battle of the pinnacle of sword principle, this is a grand occasion for us sword cultivators. Many geniuses and experts who were watching the battle discussed animatedly. In particular, some of the sword cultivators were extremely excited. For sword cultivators on the War God continent, the Duga family and the Sword God Pavilion were the 2 holy lands of sword principle, where countless sword cultivators yearned to go. The battle between Jian Wushuang and Du Shui made them feel like they were on a pilgrimage. It was as if they had witnessed the battle of the pinnacle of sword principle, Rumble. The Duga Ninju sword was extremely swift and fierce. The demon aura in the sky turned into billions of Duga sword chi, which instantly drowned Jian Wushuang's 7 strokes of heaven interception. The terrifying sword light intertwined, one white and one black. It was like the collision of light and darkness, bursting out tens of thousands of divine light. Die. Jian Wushuang's battle intent grew stronger and stronger. The 7 strokes of heaven interception seemed to have become his instinct. Every sword attack had a terrifying sword essence that could destroy the void. The mountains in all directions collapsed with a rumble, turning into fine powder under the unparalleled sword light. The ground was full of crisscrossing ravines. The terrifying sword essence seemed to have transcended the world and reached the supreme sword god realm. Come on. Du Shui's eyes were filled with demon aura, revealing a hint of madness. He fought like a madman, and the terrifying sword essence rose around him. The black great sky sword flew across the sky like an ancient sacred mountain, constantly suppressing Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang's sword principle was exquisite to the extreme. He was like a god from outer space, and every sword contained extremely bright light. Du Shui, on the other hand, was like a crazy sword demon. The heavy sword in his hand sealed the world and suppressed with a terrifying aura. The 7 swords of heaven interception and the 9 swords of Duga fought fiercely. Those incomparably exquisite sword techniques drew upon the power of the laws of heaven and earth, and they contained terrifying and monstrous power. Everyone was dazzled. Even the half-step supreme masters could not see the figures of Jian Wushuang and Du Shui. They could only see a white sword light and a black sword light colliding rapidly. Only a few people could clearly see the figures of Jian Wushuang and Du Shui. Many people's gazes turned solemn. The power and terror of a sword cultivator were evident. They all asked themselves if they would have the courage to fight against Jian Wushuang and Dugu Shui. More people were amazed. Jian Wushuang really lived up to his name. He was much younger than Dugu Shui, but he broke through everything with a peerless sharpness and stood opposite Dugu Shui. Who will win this battle? The same thought appeared in many people's minds. I'm afraid that's hard to say. But I still feel that Dugu Shui should be able to win. Although the 7 Swords of Heaven interception is strong, Jian Wushuang has only comprehended the Sword God technique for a short period of time. Dugu Shui's Sword Demon Supreme Sutra is said to have cultivated to the realm of becoming a demon or a god with a thought. It's unfathomable. An old man with an aged face and turbid eyes said slowly. However, his entire body emitted a mysterious fluctuation of sword intent. Obviously, this old man was also a powerful sword cultivator. It's a pity that Jian Wushuang is too straightforward. No matter who wins, either Jian Wushuang or Dugu Shui will die here today. Long Zhantian sighed softly. Die here? That won't happen. Both of them are peerless sword principle geniuses. Wouldn't it be a pity if they died like this? Ling Xiao smiled faintly, and a trace of sharpness appeared in his eyes. Oh, Brother Ling, could it be that you have a way? If you can resolve this battle, it will definitely be Sword Principle's fortune. Li Jingming's eyes also lit up. He had a good relationship with Jian Wushuang, but he felt that Jian Wushuang might not be Dugu Shui's opponent. In the end, Jian Wushuang might be the one to die. If Ling Xiao could save Jian Wushuang, it would naturally be a good thing. I do have a way, but let's see first. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Ha ha ha. I've seen arrogant people, but I've never seen such arrogance. You dare to say that you can resolve the battle between Jian Wushuang and Dugu Shui? What a fool's dream. An ear-piercing voice sounded with a trace of disdain and a cold sneer. Who is it? Taoist Wu Liang and Long Outyen were both furious and immediately turned their heads. They saw the sky-burning demon emperor in red armor. His red hair fluttered in the wind. His figure was strong and handsome, and his entire body exuded a terrifying aura. The blazing flame seemed to be able to burn the void. He stood side by side with Ziwei Xingzi. The surrounding people moved aside, and there was a trace of respect in their eyes. Sky-burning demon emperor? Ling Xiao frowned slightly. He did not expect to meet the sky-burning demon emperor here. Moreover, the sky-burning demon emperor and Ziwei Xingzi were walking together. Ling Xiao, didn't you say that you could resolve this battle? Do you dare to make a bet with me? The sky-burning demon emperor looked at Ling Xiao coldly, and there was a trace of cold killing intent in his eyes. He had been defeated by Ling Xiao on the trip to the Holy Ground. He had always thought that it was a great humiliation. In the end, what happened later made him realize that Ling Xiao was actually Long Hanyan's son. This made him even more furious, and he could not wait to kill Ling Xiao immediately. He could not even defeat Long Hanyan's son. What right did he have to say that he wanted to marry Long Hanyan? As a result, he even hated Long Hanyan. How do you want to bet? Ling Xiao looked at the sky-burning demon emperor indifferently and said. He could see the killing intent in the sky-burning demon emperor's eyes and knew the reason. It must be because the sky-burning demon emperor knew about his background. Very simple. I bet that Dugu Shui will survive this battle, and Jian Wushuang will definitely die. The sky-burning demon emperor sneered. Although Jian Wushuang looked strong, one should know that in the Holy Ground, Jian Wushuang, Long Zhantian, Li Jingming, and a few other experts had joined forces to besiege the sky-burning demon emperor. In the end, they were utterly defeated. The sky-burning demon emperor knew better than anyone how terrifying Dugu Shui was because he had once been defeated by Dugu Shui. Therefore, he thought that Jian Wushuang would definitely lose and die in this battle. As long as Dugu Shui used the Sword Demon Supreme Sutra, even if Jian Wushuang had comprehended the Sword God skill, he would still die. What do you want to bet? Ling Xiao asked indifferently. If I win, you will kneel before me and kowtow 3 times. If I lose, this celestial sun pearl will be yours. The sky-burning demon emperor sneered. There was a flash of light in his hand, and a fist-sized pearl appeared. It emitted a bright red glow and was covered in a layer of blazing sun primordial fire. It was very mysterious. If Ling Xiao knelt before him and kowtowed 3 times, he would have vented his anger. Celestial Sun Pearl? Everyone shuddered and sucked in a breath of cold air. The Celestial Sun Pearl was a top-tier supreme weapon refined by the great Sun Demon Honorable of the Heavenly Demon Palace. He had collected the essence of the heavens and refined it in the extraterritorial starry sky for thousands of years. It could produce sun primordial fire that could burn the heavens and earth. It was extremely terrifying. A top-tier supreme artifact? It's a good item indeed, but why don't we play a bigger game? Ling Xiao was not angry. He squinted his eyes and glanced at the sky-scorching Demon Emperor. What do you want to bet? The sky-scorching Demon Emperor frowned. Ling Xiao was not satisfied with just a celestial pearl. I need a mount. If you lose, you have to acknowledge me as your master and be my mount. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. Do you want to die? The sky-scorching Demon Emperor's face turned cold, revealing a cold murderous intent. He was instantly enraged. He wanted the sky-scorching Demon Emperor to be his mount? Even a supreme being or a deity was not qualified to do so. Who was Ling Xiao? How dare he ask the sky-scorching Demon Emperor to be his mount? The crowd was dumbfounded. Ling Xiao was really daring to ask the sky-scorching Demon Emperor to be his mount. Everyone knew that the sky-scorching Demon Emperor's original form was the divine beast Fire Qilin. It was said that the Heavenly Emperor's mount was the Fire Qilin in ancient times. However, the sky-scorching Demon Emperor was so proud that he would not be willing to be someone's mount. Ling Xiao had touched the sky-scorching Demon Emperor's reverse scale. The crowd thought that the sky-scorching Demon Emperor would fly into a rage. If you don't dare, then forget it. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. That's right. If you don't even dare to bet, then don't embarrass yourself here. Don't tell me you want my cousin to beat you up again? Long Outyen's eyes widened as he chuckled and said. The sky-scorching Demon Emperor suddenly took a deep breath and said, Fine. I'll bet with you, but if you lose, you have to acknowledge me as your master. The sky-scorching Demon Emperor's eyes were filled with cold murderous intent as he stared at Ling Xiao. Your Highness, don't be impulsive. This guy is very cunning. I'm afraid that he has a way to win this battle. I'm afraid that the loss will outweigh the gain. Ziwei Xingzi advised with a wry smile when he saw the sky-scorching Demon Emperor agree so easily. Say no more. I've made up my mind. Ling Xiao, do you dare? The sky-scorching Demon Emperor looked at Ling Xiao provocatively. Why wouldn't I dare? I'm just afraid that you'll go back on your word. If that's the case, then make a heavenly oath. Ling Xiao smiled and took the lead to make a heavenly oath. Humph. This Demon Emperor's words carry enormous weight. I'm just afraid that you won't admit it if you lose. Ling Xiao, you've lost for sure this time. The sky-scorching Demon Emperor snorted coldly and swore an oath. He was very sure of Du Guoxue's battle strength. Even he could not take one strike from Du Guoxue. No matter how talented Jian Wushuang was, he would definitely lose this battle. The Sword Demon Supreme Sutra was so terrifying that anyone who had seen it was already dead. Legend has it that the Sword Demon Supreme Sutra was created by the ancestor of the Dugu family, Dugu Chobai. At that time, Dugu Chobai was invincible in the world, roaming the heavens and myriad worlds, but he could not find a single defeat. Although the Sword God technique was one of the 3 great sword techniques, it was still no match for the Sword Demon Supreme Sutra. Everyone was dumbfounded. Ling Xiao and the sky-burning Demon Emperor were actually betting, they were betting on their freedom. If they lost, they would have to acknowledge the other as their master. Otherwise, they would be doomed eternally. The sky-burning Demon Emperor was not that impulsive. However, when he thought that Ling Xiao was Long Hanyan's son, he was burning with jealousy. He wanted to win Ling Xiao at all costs. When Ling Xiao acknowledged him as his master, he could torture Ling Xiao. This perverted mentality was also because of his feelings for Long Hanyan. As the saying goes, the deeper the love, the deeper the hatred. In the life and death arena. Rumble, Jian Wushuang and Du Guoxue collided rapidly. They had already exchanged hundreds of blows. Every blow was earth-shattering and extremely terrifying. Awesome. The 7 strokes of heaven interception is indeed extraordinary. Next, I'm going to perform the Sword Demon Supreme Sutra. Even I can't control the power of this sword. You have to be careful. Du Guoxue stood in the air, his black hair fluttering. His eyes revealed a trace of seriousness. All right. Let's see if your Sword Demon Supreme Sutra is stronger or if my Sword God Secret Art is stronger. This sword will determine victory and defeat, as well as life and death. Jian Wushuang's eyes were filled with monstrous battle intent. It was as if he had never known what fear was. All right, we'll determine victory and defeat, as well as life and death. Du Guoxue's eyes were extremely sharp. He slowly raised the great sky sword in his hand. Rumble, the heaven and earth trembled. Blazing thunderbolts filled the air. The great sky sword was heavy and mysterious. It was like an ancient divine mountain that suppressed chaos, exuding an incomparable aura of emptiness. When the Jun Tian sword was completely raised, the sky seemed to be torn apart. Endless demonic aura surged. Vaguely, a mysterious figure appeared on the Jun Tian sword. He stood with his hands behind his back, but he emitted a terrifying aura that made all living things in the world bow their heads. Is that Sword Demon Du Guoxue? Legend has it that although the ancestor of the Dugu family, Sword Demon Du Guoxue, is no longer around, his spirit has always been in the Sword Demon Supreme Sutra. Anyone who has comprehended the Sword Demon Supreme Sutra can activate a trace of the Sword Demon's power. This is the power of the Sword Demon. It's not something that humans can do. Everyone's voice was trembling. Their eyes were filled with shock. Boom, Du Guoxue slashed down with his sword. It was as if the sky had shattered and returned to chaos. The mysterious figure merged with the great sky sword and turned into a terrifying sword light that could destroy everything. It shrouded Jian Wushuang. Good timing. Jian Wushuang's eyes were filled with fighting intent. The great sky sword in his hand suddenly shone brightly. He also slashed across the sky. That sword was resplendent to the extreme. Boundless divine light sword, and the runes exploded. It was as if the mysterious scene of ascension to godhood had appeared. On top of the unparalleled divine sword, a mysterious sword spirit had awakened. This sword did not exist in the mortal world. It was as if a sword god had appeared and lit up the universe. It was so gorgeous that everyone felt that it was unreal. Sword Demon versus Sword God. Jian Wushuang has comprehended the Sword God's skill to such an extent? Skyburning Demon Emperor was shocked. He suddenly had a bad feeling. Rumble, the arena of life and death turned into a vast expanse of whiteness. Nothing could be seen. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth moved slightly. A mysterious wave passed through the formation and into Jian Wushuang and Du Guoxue's ears. What? Jian Wushuang and Du Guoxue both trembled. They began to exert all their strength and frantically tried to withdraw the sword. Rumble. Rumble, the sky shook. How could the battle between Sword God and Sword Demon be interrupted so easily? When Jian Wushuang and Du Guoxue slashed out, it meant that the sword was no longer under their control. However, at the last moment, Jian Wushuang and Du Guoxue's actions worked. Rumble, the sky shattered. Sword God, who shone with eternal light, and Sword Demon, who was filled with demonic aura, were submerged at the same time. Jian Wushuang and Du Guoxue were swept away by the terrifying power. They suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and were instantly severely injured. However, their lives were saved. If they had not withdrawn the power of the sword at the last moment, they would have been instantly killed by the sword chi. There would not even be a corpse left. Both sides were injured. Was this a draw? Everyone was stunned. This was a result that no one had expected. The battle between the Sword God and the Sword Demon ended in a draw. The last stroke, the Sword God's skill versus the Sword Demon Supreme Sutra, was like a battle between the Sword God and the Sword Demon. It was a battle of life and death. The sky-burning Demon Emperor could see that Jian Wushuang and Du Guoxue were likely to perish together. Who would have thought that Jian Wushuang and Du Guoxue would stop at the last moment? In the end, it was a draw and both of them were severely injured. Du Guoxue, stand up. Stand up and kill him. The sky-burning Demon Emperor muttered to himself with a hint of expectation in his eyes. Du Guoxue's injuries were obviously lighter. On the other hand, Jian Wushuang's body was almost broken. He was covered in blood and no longer had the strength to fight. This battle caused everyone to be shaken. Countless young geniuses were boiling with excitement. More than a year ago, Jian Wushuang was no match for the sky-burning demon emperor in the holy ground. But now, he was on par with Du Shui. Didn't that mean that Jian Wushuang had the strength to be on the master list? Du Shui stood up with a complicated look in his eyes. He looked at Jian Wushuang and said, if we didn't hold back in the last stroke, we would have perished together. But you and I have a mission. I'm afraid we can't die here. Why don't we call it a draw? Jian Wushuang's eyes were sharp, but he couldn't even stand up. He stared at Du Shui for a moment and nodded. Okay, we'll call it a draw. I hope we can fight again in the Chosen One meeting. Okay, it's a deal. Du Shui said with a smile. Buzz, the formation of the arena of life and death was opened. The elders of the Sword God Pavilion and the Dugu family rushed up and brought Jian Wushuang and Du Shui down to take healing elixirs. At the same time, the two families breathed a sigh of relief. Jian Wushuang and Du Shui were rare geniuses. If they died here at the same time, it would be a great loss to the two families. They were most willing to see such an ending. The sky-burning demon emperor's face instantly turned ugly. Sky-burning demon emperor, ha ha ha. Hurry up and fulfill the bet. I haven't seen what a pure-blood fire Qilin looks like. Hurry up and show me your true form. Cousin said that you're my mount. Long Outyan was so excited that he almost fainted. He pointed at the sky-burning demon emperor and said arrogantly. Previously, Ling Xiao had said that he wanted to capture a divine beast Qilin as his mount, but he did not dare to think too much about it. He did not expect the sky-burning demon emperor to deliver himself to him. Ling Xiao also looked at the heaven-burning demon emperor with a faint smile. Everyone's eyes fell on the sky-burning demon emperor. The sky-scorching demon emperor's face turned green. However, he had lost. Even though he was burning with rage, he had no choice but to say patiently, Ling Xiao, I've lost. This great solar heavenly pearl is yours, and I'll give you another 10 saint herbs. Ling Xiao said indifferently, I don't think our bet was about this, right? Since you've lost, then acknowledge me as your master. Otherwise, under the backlash of the heavenly oath, I'm afraid it won't be long before you suffer from qi deviation and die. Ling Xiao, don't go too far. The sky-scorching demon emperor's eyes were about to spit fire. He said coldly, Ling Xiao, I promise that from today onwards, I won't be your enemy. The great solar heavenly pearl and the 10 saint herbs are all yours. Let me go, how about it? Otherwise, the Sky Demon Palace will fight you to the death. Everyone was stunned. The sky-scorching demon emperor did not want to fulfill the bet and wanted to go back on his word, however, it made sense. After all, the sky-scorching demon emperor was the young master of the Sky Demon Palace, the future master of the Sky Demon Palace. He was also a pure-blooded divine beast fire Qilin. Naturally, he would be arrogant. How could he be willing to acknowledge Ling Xiao as his master and become his mount? However, he must have made a heavenly oath. If he dared to go back on his word, he would be punished by the heavens in an instant. You want to go back on your word? Sky-scorching demon emperor, I didn't expect you to be such a despicable person. A despicable person like you who goes back on his word is not fit to lead the demon race. However, the Sky Demon Palace is full of despicable people. Since that's the case, forget it. Ling Xiao smiled. Faintly. His eyes were full of mockery. He had expected the sky-scorching demon emperor to go back on his word. However, this guy had made a heavenly oath, so he was afraid he would suffer. Sky-scorching demon emperor, are you still a man? Going back on your word, who do you think you are? Everyone has seen it. When you die under the oath of the heavenly Tao, don't blame us. Long Outyan said with a cold smile. Fine. I'll acknowledge you as my master. The sky-scorching demon emperor gritted his teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. His eyes were spitting fire as he glared at Ling Xiao. After that, he walked up without saying a word and bowed to Ling Xiao. Greetings, master. You're my master from now on. Although I agreed to be your mount, I didn't say it would be now. However, master, you have to be careful. If you die in the Heavenly Choice Convention, don't blame me for being impolite. The sky-scorching demon emperor glared fiercely at Ling Xiao. After that, he turned around and left without waiting for Ling Xiao to speak. His speed was so fast that it could be described as flying. Bastard! Sky-scorching demon emperor, you're not a man. You're cheating. Long Outyen was so angry that he cried out loudly. Seeing such a powerful mount actually run away, he was incomparably depressed. This was also a loophole that the sky-scorching demon emperor took advantage of. After all, when Ling Xiao made a bet with him, it was impossible for him to explain the bet in detail. The sky-scorching demon emperor only acknowledged Ling Xiao as his master verbally, but he still refused to be disciplined. Everyone was dumbfounded. How could this be? Ling Xiao patted Long Outyen. He was not angry and smiled indifferently. It's okay. When the Heavenly Choice Convention comes, he'll be my mount sooner or later. At that time, if he doesn't listen to me, I'll beat him until he does. This bastard really got off easy. Long Outyen's face was full of resentment. However, everyone knew that the sky-scorching demon emperor's reputation would be completely ruined from now on. Ziwei Xingzi glanced at Ling Xiao indifferently and turned to leave. Ling Xiao, how did you know that Jian Wushuang and Du Shui would draw? Didn't they say that it would be a life-and-death battle? Phoenix Girl asked curiously. Everyone was very curious. After all, in the arena of life and death, it was extremely rare for Jian Wushuang and Du Shui to stop after a draw. Because I transmitted a message to Jian Wushuang and Du Shui, saying that they are brothers and should love each other. They shouldn't fight and kill. Do you believe me? Ling Xiao smiled faintly. I don't believe you. Phoenix Girl rolled her eyes and said. At this moment, Jian Wushuang and Du Shui took healing elixirs and temporarily stabilized their injuries. After that, they walked towards Ling Xiao. Du Shui also looked at Ling Xiao with curiosity in his eyes. This young man, who had defeated the sky-burning demon emperor and entered the green cloud ranking, seemed to only be a half-step sovereign. However, he gave off a dangerous feeling. Just now, Jian Wushuang and Du Shui had stopped fighting because Ling Xiao had said something to them. If you want to know, then follow me. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Everyone returned to the Heaven's Pride Pavilion and asked for a private room. Ling Xiao set up a layer of restrictive power, enveloping the entire room. Ling Xiao, Sword God and Sword Demon are of the same origin. What do these words mean? Du Shui looked at Ling Xiao seriously and asked. Before answering your question, I want to ask you a question. What's the relationship between you and Du Longqing? Ling Xiao glanced at Du Shui and asked. Du Longqing? How do you know my second grandfather's name? Du Shui stared at Ling Xiao with a sharp look in his eyes. Your second grandfather? I just heard that Sky-Devouring Supreme had a true disciple named Du Longqing. I didn't expect it to be true. Ling Xiao's eyes flickered as he smiled faintly. My second grandfather was indeed Sky-Devouring Supreme's second disciple, but he died in the catastrophe 10,000 years ago. Du Shui sighed softly. Ling Xiao, does Du Longqing have anything to do with what you told us? Jian Wushuang frowned slightly. When he and Du Shui were fighting, it was Ling Xiao who said that Sword God and Sword Demon were of the same origin that made them give up the fight. At this moment, Jian Wushuang's mind was filled with these words. Du Longqing has nothing to do with it, but it has something to do with Du Chobai. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Du Chobai? You mean our ancestor? Du Shui was shocked. That's right. Jian Wushuang, do you know who left the Sword God skill? Ling Xiao looked at Jian Wushuang and asked. Sword God skill? Of course, it was left by the Sword God, the founder of the Sword God Pavilion. When he mentioned the Sword God, even Jian Wushuang's eyes revealed a hint of reverence. Anyone who practiced the Sword God technique would be able to experience the power of the Sword God. That kind of ultimate state of Sword Dao was simply not something that ordinary people could comprehend. Then do you know who the Sword God is? Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Jian Wushuang frowned slightly and said, the ancestral master of Sword God is a figure from ancient times. His true identity can no longer be verified. I also don't know his true identity. What if I tell you that the Sword God is Du Chobai? Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Du Chobai? This is impossible. Both Jian Wushuang and Du Shui were shocked. Their eyes were filled with shock as they denied it at the same time. Nothing is impossible. Sword God is Dugu Chobai, Sword Demon is Dugu Chobai, and even Old Man Chongqing is Dugu Chobai. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. There was a trace of emotion in his eyes. Old Man Chongqing? How is this possible? It is said that the longevity secret, one of the 3 great sword skills, was left behind by Old Man Chongqing. If what you said is true, then the 3 supreme sword skills of the war god continent were all left behind by our ancestor, Dugu Chobai? Dugu Shui was completely shocked. There was a trace of disbelief in his eyes. You are right. The 3 supreme sword skills of the war god continent, sword god technique, sword demon supreme sutra, and longevity secret, were all left behind by Dugu Chobai. Ling Xiao sighed softly and said slowly, there is a kind of person in this world who is born extraordinary. Dugu Chobai started practicing swordsmanship at the age of 3. At the age of 5, he had already made a name for himself. At the age of 7, he held the meter-long sword and destroyed 38 bandit strongholds. At the age of 11, he left home and wandered around, challenging all the heroes in the world. At the age of 18, he entered the Sword Dao and became a Supreme Master. He killed Supreme Masters, destroyed celestial demons, and guarded the 8 barren lands. At the age of 18, he created the Sword God technique. With one sword, he was invincible. At the age of 18, he lived in seclusion in a valley for 30 years. He observed the heavenly Dao and the human Dao. He entered the demon Dao and created the Sword Demon Supreme Sutra. The day he came out of seclusion, he killed 3 titled Supreme Masters and shocked the world. He traveled around the universe and searched for the strongest in the world, but he was defeated by all of them. At the age of 60, he sealed his swordsmanship. He observed the heavenly Dao and derived the mystery of longevity. Finally, he entered the swordless realm. With one sword, he reversed yin and yang, broke through time and space, and cut through the chaos. He created the longevity secret and ascended to the eternal divine world. He left behind a legend for the future generations to know. Ling Zhao's voice was calm, but his words were like thunder that shook the hearts of the people. It was as if they had seen a peerless swordsman who dominated the world and swept away the eternal loneliness of invincibility. Dugu Chobai, he only wanted to be defeated. What kind of peerless talent was this? What kind of invincibility and loneliness was this? Even Jian Wushuang and Dugu Shui were dazzled. They wished they were born in the same era as Dugu Chobai so they could witness this legend. That's why the sword god art was created by Dugu Chobai after reaching the supreme realm at the age of 18. At that time, his sword Dao was unstoppable with an unparalleled sharpness. It was a peerless sword. The Sword Demon Supreme Sutra was created by Dugu Chobai when he was 48 years old. He lived in seclusion in a valley and observed the heavenly Dao and the human Dao. He wanted to defeat the heavens with his own strength. He wanted to rule the world as a demon and be invincible forever. The longevity secret was created by Dugu Chobai when he was 60 years old. He ascended to the divine world and broke the mystery of longevity. He comprehended the swordless realm and became the sword of heaven's will. Ling Xiao said slowly, therefore, the Sword God Pavilion, the Dugas, and even the Chongsun sect that obtained the longevity secret are all the orthodoxies left behind by Dugu Chobai. The Sword Demon and the Sword God are of the same origin. It's not wrong to say that the 2 of you are from the same sect. How do you know about this? Jian Wushuang and Dugu Shui stared at Ling Xiao and asked. After hearing Ling Xiao's words, they believed 90% of it. In the last battle of life and death, Jian Wushuang and Dugu Shui both felt a strange aura. It was as if the Sword God technique and Sword Demon Supreme Sutra had a tendency to merge at the moment of life and death. Even so, they still wanted to know how Ling Xiao found out about all this. Because I'm the successor of the longevity secret. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed with a sharp glint as he smiled faintly. The Longevity Supreme Sutra was actually the longevity secret. It contained the longevity sword qi and was extremely powerful. 10,000 years ago, Xianxia relied on the Longevity Supreme Sutra and the Longevity Sword to defeat all the heroes in the world and become one of the 10 titled Supreme Masters. Since Ling Xiao had obtained the Longevity Supreme Sutra, it was not wrong to say that he was the successor of the longevity secret. What? You're the successor of the longevity skill? Didn't the longevity sect disappear? Dugu Shui asked, looking at Ling Xiao in shock. The longevity sect just hid from the world. They didn't disappear. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and extended his hand. A ball of dazzling, milky white light instantly turned into streaks of unparalleled sharpness. They radiated with an endless ripple of energy as if they could cut through the void. Is this the longevity sword Qi? So you're the successor of the longevity sect. If there's a chance, I'll definitely have a fight with you. Jian Wushuang looked at the longevity sword Qi in Ling Zhao's palm curiously, a strong fighting desire in his eyes. 10,000 years ago, the sky-devouring supreme patriarch of the longevity sect found the information left behind by Dugu Chobai in a relic. It's what I just said. It confirms that the 3 supreme sword skills of the war god continent were all left behind by Dugu Chobai. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He was so sure because 10,000 years ago, when he and the real dragon supreme patriarch were exploring the Scarlet Dragon war god's tomb, they accidentally found some information left behind by Dugu Chobai. It was only then that they truly understood the relationship between the 3 sword skills. Moreover, Dugu Longqing was Ling Zhao's second disciple in his previous life. Ling Xiao also had some understanding of the Sword Demon Supreme Sutra. When he comprehended it together with the longevity sword Qi, he did find the aura of the same origin. If you don't believe me, you can exchange martial arts skills. Once you cultivate the Sword God skill and the Sword Demon Supreme Sutra, you'll find that they are originally one. However, I know this is a big deal. You can ask the elders in your family. I just didn't want to see you kill each other in the arena of life and death. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Of course, the bet with the sky-burning demon emperor was incidental. Jian Wushuang and Dugu Shui looked at each other. Although it had not been verified, they both believed Ling Zhao's words. The 3 supreme sword skills of the war god continent were all left behind by Dugu Chobai. This was earth-shattering news. Ling Xiao did not hide it from Long Zhantian, Li Jingming and the others. They were also incomparably shocked. This was especially so for Li Jingming and Lin Hui. When they heard that Ling Xiao was the successor of the legendary longevity sect, the #1 sect in the world 10,000 years ago, the holy land of martial arts that produced the sky-devouring supreme and the longevity sect, they were instantly filled with respect. On the other hand, Taoist Wuliang, Moon God, Phoenix Lady, Long Zhantian, and Long Outyen already knew about the relationship between Ling Xiao and Chongsun sect. Hence, they were very calm. Thank you, Brother Ling. If not for your reminder, we would have made a huge mistake. Dugu Shui looked at Ling Xiao seriously. This matter is too serious. We must report this to the sect as soon as possible. Jian Wushuang made a prompt decision. If it was proven that the Sword God technique and the Sword Demon Supreme Sutra came from the same source, then the relationship between the Sword God Pavilion and the Dugu family would be worth considering. Jian Wushuang and Dugu Shui said their goodbyes and left. Before leaving, Dugu Shui reminded Ling Xiao, Brother Ling, the successor of the War God Temple has already arrived in Heaven Choice City. Recently, Ziwei Xingzi and the Sky-Burning Demon Emperor have been very close to the successor of the War God Temple. You have to be careful. The successor of the War God Temple? Alright, thank you. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he nodded. Ling Xiao also wanted to see how powerful the successor of the War God Temple, who was ranked first on the Green Cloud ranking, was. Ling Xiao faintly felt that perhaps in the Heaven Choice Convention, the successor of the War God Temple would be his greatest opponent. Young friend Ling, please come to Taiguxian for a chat. Suddenly, an old voice was transmitted into Ling Zhao's mind. Mu Tianji? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. The person who transmitted the message was the current king of the Tomb Monarch City, Mu Tianji. Alright. Ling Xiao nodded. He did not expect Mu Tianji to be in Heaven Choice City. Ling Xiao told Taoist Wuliang and the rest that he was going to meet an old friend. He then left Heaven's Pride House alone and headed towards Taiguxian. Taiguxian was also in Heaven Choice City, and it was considered a foothold in the Tomb Monarch City. Taiguxian was hidden in a small alley, and it looked like a very old shop. Mu Tianji was sitting on a recliner in Taiguxian, looking very relaxed. Beside him was a handsome young man who exuded an aura similar to Mu Tianji's. He had already reached the half-step to Supreme Master Realm and had passed the 3 divine tribulations. He was only 1 step away from the Raging Fire tribulation. This young man was obviously a disciple of the Tomb Monarch City. When he saw Ling Xiao enter, he looked at him curiously. Young friend Ling, you're here? Mu Tianji immediately stood up with a smile on his face. After we parted at Two World City, I didn't expect you to display your might in the Saint Ground, defeating the sky-scorching demon emperor, and even killing the leopard venerable at the Mountain of Flames. Now that you're on the green sky ranking, your name has spread across the entire War God continent. Congratulations. It's just an empty title. May I know why Lord Mu has called me here? Ling Xiao waved his hand and said casually. This time, I would like to ask you for a favor. Mu Tianji looked at Ling Xiao seriously. Oh, what is it? Ling Xiao asked. I hope that you can help us find the 9th chapter of Heavenly Mandate. Mu Tianji slowly said. The 9th chapter of Heavenly Mandate? You already have news about it? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he asked in surprise. That's right. Previously, we thought that the 9th chapter of Heavenly Mandate was in the Saint Ground. Later on, we found out that the 9th chapter of Heavenly Mandate had always been in the Cavern of Time. We've already received accurate information, but I believe that with your help, we'll definitely be able to obtain it. Mu Tianji said. The 9th chapter of Heavenly Mandate is in the Cavern of Time? Since Lord Mu knows about it, it should be easy for you to enter the Cavern of Time with your strength, right? Why are you looking for me? Ling Xiao was puzzled. The people of the Toon King City had a bloodline curse that prevented them from breaking through to the Supremacy Realm. However, Mu Tianji's strength was terrifying even though he was only at the Four Symbols Tribulation. Ling Xiao didn't understand why Mu Tianji would need his help. The key is that the War God Temple has also received this news. Plus, they're determined to obtain the 9th chapter of Heavenly Mandate, so I can't enter the Cavern of Time. Mu Tianji smiled wryly. War God Temple? Why would they want the 9th chapter of Heavenly Mandate? The general principles and the first few chapters are all with you. Even if they obtain the 9th chapter, it's useless, right? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. He didn't expect the War God Temple to want the 9th chapter of Heavenly Mandate. I don't know. He's Mu Xian, my grandson, and also the most talented person in the younger generation of the Toon King City. This time, he'll enter the Cavern of Time to search for the 9th chapter of Heavenly Mandate. Although he's not weak, he's not a match for the successor of the War God Temple. That's why I need your help. Mu Tianji earnestly said with a humble attitude. The successor of the War God Temple? City Lord Mu, aren't you overestimating me? The successor of the War God Temple is number 1 on the Green Sky ranking. How can you be so sure that I can take the 9th chapter from him? Ling Xiao said with a smile. His eyes flashed with a bright light. Little friend Ling, I've never misjudged people. I believe that you can help me get the 9th chapter. Even if it's the successor of the War God Temple, I believe that only you can deal with him. Mu Tianji smiled faintly. Furthermore, I won't let little friend Ling help me for nothing. Within the Time Cave, there's a supreme divine herb called the longevity grass. I'm willing to tell little friend Ling about this divine herb. Longevity grass, the divine medicine? Ling Xiao's eyes widened. The longevity grass was indeed a supreme divine herb left behind by Dugu Chobai. However, it had disappeared a long time ago. He didn't expect it to be in the Time Cave. City Lord Mu, since you know about the longevity grass, why haven't you sent people to get it after so many years? Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Ha ha ha. I won't hide it from you, little friend Ling. The place where the longevity grass grows is a broken small world. It's very dangerous. When we went in the last few times, the longevity grass wasn't fully mature. But after 1,000 years, the longevity grass should be fully mature. Furthermore, I believe that those dangers are nothing to little friend Ling. Mu Tianji laughed heartily. All right. The longevity grass is very important to me. I'll do my best to help Brother Mu Xian get the 9th chapter in the Time Cave. Ling Xiao chuckled. He knew that there was something strange about the longevity grass, but he had to get it. As for dealing with the descendant of the War God Temple, getting the 9th chapter of Heaven's Will was only a matter of convenience. Thank you, little friend Ling. This is the map of the longevity grass. If young friend Ling can help us obtain the 9th chapter of Heaven's Will, then you will be the savior of our city. Mu Tianji solemnly said as he took out a black jade talisman and handed it to Ling Xiao. City Lord Mu, aren't you afraid that I won't help you after taking the map? You should know that the War God Temple is immeasurably strong. Do you really think that I would offend them and help you? Ling Xiao received the jade talisman and looked at Mu Tianji with a smile that was not a smile. I believe in you. Mu Tianji smiled faintly, his expression extremely calm. All right. Since that's the case, I'll try my best to find Brother Mu Xian after the Cavern of Time opens, and then I'll go look for the 9th chapter of Destiny. Ling Xiao nodded, then turned around and left the ancient loft. Walking on the main street of Heaven's Choice City, people came and went on both sides of the street. They were all young geniuses with confident smiles on their faces. The surrounding shops, restaurants, inns, and shops were all bustling with activity. Ling Xiao originally intended to return to the Heaven's Pride Pavilion. However, after turning 2 streets, he arrived at a street filled with stalls. This was a trading market. The stalls on both sides of the street were all powerful warriors. Ling Xiao noticed that all of them were at least at the monarch realm, and there were even many old fellows at the quasi-exalt realm. The items on the stalls were also a mix of good and bad. There were precious weapons, supreme divine medicines, powerful precious pills, and mysterious antiques. They all looked like sparkling treasures, causing one to be overwhelmed. However, Ling Xiao also knew that there were all sorts of things here. There were genuine goods, but there were also fakes. It all depended on one's eyesight. 10,000 years old deep-sea pearls, let's walk around and take a look. They come from the bottom of the Eastern Sea and are supreme treasures used to refine supreme-grade Dao weapons and Dao pills. They only cost 3,000 pure yang pills. The ancient human emperor's saber, the heavenly dragon blade. Although it's a little damaged, it's still a quasi-supreme weapon. 1 slash to break mountains and rivers, 1 slash to enter the cycle of reincarnation. It's a must-have treasure for traveling. It only costs 100,000 pure yang pills. The 9 nether bottle refined by the 9 nether sovereign. It's a supreme-grade Dao weapon. 30,000 pure yang pills. Hawking sounds could be heard all around. These warriors were like peddlers in the mortal world, vigorously promoting the treasures on their stalls to the people on both sides of the street. Brother, I see that you have an imposing appearance and extraordinary spirit. I have an ancient sword here, I wonder if you're interested? Ling Xiao walked past a stall and saw a shifty-eyed old man with a goatee. He wore a tattered beast skin coat and spoke to Ling Xiao politely. Not interested. Ling Xiao did not even look at him. This old man looked like he was only in the noble realm. It could be said that he had the lowest cultivation among the stall owners. What good things could he have? Little brother, don't be so quick to reject. This sword of mine has a great history. It's the sword of the Devouring Sky Supreme from 10,000 years ago, the Devouring Sky Sword. Although it was severely damaged in the catastrophe 10,000 years ago and only has the power of a supreme-grade Dao weapon now, if you can repair it, it'll be a powerful divine weapon. The goateed old man's spittle flew everywhere as he sneakily took out a silver longsword. It looked ancient and resplendent, but it didn't have any spiritual fluctuations. When Ling Xiao saw the longsword, his eyes narrowed suddenly, but he quickly regained his composure. The sword of the Devouring Sky Supreme? Why don't you say that it's the sword of the Scarlet Dragon War God? You have the nerve to say that it's the sword of the Devouring Sky Supreme with such a lousy sword? Can you at least make up a more convincing excuse if you want to lie? Ling Xiao looked at the old man from the corner of his eyes and said angrily. Little brother, I dug this Devouring Sky sword out from the ruins of the Longevity sect. Look, there's the word Devouring Sky on it. Don't be ignorant. I'm fated with you, so I'll sell it to you for 500,000 pure yang pills. What do you think? The old man with the goatee did not give up and insisted on selling the sword to Ling Xiao. Ha ha ha. Old man Liu, can you stop lying to everyone you see? You want to buy 500,000 pure yang pills with this lousy sword of yours? No one will buy it even if you sell it for 1,000 pure yang pills. Little brother, don't be fooled by him. This old man is called Lu Tongtian. He likes to scam people with useless things. That's right. This is not the sword of the Devouring Sky Supreme. It's his grandson's sword. This guy has been selling it for so many years and he still hasn't sold it. The surrounding stall owners all tried to persuade Ling Xiao. Grandpa, Grandpa, come and eat. At this time, a clear child's voice rang out. A little boy around 8 or 9 years old with a braid on his head walked towards the old man with the goatee. He looked like he was carved from jade and was very cute. He carried a bamboo basket and walked towards the old man with the goatee. Jianni, come here quickly. This uncle wants to buy your sword. Do you want to sell it to him? Lu Tongtian's eyes lit up and he quickly grabbed the little boy. He's called Lu Jianni? Ling Zhao's eyes widened as he asked hurriedly. There was a slight tremor in his voice. That's right. He's my grandson. His name is Lu Jianni. Little brother, let me tell you. This sword is indeed the devouring sky sword. If you don't buy it, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Lu Tongtian did not notice Ling Zhao's strange behavior and continued to persuade him. At this moment, Ling Zhao's heart was in turmoil. This was because his fourth disciple in his previous life was called Lu Jianni. The sword that Lu Tongtian had taken out was not the sky-swallowing sword, but the Myriad's ancient sword. However, the Myriad's ancient sword had been sealed by someone using a mysterious technique. That was why it looked so ordinary. Even a supreme being would not be able to tell the difference. And the owner of the Myriad's ancient sword was Ling Zhao's fourth disciple, Lu Jianni. Could it be that Jianni Zhang has lived for a lifetime? Ling Zhao's eyes were filled with shock as he thought to himself. This 8 or 9-year-old child had big clear eyes and looked very innocent. At this moment, his eyes were also wide open as he looked at Ling Xiao curiously. Ling Xiao took another long look at Lu Tongtian. Although Lu Tongtian only seemed to be in the noble plane, the wordless heavenly book in Ling Zhao's mind trembled slightly. Could it be that Lu Tongtian was hiding his cultivation? Ling Xiao thought to himself. The Myriad's ancient sword was here and this child was called Lu Jianni. Ling Xiao was almost 90% sure that Lu Jianni was his fourth disciple. Lu Tongtian was still looking at Ling Xiao with his shifty eyes. His expression was natural and there was nothing wrong with it. I can buy this sword for 500,000 pure yang pills, but I have a condition. I hope you can agree to it. Ling Xiao said to Lu Tongtian. Really? Ha ha ha, no problem. As long as you are willing to buy this sword, I will agree to 100 or even 1,000 conditions. Lu Tongtian was beaming with joy. He looked like a money grubber. Little brother, don't be fooled by old Lu. This sword is really not worth so many pure yang pills. An old stall owner tried to persuade Ling Xiao when he saw that Ling Xiao really wanted to buy the sword. Thank you, sir. This sword is indeed useful to me. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and thanked the stall owner for his kind intentions. I can give you 1 million pure yang pills. However, your grandson and I hit it off right away. We must be fated. Why don't you let your grandson be my disciple? Ling Xiao said with a smile. Disciple? Lu Tongtian and the surrounding stall owners were all stunned. This kid spent 1 million pure yang pills to buy a broken sword, and he even wanted to take in a little girl as his disciple. Was there something wrong with his head? Although Lu Jianni looked very smart, in the eyes of those stall owners, his aptitude was only average. There was nothing amazing about him. That's right, I want to take Jianni as my disciple. Ling Xiao said seriously. Lu Tongtian took a deep look at Ling Xiao and suddenly laughed and said, ha ha ha. I wonder what is little brother's great name. I can see that little brother is talented and has an extraordinary bearing. You must be a dragon or phoenix among men. I am Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao? Don't tell me he's Ling Xiao, the one who defeated the sky-burning demon emperor and ranked 10th on the honor roll of Azure Sky? As soon as Ling Xiao finished speaking, the surrounding stall owners exclaimed in surprise. If one were to talk about the news that shook the entire War God continent during this period of time, other than the opening of the Heaven's Choice meeting and Long Lai's confirmation of his title, it was the news of Ling Xiao entering the Azure Sky proclamation. The cultivation of these stall owners was extremely high, and many of them were preparing to participate in the Heaven's Choice meeting. Therefore, as soon as Ling Xiao announced his name, they guessed his origin. If there is no one with the same name in this world, then it would be me. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. It's really Ling Xiao? Old man Lu, you've struck gold this time. This young Master Ling is a prodigy on the Azure Sky Proclamation, and he's even killed a supreme being. If your grandson takes him as his master, his future will be limitless. The surrounding stall owners' expressions changed, revealing an incomparably respectful expression. Some even revealed looks of envy. What did this little boy do to deserve this? How could he make Ling Xiao take him as his disciple? So it's young Master Ling. Since young Master Ling has taken a fancy to Jianyi, then it's his fortune. I'll make the decision on Jianyi's behalf and agree. In the future, young Master Ling will be Jianyi's. Lu Tongtian's eyes revealed a trace of surprise as he nodded and smiled. However, before he could finish, he was interrupted. Wait. A calm yet cold voice was heard. A group of handsome young men and women walked over from afar. Each of them had an extraordinary cultivation and a powerful aura. They were all half-step supreme being cultivators, emitting a cold and arrogant aura. They clustered around a handsome young man wearing a purple golden armor as he walked over. It was a flawless young man. His figure was tall, and his entire body was enveloped in a layer of dense purple light. His hair was also purple, like the most dazzling purple clouds, dense and full of luster. His skin was like jade, sparkling and translucent. His entire body emitted a jade-like aura. His face was extremely handsome, with a faint smile on his lips. He strolled over like a young immortal king, as if he was the center and focus of the world wherever he went. The surrounding young men and women looked at him with eyes full of worship and infatuation. As the young man approached, Ling Xiao felt an extremely dangerous feeling. Someone who has survived the tribulation of the four symbols and can make me feel so threatened, could it be the successor of the Temple of War? Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat, but his expression did not change. Sir, can I take a look at this sword? The young man walked up to Lu Tongtian and smiled faintly. His voice was very gentle, but for some reason, Ling Xiao felt that under that gentle smile, there was an extremely cold and arrogant attitude, with an unquestionable authority. Here. Lu Tongtian looked at him and handed the Migra's ancient sword over. The young man took a closer look at the Migra's ancient sword, and a strange look appeared in his eyes. He then looked at Lu Jianyi and said slowly, "This ancient sword is not bad, I'll buy it. No matter how many pure yang pills it is, it's not a problem. Also, I like your grandson very much, and I would like to take him as my disciple." Is that possible? The surrounding stall owners were stunned. Is this young man here to cause trouble? Ling Xiao had just said that he wanted to buy this ancient sword and take Lu Jianyi as his disciple, and this young man actually made the same request. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed sharply, and he frowned slightly. "Sir, may I know your name?" But this little brother Ling Xiao has already bid 1,000,000 pure yang pills. You're making things difficult for me. Lu Tongtian rolled his eyes and chuckled. 3,000,000 pure yang pills. The young man said faintly, without even looking at Ling Xiao. Old man, my master is the successor of the Temple of War. It's your grandson's fortune that he's willing to take him as his disciple. Why aren't you kneeling down and thanking him? Beside the young man, a young man in a green robe, who looked extremely arrogant, sneered. The successor of the Temple of War? First place on the Azure Cloud leaderboard and the successor of the War God Temple. No matter which identity it was enough to stir up the entire War God continent. This was an absolute prodigy. No matter where he went, he would be the center of attention. However, thinking back to the words of the successor of the War God Temple, he actually wanted to buy the sword and take Lu Jianyi as his disciple. Was he trying to cause trouble for Ling Xiao? Everyone's expression suddenly became a little strange. First place and 10th place on the Azure Cloud leaderboard, although everyone knew that Ling Xiao's strength was definitely higher than the 10th place on the Azure Cloud leaderboard, they still thought that Ling Xiao would give in front of the successor of the War God Temple. Little brother Ling, this young master bid 3,000,000 pure yang pills. Although you came first, I can't break the rules, can I? Lu Tongtian rubbed his hands and said embarrassedly. Everyone immediately rolled their eyes and cursed in their hearts. This old man Lu is simply too greedy. He still dares to raise the price at a time like this. Doesn't he know that he can't afford to offend Ling Xiao or the successor of the War God Temple? 5,000,000 pure yang pills. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. He still had tens of millions of pure yang pills on him. The Mikra's ancient sword couldn't fall into the hands of the successor of the War God Temple. He had to take Lu Jiani with him. He even suspected that the successor of the War God Temple had seen through him. 8 million. The successor of the War God Temple smiled faintly. 10 million. 15 million. 16 million. Ling Xiao and the successor of the War God Temple continued to raise the price. Soon, the price reached an unimaginable level. Lu Tongtian's eyes lit up. He felt as if a large number of pure yang pills were being thrown at him. 50 million pure yang pills. Ling Xiao increased the price by 10 million. This was all the pure yang pills he had on him. This was already a sky-high price. Even the successor of the War God Temple frowned slightly. It wasn't that he couldn't afford it, but he felt that it was a bit risky to spend so many pure yang pills on an ancient sword that was still uncertain. Ling Xiao, right? My lord likes this ancient sword very much. If you're willing to give it up, my lord is willing to befriend you. The green-robed young man beside the successor of the War God Temple said arrogantly. I'm sorry, but this sword and Lu Jiani are fated to be mine. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, not even looking at him. Ling Xiao, don't you dare refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Don't think you have the right to be smug just because you've defeated the sky-scorching demon emperor. You should know that there's always someone better than you. You're nothing before my master. Seeing that Ling Xiao didn't even look at him, the young man's face turned ugly. His name was Feng Zhilin, and he was the successor of the Feng clan. Moreover, he had already passed the tribulation of 3 symbols. Although he had sided with the successor of the War God Hall, even the people on the Azure Sky rankings were polite to him. Ling Xiao, a brat who had just become a half-step Shizuan, actually dared to look down on him? Cut the crap. If you can't afford it, then get lost. Don't show off here. Ling Xiao glanced at Feng Zhilin and sneered. On the surface, he seemed to be scolding the Wind Forest, but in reality, he was also scolding the successor of the War God Temple. For some reason, when Ling Xiao saw the successor of the War God Temple, he didn't have any good impression of him. 60 million pure yang pills. The successor of the War God Temple looked at Ling Xiao indifferently and continued to bid. What he didn't lack the least was pure yang pills. Compared to pure yang pills, the face of the successor of the War God Temple was more valuable. What was a mere pure yang pill worth? Ling Xiao frowned slightly. All the pure yang pills he had on him added up to 50 million. Old man, I'll bid 50 million pure yang pills and a paragon martial art. Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a trace of sharpness. The surrounding people were shocked. A paragon martial art wasn't something that could be found on the streets. Only titled sovereigns, or even unparalleled gods, could create a paragon martial art. For an ordinary sovereign expert, creating a Tian-level martial art was already very good. A paragon martial art was worth at least 30 million pure yang pills. No more pure yang pills? I'd like to see how many paragon martial arts you have. I'll bid 100 million pure yang pills. The successor of the War God Temple revealed a trace of sharpness in his eyes as he slowly said. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Pure yang pills? To buy such a broken sword, could it really be a supreme treasure? For Ling Xiao and the successor of the War God Temple to fight to such an extent, even the stall owners who believed that the sword was a piece of trash couldn't help but mutter. Could it be that they had misjudged the sword? Lu Tongtian was still smiling as his eyes shone. Originally, he only wanted to sell the sword for 500,000 pure yang pills. He didn't expect that the price would be raised to 100 million pure yang pills. Grandfather, this sword isn't worth that many pure yang pills, right? Even if you have 100 million pure yang pills, it won't be able to cure my illness. Lu Jiani pulled on Lu Tongtian's sleeve and whispered. Jiani, what illness do you have? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. He didn't find any problems with Lu Jiani's body. Other than the fact that he didn't have any cultivation, he looked very healthy. Big brother, my grandfather said that I have a terminal illness and I won't live past 20 years old. So, don't fight. This sword isn't worth so many pure yang pills. Lu Jiani blinked his big clear eyes and said. Lu Tongtian's face showed a trace of age. He sighed softly and said, Xianxia has the 9 demonic body. Her meridians are naturally terminated. Only the legendary supreme divine medicine can cure her. Gentlemen, if you have any divine medicine, take it out and exchange it for this sword. If you don't, then please leave. I'm not selling this sword. 9 demonic body? Ling Zhao's body trembled. He quickly grabbed Lu Jianyi's small hand and probed with a wisp of heaven-devouring true qi. He immediately found that there were 9 black demonic qi entrenched around Lu Jianyi's heart meridians. Moreover, they had merged with Lu Jianyi's heart meridians, causing Lu Jianyi's life origin to become extremely weak. However, on the surface, she looked like an ordinary person. The 9 demonic body was a naturally terminated body in the legends. Only the legendary supreme divine medicine could cure her. Otherwise, she would die without a doubt and wouldn't live past 20 years old. I do have a divine medicine with me. Unfortunately, it might be useless for Jianyi's 9 demonic body. Ling Xiao glanced at Lu Tongtian and said slowly. Oh? What kind of divine medicine is it? Lu Tongtian's eyes suddenly lit up. Explosive dendrobium. Ling Xiao said. Lu Tongtian's body trembled. His eyes were filled with incomparable surprise. He quickly grabbed Ling Zhao's arm and said, the explosive dendrobium you mentioned. Is it a divine medicine that was born from nature and gathers the divine strength of the 4 symbols and the chaotic power of heaven and earth? The explosive dendrobium that will explode no matter what it encounters? Ha ha ha. This is great news, this is great news. According to my calculations, the explosive dendrobium is the best medicine to cure the 9 demonic body. Little brother, if you hand over the explosive dendrobium, I'll give you the sword and let Sword 1 become your disciple. Lu Tongtian said excitedly. As for the successor of the war god Hall, he frowned slightly. The green-robed youth beside him couldn't take it anymore. He sneered, old man, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. If our lord wants something, you have to hand it over today whether you want to or not. Lu Tongtian glanced at the successor of the combat god Hall and said, I'm sorry, I'm not selling this sword. You guys can leave. Old man, you dare to trick us? The green-robed youth's eyes flashed with cold killing intent. A powerful aura enveloped Lu Tongtian. To him, Lu Tongtian was just an ant in the noble realm. As long as he released his aura, Lu Tongtian would probably kneel down in fear. But to his disappointment, Lu Tongtian didn't seem to be affected at all. Instead, Lu Tongtian looked at Ling Xiao with anticipation. This is the explosive dendrobium. Ling Xiao's hand flashed and 5 colored lights spread out, forming a mysterious barrier. Inside it was a black stone flower that looked very ordinary. When Lu Tongtian saw it, he said excitedly, that's right, it's the legendary explosive dendrobium. Everyone looked curiously at the exploding dendrobium in Ling Zhao's hand. It was a legendary divine medicine, but it was also a useless medicine. Yet, Lu Tongtian treated it like a treasure. He didn't even want 100 million pure yang pills. The successor of the combat god Hall glanced at Ling Xiao and said, you're Ling Xiao, right? I'll remember you. In the Chosen One, I'd like to see if your strength is worthy of your arrogance. There are many people who remember me. You're not the only one. In the Chosen One, I'd also like to see if the so-called first place on the Azure Cloud leaderboard is just fishing for fame. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and replied. Let's go. The successor of the combat god Hall glanced at Ling Xiao with a bright light in his eyes. He then led the crowd away. After the successor of the war god temple left, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. The pressure he gave everyone was simply too great. First place on the Azure Cloud leaderboard. He wasn't a Supremes, but he had killed 5 Supremes by himself. His terrifying strength made everyone respect and fear him. At the same time, some people looked at Ling Xiao with schadenfreude. Ling Xiao had thoroughly offended the successor of the war god temple. He was going to suffer in the Heavenly Choice Convention. Old sir, are you so sure that the explosive dendrobium can heal the 9 terminus body? Ling Xiao looked at Lu Tongtian and asked slowly. Don't worry. Although the 9 fiend body is a natural extinct body, with the exploding dendrobium and the fusion of the extreme yin and extreme yang forces, Sword 1 will become the legendary yin yang saint body. When that time comes, his martial arts cultivation will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Lu Tongtian said. I to be a disciple too. I to take him as my. B. I wait. Tongtian. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he smiled and handed the explosive dendrobium to Lu Tongtian. Feng. Don't worry. I'll bring him to you when his body is healed. Lu Tongtian smiled faintly. His eyes were full of confidence as he stretched out his hand. Ling Zhao's eyes narrowed. Lu Tongtian took out the explosive dendrobium from the 5 elements barrier. He held it in his hand, but it didn't explode. Even a Supremes wouldn't dare to hold the explosive dendrobium in their hand without special means. Ling Xiao was indeed testing Lu Tongtian, but the results showed that this shifty-eyed old man was not simple. Lu Tongtian packed up his stall and left with Lu Jianni. Soon, he stopped breathing. He told Ling Xiao to look for him after Lu Jianni's body was healed. This Lu Tongtian wasn't simple. Ling Xiao couldn't see through him, but Ling Xiao still instinctively believed him. Ling Xiao left the street and walked towards the Heaven's Pride Pavilion. What's going on? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. He saw many martial artists gathered outside the Heaven's Pride Pavilion. The atmosphere was very lively. Daoist Wu Liang, Long Outyin, and the others were also there. Ling Xiao walked over quickly. Countless martial artists had excited looks on their faces. They stared at the few items in the center with shining eyes. There was a young man in his 20s sitting there. He was wearing a green robe and his black hair was scattered behind his head. His face was like jade and his temperament was extraordinary. His entire body exuded a pure and light aura. His eyes were slightly closed, but there was an invisible aura around him that made people unable to get close to him. There were 3 treasures in front of him. A green ancient sword that looked incomparably sharp and exuded a powerful fluctuation. It was actually a supreme being weapon, a pill that was yellow, black, green, and red. It was the size of a longan. It was round and simple, exuding a strange fluctuation. An ancient jade book that was filled with a bright brilliance. It seemed to be filled with mysterious supreme being Tao marks. In addition to these 3 treasures, there was also a black stone that exuded a dense demonic aura and a powerful spatial fluctuation. Beside the black stone, there was a banner with 8 words written on it, "Open the black stone and choose any treasure." Ling Zhao's heart skipped a beat. He could see that the black stone was actually a supreme being's small world. It was enshrouded in demonic aura and there was a powerful seal on it. It was very similar to the legendary ancient god seal. Was this green-robed man planning to give away one of the 3 treasures in exchange for helping him open the ancient black stone? The ancient green lotus sword, the 4 symbols supreme pill, and the primordial chaos singular chi scripture. It's really generous. Ling Xiao thought to himself. The ancient sword was called the ancient green lotus sword. It was a powerful supreme being weapon and should be an ancient supreme being treasure. It contained an extremely rich wood attribute power and was most suitable for wood attribute martial artists. The 4 symbols supreme pill was a top-grade supreme being pill. Not only could it allow a half-step supreme being to pass the 4 symbols tribulation, but it could also increase the chances of passing the supreme being tribulation. It was extremely precious. The primordial chaos singular chi scripture was a supreme being martial art. It was said that it was a classic left behind by a primordial chaos supreme being in ancient times. It was extremely powerful. Who was this man in green? He was willing to take out these 3 treasures just to open the supreme being's small world? Ling Xiao, you're back? I'm afraid you won't even know who he is. When Taoist Wuliang saw Ling Xiao, his eyes flashed and he smiled. He passed the 4 symbols tribulation and his strength is unfathomable. He's also wearing a green robe. Could he be the independent cultivator Emperor Qing, who is ranked 3rd on the green cloud roll? Cousin, you are so powerful. He is Emperor Qing. Big Brother said that he is very powerful. Big Brother couldn't even take one blow from him. Long Outyin said with a smile. You talk too much. Long Zhantian suddenly looked embarrassed and fiercely glared at Long Aotian. Long Zhantian had met Emperor Qing before. At that time, Long Zhantian had just broken through to the Emperor realm and wanted to test his sword against all the heroes in the world. In the end, he met Emperor Qing, who had just broken through to the Emperor realm and was defeated in one blow. A few years later, Emperor Qing had passed the Four Symbols Tribulation and was even ahead of Long Zhantian. Emperor Qing? Ling Zhao's eyes flickered. He could feel that Emperor Qing was very powerful. He was not much weaker than the successor of the combat god Hall. Ling Xiao, that black stone is not simple. I guess that it is at least a few 100,000 years old. It should be a small world in the body of a titled sovereign. However, there is a layer of ancient god seal outside. Many people have tried to open it but failed. Why don't you give it a try? Taoist Wuliang stared at the black stone and said slowly. Let's take a look first. Ling Zhao's eyes flickered. He could feel that there was something in the ancient stone that was very important to him. Buzz, the wordless heavenly book trembled slightly and exuded a wave of fear and excitement. Even the black-boned dwarf in the stone box started to tremble slightly. Could it be that there is a black-boned dwarf in this small world? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. The black-boned dwarf in the stone box was very mysterious. Even the wordless heavenly book couldn't do anything to it. Ling Xiao faintly felt that if the black-boned dwarf was completed, some earth-shattering changes would occur. Currently, the black-boned dwarf was missing an arm and 2 legs. Ling Xiao squinted his eyes. If the black-boned dwarf really existed in this small world, it seemed that he would have to take action. Let me give it a try. Finally, someone could not take it anymore. A burly man with bulging muscles walked out. He was more than 10 feet tall and had 2 horns on his head. His body emitted a green light and a strong demonic aura. It's an expert from the Bronze Demonic Ox clan. This guy has already passed the Great Earth Tribulation. It's said that he has the divine strength to carry mountains and seas. Could it be that he wants to use brute force? Someone's eyes flashed as he recognized the background of this burly man. The Azure the Arch had already said that there was no limit to the means. Regardless of the means used, as long as one could break the ancient god's restriction and open the small world, one could choose any one of the 3 treasures. Even the peerless geniuses of the martial sacred lands felt their hearts burning with desire and excitement when they saw the 3 treasures. If not for Emperor Qing's identity, some people might have already tried to snatch it. The Azure Emperor had even slaughtered a few primes. If these fellows dared to make a move, they would be like an old man eating arsenic. They must be tired of living. Therefore, no matter how greedy they were, they could only follow the Azure Thearch's instructions. Rumble, the burly man from the Bronze Demonic Ox clan, was glowing from head to toe. Strands of cyan divine light shone from his body, and the muscles all over his body swelled up. His eyes were blood red, and his entire body was overflowing with blood. An incomparably terrifying energy fluctuation was being emitted from his body. He roared angrily as he stomped his feet on the ground. Suddenly, he threw a punch at the black stone. The terrifying fist radiance caused the void to tremble. It seemed like even a divine mountain would be shattered by his punch. Demon Ox Fist? This is the Bronze Demonic Ox clan's most powerful divine skill. It is said that when cultivated to the extreme, one can transform into an ancient demon ox king. It is extremely terrifying. Someone exclaimed as a look of anticipation appeared in his eyes. Rumble, however, when the punch landed on the black stone, it was like a clay ox entering the sea. A layer of black runes spread out from the black stone. It did not even tremble. The power of the punch instantly disappeared without a trace. How is this possible? The expert from the Bronze Demonic Ox clan was in disbelief. It was as if he had gone mad. He threw out dozens of punches consecutively, but he still could not do anything to the black stone. Let me do it. A young man in a purple robe walked out. His entire body was shrouded in divine light. He looked valiant and extraordinary. His entire body exuded a majestic and mysterious aura. Heavenly divine body? The Jiang clan's heavenly divine body, Jiang Tianfeng? Someone's eyes flashed as he recognized this young man. He was the famous heavenly divine body of the Jiang clan. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as well. He had seen Jiang Tianfeng before in Heavenly God City. Now, it seemed that Jiang Tianfeng had already passed the 3 divine tribulations. His strength was even more unfathomable. The legendary heavenly divine body has the power to seal the heavens and the earth. Perhaps his heavenly divine body can break this ancient divine seal. Someone's eyes flashed with anticipation. The Azure Emperor's eyes were still closed. He did not even open them. A sharp glint flashed in Jiang Tianfeng's eyes as he struck out with his palm. Rumble, as if the laws of heaven and earth had been triggered, rays of dazzling light shot out from Jiang Tianfeng's palm. They were like divine chains of order. In an instant, they spread to the black stone. They contained a mysterious power that wanted to break the rune seal on the stone. Buzz, the rune restriction trembled slightly, but it only trembled a little. Although Jiang Tianfeng's palm strike was powerful, it could not break the ancient divine seal. He gave it a try but gave up. "Let me do it." An old man with a red face and a body covered in flames walked up. He cultivated the true Samadhi fire and wanted to break the ancient divine seal with fire. However, he failed in the end. Following that, many other martial arts experts tried to break the ancient divine seal. They attacked with fire, water, sabers, and swords. Some even took out their supreme weapons. However, they still could not break the ancient divine seal. These people are really blind. Even the Azure Emperor could not break the ancient divine seal. Do they think they are stronger than the Azure Emperor? Taoist Wuliang sneered. That's right. If a supreme weapon could break the ancient divine seal, the Azure Emperor would have used it long ago. These people are just unwilling to give up. After all, treasures can fool people. Li Jingming said slowly. Cousin, why don't you give it a try? I think only you can break the ancient divine seal. These pieces of trash are just wasting their efforts. Long. Outyan grabbed Ling Zhao's arm and asked expectantly. He wants to break the ancient divine seal? Hee, what a fool's dream. Only I can break the ancient divine seal on this black stone. You pieces of trash, get out of my way. An extremely arrogant voice rang out. It was extremely ear-piercing. Everyone was furious. This voice did not hide it at all. He directly called everyone trash and offended almost everyone. A handsome young man in a golden robe rode over on a void golden-eyed beast. His face was full of arrogance, and his nostrils were about to reach the sky. Zhao Ritian? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed, and a strange expression appeared on his face. Zhao Ritian's entire body was emitting a dazzling divine light. His entire body was like a blazing sun. His qi and blood were like the sea, extremely vigorous. His black hair was thick and lustrous. Riding on the void golden-eyed beast, he was like a heavenly emperor on patrol, instantly attracting everyone's attention. However, he was too arrogant. He had an arrogant look on his face. His nose was in the air, and his eyes were filled with pride. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. Zhao Ritian's holy sun body had been completely awakened, and he had passed the 4 divine tribulations. His strength was unparalleled, and Ling Zhao felt that he was even stronger than the sky-scorching demon emperor. It seemed like this guy had another fortuitous encounter. Cousin, who is this guy? He's even more arrogant than me. Long Outyan glared at Zhao Ritian unhappily. He had never met Zhao Ritian before, so he did not know who he was. His name is Zhao Ritian. He's also from the 8 Desolates region. He's now the 10th saint of the Sun Palace. Ling Zhao asked with a strange expression. This 10th holy sun had probably surpassed the previous holy suns. He had never heard of the previous 9 holy sons of the Sun Palace being so strong. Zhao Ritian? Ha ha ha. You want to F***ck the heavens? Why don't you F***ck the heavens? Why don't you F***ck the heavens? This name is so funny, ha ha ha. Long Outyan was stunned for a moment, then he burst into laughter. His eyes were filled with mockery. The moon deity and phoenix lady covered their mouths and laughed. Zhao Ritian's name was indeed strange. Little brat, what are you laughing at? You're so old, and you haven't even grown your hair yet. Go home and drink milk. Let me tell you, no one here can break the ancient god's seal. Only I, the saint, can break it. Zhao Ritian said proudly. He was not angry at all. Zhao Ritian, my name is Long Outyan. You think you can break the ancient god's seal? Pui. Long Outyen seemed to have started a fight with Zhao Ritian. He glared at Zhao Ritian, his face full of dissatisfaction. Long Outyen? Your name is really stupid. Ha ha ha. Little brat, do you dare to bet with me? Let's bet on whether I can break the ancient god's seal. Zhao Ritian laughed coldly. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Even the Azure the Arch couldn't break the ancient god's seal. Who do you think you are? Long Outyen naturally wouldn't admit defeat. Ao Tian, don't bet with him. This brat has some skill. Ling Xiao glared at him. Ha ha ha, are you scared now? If you're scared, then scram. Watch me break the ancient god's seal. Zhao Ritian sneered as he walked towards the black ancient rock. Long Outyen was provoked by Zhao Ritian. I'm not afraid. Tell me, what do you want to bet? Let's bet that I can break the ancient god's restriction and open this small world. If I win, you have to call me Grandpa 3 times. How about it? Zhao Ritian revealed a sinister smile in his eyes. He had just heard Long Outyen call Ling Xiao cousin. If Long Outyen called him Grandpa, it would be equivalent to him taking advantage of Ling Xiao. What if you lose? Long Outyen asked. How can I possibly lose? If even I can't break the ancient god's seal, even if you look for a titled supreme, he won't have the ability to do so. Zhao Ritian said arrogantly. Since it's a bet, there's bound to be a winner and a loser. If you lose, you have to call me Grandpa too. Long Outyen laughed coldly. Alright, deal. Zhao Ritian and Long Outyen stared at each other and swore the heavenly Tao oath. Outyen, you're too impulsive. Zhao Ritian is not simple. If he really breaks the ancient god's seal, let's see what you're going to do. Ling Xiao glared at him. Hee, if he really breaks the ancient god's seal, I'll call him Grandpa 3 times. Anyway, it's just a verbal advantage. I'm just a kid, so I won't lose out. Long Outyen laughed cunningly. However, Long Zhantian's face immediately turned green. If Long Outyen called Zhao Ritian Grandpa, Long Zhantian, Ling Xiao, and even the Dragon King would lose face. Outyen, if you lose, I'll tell my father about what happened today. You know what will happen to you then. Long Zhantian glared at Long Outyen and said while gritting his teeth. Long Outyen's body trembled as fear appeared in his eyes. However, he still pretended to be calm and said, What are you afraid of? Do you think the old man can kill me? At most, I'll be confined. Ling Xiao also had a headache. Now, it all depended on whether Zhao Ritian had the ability to do so. The black stone was the size of a millstone. It was ancient and mottled. The surface of the stone emitted a mysterious aura. Long Outyen jumped down from the void golden-eyed beast and walked towards the black stone. Second Master, are you sure you can break this ancient god's seal? If you can't, then I, Zhao Ritian, will lose face. Zhao Ritian said in his heart as he pretended to observe the black stone. Don't worry, it's just the simplest ancient god's seal. It won't be a problem for me. Unless it's the celestial 36 ancient god's seal, it won't be a problem for me. Second Master said confidently. That's good. Let's begin. Long Outyen was relieved. Wang, a bright flame rose from Long Outyen's palm. It was extremely hot and instantly enveloped the black stone. Is that the Grand Sun primordial flame? Is this kid trying to use fire to attack? Even Taoist Jing's true Samadhi fire didn't work. This Grand Sun primordial flame won't work either, right? This kid is too arrogant. Looks like he's going to lose. The surrounding crowd was gloating at Zhao Ritian's misfortune. They were extremely displeased with Zhao Ritian's arrogance. Wang, however, the Grand Sun primordial flame in Zhao Ritian's palm suddenly split into dozens of thin threads. They were like divine order chains that contained the power of the supreme Yang order. In an instant, they drilled into the black stone. The ancient god's seal appeared on the black stone. Ancient black runes seemed to be describing some kind of heavenly law. It was extremely mysterious and connected with each other. It was like a divine spiritual lock that locked down all forces. The dozens of divine order chains in Zhao Ritian's palm were extremely nimble. They weaved between the black runes and caused the runes to tremble as if they were about to be unlocked. This power. It's definitely not something that Zhao Ritian can use. It must be the existence in his body. It seems like that existence is stronger than I thought. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he thought to himself. Zhao Ritian's forehead started to sweat. The ancient god seal was more difficult than he had imagined. Although second master was the one doing it, it was exhausting Zhao Ritian's energy. Finally, when all the runes started to tremble, a crisp sound was heard. Gotcha, the ancient god seal was broken. What? The ancient god seal was really broken? Ha ha ha. Long Out Yin, I've already opened the ancient god seal. Hurry up and call me grandpa. Zhao Ritian said proudly to Long Out Yin. He did not forget to provoke Long Out Yin. The ancient stone shone resplendently, overflowing with colorful lights. It emitted a dazzling divine light, just like a divine stone. A mysterious scene emerged. It can't be? So easy? Long Out Yin was shocked. He quickly looked at the black stone. However, after looking at it, Long Out Yin burst into laughter. He laughed so hard that he was out of breath. Ha ha ha. Zhao Ritian, are you stupid? You've only broken one layer of the ancient god seal. What about the other layer? If you haven't broken it completely, you won't be able to open the small world. What? Zhao Ritian quickly turned his head. When he saw the scene on the black stone, he was stunned. Although the ancient god seal was broken, there was another layer of seal on the black stone. It was made up of 36 intertwining black runes. It gave off a mysterious and ancient wave. Ha ha ha. 2 layers of ancient god seal? This shouldn't be a problem for you, right? Zhao Ritian? Everyone roared with laughter. Even the Lotus Emperor, who was sitting there cross-legged, opened his eyes slowly. It was like a ray of divine light at the beginning of the world. There was a faint mist of chaos in the air. Everyone could not help but feel nervous. The Lotus Emperor's gaze fell on the black stone. He revealed a strange look. This layer of ancient god seal was even stronger than the previous one. It gave off a perfect wave. If you can open this layer of ancient god seal, the 3 treasures are yours. The Lotus Emperor looked at Zhao Ritian and said. Zhao Ritian's face turned green. This was because the second elder was roaring in his heart. Damn it. Why is it the Heavenly Star 36 ancient god seal? I really jinxed it. I didn't expect that I was right. Why would the Heavenly Star 36 ancient god seal appear in this small world? Second uncle wanted to cry but had no tears. He had already said that as long as it wasn't the Big Dipper 36 ancient gods restriction, he would be able to unlock it. But who would have thought that there would be 2 ancient god seals on this black stone? After one of them was unlocked, the other one was actually the Heavenly Spirit 36 ancient god seal. At this moment, second eldest uncle even had the heart to curse. Zhao Ritian had a bad premonition. Second master, you can't even break this Heavenly Spirit 36 ancient god seal? Sigh, if I was at my peak, I might be able to give it a try. But now, I'm just a remnant soul. I can't do anything about the perfect celestial spirit 36 ancient gods restriction. Second eldest uncle sighed softly, somewhat unwillingly. Second master, you can't do anything either? What should I do then? I made a bet with that little brat, do I really have to call him grandpa? Zhao Ritian's face turned green. It was as if his parents had died. It was extremely ugly. A real man knows when to yield and when to stand tall. It's not embarrassing to call a little brat grandpa. Haha. Second eldest uncle laughed and disappeared. No matter how Zhao Ritian shouted, he wouldn't come out. Clearly, second eldest uncle was ashamed that he couldn't unlock the Heavenly Spirit 36 ancient god seal. Zhao Ritian, why don't you unlock it? If you can't, hurry up and call me grandpa. You've made a heavenly oath. Are you trying to go back on your word? Long Out Yin wanted to see the world in chaos, so he shouted. Zhao Ritian fiddled with it for a while. Without second eldest uncle's help, he couldn't unlock it at all. In the end, he could only give up unwillingly. Zhao Ritian, hurry up and call me grandpa. Ha ha ha, I'm waiting. Long Out Yin said excitedly. Even he was shocked just now. He thought that Zhao Ritian had really unlocked the ancient god seal. He didn't expect Zhao Ritian to be so miserable, encountering two ancient god seals. Long Outyin, I can give you a treasure. It doesn't matter if it's a sage medicine, a Dao instrument, or a pure yang pill. Can you cancel the bet? No matter how unwilling Zhao Ritian was, he could only put on a smile and ask. No. Even if you give me a divine instrument, I won't allow it. You're going to call me Grandpa 3 times. Long Outyin rejected. Don't go too far. I, Zhao Ritian, am not someone to be trifled with. Zhao Ritian began to threaten them again. All right, Zhao Ritian. Put away your tricks. I only have one question for you. As long as you tell me, you can cancel the bet. What's the origin of the remnant soul in your body? Ling Xiao suddenly sent a voice transmission to Zhao Ritian. How did you know that second eldest uncle? Zhao Ritian looked as if he had seen a ghost. However, before he could finish his sentence, he immediately stopped. Second eldest uncle? You're saying that the remnant soul in your body is your second eldest uncle? Why haven't I heard of such a powerful person in your Zhao family? Ling Xiao frowned. He finally heard some information about the remnant soul. Humph. Give up. Don't say that I don't know the origin of second eldest uncle. Even if I knew, I wouldn't tell you. Second eldest uncle has done me a great favor. I won't betray him. Zhao Ritian said with a righteous face. Hee, Zhao Ritian. Don't you know that you've been betrayed? Do you really think that the remnant soul in your body is here to help you? Maybe it wants to train you. When your cultivation has reached a certain level, it will take over your body. There's no free lunch in the world. You'll only fall into a trap. Ling Xiao said with a cold smile. Humph. Don't you dare slander second eldest uncle. Don't you dare try to drive a wedge between us. Second eldest uncle has done me a great favor. So what if he takes my body? Don't waste your time. Isn't it just calling me Grandpa 3 times? I, Zhao Ritian, am a man who knows when to yield and when to stand tall. What's the big deal? Zhao Ritian sent a voice transmission to Ling Xiao righteously. Then, he walked in front of Long Outyin and said, Little brat, just you wait. One day, I'll make you call me ancestor. Grandpa, Grandpa, Grandpa. After Zhao Ritian called him Grandpa 3 times, he jumped on the void golden-eyed beast and left the place in a huff. That guy agreed so easily? Long Zhantian was in disbelief. After all, he could see that Zhao Ritian was extremely powerful. He had already passed the 4 divine tribulations. As the 10th saint of the Sun Palace, he shouldn't have agreed so easily. Humph. He got off too easy. His voice was too soft. I should have let him call me Grandpa so that everyone in the city could hear it. Long Outyin said with dissatisfaction. All right, let me try. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and walked towards Heisher. Although he was very interested in the remnant soul in Long Outyin's body, Long Outyin was very tight-lipped. He only said the words second eldest uncle unintentionally. He didn't say anything else. Ling Xiao was ready to break the second ancient god seal. That's Ling Xiao? The 10th on the Azure Sky rankings? He looks so young, but he's only a half-step paragon? Someone recognized Ling Xiao's identity. That's Ling Xiao. But if even the Lotus Emperor couldn't break it, how could someone like him, who's only 10th on the Azure Sky rankings? That's right. I'm afraid only paragons, or even titled paragons, can break the second ancient god restriction. I wonder what kind of treasure is in this pocket world. Everyone was discussing fervently, and some of them looked at Ling Xiao with a look of schadenfreude. After all, Ling Xiao was only a half-step paragon. He hadn't even passed the tribulation of Earth, and yet he was already on the Azure Sky rankings. Many of the half-step paragons around him had already passed the tribulation of 2 mammoths and 3 mammoths, so it was only natural that they would be jealous. If I can break this ancient god restriction, I don't want those 3 treasures, but I want something in this pocket world. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he looked at the Lotus Emperor. What do you want? The Lotus Emperor also opened his eyes and looked at Ling Xiao with a strange expression. Don't worry. What I want doesn't conflict with what you want. It's just a piece of black bone. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. You know what I want? The Lotus Emperor's eyes flashed with a sharp light as he stared at Ling Xiao. I can't be sure, but I have a guess. Let me give it a try. Ling Xiao said calmly, not giving a direct answer. He walked up to the black rock, and a bright light shot out of his palm. Whiz, it was heaven-devouring true energy, and it contained boundless power that imprinted itself on the black rock. Rumble, the ancient god restriction on the black rock began to tremble, and runes began to intertwine as it resisted the power of the heaven-devouring secret technique. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. Even with the power of the King Heaven-Devourer Cauldron, he couldn't break through the ancient god restriction. He guessed that only by breaking through to the 4th level, the heaven-devouring god sea, would he have a chance. However, Ling Xiao still had the wordless heavenly tome. Whiz, the wordless heavenly book trembled slightly. Suddenly, strands of light spread out and landed in Ling Xiao's palm, merging with the heaven-devouring true qi. After adding the power of the wordless heavenly book, the runes of the heavenly spirit 36 ancient gods instantly melted like snow. Crack, the second layer of the ancient god seal was finally broken. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. Sure enough, he had made the right bet. If it weren't for the power of the wordless heavenly book, he really wouldn't have been able to break this layer of restriction. What? Did he really break it? Everyone was shocked when they saw that the ancient god's seal on the black rock had been broken. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Even the Azure Supreme the Arch, Zhao Ritian, and the others could not do anything about it. Ling Xiao actually managed to break through this layer of restriction. Furthermore, the energy that gushed out from Ling Xiao's palm earlier faintly emitted a vast and terrifying aura, causing them to tremble all over. Fortunately, I did not disappoint you. Ling Xiao glanced at the Lotus Emperor and smiled. All right, come with me. The Lotus Emperor looked at Ling Xiao indifferently. With a wave of his hand, he immediately kept the 3 treasures on the ground. His body turned into a ray of light and instantly entered the small world within the black rock. Ling Xiao's body flashed as he followed in. Long Zhantian, Li Jingming, and the others consciously walked forward to guard the small world. They looked at the surrounding people with warning eyes. Those people left unwillingly. They knew that if there were 2 ancient god seals, there must be extremely powerful treasures in the small world. However, they did not have the guts to follow in. After all, the Lotus Emperor and Ling Xiao were ruthless people who had killed honorable sovereigns. Although they were greedy, they would not risk their lives. Buzz, with a flash of light, Ling Xiao and the Lotus Emperor entered a hazy chaotic void. There was actually nothing in this place. The surrounding was filled with chaotic aura. At a glance, Ling Xiao saw 3 items floating in the void. One of them was a black bone that looked like a baby's arm. As for the other 2 items, they were a green lotus flower and a drop of green blood. The green lotus was shining brightly with chaotic light. It was actually a lotus with 36 petals. As for the drop of green blood, it exuded an aura that made the heavens and earth tremble. I want the black bone. Ling Xiao looked at the Lotus Emperor and said slowly. Aren't you afraid that I will go back on my word? The Lotus Emperor's eyes revealed a strange look. You won't. This is because the descendant of Honorable Green Lotus should be a man of his word. Moreover, the black bone is of no use to you. Only the grade 36 chaotic green lotus and the drop of green lotus divine blood are the most important to you. Ling Xiao said with a smile. How did you know? The Lotus Emperor's eyes revealed a trace of sharpness. A terrifying aura surrounded him. The original body of Honorable Green Lotus is very mysterious. No one has ever known about it. However, he was the most powerful person in the world hundreds of thousands of years ago. It is said that he has already ascended to the eternal divine world. However, I know that Honorable Green Lotus did not ascend to the eternal divine world. Instead, he perished together with an extraterrestrial demon. His original body should be the grade 36 chaotic green lotus, right? Ling Xiao sighed softly. His eyes revealed a trace of emotion. He had once seen the news left behind by Honorable Green Lotus on Heaven Road. In his previous life, he had once discovered the place where Honorable Green Lotus had fought in a relic. Therefore, he was very familiar with Honorable Green Lotus. The original body of the most powerful person in the world hundreds of thousands of years ago was the Supreme Divine Medicine, grade 36 chaotic green lotus, After coming to this small world, Ling Xiao finally confirmed that the aura of the Lotus Emperor was exactly the same as that of the grade 36 chaotic green lotus. Therefore, Ling Xiao speculated that the Lotus Emperor should be the descendant of Honorable Green Lotus. I am not the descendant of Honorable Green Lotus. I am the brother of Honorable Green Lotus. The Lotus Emperor sighed softly and said slowly, there are actually two grade 36 chaotic green lotuses. After the death of Sovereign Green Lotus, his body was obtained by someone else and was divided into a grade 12 Blood Lotus, a grade 12 Golden Lotus, and a grade 12 Black Lotus. This grade 36 chaotic green lotus is my body. The Azure the Arch did not hide anything at all and directly revealed such a secretive matter. Although my primordial spirit has been reincarnated into a human, my original body cannot fall into the hands of anyone else. Only after this grade 36 chaotic green lotus is merged with me can I be completely complete and break free from my shackles. The Lotus Emperor glanced at Ling Xiao and said, I do not know the origin of this black bone. However, since Honorable Green Lotus has examined it and placed it in his small world, I will give it to you. Buzz. Thank you. Ling Xiao took the black bone and heaved a sigh of relief. Ling Xiao, you give me a strange feeling. If I'm not wrong, you should have the grade 12 Blood Lotus, right? The Lotus Emperor looked at Ling Xiao and said slowly. Ling Xiao nodded and admitted, that's right. I snatched the grade 12 Blood Lotus from Ming Zun of the Daming Temple. I can give you a piece of information for free. If you want the complete grade 36 Chaos Green Lotus, this Heaven's Choice Convention is a good opportunity. The grade 12 Golden Lotus is in the hands of Cassiopeia. If I'm not wrong, the grade 12 Black Lotus should be in the hands of Ling Yuyu of the Nine Abyss Devil Sect. The Lotus Emperor's eyes revealed a strange look as he said calmly. Ling Xiao was stunned and asked, since this is Prime Green Lotus's original body, don't you want to take it back? Why are you still helping me? Ling Xiao needed the grade 36 Chaos Green Lotus for a great purpose. Although he was tempted by the lotus in front of him, it was the Lotus Emperor's original body. Unless he really wanted to fall out with the Lotus Emperor, he naturally couldn't get it. Ling Xiao was surprised that the Lotus Emperor didn't say anything about taking back Prime Green Lotus's original body. Soul to soul, earth to earth. Death is life, and life is death. When Prime Green Lotus's primordial spirit disappeared, only 3 treasures were left. Prime Green Lotus was no longer Prime Green Lotus. The Lotus the Arch smiled faintly and said, something strange. Buzz, a light flashed in the Lotus Emperor's hand, and he instantly kept the green lotus and the drop of green blood. He turned and was about to leave. Before he left, he said to Ling Xiao, this Heaven's Choice Convention won't be simple. Be careful of the War God Temple. With that, the Lotus Emperor turned into a stream of light and left. Be careful of the War God Temple? It seems like the Lotus Emperor knows a lot of information. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he turned and left. Cousin, what's in this small world? Is there some supreme treasure? Quickly take it out for me to see. Long Outyen said excitedly. Little money grubber, there's nothing. The Lotus Emperor took all the good things. If you don't believe me, you can go in and see for yourself. Ling Xiao glared at him in exasperation. The Azure Emperor did not take this small world with him. Instead, Ling Xiao placed it in the Heavenly Divine Stone. The spatial energy in the Heavenly Divine Stone would allow the small world in the Heavenly Divine Stone to grow and complete quickly. Ling Xiao, Taoist Wuliang, and the others returned to the Heaven's Pride Pavilion and booked an exquisite little courtyard to stay in. As the Heaven's Choice Convention approached, more and more people came to Heaven's Choice City. However, Ling Xiao didn't go out. Instead, he stayed in the room and focused on comprehending the Great Fate art. Although he hadn't gained much, Ling Xiao still felt that the Heaven's Fate divination technique was very important to this year's Chosen One. 20 days later, Lu Tongtian brought Lu Jianyi to Heaven's Pride House. Brat, brother, I'll hand my grandson over to you. From now on, you'll be his master. Jianyi, hurry up and acknowledge me as your master. Lu Tongtian smiled at Ling Xiao. At this moment, Lu Jianyi still didn't seem to have any cultivation base. However, Ling Xiao could feel that Lu Jianyi's body seemed to be filled with yin and yang qi. All the meridians in his body were connected. The 9 yin fiend demon body had completely disappeared. It had become the legendary Yin-Yang sacred body. This kind of peerless body was like Zhao Ritian's sacred body of the sun and Yueshan's sacred body of the great moon. It was even stronger. It was an extreme Dao body. His future achievements were limitless. After hearing Lu Jianyi's name, Taoist Wuliang's eyes revealed a trace of emotion. He finally knew why Ling Xiao wanted to take in a disciple. Disciple Lu Jianyi pays his respects to master. Lu Jianyi knelt down respectfully towards Ling Xiao, kowtowing 3 times and kowtowing 9 times, his face full of gratitude. He also knew that it was Ling Zhao's explosive dendrobium that dissolved his 9 fiend demon body. After Lu Jianyi finished his greetings and served tea to Ling Xiao helped Lu Jianyi up and said, "Jianyi, from now on, you are my 4th disciple. There are 3 senior brothers above you and 3 junior brothers below you. You must cultivate diligently in the future. Don't slack off. Do you understand?" "I will remember." Although Lu Jianyi was a little confused, he still said seriously. Other than Taoist Wuliang, everyone else revealed a trace of confusion. They didn't know when Ling Xiao had taken in so many disciples and even fixed their titles. Only Taoist Wuliang knew Ling Zhao's intention. Ling Xiao thought that the 7 disciples were still alive. "Ha ha ha. Little Jianyi, I'm your martial uncle Long Outyen. Call me martial uncle." Long Outyen ran to Lu Jianyi's side and laughed. Lu Jianyi looked about the same age as Long Outyen. They were both 8 or 9 years old. They looked like they were carved from jade and were very cute. However, Lu Jianyi was really only 9 years old. Long Outyen, on the other hand, was stuck in his current state because of his bloodline. "Jianyi greets martial uncle." Lu Jianyi looked at Long Outyen and said seriously, "Why did you add the word little?" Long Outyen was a little depressed. "Ha ha ha, Outyen, because you are the youngest. Look at you now. You are not even as mature as Jianyi. People who don't know would think that Jianyi is your elder brother." Long Zhantian laughed and said. Everyone laughed. Lu Jianyi was obedient and sensible. He instantly gained everyone's favor. "Martial uncle it is then. Jianyi, follow me from now on. If anyone dares to bully you, martial uncle will help you beat them up." Long Outyen hugged Lu Jianyi's neck and said righteously. "Jianyi, come here. This is the secret art of our Chongsan sect. You have to cultivate well and comprehend it. Do you understand?" Ling Xiao called Lu Jianyi over and pointed with his finger. Instantly, a torrent of information merged into Lu Jianyi's sea of consciousness. Ling Xiao taught him the eternal supreme scripture. Lu Jianyi's peerless talent was the same as Dugu Longqing's. They were both in the Sword Dao. Therefore, Ling Xiao hoped that in this life, he could use the eternal supreme scripture to build a good foundation and comprehend the eternal sword qi. In the future, when he obtained the Sword Demon Supreme Scripture and Sword God technique, he would be able to merge the 3 sword arts into one and shine brightly. "Thank you, Master," Lu Jianyi said respectfully. Rumble, at that moment an earth-shattering sound rang out. The sky shook and the earth trembled. An aura that caused everyone's heart to palpitate spread out. In the distant sky, an ancient divine mountain seemed to have appeared. On top of the divine mountain, there was a huge cave that spewed out red light. It seemed to lead to the divine world. It emitted an ancient and mysterious aura. "Is that the Cave of Time?" "The Cave of Time is open," someone exclaimed. This news instantly spread throughout the entire Heaven Choice City. Everyone was in an uproar. Swoosh! Swoosh, swoosh. Figures with powerful auras instantly soared into the sky and shot towards the primordial divine mountain in the distance. Their eyes were filled with incomparable excitement. Countless experts, young geniuses, and old monsters who were nearing the end of their lifespans all rushed towards the Time Cave. "The Time Cave has opened? It's time for us to move." Taoist Wuliang looked at the primordial divine mountain in the distant void with a strange look in his eyes. "Ha ha ha. The Chosen One is about to begin. This time I will also leave my name in the Time Cave," Long Outyen said with incomparable excitement. At this moment, Long Zhantian's ears twitched. He looked at Long Outyen strangely and said, "Father is outside the city. He wants us to rush out of the city to meet him." Long Outyen's body trembled and he became a little listless. Elder Lu, do you want to go to the time cave to take a look too? Ling Xiao looked at Lu Tongtian and asked. The time cave? Forget about it, my old bones can't take the torment. I'm relieved to hand Jianni over to you. However, you must remember to be careful of the War God Temple. Lu Tongtian gave Ling Xiao a deep look, then turned and left in a carefree manner. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. Previously, the Time General had told him to be careful of the War God Temple. Emperor Qing and Lu Tongtian had also told him to be careful of the War God Temple. Although he had long known that the War God Temple was not simple, could it be that there would be some changes in this chosen one? However, at this point, Ling Xiao could not retreat. No matter what danger there was, it was nothing more than blocking soldiers with arms and water with an earthware. Jianni, cultivate well in the celestial stone. If there's anything, send me a message. Ling Xiao arranged for Lu Jian to stay in the celestial stone and left him a lot of spiritual stones, spiritual crystals, and pure yang pills. With Lu Jian's 100 opened meridians and the peerless aptitude of the yin-yang sacred body, his cultivation speed would definitely increase by leaps and bounds. Cousin, can you put me in the celestial stone too? If the old man finds out that I snuck out, he will definitely not let me have a good time. Long Outyan looked pitifully at Ling Xiao. You know how to be afraid now? It's too late. This time, it will depend on your luck. If Uncle doesn't allow you to enter the time cave, I can't do anything about it. After saying that, Ling Xiao grabbed Long Outyan and flew out of Heaven's Choice City with everyone else. Outside the Heaven's Choice City was a vast and mysterious mountain range. It looked like a giant dragon that was tens of thousands of miles long was lying dormant on the earth. The primordial divine mountain in the void and the mysterious cave that was spewing out scarlet light were right above the mountain range. Rumble, in the sky, the wind and clouds changed color. The enormous immemorial divine mountain was connected to the heaven and earth. It was emitting a boundless and ancient aura. If not for the fact that many people knew that the divine mountain was a projection of the time cave, they would have thought that the immemorial divine mountain had truly descended. At the top of the divine mountain, the huge cave gushed with bright light, turning into millions of bright flowers that covered the entire sky. The bright flowers were filled with the chaotic power of time. They were extremely mysterious. Even a supreme being would lose 10,000 years of his life in an instant and turn into a pile of bones if he came into contact with them. Hence, many people had already arrived at the mountain range. When they saw the huge cave in the void, their faces were filled with excitement. However, they did not dare to act rashly. When the bright flowers disappeared and the chaotic power of time dissipated, the time cave would be truly opened. Everyone was waiting. Swoosh! Swoosh, swoosh. Many figures with powerful auras flew across the sky. They were all supreme geniuses and their eyes were filled with confidence. Is that the sky-burning demon emperor and the Ziwei star? I heard that the sky-burning demon emperor was knocked down from the green cloud ranking. Are they going to seek revenge with the Ziwei star? Someone saw the sky-burning demon emperor, who had red hair flying in the wind and was wearing a red armor, and Ziwei Xingzi, who was wearing a purple robe and shrouded in divine light, like a celestial emperor on an inspection tour, flying across the sky. They occupied a mountain peak and brought along many genius disciples from the Sky Demon Palace and the Star Palace. Very quickly, Ling Yuyu, who was wearing a black robe and a veil, brought along the disciples from the Abyss Demon sect and occupied a mountain peak. However, as Ling Yuyu did not reveal her identity, no one saw her face. Hence, no one knew that she was Ling Yuyu. However, when many people saw the disciples from the Abyss Demon sect, they guessed that she was most likely Ling Yuyu, who was ranked 8th on the Green Cloud ranking. Very quickly, Dugu Shui and Jian Wushuang brought along the disciples from the Dugu family and the Sword God Pavilion. However, what surprised everyone was that Dugu Shui and Jian Wushuang had previously entered the arena of life and death. Why did they come together like good friends? Moreover, the disciples from the Dugu family and the Sword God Pavilion seemed to be getting along well. That's Wang Xiaolong, who was ranked 9th on the Green Cloud ranking and the eldest disciple of the Mad Blade Pavilion. I heard that he is the grandson of the Mad Blade Supreme from 10,000 years ago. He has inherited the legacy of the Mad Blade Supreme. Furthermore, he has the Kuma Blade Supreme in his hand. He is also a popular candidate. However, Why does this fellow look so wretched? Who is that fellow beside him? Two mountains of flesh gathered together. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. The earth rumbled in the distance. Two fat men who looked like balls walked over together. One was wearing a black robe, while the other was wearing a white robe. Both of them were smiling, and their eyes were almost narrowed into slits. The fat man in the black robe was the eldest disciple of the Mad Blade Pavilion, Wang Xiaolong. He was carried on a bamboo chair by a few disciples of the Mad Blade Pavilion as he walked over proudly. As for the fat man in the white robe, he was also sitting on a bamboo chair. However, he was still holding a roasted lamb leg in his hand. He was eating it happily. If Ling Xiao was here, he would definitely be able to recognize that the fat man in the white robe was Zhu Biao, who he had seen in the Heaven's Pride Pavilion. Zhu Biao had an invincible defense, and even Daoist Wuliang had suffered a loss in his hands. However, he did not expect Wang Xiaolong to walk together with Zhu Biao. The two fat men looked very comical, and people could not help but laugh. Buzz, at this moment, Buddhist chants filled the void. A strange divine rainbow crossed the sky. In the distance, a young monk wearing a moon-white monk robe and straw sandals appeared. His palms were placed together, and he looked like a crown of jade. His entire body emitted a tranquil aura. Behind him, there were more than 10 young monks. They were all chanting scriptures at the same time, and golden lotuses surrounded their bodies. That is Buddha Kasyapa? Someone's body trembled, and he could not help but exclaim. Buddha Kasyapa was the successor of the Great Laying Temple. He cultivated the Vairocana Sutra, wielded the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, and had killed 3 supremes. However, some people said that Buddha Kasyapa's cultivation was not weaker than the successor of the War God Temple. It was just that he kept a low profile. Moreover, the Azure Sky ranking was arranged by the War God Temple. Naturally, the successor of the War God Temple was ranked first. What's so great about that? Those bald donkeys from the Great Thunderclap Temple love to play tricks. A group of Wise King Temple monks dressed in red monk robes were indignant when they saw the commotion caused by Arhat Kasyapa. Arhat Kasyapa is too sanctimonious. I heard that he has a crush on our bright concubine, but she rejected him several times. In the middle of all the monks of Mingwang Temple, there were pearls and tassels. Golden clouds filled the air. Under a curtain, there was an extremely beautiful woman. She was wearing an extremely luxurious monk robe. Her eyes were filled with endless charm. She glanced at Maha Kasyapa in the distance with a strange look on her face. She was the bright concubine of the Wise King Temple. There were many bright venerables in the Wise King Temple, but there was only one bright concubine because she was the most outstanding disciple of the Wise King Temple. The successor of the War God Temple is here. Is the person beside him Murong Xiantian of the Black Heaven sect? I didn't expect Murong Xiantian to be so close to the War God Temple. Some people looked away from Arhat Kasyapa in shock. Rumble, in the distance, the sky shook. The successor of the War God Temple was enveloped in dazzling divine light. He wore a purple gold armor, and his body was slender and handsome. His entire body exuded a divine aura. He looked flawless and extraordinarily handsome. His skin was as clear as jade, and his eyes were dazzling. He was like a young divine king who would be the center of attention wherever he went. Beside him was a young man dressed in white. He held a white jade ruler and looked elegant and had an extraordinary aura. The young man in white was the most outstanding disciple of the Black Heaven sect, Murong Xiantian, who was ranked 7th on the Azure Cloud ranking. He was chatting happily with the successor of the War God Hall, attracting the gazes of countless young women. Many of the women's hearts were stirred, and their eyes were filled with luster. When Ling Xiao and Taoist Wuliang arrived, they attracted many people's attention. After all, Ling Xiao was the only one who could defeat the sky-burning demon emperor and enter the Azure Cloud ranking. This was especially true for the Phoenix Maiden and the Moon Goddess beside Ling Xiao. They were the goddesses of the Mountain of Flames and the Moon Palace. Their auras were extraordinary, and they were extremely beautiful. Many people were envious and jealous of them. Ling Xiao, that bastard. I'll kill him in the chosen convention. The sky-burning demon emperor looked at Ling Xiao, and his eyes were about to spit fire. Brother Fentian, you don't have to worry. I heard that Ling Xiao even offended the successor of the war god shrine. He has offended quite a number of people. My Star Palace, Nantian aristocratic family, Emperor Tomb Mountain, Sky Demon Palace. Which one of them doesn't want his life? I heard that this time, the various holy lands have sent out many old monsters who are nearing the end of their lifespans. No matter what, they must take Ling Xiao's life. The Ziwei star's eyes glinted as he spoke faintly. Humph, this brat deserves to die. The sky-burning demon emperor snorted coldly. Ling Xiao naturally noticed the sky-burning demon emperor's angry gaze, but he ignored him. This was because the Dragon King, Long Lai, was sitting cross-legged on a mountain peak in the distance. His body was emitting a mysterious aura, as if no one had noticed him. Ling Xiao could faintly sense that there were many sovereign experts around the mountain range. However, they were all hiding their tracks and did not show themselves. After all, many genius disciples had come for the chosen convention. In order to prevent the other sects from killing their own geniuses, they naturally had to send sovereign experts to protect them. The moon goddess returned to the disciples of the lunar palace, while Ling Xiao and the others walked towards Long Lai. Outyan, you're too much. How dare you sneak out again? Long Lai glared at Long Outyan. Long Outyan immediately shrunk his neck and stood there obediently in fear. Although this kid usually called him an old man, when he was in front of Long Lai, he was definitely an obedient child. Father, let me enter the time cave. Don't worry, I'll listen to my elder brother and cousin. I won't run around. Long Outyan immediately pleaded. It's not impossible for you to enter the time cave. Long Lai did not object. He pondered for a moment and said slowly. Really? Thank you, father. Thank you. Long Outyan's eyes revealed a trace of surprise as he quickly said. Ling Xiao and Long Zhantian were also a little surprised. Long Lai had previously forbidden Long Outyan from entering the time cave. They did not expect that he would agree to let Long Outyan enter the time cave. There are some things that we have to face in the end. Long Lai sighed and his eyes revealed a trace of emotion. Buzz, a light flashed in Long Lai's hand and an ancient map appeared. Ling Xiao, this is a map. There is an inheritance left behind by the ancestors of the dragon tribe. Only Outyan's bloodline has the qualifications to obtain the inheritance. Previously, I was afraid that Outyan would be in danger. However, now that Outyan has sneaked out, it seems like it's fate. Long Lai said slowly. The inheritance left behind by the ancestors of the dragon tribe? Father, what kind of inheritance is it? Is it a supreme martial technique or a peerless divine weapon? Long Outyan's eyes suddenly lit up and he quickly asked with incomparable excitement. I'm not very sure. You'll know when the time comes. Long Lai's eyes were somewhat gloomy and he did not directly answer. Oh. Long Outyan nodded. Long Lai handed the map to Ling Xiao and asked him to find a way to help Long Outyan obtain the inheritance in the time cave. Ling Xiao agreed. He guessed that the inheritance was definitely not a small matter. Moreover, looking at Long Lai's expression, there should be some hidden secrets. The top 10 geniuses of the Green Cloud Roll, except for the 3rd-ranked Emperor Qing and the 5th-ranked Duan Wuji, had all arrived. Moreover, there were many hidden ancient clans and genius experts of large sections. There were even some powerful geniuses that had never appeared before. In this mountain range, there was an incomparably powerful aura that intertwined and exuded an incomparably powerful aura. They were all waiting for the time cave to open. For example, Zhu Biao and the mysterious Jin Yun that Ling Xiao had seen in the Heaven's Pride Pavilion had already arrived. Rumble, at that moment, the heavens and earth shook violently. Purple lightning filled the void and accompanied by streaks of green sword radiance, as if it had cut open the chaos. It was incomparably terrifying. Emperor Qing, don't go too far. An icy cold voice rang out, and it contained suppressed anger. Boom, a young man wearing a purple robe and holding a purple-gold divine spear flew through the sky. Blazing lightning surrounded his body and he looked dignified and mysterious, like a god of thunder. He and another figure collided head-on. Instantly, the two of them flew backwards at the same time. Lightning blazed in the void and streaks of sharp sword radiance filled the air. The other figure appeared. It was the handsome and mysterious Emperor Qing in a green robe. Emperor Qing is fighting with Duan Wuji. What's going on? Suddenly, everyone's eyes flashed and they revealed a trace of shock. The young man wearing a purple robe and holding a purple gold divine spear was the descendant of Kunlun Mountain, the 5th-ranked Duan Wuji on the green cloud roll. Boom! Emperor Qing's fingers were like swords. His eyes were extremely sharp. A sword light filled with chaotic colors shot through the air, heading straight for Duan Wuji's forehead. Clang! Duan Wuji jumped into the air like a monkey. The purple gold divine spear in his hand swept out in all directions. Dazzling lights exploded, but they were all destroyed by the primal chaos sword chi. In the end, the primal chaos sword chi collided with the spear, creating a metallic sound and sparks flying everywhere. Duan Wuji's arm went numb, and the purple gold divine spear almost flew out of his hand. He stared coldly at Emperor Qing and said, "Emperor Qing, are you crazy? That girl has nothing to do with you. Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" The azure the arch flew across the sky, stepping on the chaos. Around him were green lotuses. His eyes were filled with murderous intent as he said, "Everyone in the world cares about the world. You actually killed an innocent girl and extracted her primordial spirit for the sake of martial arts cultivation. Today, you must pay the price." Emperor Qing struck out with his palm. Chaotic chi filled the air, and a green lotus bloomed behind him. Green sword chi condensed and rose into the air, forming a green lotus sword array that fell towards Duan Wuji. "Emperor Qing, don't slander me. That girl was a disciple of Kunlun Mountain. She betrayed her sect, so I'm just cleaning her up. Purple heaven godly thunder, kill." A cold light flashed in Duan Wuji's eyes. He shouted loudly, and the violet gold divine spear in his hand pierced through the void. A terrifying light erupted, and the worldly dharma was activated. Suddenly, the void shook, and purple lightning fell from the sky. Boom boom boom, the green lotus sword array and the purple heaven thunder collided, and a shocking divine light swept out in all directions. Cracks appeared in the air, as if it couldn't withstand this terrifying power. According to Emperor Qing's words, Duan Wuji is actually killing innocent people for the sake of cultivation? How is he different from an evil demon? Someone's eyes flashed, and he said with some surprise. "Shoo, quiet. Is Duan Wuji someone you can talk about? He is a peerless genius ranked 5th on the honor roll of Green Cloud. The strength of Kunlun Mountain is unfathomable. If you offend them, it will be hard for you to die even if you want to," someone quickly warned. "Emperor Qing is just a rogue cultivator. I didn't expect him to hate evil so much. He doesn't look like a heaven's chosen warrior who kills decisively. Instead, he looks like a Jianghu swordsman from the secular world. How naive." Yes. Not to mention that Duan Wuji killed an innocent girl, even if he killed 10 or 100 people, with his identity as the first disciple of Kunlun Mountain, who would dare to stop him? Emperor Qing is still too young. Everyone was discussing animatedly. Some people were not optimistic about this battle. After all, a supreme being expert had come from the faraway Kunlun Mountain. He seemed to be the vice leader of Kunlun Mountain, and his cultivation was unfathomable. These people are really cold-blooded. The Azure Supreme the Arch saw injustice on the road, and these people actually thought that the Azure Supreme the Arch was meddling in other people's business? If one day, their children and relatives were killed, would they still have this attitude? The Phoenix Maiden sneered. Exactly. That Duan Wuji looks like a show-off, comparable to that Zhao Ritian. But one look and you can tell that he's a hypocrite. He keeps saying that he's cleaning up the sect. Bah. A belly full of thieves and prostitutes. I don't think Kunlun Mountain is anything good. Long Outyen said in a displeased tone. Purple heavenly thunder? Kunlun Mountain's purple heavenly sutra seems to have opened up a new path. It is indeed extraordinary. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he looked at the purple heavenly thunder that Duan Wuji used. The purple heavenly thunder looked very extraordinary. It was like a heavenly tribulation, containing the power of law. It was different from the purple heavenly thunder that Ling Xiao had obtained. Ling Xiao was somewhat interested in the purple heavenly sutra of Kunlun Mountain. In Ling Zhao's eyes, Duan Wuji's strength was indeed very strong, but he should not be Emperor Qing's opponent. The top 3 of the honor roll, the successor of the War God Temple, Buddhist Kasyapa, and Emperor Qing. These three people were unfathomable. Ling Xiao felt that if he faced them now, he would not be confident. As for the others, even Du Guxue, who was fourth on the honor roll, Ling Xiao was confident that he could defeat him. Kill. The purple gold divine spear in Duan Wuji's hand was Kunlun Mountain's famous supreme weapon, the draining spring divine spear. It was said that it had been bathed in the blood of the gods, and the divine spear had a spirit. When Duan Wuji was born, it had recognized him as its master. At this moment, Duan Wuji and the draining spring divine spear were one. Their bodies were covered in purple heavenly thunder as they fought fiercely with Emperor Qing. Emperor Qing was still confident and at ease. He fought empty-handed. Chaotic chi surrounded him, and he was enveloped in a green glow. He was like an immortal, aloof and otherworldly. Emperor Qing and Duan Wuji were both extremely fast. They crisscrossed in the void, leaving behind afterimages. Bang! Emperor Qing's fist broke through the layers of purple heavenly thunder and landed on the draining spring divine spear. It was like a muffled explosion of thunder. It looked like a light punch, but it seemed to contain a great amount of power. It shook Duan Wuji's arm, and the draining spring divine spear almost flew out of his hand. Buzz! The draining spring divine spear trembled in the void. Ripples spread out and pushed Emperor Qing away. At the same time, the tip of the spear flashed with a dazzling light. It pierced through the void and pierced towards Emperor Qing's forehead. Emperor Qing's expression did not change. He stretched out two jade-like fingers and caught the draining spring divine spear. Chaotic chi filled the air. Emperor Qing's fist landed on the draining spring divine spear. Whoosh! The draining spring divine spear was like a beautiful ray of light. It flew into the distance and destroyed a mountain in the distance. Emperor Qing pointed at Duan Wuji's forehead. His finger was crystal clear, slender, and perfect. It looked like a woman's finger, but it contained a sharp light that could pierce through everything. Duan Wuji's expression changed drastically. He felt an intense sense of danger. He quickly retreated, and at the same time, he threw out a palm to neutralize that finger. Puff! There was a flash of blood. The heavenly thunder of purple cloud in Duan Wuji's palm exploded. Emperor Qing's finger stabbed into Duan Wuji's palm. Blood splattered everywhere. The blazing sword light intertwined as if it wanted to crush Duan Wuji's palm. Duan Wuji groaned and flew back. At the same time, the draining spring divine spear returned to his hand. Duan Wuji was injured? Everyone was shocked. They couldn't believe it. Although Emperor Qing was ranked third and Duan Wuji was ranked fifth, the top 10 geniuses of the Green Cloud ranking were all top geniuses of the world. They were all half-step supremes of the 4 divine tribulations. The difference between them should be very small. No one had thought that Duan Wuji would suffer at the hands of Emperor Qing so quickly. Whoosh! Just as Duan Wuji was flying through the air and a palm blade was about to strike him, the supremes of Kunlun Mountain moved. Rumble! Emperor Qing, do you really think that there is no one in Kunlun Mountain? An indifferent voice exploded in the void, causing everyone's ears to ring and their eyes to tremble. 9th level Supreme Realm? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he recognized that the supreme being of Kunlun Mountain was already at the peak of the Supreme Realm. You beat up the young one and the old one intervened? Kunlun Mountain is really shameless. Emperor Qing said indifferently as a sharp light shot out from his eyes. He didn't dodge and faced the supreme being of Kunlun Mountain with a palm strike. Boom! It was as if a divine sun had exploded as a bright light spread out. Emperor Qing's body shook violently as he was sent flying. The light dispersed, revealing an old man with white hair and beard. He wore a white robe. His face was dignified, and his eyes flickered. His entire body emitted an aura that caused the world to tremble. He was the vice-sect master of Kunlun Mountain, outer space. What shocked everyone was that the vice-sect master outer space was an expert at the peak of the Supreme Realm. Emperor Qing only suffered a small loss from his palm strike and was able to retreat unscathed. He was just a half-step Supreme Realm with the tribulation of 4 symbols, but he had such terrifying combat strength. Who was Emperor Qing? Many people were interested in this. Even the descendant of the War God Temple and Buddha Kasayapa's eyes flashed as they looked at Emperor Qing. Especially the descendant of the War God Temple, he didn't hide the strong battle intent in his eyes. Young man, don't think that you can be arrogant just because you have some strength. If you don't enter the Supreme Realm, you will always be an ant. You are just a big ant now. Outer space looked at Emperor Qing coldly and said. If I don't enter the Supreme Realm, I will always be an ant. I don't see how strong a Supreme Realm is. I don't even know how many Supreme Realm experts have died in my hands. Do you want to try? Emperor Qing's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Young man, you don't know how to restrain yourself. Today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders. Outer space said coldly with a trace of cold-killing intent in his eyes. Duan Wuji was the most outstanding disciple of Kunlun Mountain, but he was defeated by Emperor Qing so quickly. This showed how terrifying Emperor Qing was. If Duan Wuji had met Emperor Qing in the time cave, he might have died at Emperor Qing's hands. Therefore, the Space Emperor was willing to put aside his pride and attack Emperor Qing. He wanted to get rid of such a big threat for Duan Wuji. Rumble, a terrifying aura emanated from the body of the Heavenly King. The power of a peak supreme being erupted, causing the surrounding area to tremble. It was as if there were thunderbolts lingering in the air. The Azure Emperor's eyes flashed with sharpness. The powerful qi around him intertwined, and streams of chaotic qi filled the air. It was as if he was preparing for a shocking attack. Moreover, Ling Xiao felt that the current Emperor Qing was even more powerful than the Emperor Qing he had met in Heaven Choice City. He was even more unfathomable. It was probably because the Azure the Arch had refined the original body of the rank 36 chaotic green lotus and the drop of green lotus divine blood. He looked perfect and flawless, as if he could become a paragon at any time. An oppressive aura spread out. It was as if an earth-shattering battle was about to break out between the Azure the Arch and outer space. Wang, at that moment, a faint light permeated the air above. The mysterious hole spewed out multicolored light, appearing dazzling. A figure shrouded in white light slowly emerged. No one could see his face clearly. He exuded a mysterious fluctuation of the cycle of time. It was as if he was a god that controlled time. The moment he appeared in the air, everyone was shocked. They couldn't help but raise their heads. The Divine General of Time? Ling Xiao was shocked. He didn't expect to meet the Divine General of Time here. Everyone, welcome to the Cave of Time. The Divine General of Time's voice was faint. It was as if he didn't exist in this time and space. There was an ethereal and mysterious fluctuation in his voice. The once-in-a-thousand years Heaven's Choice Convention is about to begin. I am the host of this convention. You can call me the Divine General of Time. Everyone in the mountain range, except for the successor of the War God Hall, was shocked and expectant. Especially Long Lai, whose eyes were filled with sharpness. He said slowly, this Divine General of Time is not simple. He actually comprehended a trace of the essence of the flow of time. Perhaps he already has the combat strength of a titled Supreme Being. The combat strength of a titled Supreme Being? Perhaps? Ling Xiao nodded. Shurasek's Grand Elder Luo Feng was already a 9th-level Supreme Being, but he was still killed by the Divine General of Time in an instant. If he didn't have the combat strength of a titled Supreme Being, he wouldn't have been able to do so. However, the Divine General of Time gave Ling Xiao a strange feeling. He looked like an extremely ordinary Supreme Being, but from the way he killed Divine General Wu Chang and Grand Elder Luo Feng, he was definitely a peerless ruthless person. Just like the previous Heaven's Choice Convention, the Cave of Time is an ancient small world. The location of the Heaven's Choice Convention is in the depths of the Cave of Time, the Shrine of Time. A year later, the Shrine of Time will open and the Heaven's Choice Convention will officially begin. So I hope everyone can reach the Shrine of Time in a year. Those who don't reach the Shrine of Time or lose their lives will lose the qualifications to participate in the Heaven's Choice Convention. The Divine General of Time said slowly. Light scattered from his hand and instantly, streams of light fell between everyone's eyebrows. He clearly explained the rules and the situation of the Heaven's Choice Convention. In fact, there weren't any changes to the content. The Heaven's Choice Convention was held once every 1,000 years. Every time, it would be held in the Cave of Time. Therefore, many Supreme Beings of martial Holy Lands had already told the disciples of their sects about the Heaven's Choice Convention. However, the Cave of Time was filled with dangers. Wanting to reach the Shrine of Time in a year's time wasn't an easy task. All kinds of accidents could happen. Moreover, everyone who entered the Cave of Time was randomly teleported. Perhaps some people were lucky and were close to the Shrine of Time, but some people were unlucky and were directly teleported into those dangerous places. In the Cave of Time, not only were there powerful ancient vicious beasts and extraterrestrial demons, but it was also said that ancient races lived in the Cave of Time. They were very repulsed by these outsiders. The Cave of Time could be said to be a complete world. It was incomparably vast. Many people guessed that the Cave of Time might not be smaller than the War God continent. It was just that many people hadn't explored it completely. However, there were many inheritances of ancient powerhouses in the Cave of Time. Not only were there inheritances of supreme beings and titled supreme beings, there were even inheritances of gods. Therefore, the most important reason that attracted countless geniuses of the War God continent to participate in the Heaven's Choice Convention was the inheritances and good fortune in the Cave of Time. Ling Zhao's eyes flickered. He hadn't expected that the Divine General of Time would be presiding over the Heavenly Choice meeting. Perhaps some of his doubts would be verified by the Divine General of Time during the meeting. Rumble, the primordial divine mountain in the sky began to tremble. The mysterious cave gushed with multicolored light as countless time petals bloomed and emitted an extremely dazzling light. That chaotic energy slowly calmed down, and the Time Moon Cave finally opened. The Time Cave has opened. Let's go. The eyes of many geniuses instantly turned red as they soared into the sky and charged towards the Time Cave. According to legend, the flow of time within the Time Cave was different from the flow of time in the outside world. There were all sorts of miraculous things about it. Many old freaks who were nearing the end of their lifespans also intended to enter the Time Cave to see if they could find any heaven-defying treasures to increase their lifespans. There were actually hundreds of thousands of geniuses at the foot of the mountain range. All of them were at the noble realm and monarch realm. All of them were waiting for this moment. Swoosh! Swoosh! Let's go! A trace of anticipation appeared in Taoist Wuliang's eyes. Alright, all of you enter my Sky God Stone. The Sky God Stone is a divine artifact. It should be able to resist the power of the Time Cave's formation. That way, we won't have to be separated once we enter the Time Cave. Ling Xiao said slowly. The Time Cave was filled with danger. Moreover, the way to enter the Time Cave was to be randomly teleported. The Time Cave was such a huge world that it would be extremely difficult to reunite once they were teleported to the ends of the world. Many geniuses from the Martial Dao Holy Lands activated their spatial treasures and sent their disciples into them. After that, they flew onto the time petals and entered the Time Cave. Taoist Wuliang, Yuanwan, Yueshin, Phoenix Maiden, Long Zhantian, Long Outyin, Li Jingming, and Lin Hui were all sent into the Sky God Stone. Weng, Ling Xiao soared up into the sky. Suddenly, a time flower petal slowly bloomed. The sparkling and translucent petals wrapped around Ling Xiao. Resplendent light filled the air. It was like the chi of ascension, pure and ethereal, extremely mysterious. Ling Xiao could sense that the surrounding light was flashing. Mysterious law threads interweaved and instantly wrapped around him, sending him into the Time Cave. Hundreds of thousands of martial artists soared into the sky at the same time. They were enveloped by the time flower petals and entered the Time Cave. This scene was incomparably spectacular. In the surroundings of the Time Cave, a terrifying aura pervaded the air as numerous powerful figures appeared. These were all Supreme Being experts from the various Martial Dao Holy Lands. Their eyes were filled with anticipation. They wondered how many Supreme Being geniuses would emerge in this Heaven's Choice Convention. The Heaven's Choice meeting would last for a long time, so they weren't in a hurry. They just surrounded the Time Cave and sat cross-legged in the void. Mysterious Supreme Dao marks filled the air, incomparably powerful. Let's hope that everything goes well. A sliver of worry appeared in Long Lai's eyes. He slowly closed his eyes and disappeared into the void. Time Cave. Ling Xiao sat cross-legged in the middle of the time flower petals. Mysterious laws pervaded the air, but Ling Xiao's heart shook. He could feel that the Heaven's Fate art had begun to operate in a strange state in such a state. The 160 ancient runes floated out of Ling Xiao's body and coiled around him. Mysterious aura interweaved between them and the surrounding law threads pervaded the air. This allowed Ling Xiao's comprehension of the Heaven's Fate art to increase rapidly. Observing the Tao of Heaven, holding the Tao of Heaven, a mysterious fluctuation spread out in Ling Zhao's heart. The 160 ancient runes seemed to have transformed into a mysterious armor that was instantly imprinted on Ling Zhao's primordial spirit. Unfortunately, this state was too short. Light flashed in front of Ling Zhao's eyes and he had already entered the time cave. His comprehension of the heaven's fate art was interrupted. This was a valley shrouded in clouds and mist. In front of them was a misty lake. It looked very calm and peaceful with mist lingering around it. The surroundings were towering mountains that pierced through the clouds. They were majestic and exuded an ancient and desolate aura. The sky was very high and blue. Warm sunlight shone down from the 9 heavens. It was clean and peaceful, as if it was a mythical world. The air contained an incomparably majestic and pure spiritual energy. With a slight breath, one could feel all the pores on one's body open up. It was very comfortable. There were all kinds of strange flowers and herbs around the lake. At a glance, they were all precious spiritual herbs that had grown for hundreds or thousands of years. There were even a few king herbs in the distance that were exuding spiritual energy. Buzz, Daoist Wuliang and the others instantly came out of the heavenly stone. Is this the world in the time cave? It looks very peaceful. There's no danger? Long Outyan's eyes darted around as he looked around and smiled. Roar, however, as soon as his voice fell, a loud beast roar came from the mountain range in the distance. The roar was like thunder and was extremely terrifying. Moreover, a ferocious and monstrous aura pervaded the air. It's the aura of an immemorial beast. Could there really be a complete immemorial beast here? Long Zhantian's eyes revealed a trace of dignified look. Just now, the roar of the beast made him feel a kind of frightened feeling. The world in the time cave is not simple. Not only are there immemorial beasts, but there are also ancient races. They are very resistant to outsiders. Everyone better be careful. Daoist Wuliang's eyes revealed a trace of light as he slowly said. We are 5 million miles away from the time temple where the Heaven's Choice Convention will be held. It's not too far nor too close. If we want to cross this unfamiliar world in a year, everyone should be careful. Ling Xiao looked at the information left behind by the Time God General and said slowly. Everyone had a location in the Time Temple that guided everyone's direction and actions. Rumble, at this moment, the calm lake in front of them suddenly fluctuated violently. Endless mist rose and the lake water turned into mist. An incomparably huge beast rushed out of the lake. Roar, a deafening roar came head-on. The ferocious and monstrous aura made everyone's expression change. In front of them, the endless lake water evaporated and dried up in an instant. A huge black snake that was thousands of feet long rushed out from the lake. It had only 1 head but 2 bodies. Its body was covered with black scales. It raised its flat head and stuck out its huge forked tongue. Its pair of blood-red moon-like eyes were filled with coldness and bloodlust. This is, the primordial variant Fei? Lin Hui was shocked and could not help but exclaim. The strange snake in front of them, with only 1 head and 2 bodies, seemed to be able to devour all the vitality. The surrounding land began to dry up at a speed visible to the naked eye. The exotic flowers and plants were also sucked out of their vitality and turned into dust. This was the primordial variant Fei. Judging from its aura, it was not far from the demon venerable realm. Roar, the Fei roared. Suddenly, it spat out a mouthful of stinky liquid toward the crowd. Disperse. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed and he flew up into the sky. The real devouring fire spread out from his body and burned the liquid into ashes in an instant. Boom, Ling Xiao threw out a punch and a terrifying fist radiance burst out. It was mixed with the sound of a dragon's roar and aimed directly at the Fei's eyes. The Fei seemed to be angry. Its whole body trembled violently. Its black scales clanged and swept across the sky. Its huge snake tail was like a blade, slashing toward Ling Xiao. Clang, sparks flew in all directions. Ling Xiao's punch hit the snake's tail. Suddenly, several black scales were smashed and blood spread out. Roar, roar, roar. The Fei was in great pain and seemed to have completely gone berserk. Black demonic chi gushed out from its body. It contained a force that could devour heaven and earth. It seemed to be able to devour all the energy and shrouded the crowd. Let's kill this Fei together. Long Zhantian's eyes flashed and a golden ancient sword appeared in his hand. His whole body was full of dragon power and he slashed toward the Fei. Rumble, Taoist Wuliang, Li Jingming, Lin Hui, the Moon Goddess and the Phoenix Girl all launched attacks and displayed their peerless killing power toward the Fei. Although the Fei was very strong and was a primordial variant, it was no match for Ling Xiao and the others. It was quickly killed and blood splattered everywhere. It did not even have the chance to escape. The Fei is a supreme delicacy and is very nutritious. Ha ha ha, you are all in luck. Taoist Wuliang's eyes lit up. He rushed up to collect the Fei's body and said with a complacent smile. Rumble, however, as soon as he finished speaking, the ground began to tremble. In the distant mountain peak, the roars of beasts shook the sky. A group of extremely terrifying auras were rushing over at lightning speed. The Fei's blood. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. He hurriedly retracted his aura and flew into the distance. Behind them, there was a huge flaming lion, a huge tiger that was dozens of feet tall, an ape that beat its chest with its arms, and a huge black bear. The ground was filled with smoke and dust. A group of ferocious beasts was chasing after Ling Xiao and the others. Those ferocious beasts were at least at the demon royal realm. Many of them were half-step demon venerables. Ling Xiao even sensed that a few of the leading ferocious beasts were at the demon venerable realm. They were extremely terrifying. A group of primordial ferocious beasts rushed out from the mountains. Ling Xiao and the others killed the Fei. It was like poking a hornet's nest, causing a group of primordial ferocious beasts to riot. Rumble, the ground shook and the mountains trembled. Countless towering ancient trees were smashed into pieces. Rocks flew everywhere. Everything in front of them was smashed into pieces. Ling Xiao and the others were in a very difficult situation. They ran for thousands of miles before they got rid of the group of ferocious beasts. We are too big of a target if we stay together. Let's split up. Taoist Wuliang said slowly. His eyes flashed. All right. This Suiyu cave is indeed very strange. Everyone must be careful. Ling Xiao and the others discussed for a while. Everyone nodded in agreement. In the end, Taoist Wuliang left with Yuan Wan. It was said that he wanted to find an opportunity for Yuan Wan to improve her cultivation. Ling Xiao knew Taoist Wuliang's nature, so he was not worried about him. Lin Hui, Li Jingming and Long Zhantian all chose to leave alone. Lin Hui's feelings towards Ling Xiao were very complicated. He was grateful and jealous. He was naturally very happy to not see Ling Xiao and the Phoenix Girl together. Li Jingming and Long Zhantian also wanted to explore the Suiyu cave to find an opportunity to pass the tribulation of the four symbols and improve their cultivation. In the end, only Ling Xiao, the Moon Goddess, the Phoenix Girl and Long Outyen were left. Cousin, where are we going now? Long Outyen blinked his big eyes. He was full of curiosity about everything around him. He also wanted to leave alone, but he knew that Ling Xiao would definitely not let him go alone. So he could only resentfully give up. The map that your father gave you shows that the place of inheritance of the Dragon Clan ancestor is in a mountain range 100,000 miles away from here. It's in the same direction as the Suiyu Temple. Let's go there and take a look. Ling Xiao took out the map that Long Lai gave him and said slowly after glancing at it. The inheritance of the Dragon Clan ancestor? Ha ha ha. Let's go. Could it be that the Dragon Clan ancestor had already become a god? I wonder if he left me a supreme divine weapon or a peerless divine skill. Long Outyen's eyes lit up as he said excitedly. Why are you so talkative? We'll know when we get there. Ling Xiao glared at him helplessly. Long Outyen was like a child with ADHD. He could not stay still for even a moment. If not for Long Lai's instructions, Ling Xiao really wanted to throw him to Long Zhantian. Whoosh, Ling Xiao took Long Outyen, the Moon Goddess and the Phoenix Girl. They instantly restrained their auras and carefully flew up into the sky towards the location on the map. In the sky above the Suiyu cave, there were powerful flying beasts. Moreover, all of them were ancient variants. They were very terrifying. This place was like a forgotten mythical world. It was full of a desolate and ancient aura. This mountain range was very vast. Many divine mountains soared into the sky. They were tens of thousands of feet high. They were majestic and magnificent. Countless fierce beasts were roaring in them. Ling Xiao even saw some unlucky warriors who happened to descend into the mountain range. They were torn to pieces by a group of fierce beasts. Their miserable howls before they died were very horrifying. Not only on the ground, even the sky was not safe. Just like that, Ling Xiao and the other three flew dangerously for 100,000 miles. After a day, they finally arrived at the location marked on the map. Is this the place? This looks like a barren mountain. There's nothing here. Long Outyan's eyes widened as he said doubtfully. In front of Ling Xiao and the other three were a few barren mountains. They seemed to be thousands of feet tall, and there was no vegetation. Moreover, there was a blazing aura that seemed to be able to burn everything. The further they walked, the more Ling Xiao saw a sea of lava flowing in the valley. The walls on both sides of the valley were sparkling like jade. There's someone there. Phoenix Maiden's eyes flashed as she pointed ahead. There were many cultivators at the edge of the sea of lava. They seemed to be carefully searching for something. Those cultivators were all Monarch Realm cultivators, but they didn't dare to get close to the sea of lava. It was as if they would be swallowed by the lava if they weren't careful. When Ling Xiao and the other three arrived at the entrance of the valley, they saw 4 young monks in red robes. They were all half-step honorable martial artists. They were guarding the entrance of the valley, and their eyes were shining brightly. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. These people were actually monks from Minghuang Temple. Why is Minghuang Temple guarding this valley? According to the map that Long Lai gave Ling Xiao, the inheritance of the dragon tribe's ancestor was in this valley. It seemed like they would have to clash with Minghuang Temple if they wanted to obtain the inheritance. Ling Xiao and the other three didn't hide their tracks in front of the valley. They were instantly discovered by the 4 monks from Minghuang Temple. Who are you people? What are you trying to do by sneaking around? One of the monks from Minghuang Temple shouted coldly, his eyes filled with coldness. They obviously didn't recognize Ling Xiao, Phoenix Maiden, and the others. Their eyes were filled with coldness. When their gazes landed on the Phoenix Lady and the Moon Goddess, they couldn't move their gazes away. Moon Goddess and Phoenix Maiden. One was like a goddess from the Moon Palace, otherworldly and otherworldly. The other was a peerless beauty. She exuded endless charm and was extremely beautiful. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to resist them. The 4 monks from Minghuang Temple looked at the Moon Goddess and the Phoenix Maiden with undisguised passion in their eyes. Ladies, I see that both of you are fated with Buddhism. Why don't you convert to Buddhism and join the Minghuang Temple? Then, you can share nirvana with us. What do you think? One of the monks from Minghuang Temple smiled and gave the other 3 a look. Instantly, they walked up and surrounded Ling Xiao and the other 3. Ling Xiao was stunned. Was this monk from Minghuang Temple a monk or a pervert? How could he be so impatient to reveal his true face? Phoenix Maiden and Moon God's faces turned cold. Scram. The Phoenix woman's temper was the most explosive. She immediately frowned and shouted coldly. This little girl's temper is really fiery. But Lord Xing likes little chillies like you the most. Come with Lord Xing obediently. Otherwise, don't blame Lord Xing for using force. One of the monks from Minghuang Temple chuckled. His eyes were filled with evil intentions. Ling Xiao, the Phoenix Maiden, and the Moon Goddess had concealed their auras. At this moment, their auras were extremely weak. They hadn't even reached the Monarch Realm. Therefore, the 4 monks from Minghuang Temple were extremely arrogant. It was as if they thought that the Phoenix Maiden and the Moon Goddess were already theirs. Masters, are you trying to rape them? They are my cousin's wives. My cousin won't be happy if you do this. Long Outyan stood up and blinked his eyes innocently as he spoke. The Moon Goddess and the Phoenix Maiden's eyes were filled with murderous intent. They stared at the 4 monks from Minghuang Temple as if they were going to kill them in the next moment. Your cousin? Ha ha ha. Little girl, how can you be happier with your cousin than with us? Lord Xing is in a good mood today. I don't feel like killing anyone. You and your cousin can scram. Leave these 2 ladies behind. One of the monks from Minghuang Temple sneered. Masters, you're all monks. Aren't you afraid that you'll tarnish the reputation of Minghuang Temple by kidnapping innocent women? Long Outyan pretended to be angry and said. Tarnish the reputation of Mingwan Temple? Ha ha ha. Little girl, since you're asking for death, don't blame Lord Xing for it. As long as I kill all of you, who will know that I've kidnapped innocent women? The monk from Mingwan Temple glared at Ling Xiao and Long Outyen coldly as he walked towards them. Ling Xiao shook his head. He could not be bothered to continue the pretense with them. Mingwan Temple is indeed a bunch of filthy scumbags, he said flatly. They are indeed a bunch of lecherous scumbags. However, since you've offended me today, don't blame me for cleaning up the mess on behalf of your Buddha. Boom, a powerful aura emanated from Ling Zhao's body. He punched out and a terrifying fist glow instantly suppressed the 4 monks from Mingwan Temple. Sensing the terrifying aura from Ling Xiao, the 4 monks from Mingwan Temple were shocked. They knew that they had messed with someone they could not afford to offend. They hurriedly said, "Sir, please stop. We were just joking with you. Let's talk things through." "Talk your ass off." Long Outyen sneered and punched one of the monks from Mingwan Temple. The dragon's aura around him was majestic and his fist glow was unparalleled. Swoosh, Phoenix Lady and Yueshan couldn't hold it in any longer. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent as they unleashed their most powerful attacks. Boom, Ling Zhao's punch was earth-shattering. The terrifying fist radiance sent the 4 monks of Mingwan Temple flying, causing them to spit out a mouthful of blood at the same time. Their eyes were filled with terror. The 4 monks from Mingwan Temple wanted to cry but no tears came out. They thought that they had met a pushover and wanted to bully them. They didn't expect the 4 of them to be human-shaped tyrannosauruses. Even the cute little boy was so terrifying. Boom, Long Outyen's punch landed on the chest of one of the monks from Mingwan Temple. A crisp sound was heard and his chest caved in. The monk from Mingwan Temple cried out in pain and was sent flying again. Buzz, Yueshan pointed her finger like a sword. She pointed her slender finger and a ray of moonlight sword radiance shot across the sky. It contained an ethereal aura and was extremely fast. The glabella of one of the monks from Mingwan Temple split open. Yueshan's finger had pierced through his glabella and destroyed his primordial spirit. Boom, on the other side, Phoenix Lady's eyes were filled with murderous intent. She was surrounded by blazing flames and an ancient fan with a red glow appeared in her hand. She fanned it across the sky and black true fire of the phoenix appeared. That was the phoenix tail flaming sky fan. It was a powerful supreme weapon that contained a terrifying supreme power. The monk from Mingwan Temple was sent flying by Ling Xiao and was caught in the true fire of the phoenix. He was instantly engulfed in flames. Ah! The monk from Mingwan Temple cried out in pain. He struggled violently but was unable to extinguish the flames on his body. Soon, he was reduced to ashes. "How dare you kill a disciple of Mingwan Temple?" An aged and icy cold voice resounded, and it carried undisguised ghastly killing intent. Swoosh, swoosh. 2 figures with terrifying auras charged out from the valley. Their cold murderous intent locked onto Ling Xiao and the other 3 monks. They were 2 monks in red kasayas. They looked very old, and their beards and eyebrows were white. Their eyes were filled with cold killing intent. These 2 monks were half-honorable martial artists of the 4 divine tribulations. The aura that they exuded was extremely terrifying. However, Ling Xiao did not even look at them. He threw out a punch, and the blazing fist radiance was like a real dragon, pressing down on the other 2 monks from Mingwan Temple. "How dare you!" Killing intent flashed in the eyes of the 2 old monks. They roared and charged at Ling Xiao from both sides. The terrifying fist prints seemed to have lit up the entire world, and they were extremely dazzling. This was the supreme killing skill of Mingwan Temple, the Great Light Fist Print. It contained the supreme will of light. Countless fist intents stacked together, as if they were going to crush everything into dust. They were attacking Ling Xiao. Even if Ling Xiao managed to kill the 2 monks, their Great Light Fist would still land on Ling Xiao. "Martial Granduncle, save me!" The 2 young monks seemed to have seen a ray of hope as they screamed. They were extremely regretful now. Who would have thought that these guys had concealed their aura and were so terrifying, especially Ling Xiao. When his fist landed, they felt as though their minds had been taken away, and they had lost all will to fight. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed coldly. It was as though a golden dragon had swept out from behind him, and it contained a majestic dragon's might. Boom, his fist radiance was dazzling, and it did not stop at all. The two young monks from Mingwang Temple were instantly blown apart by his fist, and they exploded into a bloody mist in the air. Bang, the great light fist print of the two old monks from Mingwang Temple was indeed powerful. It was thick and powerful, and it directly pierced through the golden dragon behind Ling Xiao. It then landed heavily on Ling Xiao's back. Go to hell. The terrifying great light fist print exploded, and the two old monks from Mingwang Temple revealed a cold killing intent in their eyes. Clang, however, in the next moment, their expressions changed. When the fist landed on Ling Xiao's body, the expected scene of Ling Xiao being killed by a single punch did not happen. Instead, sparks flew in all directions, as if the fist had landed on an extremely hard mountain. Ling Xiao's entire body glowed with a resplendent golden light. A powerful rebounding force emanated from Ling Xiao's body. Bang, the two old monks felt their arms go numb. They were about to lose all feeling in their arms as they were sent flying. Their eyes were filled with horror. How is this possible? It was only at this moment that they took a closer look at the young man before them. He was merely a half-Zhizuan who hadn't even overcome the Great Earth Tribulation, so how could he possess such terrifying battle prowess? You're Ling Xiao? An old monk suddenly thought of something and cried out in alarm. His eyes were filled with an extremely ugly expression. You're right, but there's no prize. Ling Xiao's gaze was as cold as steel as he charged towards the two monks from Mingwang Temple. This valley was the place where the ancestors of the dragon tribe had left behind their inheritance. The fact that the monks from Mingwang Temple were guarding this valley meant that they had discovered something. Hence, Ling Xiao instantly made the decision to kill all the monks from Mingwang Temple. Kill them all, don't leave a single one alive. Ling Xiao's cold voice rang out. Phoenix Woman and Yueshan's eyes flashed sharply as they charged towards the valley at the same time. Hee hee, bald donkeys from Mingwang Temple, you can only blame yourselves for being unlucky to have met me. Long Outyin chuckled as he charged into the valley. Ling Xiao, are you really going to make Mingwang Temple your enemy? Let us go and we promise that we won't find trouble with you ever again. The two old monks from Mingwang Temple hurriedly shouted out. Knowing that the person before them was Ling Xiao, the two monks from Mingwang Temple no longer had any desire to fight. This was a ruthless person who had killed a Zhizuan. Although their battle prowess was not bad, they were no match for Ling Xiao. It's too late. Ling Xiao's gaze was cold as he spoke indifferently. In an instant, he unleashed his ultimate killing move. Rumble, Ling Xiao's dragon's might was vast and his fist was shocking. Ling Xiao's battle prowess was completely unleashed. Although the two old monks from Mingwang Temple were strong, they were still killed by Ling Xiao in the end. Their primordial spirits were also suppressed by the King Heaven Devourer cauldron. Ling Xiao did not hesitate to use the soul-searching secret technique to search their primordial spirits for any relevant information. Did Ming Fei from Mingwang Temple discover the difference in this place? Looks like I have to hurry. Otherwise, when she returns, there will be trouble. Just as Ling Xiao had guessed, Ming Fei from Mingwang Temple had also discovered the mystical things in this valley. Ming Fei from Mingwang Temple was the #1 genius disciple of Mingwang Temple. As for the so-called Ming Revered, including the one that Ling Xiao had killed, there were a total of 5 people. All of them were Ming Fei's lovers. The two old monks were extremely wary of Ming Fei. They guessed that Ming Fei already had the battle prowess to enter the master's honor roll. She was just keeping a low profile. Even when the two old monks joined forces, they could not last more than one move from Ming Fei. So the grade 12 Blood Lotus is Ming Fei's treasure? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a strange light. From the primordial spirits of the two old monks, he discovered that the grade 12 Blood Lotus was actually a treasure that Ming Fei had refined. She had only lent it to Ming Revered, and it had ended up benefiting Ling Xiao. The grade 12 Blood Lotus was still in the Empyrean God Stone. Ling Xiao did not refine it for fear of alerting Ming Fei. He did not expect to meet Ming Fei here. Whoosh, Ling Xiao's figure flashed, and he instantly shot into the valley. The battle within the valley had already been resolved. The two old monks and the 4 monks who stood guard at the entrance of the valley were the strongest experts of the Wise King Temple. The rest were all disciples at the monarch realm, and they'd been killed by Feng Nu, moon goddess, and Long Out Yin. If it was in the past, perhaps the Phoenix Maiden and Moon Goddess would have hesitated to kill so many disciples. But when they saw so many young women being defiled in the valley, and how miserable their deaths were, they were completely enraged. How is Minghuang Temple a holy land of Buddhism? They're worse than pigs and dogs. They're even worse than the demon sect. They're a bunch of scum. Feng Nu gnashed her teeth as she spoke. Her eyes were filled with rage. She swept the phoenix tail flaming fan, and a blazing flame instantly spread out, burning all the disciples of Minghuang Temple to ashes. Minghuang Temple has long deviated from the true meaning of Buddhism. It's just an external demon now. If you encounter anyone from Minghuang Temple in the future, just kill them all. Ling Zhao's gaze was cold as well. He stared at the women who had been defiled for a long time before he spoke slowly. Let's hurry up. If the others from Minghuang Temple return, I'm afraid there will be trouble. Rumble, the magma sea was extremely hot, flowing with blazing flames. The rolling magma sea contained an extremely pure fire attribute spiritual qi. Even a powerful Tao artifact would be melted into molten iron instantly. Ling Xiao even felt that even a half-step sovereign would not be able to withstand such blazing flames. Out Yen, can you sense anything? Ling Xiao glanced at Long Out Yen. Since Long Lai said that the inheritance here belonged to Long Out Yen, there must be a deeper meaning. Long Out Yen walked around the magma sea. Suddenly, his eyes flashed and he said, Cousin, I can feel that there is a mysterious force in the middle of the magma sea that is calling out to me. Is it really in the magma sea? Very well, all of you follow me into the divine stone. Let's find out what's in the magma sea. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed and the four of them entered the divine stone. The divine stone turned into a stream of light and shot into the magma sea. In the magma sea, there were flowing flames mixed with the blazing magma sea. It was extremely terrifying. The deeper they went into the magma sea, the more they could feel the blazing energy. There were even colorful flames spreading and surging magma sea in all directions. There is only ordinary earth core magma fire above, but there is grand sun primordial fire below? The Phoenix Maiden was shocked. After going 100 feet into the magma sea, she could feel that there was grand sun primordial fire around her. It was extremely hot. It's not just grand sun primordial fire. Look, what is that? The moon deity's eyes flashed as she pointed ahead. There were wisps of mist spreading and finally, they turned into tiny dragon-shaped flames. They intertwined with each other like a huge cocoon. Divine dragon fire? It seems like there is an expert from the dragon tribe who has become a deity here. Ling Xiao said slowly as a strange look appeared in his eyes. Those dragon-shaped flames seemed to be filled with spirituality as they swam in the magma sea. However, Ling Xiao could feel the terrifying energy contained within them. Swoosh, Ling Xiao controlled the Empyrean Divine Stone and instantly broke through that layer of fire cocoon. His vision suddenly became clear. This was a huge underground cave. Although the aura was still scorching, it was still bearable for ordinary people. However, the layer of dragon-shaped flames above his head, at the entrance of the mountain peak, was still moving in all directions, emitting a terrifyingly hot energy. Ling Xiao could sense that even a supreme being expert would find it difficult to penetrate the seal of the divine dragon fire. This is the skeleton of a senior dragon? Long Out Yen's voice trembled, and he became serious. In front of Ling Xiao and the others was a gigantic dragon skeleton that was tens of thousands of feet long. It was pure golden color, and the dragon skeleton was translucent. It looked like the most exquisite piece of art. The gigantic dragon skeleton stretched for tens of thousands of meters, lying in this gigantic underground cave, and emitted a monstrous dragon's might, causing one's heart to tremble. Divine dragon bone, it really is the divine dragon bone. Ling Xiao sighed softly, his eyes shining brightly. Even though he had already condensed the bloodline of a true dragon, he could still feel his bloodline trembling in the face of this dragon bone. Furthermore, the ripples emanating from this dragon bone had already surpassed the aura of a supreme being. This was a dragon clan expert of the divine spirit realm. There is a gigantic fingerprint here. Someone killed this expert of the dragon clan with just a finger. Phoenix Maiden's voice was heard. Ling Xiao and Long Out Yen hurriedly flew over. At the position of the dragon's head, the gigantic dragon's head was like a small mountain. However, there was a black fingerprint between the eyebrows of the dragon. It had actually pierced through the dragon's eyebrows, and perhaps even the primordial spirit. There were no traces of any soul ripples. There is the aura of an extraterrestrial demon. It seems like the one who killed this senior of the dragon clan must be an extraterrestrial demon. Ling Xiao said slowly. Although the black fingerprint was very faint, Ling Xiao was still sensitive enough to detect the aura of an extraterrestrial demon. Furthermore, looking at this divine dragon bone, it was probably at least hundreds of thousands of years ago, or even millions of years ago. Ling Xiao guessed that this divine dragon senior had participated in the battle a million years ago. In that case, this time cave was very likely to be the remains of the battle a million years ago. Outyen, bring this senior of the dragon clan back and bury him in the dragon transformation pool or the dragon tomb. This should be the unfulfilled wish of the senior. Ling Xiao sighed softly. However, what puzzled him was that from the beginning to the end, they did not detect any ripples of inheritance from the divine dragon bone. Could it be that Long Lai only wanted Ling Xiao and Long Outyen to bring the divine dragon's bone back? That should not be possible. Ling Xiao examined it carefully again and finally found some golden runes at the dragon's head. This is the secret bloodline. Inheritance of the dragon clan? Ling Xiao's eyes widened, as if he had thought of something. Secret bloodline inheritance? It seems to be true. It seems like the inheritance left behind by this divine dragon senior is hidden here. Long Outyen said with some surprise. The secret bloodline inheritance of the dragon clan used the bloodline as the source and merged with the power of the laws of heaven and earth to form a powerful inheritance power. Only the bloodline of the dragon clan could accept this inheritance power. Outyen, come and try. Ling Xiao said slowly. All right. Long Outyen nodded and immediately sat down with his legs crossed. Rumble, a gush of golden blood rose. Long Outyen's blood was as vigorous as the sea. There seemed to be a dragon's roar behind him. A powerful bloodline power spread towards the divine dragon bone and instantly imprinted on the golden runes. Weng, the divine dragon bone began to vibrate. Golden runes slowly floated up. The divine dragon bone exuded a powerful dragon aura as if it had come alive. A gush of golden blood rushed out from the divine dragon bone and instantly enveloped Long Outyen. At the same time, Ling Xiao's true dragon bloodline also began to vibrate. The secret skill of the ancestral dragon began to circulate automatically. A majestic aura filled the air. As if it had sensed Ling Xiao's aura, a gush of golden blood rushed towards Ling Xiao. Rumble, Ling Xiao's bloodline seemed to be boiling. Golden flames curled around his body, and a mysterious power began to spread around him. Even Ling Xiao did not expect such a change. However, when the majestic bloodline power rushed towards him, Ling Xiao could only guard his mind and begin to refine the power. At the same time, he began to comprehend the mysterious information that was transmitted from the bloodline. Phoenix woman, Yueshin, please protect me and Outyen. Be careful of the people from Mingwang Temple. Rumble, the majestic power of the bloodline surged forth, containing a powerful and mysterious dragon aura. That power was incomparably majestic. In front of it, Ling Xiao felt like he was just an ant. In a trance, he seemed to have returned to a million years ago. A 10,000 feet long golden divine dragon roamed the heavens, bathed in blood, fighting to the death among countless extraterrestrial demons. With a sweep of the dragon's tail, a large number of extraterrestrial demons would explode. With a swipe of the dragon's claws, the extraterrestrial demons' brains would burst open, and they would die a violent death. I am Long Ong, the leader of the dragon clan in the Xianlong Great World. I followed Lord Demon Saint to battle the extraterrestrial demons, exterminated the extraterrestrial demons, and swept across the heavens. A mysterious and ancient voice reverberated in Ling Zhao's mind. Ling Zhao's heart trembled. This was the message left behind by the divine dragon's skeleton. It was hidden in the bloodline. Ling Xiao absorbed the power of the bloodline and naturally activated this message. Following the description of the message, Ling Xiao finally understood the identity of this divine dragon skeleton. It turned out that this divine dragon skeleton was called Long Ong, and he was the leader of the dragon clan in the Xianlong Great World. However, due to the invasion of the extraterrestrial demons, the Xianlong Great World collapsed. Long Long followed Demon Saint to battle the extraterrestrial demons, and countless experts of the dragon clan died in battle. Even Long Long died in the hands of a heavenly demon god, and his corpse was left behind in the war god Great World. So the dragon clan is not from the war god Great World, but from the Xianlong Great World? Looks like it's the same as the Azura clan, Panga clan, and the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. Speaking of which, this Long Long was the ancestor of Long Lai and Long Outyin. His background was very frightening. The leader of the dragon clan in the Xianlong Great World, a peerless expert who had stepped into the divine spirit realm, was killed by a single finger of the extraterrestrial demon. The power of the extraterrestrial demon made people shudder. Moreover, in the message left behind by Long Long, there were two mysterious scriptures. Emperor Dragon Scripture, 10.000 Dragon's God Slaying Technique. Ling Xiao didn't have time to look at these two scriptures. Suddenly, the terrifying power of the bloodline exploded in Ling Zhao's body. Rumble. Ling Zhao's body was surrounded by a golden glow, and the divine light was dazzling. His physical body had already reached the pinnacle of the celestial dragon body, and he had condensed the bloodline of the true dragon. The majestic bloodline of the divine dragon surged into his body, immediately causing a mysterious transformation to take place in his body. Runes filled the air, and within Ling Zhao's body, there seemed to be billions of tiny golden dragons intertwining. They were devouring the boundless divine power and growing continuously. Ling Xiao felt like his body was about to explode. Even if there was only one divine dragon bloodline, it was still the power of a deity. It was not something he could bear at the moment. Ling Xiao used the heaven-devouring mystic skill and the wordless heavenly book to refine the divine dragon bloodline. I wonder if proud heaven can withstand this power. Ling Xiao was extremely worried. However, he could not detect Long Outyin's condition. He could only focus on devouring the power of the divine dragon bloodline. Boom! Ling Zhao's body was overflowing with light, and the golden divine light intertwined to form the shape of a dragon. It was like a huge cocoon that enveloped Ling Xiao. Ling Zhao's physical strength had already reached a limit. However, under the impact of the divine dragon bloodline, he felt like his physical body had broken through the limit, becoming more and more terrifying. Dragon scales appeared on the surface of Ling Zhao's skin. His bones, bloodline, and physical body began to be engraved with layers of golden runes. That was the bloodline of the dragon tribe, and also the recognition of the heavenly way. It contained the profound meaning of the dragon. I'll take this opportunity to overcome the earth's calamity. Ling Xiao shouted in his heart, and immediately began to charge towards the earth's calamity. Rumble. As if some kind of heavenly way had been triggered, Ling Zhao's physical body exuded a terrifying fluctuation. On the ground, there was a vast amount of yellow mist that spread out and surged madly into Ling Zhao's body. Rumble. The yellow mist was the origin chi, and it had merged with the heavenly way. It seemed to have turned into a small blade of light, and it exploded in Ling Zhao's body. That peerlessly terrifying power seemed to want to grind Ling Zhao's physical body into dust. The surface of Ling Zhao's skin began to crack. Even though he was devouring the divine dragon bloodline, it was still difficult for him to withstand this terrifying earth tribulation. Supreme beings were recognized by the laws of the world, possessing a lifespan of 10,000 years. They were peerless experts in this world, standing at the peak of the human Tao. If one wanted to become a supreme, they had to undergo the tribulation of the four symbols and the tempering of the supreme tribulation. The tribulations of the four symbols were the forces of earth, water, wind, and fire. They were respectively the tribulation of earth, tribulation of black water, tribulation of heavenly wind, and tribulation of blazing fire. The great earth tribulation descended. His physical body collapsed and was rebuilt after being destroyed, achieving a flawless body. The calamity of black water descended. His spiritual chi was removed, and the impurities were washed away. He achieved the born Taoism aptitude. The tribulation of heavenly wind descended, shattering the primordial spirit. 10,000 tribulations struck the body, forming a pure yang primordial spirit. The tribulation of fire descended, and the three treasures of essence, energy, and spirit underwent the tribulation at the same time. Under the burning of the flames of the heavenly Tao, Zhou Tian became one, the three flowers converged, and the five energies converged. After transcending the tribulation of the four symbols, one would be able to become a peerless supreme after transcending the tribulation of the 9 symbols. Each of these 5 major tribulations was incomparably difficult and required a lot of accumulation. Some people even needed hundreds or thousands of years to temper their physical body. However, the peerless geniuses of the martial Tao Holy Lands had an endless supply of resources from their sections. The 3 treasures of essence, energy, and energy were quickly polished to perfection and quickly transcended the tribulation of the 4 symbols. However, the last tribulation of the 9 symbols faced the crushing force of the heavenly Tao. Everyone was incomparably cautious and did not dare to recklessly transcend the tribulation. Ling Zhao's previous accumulation was too great. The stronger his physical body, the stronger the earth tribulation would naturally be. This was also the reason why Ling Xiao did not wait to condense a true dragon body to undergo the tribulation of the 9 symbols. If he condensed a true dragon body and possessed a peerless combat body that could kill supremes, even the heavenly Tao would not tolerate him when he transcended the tribulation of the 9 symbols. It could be said that he would die without a doubt. Even now, Ling Zhao's accumulation could be said to be unprecedented. The Xianxia earth qi in the surrounding 30,000 miles surged, and the laws of heaven and earth spread out, as if they wanted to completely crush him into dust. Crack, Ling Zhao's body was covered in cracks like a broken piece of porcelain. It was as if he would explode at any moment. Streams of Xianxia earth qi lingered, and the laws of heaven and earth wreaked havoc in his body. The bloodline qi in Ling Zhao's body surged, and the divine dragon bloodline was endlessly integrated into his body, maintaining the circulation of his body. If it were not for the divine dragon bloodline, Ling Xiao felt that he would have to pay a great price to transcend the earth tribulation. Buzz, a faint fluctuation surged from the ground and spread towards Ling Zhao's body. Every time it shook, his physical body would shatter more and more, as if it would explode at any moment. However, the divine dragon bloodline was firmly sucking his physical body into a single entity. Ling Xiao refined the divine dragon bloodline as he went through the earth tribulation. In such a state, his body became even more dazzling. Buzz, Ling Zhao's body trembled slightly. Every time it trembled, a trace of the power of law would be integrated into his body. Ling Zhao's body was surrounded by a golden glow as if it was transforming into a mysterious body of the power of law. The faint fluctuation caused the void to tremble. Just like that, Ling Xiao entered a mysterious state, forgetting the passage of time and forgetting everything. Is Ling Xiao going through the earth tribulation? Phoenix Girl's eyes revealed a strange look. Yes, it should be. However, the fluctuation of the Xianxia earth qi is too strong. I'm afraid only when Ling Xiao is going through the earth tribulation will there be such a huge commotion. Moon Goddess smiled faintly. Phoenix Girl and Moon Goddess stood in front of Ling Xiao and Long Outyen to protect them. Ling Xiao and Long Outyen sat cross-legged on the dragon's head. Their bodies were surrounded by a golden glow, forming 2 huge dragon-shaped golden cocoons. They were undergoing some kind of strange transformation. Ling Zhao's movement was the biggest because he was still going through the earth tribulation. Long Outyen's movement was very small. There was only a faint golden glow, but it emitted an aura that made Phoenix Girl and Moon Goddess's hearts palpitate. Sister Moon Goddess, do you also like Ling Xiao? Phoenix Girl looked at Moon Goddess seriously and asked. She and Moon God sat in the empty underground cave. They were protecting Ling Xiao and Long Ao Tian as they chatted. That's a good word. It seems like Sister Xiaowu admits that you like Ling Xiao. Moon Goddess smiled faintly and did not answer directly. Instead, she asked a question of her own. Phoenix Girl's cheeks flushed red. She immediately knew that she had said too much and lowered her head in embarrassment. However, after a while, she suddenly raised her head and said, That's right, I like Ling Xiao. When I'm with him, I feel very safe and happy. It's warm and I don't know why I rely on him so much. We have traveled together from the 8 Desolates region, but I have never seen anyone like Ling Xiao. He has endless magical powers, as if there is nothing he cannot do. Even in the War God continent, where geniuses gather, Ling Xiao is the most dazzling one compared to those peerless geniuses from the Holy Lands. My feelings towards him are very complicated. At the beginning, he had lifted the bloodline seal for me, but he had killed many elders and senior brothers of the Wanshou sect. I didn't know how to face him. However, he still passed on the true phoenix secret technique to me and took me out of the Eight Desolates region to see a wider world. Especially on the underworld boat. In order to save us, he fell into the reincarnation sea. At that time, my heart felt like it was being torn apart. Only then did I truly face my own heart. Unknowingly, I had already fallen in love with him. The Phoenix Maiden's voice was very soft. There was a hint of joy and a hint of nervousness. She slowly spoke of her heart. It was as if only at this moment could she let go of everything and tell the moon god her thoughts. Silly girl, do you think others can't tell? Anyone can tell that your heart has been with Xianxia for a long time. The moon god gently smiled. However, I always felt that although Xianxia and I were very close, we were also very far apart. It was as if he was a god that had been banished to the mortal world. It was as if he would return to the heavens sooner or later. He seemed very cheerful, laughing and cursing. He was very concerned about us, but his heart seemed to be very closed. I couldn't see through him and I didn't know what he was thinking. In fact, I didn't even know if he liked me or not. The Phoenix Maiden's voice was a bit gloomy. Her beautiful eyes revealed a trace of confusion. Xianxia is indeed very special and very mysterious. He is worthy of your love, but he must have many secrets on him, or perhaps he has a mission. Silly girl, believe in him. As long as you like him, you should believe in him. Moreover, I believe that with your beauty and cuteness, he will definitely like you. The moon god's eyes revealed a faint light as she slowly spoke. What about you? Sister Moon God, do you like Xianxia? The Phoenix Maiden quickly asked. Me? I don't know. The moon god's mouth revealed a trace of a bitter smile. There was a faint trace of confusion in her eyes. Xianxia is also very good to me. He helped me find the Sun Moon Star scripture and brought me to the War God continent. He protected me and cared for me along the way. Speaking of which, I should like him, but I'm different from you. I have no choice. I also have my own mission to carry. Therefore, liking someone is too extravagant for me. It's not something I can delude myself into. The moon god's voice was very soft. At this time, the originally otherworldly goddess revealed a trace of tenderness that made one's heart ache. Sister Moon God, what mission do you have? Tell us and we can all share your burden. Xianxia is so powerful, he will definitely have a way to help you. The Phoenix Maiden said worriedly. He can't help me. No one can help me. This is my destiny. Moreover, coming to the time cave is another reincarnation of my destiny. The moon god faintly smiled. There was a trace of desolation in her eyes. Sister Moon God. The Phoenix Maiden's heart ached as she grabbed the moon god's hand. However, it was incomparably cold to the touch. Little Wu, I still feel that Xianxia might already have someone he loves in his heart. That's why you feel that way. However, you have to fight for your own happiness. I believe that as long as you work hard, he will fall in love with you sooner or later. The moon god looked at the Phoenix Maiden and smiled gently. He already has someone he loves? The Phoenix Maiden's heart trembled. Although she had already guessed it, hearing the moon god say it still made her heart ache. It's okay. Sister Moon God, the person he loves hasn't appeared until now. She wasn't even around during Xiao's most difficult time. This means that she isn't worthy of Xiao. I will always be by his side, whether it's life or death. The Phoenix Maiden seemed to be comforting herself. She glanced at Xiao, who was not far away. The gentleness in her eyes seemed to be able to melt all ice. It's good that you can think this way. The moon god smiled slightly. The moon god's eyes suddenly flashed. She could feel a faint wave of energy coming from above. Someone's here? The Phoenix Maiden's eyes also lit up. She immediately stood up. Rumble, above his head, the ceiling boundary formed by the divine spirit fire suddenly trembled violently. The light was dazzling, as if something was attacking the divine spirit fire. Buzz, a milky white light shone down from above. Instantly, a milky white jade bottle passed through the divine spiritual fire and slowly landed in the underground cave. I was wondering who would be so daring to kill the people of Mingwan Temple. I didn't expect it to be the Phoenix Maiden from the Mountain of Flames and the Moon God from the Moon Palace. It was a beautiful lady in a luxurious monk robe. She wore a 7 treasures glazed crown and her body was covered in dazzling tassels. Every frown and smile of hers was filled with charm. She exuded a faint Buddhist light and looked pure and dignified. It was as though she was a virtuous monk. She was Ming Fei from Mingwang Temple. Behind her, there were 4 young monks in moon-white monk robes. They all looked very handsome, with delicate features. Their palms were clasped together, and their eyes were filled with tenderness and admiration as they looked at Ming Fei. Ming Fei Jiaolan? Phoenix Girl's eyes flashed as she looked at Ming Fei Jiaolan. Ming Fei Jiaolan was the most outstanding disciple in this generation of Mingwang Temple. Ming Fei Jiaolan was originally the plaything of the disciples of Mingwang Temple. However, Ming Fei Jiaolan did the opposite. She had 3,000 male companions and 4 Ming revered subordinates. Her cultivation was unfathomable. Jiaolan Mingfei was already a half-step supreme being who had undergone the tribulation of 4 symbols. The 4 venerables behind her had also undergone the tribulation of earth. Mingfei Jiaolan, why are you here? If you don't want Mingwang Temple to go to war with Moon Palace and Blazing Mountain, please leave. Moon Goddess said calmly as moonlight surrounded her. She was on her guard. Moon Goddess, aren't you asking the obvious? You know very well why I'm here. I didn't expect there to be a set of dragon god's bones in this sea of lava. You killed the people of Mingwang Temple and want to monopolize the dragon god's bones. I don't think there's such a good thing in this world, right? Ming Fei Jiaolan smiled gently. Then what do you want? Phoenix Girl's eyes were filled with coldness. The 5 people in front of him were all extremely powerful. Every one of them was stronger than the Moon Goddess and the Phoenix Lady. If they were to fight, the Moon Goddess and the Phoenix Lady might be able to protect themselves. However, they might delay Ling Xiao and Long Outyan's cultivation. If I'm not wrong, Ling Xiao should be accepting the inheritance of the dragon god's bones, right? He's really cruel. He killed so many people from Mingwang Temple and one of my Ming revered subordinates. Why don't I let him be my Ming revered? I'll definitely dote on him. Jiaolan Mingfei giggled. Her eyes were filled with a charming expression. Crazy woman, Ling Xiao would never fall for you. I advise you to scram. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. Phoenix Maiden said coldly. Light flashed in her hand, and the phoenix tail burning sky fan flickered with a scarlet light as it appeared in her palm. It's not up to you to decide whether you like me or not. Don't tell me you like little brother Ling Xiao too? This servant also likes it very much. This servant will not give it to you, Fairy Feng. Jiaolan Mingfei said with a charming smile. Her beautiful eyes were filled with a faint light, as if they were forming a mysterious vortex that wanted to devour the mind of the Phoenix Girl. Whoosh, Moon God's eyes flashed coldly. A bright moonlight spread, and the cold air blocked the light in Jiaolan Mingfei's eyes. Phoenix Lady woke up. Despicable. The Phoenix Girl's eyes flashed with a cold light. Her body emitted a terrifying aura. It was as if there was a black flame rising behind her. The phoenix tail burning sky fan moved, causing the void to tremble violently. Phoenix tail burning sky fan? What a good treasure. Why don't you give it to me? Jiaolan Mingfei smiled. She instantly turned into a stream of light and rushed towards the Phoenix Girl. She lightly slapped her palm towards the Phoenix Girl. The 5 of you, kill the 2 people in the golden cocoons. Jiaolan Mingfei's murderous voice rang in the mind of the 4 Ming revered. Yes. The 4 light venerables did not hesitate at all when they heard Jiaolan Mingfei's order. They immediately turned into streaks of light and charged towards Ling Xiao and Long Outyan. Sister Moon God, stop them. The Phoenix Girl was anxious and quickly shouted. Okay. Phoenix Girl's eyes flashed with cold killing intent. Light flashed in her hand and a silver sword shone brightly. It emitted a cold light and instantly slashed towards the 4 Ming revered. Tying ancient sword? Not bad, not bad. I like them very much. Give them to me. Jiaolan Mingfei chuckled. Light flashed in her eyes. She stretched out her other hand and mysterious runes surrounded by Buddhist light blocked the moon god's attack. Buzz, the white jade bottle in Jiao Lanming Fei's hand flew into the sky. A powerful devouring force rushed towards the Phoenix Girl and the Moon God. Clear glass bottle? The Phoenix Girl's eyes flashed. She recognized that it was a powerful supreme weapon. It contained a small world that could suck people into it and turn them into pus in a matter of seconds. Jiao Lanming Fei had relied on the clear glass bottle to break through the layer of divine dragon fire. Otherwise, they would not have been able to enter. Buzz, the phoenix tail burning sky fan and the Taichu ancient sword shone brightly. At the same time, they emitted a powerful supreme aura to resist the power of the clear glass bottle. My two little sisters, you are so beautiful that I am jealous. Why don't I capture you and give you to my senior brothers as concubines? I believe they will be very happy. Although Jiao Lanming Fei was joking, she did not show any mercy. Her attacks were ruthless and merciless as she attacked the Phoenix Girl and the Moon God. Although the Phoenix Girl and the Moon God were powerful, they had just stepped into the half-step supreme realm. Jiao Lanming Fei was already a half-step supreme being. Even with the Phoenix tail-burning sky fan and the Taichu ancient sword, they were still in a dangerous situation. The Phoenix Girl was anxious and worried about Ling Xiao. However, she could not break free from Jiao Lanming Fei's restraint. Boom! Cold killing intent flashed in the eyes of the four Ming Revered as they charged towards Ling Xiao and Long Out Yin. Two of the Ming Revered had a black demon subduing blade in their hands. They channeled their terrifying strength and slashed towards the golden cocoon. They wanted to kill Ling Xiao directly. They did not even consider capturing him alive. Boom! When the demon subduing blade landed on the golden cocoon, sparks flew in all directions. It was as if the blade had landed on a piece of metal. The golden cocoon shone brightly and a mysterious dragon-shaped energy swept across the sky. It crashed into the chests of the two Ming Revered and sent them flying. At the same time, the golden light started to dissipate, revealing Ling Xiao and Long Out Yin. Damn it! Kill him! The two revered light deities had ugly expressions on their faces. The aura emitted by the godly dragon skeleton shocked them greatly. Their hearts trembled. The more it was like this, the more anxious they became. They had to kill Ling Xiao. Otherwise, once Ling Xiao received the inheritance of the dragon god skeleton, it would be their time to die. Boom! The two light venerables were surrounded by golden blood energy that instantly turned into golden flames, causing their auras to skyrocket. The demon subduing saber exuded a terrifying aura that seemed to be able to shatter the void as it slashed down at Ling Xiao. They had actually burned their lifeblood essence. The power of the slash was comparable to the full-powered attack of a half-supreme martial highness during the tribulation of four symbols. Buzz! Just as the two demon-subduing blades were about to land on Ling Xiao's body suddenly crumbled apart. Ling Xiao's body appeared to be in a very strange state. His physical body had completely disintegrated and turned into tiny particles, but they were still floating in the void. His eyes were extremely bright and resplendent, and there was a mysterious light that seemed to be able to penetrate everything. I still have to thank you for helping me overcome the Earth's calamity. In return, I will send you to the Western Paradise to meet your Buddha. His faint voice reverberated in the void. Rumble! A divine light storm surged from Ling Xiao's body, and golden clouds swirled around him. The power of the divine dragon bloodline was completely unleashed. The tiny particles floated in the void, and the boundless law of heaven and earth poured into them. In an instant, they were formed into a perfect physical body. Ling Xiao's skin was as white as jade, and it emitted a faint golden light. His entire body was flawless, and there was a mysterious power of law that permeated the air, making him look like the most perfect piece of art. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were like lightning. He sat cross-legged in the void, and a vast and terrifying dragon aura exuded from his body. Roar! A giant golden dragon coiled behind Ling Xiao, and an earth-shattering dragon's roar shook the heavens. It was as if the billions of living beings in the world had begun to tremble. What? The four Ming Revered's faces instantly turned ugly, and they couldn't help but reveal a trace of fear. The aura that Ling Xiao exuded was like that of an immemorial divine beast. It was extremely terrifying, and they couldn't help but want to kneel down. How could they have the will to resist? I'll let you all have a taste of the power of the Thousand Dragons god-slaying technique. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a monstrous sharpness, and he sent a palm across the sky, enveloping the four Ming revered. Rumble, the giant golden dragon behind Ling Xiao seemed to have rushed out of an inexplicable spacetime. It roared, and its blood was monstrous. Wrapped in unparalleled divine power, it suppressed the four Ming revered. Block it for me. The four Ming revered roared at the same time. Their eyes were filled with incomparable madness, and the blood essence in their bodies began to burn. The four demon-subduing blades were quasi-supreme weapons, and they emitted an unparalleled sharpness as they slashed toward Ling Zhao's palm. They had a thought in their minds. If they couldn't block Ling Zhao's palm, they would die, and it would be an extremely miserable death. Rumble, the terrifying palm print fell like a real dragon fighting in the sky. The incomparably tragic aura instantly rushed into their sea of consciousness, and layers of divine power exploded in their bodies. Bang! The four light sovereigns exploded into a bloody mist at the same time, leaving a huge handprint on the ground. The power of a single palm strike was unimaginable. This was the Myriad dragon's god-slaying art. It used the dragon race's bloodline to fuse with the laws of heaven and earth to form a supreme true dragon or even a divine dragon, erupting with the power to slaughter gods and exterminate demons. When the 10,000 dragons god-slaying art was cultivated to the extreme, one palm strike would cause 10,000 divine dragons to fill the sky. Even a true god would die without a doubt. Ling Xiao had only condensed one true dragon. When he condensed 10,000 true dragons and transformed them into a divine dragon, the 10,000 dragons god-slaying technique would be considered a small success. As for Long Long, it was said that he had only cultivated to the level of condensing 36 divine dragons. He was still far from the great perfection 10,000 divine dragon. The power of the 10,000 dragons god-slaying art was monstrous. At the very least, only experts of the dragon race with the true dragon bloodline could cultivate it. It could be said that it was the most terrifying divine art that Ling Xiao had encountered so far. Ling Zhao's killing of the four light sovereigns shocked Jialan Mingfei, Phoenix Maiden, and Yueshen, who were not far away. Ling Xiao? Jialan Bright Consort's face instantly turned ugly. She never thought that Ling Xiao would wake up at this time. The inheritance of the divine dragon bone should take a long time. How could it end so quickly? Ling Xiao, quickly kill this crazy woman. Phoenix Maiden's face was filled with incomparable joy as she hurriedly shouted. Rumble, Ling Zhao's eyes were cold as he sent out another palm strike. Another true dragon soared through the sky and charged towards Jialan Mingfei. The 10,000 dragons god-slaying art could be said to be unstoppable. It was a top-notch killing art. The ferocious aura caused Jialan Mingfei's expression to change drastically. She did not dare to face it head-on and hurriedly used the clear glass vase to block in front of her. Wang, the true dragon soared across the sky and slammed onto the clear glass vase. Instantly, the vase was covered in dazzling rays of light and a thunderous sound reverberated in the air. The terrifying rebounding force caused Jialan Mingfei to tremble. Hee hee. Little brother Ling Xiao, I'm getting more and more interested in you. Remember, you killed my 5 light sovereigns. I'll definitely make you my light sovereign. When that time comes, I'll definitely dote on you. Jialan Mingfei's eyes were filled with incomparable anger. However, she quickly regained her composure and smiled charmingly at Ling Xiao. In an instant, she turned into a ray of light and wanted to leave the underground cave. Since you're here, don't leave. Ling Zhao's eyes were cold as he said indifferently. In an instant, the sky-devouring sword appeared in his hand and emitted a dazzling divine light as it slashed towards Jialan Mingfei. With Ling Zhao's nourishment, the sky-devouring sword's spirituality grew stronger and stronger, causing the power of the sky-devouring sword to become even more terrifying. As the sword pierced out, it was as though the void was about to shatter. Jialan Mingfei's escape route was cut off and the dazzling divine light seemed to be about to drown her completely. Block it for me. Jialan Mingfei's face revealed a trace of sharpness as she spat out a mouthful of blood essence. The clear glass vase shone brightly and released thousands of rays of auspicious light. It actually shattered the sword chi that erupted from the sky-devouring sword and created a hole in the seal of the mystical dragon fire. Jialan Mingfei's body was surrounded by a dazzling Buddhist light as blood lotuses filled the sky. She actually turned into billions of doppelgangers and rushed out of the underground cave in an instant. Buzz, the clear glass vase also flashed and wanted to escape with Jialan Mingfei. since you want to leave so badly, I won't keep you. However, I'll keep this clear glass vase as interest. Ling Zhao's eyes revealed a trace of a cold smile. The dragon power around him spread out and a blazing flame rose into the sky. In an instant, the seal of the mystical dragon fire was repaired. Streaks of divine chains of order swept across the sky and entangled the clear glass vase in an instant. Puff, Jialan Mingfei felt that the clear glass vase was blocked by Ling Xiao and spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face instantly became extremely pale. Little brother Ling Xiao, I'll leave the clear glass vase with you for now. Remember, I'll come back for you. Although Jialan Mingfei was joking, her eyes were extremely gloomy and filled with blazing killing intent. She did not dare to look back and immediately rushed out of the lava sea. Puff, Jialan Mingfei spat out another mouthful of blood, her eyes filled with disbelief. She felt that the connection between her and the clear glass vase had been severed. This meant that Ling Xiao had erased the primordial spirit imprint on the clear glass vase. Damn it! Ling Xiao, when I get the inheritance of the Mahamayuri, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Jialan Mingfei's face became extremely ferocious. She looked behind her with hatred and instantly disappeared from the valley. In the underground cave, Ling Xiao used the power of the heaven-devouring secret technique to erase the Yuan spirit imprint left by Imperial Concubine Jialan. If Imperial Concubine Jialan was a supreme being expert, Ling Xiao might not have been able to erase her Yuan spirit imprint so easily. Unfortunately, Jialan Mingfei was only a half-step sovereign. It was easy for Ling Xiao to erase her primordial spirit imprint. The 12th grade blood lotus and the clear glass bottle were both in Ling Zhao's hands. This time, Jialan Mingfei could be said to have gone for wool and come home shorn. Although the clear glass vase did not have a complete primordial spirit imprint, it was still extremely large. Ling Xiao found many treasures in it. There were 50 million pure yuan pills, there were also 3 quasi-sovereign weapons, dozens of bottles of elixir pills, 12 sacred herbs, and some martial arts of the Mingwan temple. These were not small treasures, but Ling Xiao had benefited from them. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. He discovered that there was actually a young girl in a white dress in the clear glass bottle. She was tied up with ropes, and her body emitted a faint moonlight. She looked very pretty and gentle. However, there was a mysterious aura on this girl. It was overflowing with an ancient aura, as if she had merged with the aura of the time cave. The Ancient clan? Ling Zhao's eyes trembled slightly. He could almost instantly confirm that this girl in white was from the Ancient clan. However, he did not expect that Ming Fei would capture someone from the Ancient clan. Ling Xiao now felt a little regretful. Just now, he had killed the 4 revered light deities with a single palm strike. The Myriad dragon god slaying technique was too terrifying. Not only had it annihilated their bodies, but it had also destroyed their primordial spirits. If he had left behind their primordial spirits, he would have been able to interrogate them as to why they had captured the people of the ancient remnant races. With a flash of light, Ling Xiao released the girl in the white dress and cut the ropes binding her. You bad guys. The girl in the white dress had a pretty face and her skin was as translucent as jade. She was tall and slender, but at this moment, her face was filled with fear and panic. Her face was very pale as she looked at Ling Xiao and couldn't help but retreat. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, "Miss, we are not bad people. Those bad people have already been killed by us. We saved you. You're all bad people. Grandpa said that every time you outsiders come here, you'll start a massacre. All outsiders are bad people," the girl in white said stubbornly. She was a little flustered. She looked around and realized that she was in an underground cave. Moreover, the divine dragon skeleton behind her gave her a fright. "Miss, not all outsiders are bad. Just like you ancient races, aren't there good and bad people as well? Believe us, we killed those bad guys and saved you." Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and explained patiently. "Let us do it." Phoenix Girl and Moon Goddess smiled and walked towards the girl in the white dress. "Little girl, what's your name? We are really good people. Once we leave this place, we will let you go, okay?" Phoenix Maiden said softly. However, after the girl in the white dress glanced at Moon Goddess, she suddenly trembled and became extremely emotional. Her eyes were filled with worship and she actually knelt down to Moon Goddess. Moon Goddess? You are Moon Goddess? Xiaoxi greets Moon Goddess. Grandpa said that Moon Goddess would definitely appear. I didn't expect you to really appear. The girl in the white dress was extremely emotional. Her eyes shone with worship as she bowed sincerely. You've got the wrong person. I'm not Moon Goddess. I'm Moon Goddess. Moon Goddess's eyes flashed with a strange look as she said softly. No, you are Moon Goddess. You look exactly like the deity statue in the tribe. Moon Goddess, follow me back to the tribe. If Grandpa and the others know that you have arrived, they will be very happy. The girl in the white dress said stubbornly. Moon Goddess? When Ling Xiao heard these words, a strange look appeared in his eyes. Thinking about the mysterious power in Moon Goddess's body, he had a few more guesses. Get up first, little girl. First, tell me why you call me Moon Goddess? Moon Goddess was helpless as she walked over to help the girl in the white dress up. The girl in the white dress stood up, and the panic in her eyes disappeared. Instead, they were filled with anticipation and worship. Empress Moon Mother, my name is Xianxia. The deity that our Moon tribe worships is the Empress Moon Mother. Every year, during the great sacrifice, we will worship the Empress Moon Mother. I have seen the statue of the Empress Moon Mother. You are exactly the same as her, even your temperament is the same. Ling Xiao could tell that even though Xiaoxi's cultivation was only in the noble realm, her skin was as smooth as ice and her bones were as smooth as jade. She was actually a 1 in a million cultivation genius. Moon tribe? Then why did the people from Mingwang Temple want to capture you? Ling Xiao asked. Xiaoxi looked at Ling Xiao fearfully. She bit her lips and did not speak. Xiaoxi, they're all my friends. They're not bad people. Moon Goddess snickered. This little girl had the temperament of a young girl. Yes. I snuck out from the Moon tribe. I wanted to go to the temple to worship, but I didn't expect to meet those bad people. They captured me and wanted to search my soul. If it wasn't for the sealing power that grandfather left in my primordial spirit, Xiaoxi would have died in the hands of those bad people. As she spoke, Xiaoxi's eyes began to turn red. Xiaoxi, do you know how many ancient races there are in this world? How many tribes are there? Moon Goddess asked. Through the ancient races, it was the fastest way to understand the Cave of Time. I don't know either. I only know that there are 4 major tribes. They are our Moon tribe, the Spirit tribe, the Buddha tribe, and the Demon tribe. There are many other smaller tribes. Originally, the 4 major tribes were as close as brothers. However, grandfather said that the Demon tribe has been possessed by demons and has become our enemy. All these years, the Moon tribe, the Spirit tribe, and the Buddha tribe have joined forces to fight against the Demon tribe. However, the Demon tribe is too strong. Many of our brothers and sisters, uncles, and grandfathers have died in the hands of those demons. The 4 major tribes? The Moon tribe, the Spirit tribe, the Buddha tribe, and the Demon tribe. Xiaoxi, what is the temple you just mentioned? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he asked. The temple is a great temple. Grandpa said that it's the temple of the creator of this world. It's just that it's very far from our Moon tribe. Every year, only the patriarchs of the 4 major tribes are qualified to enter the temple to worship. I was just curious and wanted to see what the temple looked like, so I sneaked out. Xiaoxi said embarrassedly. Temple? Ling Xiao, could this temple be the Temple of Time? Phoenix Maiden's eyes flashed as she looked at Ling Xiao. It's possible. Ling Xiao nodded as a strange look appeared in his eyes. Temple, for major tribes, this is getting closer and closer to the truth. Could this be the small world of the Scarlet Dragon War God? And the 4 major tribes, the Scarlet Dragon War God has 4 generals, Moon Mother, Spirit Sage, Buddha Lord, and Demon Sage. It seems that this world is getting more and more interesting. Sister Moon Goddess, do you have any relationship with one of the 4 divine generals, the Moon Mother? Phoenix Maiden looked at Moon Goddess and asked in shock. You're thinking too much, how is that possible? Moon Goddess smiled gently, but that smile seemed a little forced. No matter what, this is an opportunity. As long as we go to the Moon tribe to take a look, perhaps we can learn more about the truth. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he slowly said. Moon Mother, are you really going to the Moon Tribe? Grandpa will definitely be very happy, everyone will be very happy. Grandpa said that as long as Moon Mother descends, you can lead us to defeat the evil demon tribe. Xianxia suddenly became excited, her big eyes twinkled and her long eyelashes flickered, looking very cute. Ling Xiao, Phoenix Maiden, and Moon Goddess discussed for a while and decided to go to the Moon Tribe to take a look. And Long Outyan's inheritance had reached a critical moment. Ling Xiao and the others waited for another 3 days. 3 days later, the golden cocoon emitted a dazzling light as millions of divine rays bloomed. The golden cocoon split open and an 8 or 9-year-old boy jumped out. The little boy was naturally Long Outyan. His entire body emitted a resplendent light, and there were divine dragons coiling around him, making him look extremely mysterious. When Ling Xiao saw Long Outyan's cultivation state, his eyeballs nearly popped out of their sockets. To think that this fella had broken through to the half-step supreme state in one go, moreover, when that majestic and terrifying bloodline power erupted, even Ling Xiao felt his heart palpitate. Could this fellow have condensed the divine dragon bloodline? Ling Xiao clicked his tongue inwardly. Although he had devoured a divine dragon bloodline, he had only stabilized the true dragon bloodline in his body. His bloodline had not changed, but the rainbow blood pearl in his heart had grown slightly larger. The rainbow-colored blood bead that used to be the size of a grain of rice had now become the size of a baby's fist. It flowed with a mysterious light and was dazzling, providing Ling Xiao with boundless vitality. Long Outyan's bloodline aura was something that even Ling Xiao could not see through. Cousin, take my 10,000 dragons god-slaying technique. Ha ha ha. Long Aotian laughed loudly. Suddenly, he threw a punch at Ling Xiao. Roar, a dragon's roar shook the heavens. A golden dragon condensed on Long Outyan's fist. It exploded with a terrifying killing force and charged at Ling Xiao. 10,000 dragons god-slaying technique? Good timing. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed sharply. He also threw out a palm, and a dragon charged at Long Outyan. Damn, cousin, how do you know the 10,000 dragons god-slaying technique? Long Outyan screamed as though he had seen a ghost. Rumble, when the fist and the palm collided, the heavens and the earth rumbled. The 2 golden dragons exploded at the same time. The earth trembled violently, and the dazzling divine light disappeared at the same time. Ling Zhao's figure did not change, but Long Outyan somersaulted a few times in the void before regaining his balance. Cousin, you have also obtained the Imperial Dragon Scripture and the 10,000 dragons god-slaying technique? Long Outyan asked. That's right. Ling Xiao nodded with a smile. What a freak. But only now did I know that this is the complete Imperial Dragon Scripture and the 10,000 dragons god-slaying technique. Amazing. Let's see who dares to act tough in front of me in the future. Da Jiao Ritian, I'll beat him up every time I see him. Long Outyan said arrogantly. Alright, don't be so cocky. We should go. Ling Xiao slapped Long Outyan's head. Buzz, Ling Xiao kept the huge divine dragon's bone. When he returned to the Crystal Palace, he could bury the divine dragon's bone in the dragon transformation pool or the dragon tomb. It could be considered as fulfilling one of Senior Long Yang's wishes. Most importantly, the Imperial Dragon Scripture and the 10,000 dragons god-slaying technique finally had a successor. This little sister is so pretty. How old is she? Are you betrothed to someone? Long Outyan's eyes lit up when he saw Xiaoxi. He said with a smile. Little hooligan. Xiaoxi glared at him and said angrily. Xiaoxi was only 14 or 15 years old, but Long Outyan was only 8 or 9 years old. He was already acting like he was flirting with an innocent woman. It was funny no matter how one looked at it. I'm not a hooligan. Little sister, I'm the future leader of the dragon tribe. I'll surpass all the ancestors of the dragon tribe and become the #1 dragon in the universe, Long Outyan. If you become my wife, you'll definitely be glorious. Long Outyan patted his chest and said with a smile on his face. Humph. Xiaoxi snorted coldly and simply turned her head away, no longer paying attention to him. Shut up. Ling Xiao glared at Long Outyan with a headache. Only then did Long Outyan stop talking. The 5 of them left the valley and headed toward the Moon Tribe according to the direction Xianxia had pointed out. The Moon Tribe was hundreds of thousands of miles away from here. It was located on a plain at the end of the mountain range. Ling Xiao rode the sky-devouring sword and turned into a stream of light. He was extremely fast and headed toward the Moon Tribe. Below them was a continuous mountain range. Divine mountains rose from the ground and pierced the clouds, exuding a majestic and vigorous aura. In the mountain range, ancient trees towered into the sky and clouds lingered. Powerful demonic beasts roared and their fierce auras shook the heavens and earth. Along the way, Long Outyen was eager to jump down and kill a few powerful beasts. However, he was stopped by Ling Xiao. However, the sky was not safe. Many powerful flying demonic beasts discovered Ling Xiao and the others. Long Outyen volunteered to kill the powerful demonic beasts along the way. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was happy to be free. After Long Outyen killed the beasts, he would store the corpses and give them to Ling Xiao to cook. Just like that, Ling Xiao and the rest cultivated as they traveled. The task of killing the beasts was left to Long Outyen. In the beginning, Xiaoxi was still a little reserved. However, she began to get familiar with Ling Xiao and the rest. She even fought with Long Outyen for food. Even Ling Xiao was a little surprised. This skinny little girl ate like a demonic beast. The huge demonic beast leg was swallowed into her stomach in just a few bites. After eating, the little girl began to sleep. The essence within the meat automatically melted in her body, allowing her cultivation to slowly improve. Xiaoxi's physique is not ordinary. Ling Zhao's eyes flickered as he spoke slowly. That's right. It's like the legendary lunar eclipse physique. It devours the essence of heaven and earth and the vitality of living beings to cultivate and grow. It's like the legendary Tao Tai. Moon God nodded. Lunar eclipse physique? No wonder this silly girl can eat so much. She's just a pig. Long Outyen said with some resentment. Because Yu Xiaoxi always fought with him for food, he changed the way he addressed Yu Xiaoxi from little sister to silly girl. A few days later, they had already flown over 100,000 miles. The mountain range below gradually became beautiful. It was not like the mountain range in the depths, which was desolate, ancient, and inaccessible. Roar, a powerful beast roar resounded. In the mountain range below, countless towering ancient trees collapsed and turned into dust. A huge black bear that was over 100 feet tall charged out of the mountain range. Its fur was like steel needles, and it emitted an extremely ferocious aura. Its eyes were incomparably red, filled with bloodthirst and cruelty. In front of the black bear, there were over a dozen strong men in beast skins. They held bows and spears in their hands and were running for their lives. Their eyes were filled with despair. Ling Xiao could see that the black bear's aura was extremely terrifying. It was already a powerful half-step demon venerable. It was not far from becoming a true demon venerable. As for those strong men, their cultivation ranged from the monarch realm to the half-step supreme realm. Most of them were heavily injured, so they were no match for the black bear. The primordial variant, the demonic earth bear? Ling Zhao's eyes revealed a trace of light as he spoke slowly. Cousin, should we make a move? This demonic earth bear is really powerful. I really want to compete with it. I want to see if it's stronger, or if I, Long Outyen, am stronger. Rumble, the earth trembled, and the countless towering ancient trees and small hills that stood in front of the demonic earth bear were all smashed into powder by its rampage. When the huge bear paw was swung out, even a boulder of a few million pounds would be crushed in an instant. Yu Xiaoxi was also awakened by this huge commotion. When she saw the dozen strong men below, she immediately panicked. She hurriedly said, Big brother Ling, those are my people from the Moon Tribe. I beg you, please save them. People from the Moon Tribe? Ao Tian, kill that black bear. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he spoke without hesitation. Alright, cousin, just watch. Long Outyen suddenly jumped up as if he was injected with chicken blood. His eyes were filled with excitement as he turned into a ray of golden light and rushed towards the demonic earth bear. The dozen people from the Moon Tribe also saw Long Outyen. Immediately, their eyes were filled with anxiety as they shouted, Child, run. You're no match for that black bear. Hee hee, uncles, watch me kill this beast for you. Long Outyen said coquettishly as he rushed towards the black bear at an even faster speed. Seeing Long Outyen rushing over, the black bear didn't even look at him as it swung its paw at him. "Bastard, how dare you look down on me?" Long Outyen was instantly enraged. Rumble, Long Outyen's body emitted a bright light as he punched the air. Suddenly, a vast dragon's aura exploded as a golden dragon rushed towards the demonic earth bear. Thousand Dragons God-slaying technique, Long Outyen felt that he was being looked down on by the demonic earth bear. He was furious and immediately used his killer move. Roar, the demonic earth bear's body trembled as a trace of fear appeared in its eyes. It suddenly roared as black demonic chi rose around its body as it spat out a ray of black divine light from its mouth. There was a black demonic pill floating there, containing an incomparably terrifying power. Clearly, the demonic earth bear also felt the danger. Facing the Thousand Dragons God-slaying technique, it even spat out its demonic pill. Rumble, a terrifying divine light exploded. Long Outyen's punch was incomparably terrifying. It actually broke through the black demonic chi and landed on the demonic pill. Crack! The demonic earth bear's demonic pill exploded. Long Outyen's momentum didn't decrease. His body was like a flash of golden lightning as he directly pierced through the demonic earth bear's chest. A huge hole appeared in the demonic earth bear's chest as its heart exploded into pieces. Roar, however, the demonic earth bear's vitality was extremely strong. This kind of injury wasn't enough to kill it, but it was enough to scare it out of its wits. It roared at Long Outyen and was so frightened that it turned around and ran. "You want to run? I want to eat grilled bear paws. Get back here." Long Outyen roared and instantly chased after the demonic earth bear. Rumble, a terrifying battle broke out. Countless towering ancient trees collapsed and rocks flew everywhere. However, the demonic earth bear was still killed by Long Outyen in the end. Its huge body slammed heavily onto the ground, and it died. Until its death, the demonic earth bear's eyes were still filled with disbelief. It couldn't believe that such a small ant could kill it. As for the dozen or so burly men of the Moon tribe, they were all dumbfounded. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. An 8 or 9-year-old boy was actually so violent that he killed an earth demon bear with brute force. Who was this little boy? Could it be that he was a divine beast's cub? Rumble, Long Outyen walked towards them with the demonic earth bear's corpse in his hand. His eyes were filled with pride. His huge body exuded a ferocious aura that made the dozen or so burly men feel as if they were dreaming. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. At this moment, Ling Xiao brought Phoenix Maiden, Yueshin, and Xiaoxi down from the void. Outsiders? The burly man in the lead was extremely burly. He held a mountain-splitting axe in his hand, and his body was filled with muscles. When he saw Ling Xiao and the others, his expression changed instantly, revealing a deep sense of vigilance. As for the dozen or so burly men of the Moon tribe, they instantly picked up their weapons and stared at Ling Xiao and the others warily. "Uncle Iron, they are good people, not bad people. They saved me. Xiaoxi? Why are you here? Come over quickly. None of the outsiders are good." The middle-aged man with the mountain axe said anxiously. "Uncle Tai, they are really not bad people. They saved me." Xiaoxi told him how she ran away from home, how she was caught by the people from Mingwan Temple, and how she was saved by Ling Xiao and the others. "Did they really save you?" The middle-aged man with the mountain-splitting axe was a little skeptical, but the vigilance in his eyes gradually relaxed. "Yes, Uncle Tai. I even met Lady Moon. Mother. Look, isn't she exactly the same as Lady Moon Mother?" Xiaoxi said quickly and dragged Moon Goddess out. "Moon Mother? It's really Moon Mother." When the men of the Moon tribe saw the Moon God, they were stunned. Their faces were filled with joy. Their eyes were sincere and respectful as they knelt down in front of Moon Goddess. "I'm not your Moon Mother. Everyone, please get up," Moon Goddess said helplessly. The middle-aged man with the mountain axe was called Yu Tai. Although he was shocked, he did not kneel down. Instead, he asked doubtfully, "You're only a half-step to Supreme Martial Artist. You're not Moon Mother. Who are you? Why do you look so much like Moon Mother?" Yu Tai was also a half-step to supreme martial artist, which was similar to Moon Goddess. Hence, although he was shocked by Moon Goddess' appearance, he did not kneel down like the other men. I'm the Holy Maiden of Moon Palace. My name is Moon Goddess. Moon Goddess said faintly. Moon Goddess. Moon Goddess. Could this be God's will? Lady, thank you for saving Xiaoxi. Please follow me back to Moon Tribe. Perhaps only the old tribe leader will know if you're Moon Mother. Yu Tai sighed. His face was filled with excitement, but he still calmed himself down and said. Uncle Tai, how did you guys get so badly injured? Yu Xiaoxi asked worriedly. There was a bloody wound on Yu Tai's chest, which was filled with a layer of purple murderous aura. The strong men were also injured and looked extremely weak. This is Star Power? Did you meet the people from Star Palace? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he looked at Yu Tai. I don't know which force they belong to. I only know that they can communicate with the power of the stars. When they met us, they attacked us without saying anything. They tried to force us to tell them the whereabouts of the longevity grass. But we don't even know what longevity grass is. Yu Tai said with a wry smile. To be able to communicate with the power of stars, he must be from Star Palace. I didn't expect them to be looking for the longevity grass as well. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. Previously, Mu Tianji had given him the whereabouts of the longevity grass. It seemed that this supreme divine herb was also being targeted by other martial holy lands. Even the Star Palace was looking for the longevity grass. Back then, Mu Tianji had only given Ling Xiao a rough map which stated that the longevity grass was located in the east of the Great Lake, north of the Long River, the intersection of two mountains, and the dragon vein nurtures the spirit. Ever since Ling Xiao entered the time cave, he didn't find any clues. Could it be that the longevity grass was nearby? People from Star Palace? Could it be Ziwei Xingzi and Skyburning Monster Emperor? Those bastards are not good people. If I see them, I will teach them a lesson. Long Outyen said proudly. Swoosh, light flashed in Ling Zhao's hand and more than 10 green elixirs fell into the hands of Yu Tai and the rest. These are healing elixirs. Take them and you will recover quickly. Ling Xiao said. These were all from Jialan Mingfei. There were more than 100 great path elixirs. Ling Xiao didn't feel the pinch at all. Healing elixirs? I didn't expect you to be a great alchemist. Sorry for the disrespect. Yu Tai looked at the elixirs in his hand and was shocked. He looked at Ling Xiao with respect. Isn't this just an ordinary elixir? Do you have such a treasure? Long Outyen asked, puzzled. You don't know. In the time cave, there are too few people who can refine elixirs and weapons. Yu Tai sighed softly and said helplessly. Although the ancient Yi tribe in the time cave had powerful martial arts, much of the knowledge of refining elixirs and weapons had been lost or was in the hands of experts. Ordinary people couldn't come into contact with them. Take the alchemist for example. In the entire Moon tribe, only the old clan leader knew how to refine elixirs. Hence, elixirs that were ordinary to Ling Xiao and the rest were extremely precious to Yu Tai. The mountain-splitting axe that Yu Tai used was an ancient doctrine weapon. As for the weapons in the hands of the other big men, some of them were just ordinary spiritual weapons. They had powerful strength, but they did not have the corresponding divine weapons. After Yu Tai and the rest of the Moon tribe swallowed the elixirs that Ling Xiao gave them, their injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In fact, even without the elixirs, these ancient Yi tribe people had strong vitality and strong physiques. They would recover in no time. Alright, Uncle Tai, let's go back to the tribe. Yu Xiaoxi urged. Xiaoxi, why are you in such a hurry to go back? You sneaked out this time. Let's see how your grandfather will deal with you when we get back. Yu Tai said with a smile. Uncle Tai, I've found the Moon Mother. Not only am I not at fault, but I've also done a meritorious deed. Grandfather definitely won't punish me. Yu Xiaoxi said with a smile. Yu Tai shook his head helplessly. Under Yu Tai's lead, Ling Xiao and the rest passed through a huge mountain range in front of them and saw a vast plain. There was a huge stone city in front of them. It looked ancient and weathered, like a huge fierce beast that was hibernating on the ground. Ling Xiao could feel the vibrations of a powerful ancient god formation. Seemed like there was an utmost powerful being who had carved out a formation in this city in order to protect the living beings within this city. Above the huge city gate, there were 3 ancient words. City of the Moon. That's the City of the Moon, the holy city of our moon tribe. Xianxia said proudly. At the city gate, there were a few strong men wearing animal skins and holding weapons. Each of them had strong vitality and sharp eyes. When they saw Tai and the rest return, they immediately revealed looks of joy. Commander Tai, you're back? It seems that the harvest this time is not small? The strong men said with a smile. Looking at the huge fierce beasts carried by Tai and the rest, especially the earth demonic bear that Long Outyin was dragging, they felt incomparably shocked. At the same time, they looked at Ling Xiao and the rest with some vigilance. The aura of the outsiders was completely different from theirs. They could easily distinguish them. Don't say any more. This time, we suffered a great loss and even lost a few brothers. You don't have to worry. These distinguished guests are good friends of our moon tribe. They saved Xiaoxi. Where's the old chief? I want to see him. Tai sighed softly and said to the strong men. The old patriarch is in the Moon Mother's divine palace. Commander Tai, please. The men let Tai into the City of the Moon. The City of the Moon looked spacious and clean. There were huge stone houses on both sides, and they emanated an ancient and rough aura. Tai looked at Ling Xiao and the Moon Goddess and said, esteemed guests, please come with me to the divine palace to see the old patriarch. Commander Yu, please lead the way. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile, a faint light flashing in his eyes. The City of the Moon wasn't large, and it covered an area of 50 kilometers. According to Xiaoxi, the entire Moon tribe only had a little over 20,000 people. Ling Xiao could sense that most of the members of the Moon tribe were very strong. All of them had boundless vitality, and the adult men were at least at the noble realm or the monarch realm. There were even many half-step exalts in the City of the Moon. Ling Xiao could even sense a few obscure and powerful auras. They were the exalts of the Moon tribe. The entire Moon tribe was comparable to a holy land of the martial Dao in the outside world. Under Tai and Xiaoxi's lead, Ling Xiao, the Phoenix Maiden, the Moon Goddess, and Long Outyin passed through the spacious streets and walked towards the center of the city. After passing through a group of buildings, the scene before them suddenly opened up. This was a vast plaza, paved with a type of silver stone. It looked clean and tidy, and emitted rays of resplendent light. Sister Moon Goddess, look at that statue. The Phoenix Maiden's gaze shook as she pointed towards the center of the square. At the center of the square stood a statue that was over 300 meters tall. It was a woman in a white robe. Her skin was snow white, her figure was tall, and her face was beautiful. There was a full moon behind her, and her eyes were deep and dazzling as she looked into the distance. Her entire body emanated a holy and mysterious aura. It was awe-inspiring and inviolable, and it made one feel a sense of worship at a glance. Most importantly, the woman's appearance was exactly the same as the Moon Goddess. Even her aura was extremely similar. Sister Moon Goddess, this is the Moon Mother. I didn't lie to you, right? Xiaoxi looked at the statue with admiration. Ling Xiao, Phoenix Maiden, and Long Outyin stared at the statue in front of them in astonishment. They were too similar, or rather, they were the same person. Could it be that the Moon Goddess was the reincarnation of the Moon Mother? Ling Xiao glanced at the Moon God with a strange look in his eyes. Moon God's eyes looked confused. She slowly walked toward the statue. Wang, the statue suddenly began to tremble, and a bright light spread out. A faint halo fell, as if the holy moonlight was floating down. The statue seemed to have come alive. Almost everyone had a feeling that the statue's eyes were staring at the Moon God. Moon God's body trembled. Her whole body glowed with light. A mysterious wave seemed to resonate with the statue. Rumble, at the end of the square, the Black Palace instantly opened. An old man with white hair and a beard slowly walked out of the palace, holding a cane. He was wearing hemp clothes. He looked at Moon God and did not seem surprised. You're back. The old voice was extremely gentle as it reverberated in the square. Who am I? Moon God's eyes were filled with confusion as she asked softly. You are you, and you are also the Moon Mother. The old man in the linen robe said slowly. Brother Ling, he's my grandfather, and also the chief of the Moon tribe. Grandfather doesn't seem surprised at all. Could it be that he already knew that Sister Moon God would come? Xianxia said in surprise. Ling Xiao looked deeply at the old man in the linen robe. The chief of the Moon tribe, Xianxia, had an unfathomable aura. It was very likely that he had already become a titled supreme. The most powerful person in the Moon tribe was shrouded in a layer of aura that even Ling Xiao couldn't see through. Moon Mother, is it? No, I'm not her. I'm Moon God. Moon God's eyes showed a hint of pain as she struggled to speak. Child, some responsibilities can't be avoided. Some things can only be borne by one person. No matter who you are, you're back. After 1,000,000 years, it will be another reincarnation. Are you ready? Xianxia's eyes were as clear as water as he looked at Moon God. I don't know. Moon God shook her head. Please come in. I will answer all your questions. Xianxia smiled as he looked at Ling Xiao and the others and said slowly. Especially when his gaze landed on Ling Xiao, his eyes narrowed abruptly, but he quickly regained his composure. Wang, Xianxia waved his sleeve and the light on the statue dissipated. The statue slowly returned to its original state. Ling Xiao, Phoenix Maiden, and Long Outyen followed Xianxia into the palace. Yu Tai bowed respectfully to Xianxia, then turned and left. Xiaoxi wanted to leave, but out of curiosity, she quietly followed into the palace. The palace was very spacious, but there was a faint moonlight shining down. It was as if they were in the Moon Palace. The light around them was gentle like water, with a trace of mysterious fluctuation. Xiaoxi, you're being stubborn again. If it weren't for these guests, even grandfather wouldn't have been able to save you. Xianxia looked at Xiaoxi sternly, but there was a hint of helplessness and affection. I know, grandfather. Didn't I bring the Moon Mother back? It's considered as making up for my mistake. Xiaoxi obediently lowered her head and muttered softly. All right, it's considered a great contribution. Xianxia shook his head, then looked at Ling Xiao and the rest and smiled. I've embarrassed myself in front of you. May I know which part of the War God continent you're from? Ling Xiao from Chongqing sect. Fengwu from Flaming Mountain. Long Outyen from Crystal Palace. Ling Xiao, Phoenix Maiden, and Long Outyen were stunned for a moment, but they still introduced themselves. Flaming Mountain and Crystal Palace? So it's a child with the Phoenix bloodline and Dragon bloodline. But I don't think I've heard of Chongqing sect before. Young friend Ling Xiao, you're not from the War God Temple? Xianxia smiled. Chongqing sect is just a holy land of martial arts 10,000 years ago. But it hasn't been around for long, so it's understandable that clan leader Yu doesn't know about it. But what I don't understand is why must I be from the War God Temple? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he asked slowly. Young friend Ling Xiao, you have the inheritance of the Scarlet Dragon War God, but you're not from the War God Temple. This really makes me a little confused. Xianxia smiled. So clan leader Yu is very familiar with the Scarlet Dragon War God and the War God Temple? Could it be that the rumors are true? That the War God Temple is the Scarlet Dragon War God's legacy? Ling Xiao was shocked. He didn't expect Xianxia to know that he had the inheritance of the Scarlet Dragon War God. He didn't know if Xianxia was talking about the Divine Stone or the wordless Heavenly Book. I know a little. The Scarlet Dragon War God didn't leave behind any legacy. The War God Temple is just a villain who stole the War God's legacy. Steal? Clan leader Yu, it is said that the War God Temple is the orthodoxy left behind by the Scarlet Dragon War God. They often act in the name of the Scarlet Dragon War God. In the War God Temple, there are the War God, the left and right celestial venerables, the 4 great guardian kings, and the 18 divine generals. Does clan leader Yu know about this? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he slowly asked. I think little friend Ling should have already guessed it. The Scarlet Dragon War God's 4 divine generals are the spiritual venerables, the Moon Mother, the Buddha Lord, and the Demon Sage. Our Moon tribe is the orthodoxy of the Moon Mother. According to what we know, the Scarlet Dragon War God fought against millions of heavenly demons alone 1,000,000 years ago. In the end, he died in battle and did not leave behind any orthodoxy. The people of the war god temple inadvertently obtained the majority of the Scarlet Dragon war god's inheritance. That is why they claim to be the orthodoxy of the Scarlet Dragon war god. However, in the beginning, perhaps they really wanted to fight against the heavenly demons from the outside. As time passed, their ambitions were gradually exposed. They are no longer the war god temple of the past. Xianxia slowly said, his eyes flashing with a trace of sharpness. Clan leader Yu, if the Moon tribe is the orthodoxy of the Moon Mother, then the other three tribes are the orthodoxy of the spiritual venerables, the Buddha Lord, and the demon sage? Why are you all staying in the time cave and not returning to the war god continent? Ling Xiao slowly asked. These ancient races had stayed in the time cave for 1,000,000 years and were unwilling to leave. What was their purpose? Xianxia nodded and said, that's right. The other three tribes are the orthodoxies of the spiritual venerables, the Buddha Lord, and the demon sage. The spirit tribe and the Buddha tribe are on the same side as us. However, the demon tribe has long been corrupted by the heavenly demons. They have long become a group of ambitious people. We stayed to protect the temple and wait for the Scarlet Dragon war god's true inheritor and descendants. The Scarlet Dragon war god's true inheritor and descendants? Could it be that you still haven't waited 1,000,000 years? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. He had the wordless heavenly book, which was known as the Scarlet Dragon war god's most powerful treasure. Could it be considered the Scarlet Dragon war god's true inheritor and descendants? There was also the descendant of the Scarlet Dragon war god. Ling Xiao unconsciously thought of Luo Luo. No. Xianxia's eyes had a hint of vicissitudes as he slowly said, the central shrine of the time cave contains the imperial edict of the Scarlet Dragon war god. Whoever obtains the edict will be the true successor of the Scarlet Dragon war god and the true master of our 4 tribes. After Xianxia finished speaking, he looked at Ling Xiao meaningfully. Scarlet Dragon war god's imperial edict? If Luo Luo is really the descendant of the Scarlet Dragon war god, then the reason why the war god temple sent people to capture Luo Luo is probably because of the Scarlet Dragon war god's imperial edict. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he thought to himself. He felt that he had finally grasped a secret of the Heaven's Choice Assembly. He had never believed that the War God Temple's goal in holding the Heaven's Choice Assembly was simple. From the looks of it, the Imperial Edict was probably one of their goals. Could it be that the reason they gathered the countless geniuses of the War God continent was to select the descendants of the Scarlet Dragon War God, as well as those who could grasp the Divine Edict? Thinking of this, Ling Xiao began to worry. Luo Luo was currently in the Crystal Palace, but Long Lai wasn't there. If the War God Temple was determined to capture Luo Luo, the Crystal Palace wouldn't be able to resist. Then the War God Temple holding the Heaven's Choice Assembly, could it be to select the successor of the Imperial Edict? Long Outyan couldn't help but ask. I'm not sure, but it's very likely. Xianxia slowly said, other than our 4 tribes guarding the shrine, there is also an old servant in the Destiny Shrine. He can control a portion of the shrine's power. Every time the time cave opens, it should be him who operates it. The mission of our 4 tribes is to wait for the Scarlet Dragon War God's successor or descendant to appear. As for other things, we don't participate, however, in the Heaven's Choice Assembly that is held every 1,000 years, you outsiders will cause a large number of massacres. Therefore, we ancient races stay away from you and even view you as an enemy. Ling Xiao nodded. Xianxia's words had answered most of his questions. Next, he asked the most important question, is the Moon Goddess really the reincarnation of the Moon Mother? When Ling Xiao asked this question, the Moon Goddess' body trembled. Everyone stared at Xianxia, not saying a word. No. Xianxia smiled faintly. His answer allowed Ling Xiao and the Moon Goddess to heave a sigh of relief. However, what he said next caused everyone's hearts to skip a beat. The Moon Goddess is not the reincarnation of the Moon Mother, it is the Moon Mother. What? The Moon Goddess and Phoenix Maiden trembled and couldn't help but stand up. Calm down and listen to my explanation. Xianxia said calmly, in the great calamity 1,000,000 years ago, the Scarlet Dragon War God died in battle, but he saved the 4 divine generals. After that battle, the 4 divine generals were heavily injured and fell into a deep slumber. According to the records of our Moon tribe, the Moon Mother also fell into a deep slumber. She only left behind a trace of spiritual energy to develop. Her primordial spirit is in deep slumber and recuperating, therefore, this moon goddess is the manifestation of the spiritual energy left behind by the moon mother. The real moon mother is in deep slumber in her body. She may be in deep slumber for a long time, or it may be very short. No one knows. The truth may be cruel, but it is the truth. Yu Chongshan's words caused the moon goddess' face to turn pale. To her, this result was extremely cruel. If the moon goddess was the reincarnation of the moon mother, it would be fine. However, Yu Chongshan said that the moon goddess' primordial spirit was only a trace of spiritual energy left behind by the moon mother. This meant that if the moon mother woke up, the moon goddess would die at any time. That would be no different from dying for real. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. He had long sensed that there was a mysterious force in the moon goddess' body. According to what Yu Chongshan said, it was the sleeping moon mother? Leader Yu, according to what you said, when the moon mother wakes up, will the moon goddess' primordial spirit completely disappear? Phoenix Maiden asked anxiously. It may be cruel, but it is true. Yu Chongshan nodded and looked at the moon goddess apologetically. This is too unfair. Why does the moon goddess have to die when the moon mother wakes up? Why can't she find another body? Why must she do this? Phoenix Maiden asked anxiously. There is no other way. You can say that Miss Yueshan's primordial spirit is a part of the moon mother's primordial spirit. She has no choice. Patriarch Yu, what if we cut off Yueshan's primordial spirit from this body and rebuild it for her? Wouldn't this prevent Yueshan from being annihilated? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he slowly asked. Impossible. Miss Yueshan's primordial spirit cannot leave this body. If it does, she will die immediately. She can only wait for the moon mother to wake up. Maybe the moon mother will be merciful and leave her primordial spirit. Yu Chongshan shook his head. The possibility of this happening was very small. This news was very cruel. Phoenix Maiden and Yu Xiaoxi's eyes turned red. Don't be sad. Life and death are fated. If the moon mother wakes up, it will be a good thing. At that time, she will be able to stop the War God Temple's conspiracy. Even if the Sky Demon comes, she will be able to stop this catastrophe. Yueshan smiled slightly. However, her face was pale and her smile was heart-wrenching. Ling Xiao frowned. This was an unsolvable answer. He naturally didn't want Yueshan to be annihilated. Even the moon mother didn't have the qualifications to do so. Grandpa, is there really no way? Sister Yueshan is very good. I don't want her to die like this. Yu Xiaoxi said coquettishly as she hugged Yu Chongshan's arm. Her eyes were full of guilt. This little girl was kind-hearted. She probably thought that it was because he brought Yueshan back to the moon tribe that she learned this cruel news. Maybe there is a way, but I can't be sure. Yu Chongshan's eyes flashed with a trace of light. What way? Grandpa, tell me quickly. Yu Xiaoxi's eyes lit up. Yu Chongshan looked at Ling Xiao meaningfully and said, if this little friend Ling can obtain the Scarlet Dragon War God's imperial decree, maybe there will be a way in the Flowing Time Temple. The Scarlet Dragon War God's imperial decree? Ling Xiao nodded with a trace of decisiveness in his eyes. Although the Heavenly Selection Convention had been held so many times, it seemed that no one could obtain the imperial decree. However, Ling Xiao had the wordless heavenly book. Patriarch Yu, why are you so sure that I can obtain the imperial decree? Ling Xiao looked at Yu Chongshan with some doubt. Feeling? Yu Chongshan smiled. Most importantly, I also hate the War God Temple. I don't want our 4 tribes to have to listen to the War God Temple. Ling Xiao nodded. After chatting for a while, they left the divine palace. The moon goddess did not seem to be affected. Her temperament was still cold, and her face was beautiful. Her expression was calm. However, Phoenix Maiden and Yu Xiaoxi were very worried. Their eyes were slightly red. However, Yu Chongshan's words gave them a glimmer of hope. They all hoped that Ling Xiao would be able to obtain the Scarlet Dragon War God's imperial decree. Ling Xiao also took the opportunity to ask Yu Chongshan about the whereabouts of the longevity grass. As expected, there was indeed such a place around the Moon Tribe. To the east of the Great Swamp, to the north of the Long River, 2 mountains converged, and the dragon vein nurtured the spirit. According to Yu Chongshan, there was a mountain range 30,000 li north of the Moon tribe. The terrain there matched the description of these words. Ling Xiao immediately decided to search for the longevity grass. The people of the Star Palace were already nearby. If they were the first to find the longevity grass, it would be troublesome. He absolutely had to obtain this supreme divine medicine. The longevity grass was the legendary divine herb left behind by Dugu Chobai. Ling Xiao even faintly felt that if he could find the longevity grass, he might be able to find the true inheritance of Dugu Chobai. Although the divine sword technique, demonic sword supreme sutra, and longevity sword aura were the three great sword techniques created by Dugu Chobai when he was young, middle-aged, and old, they were not the true inheritance of Dugu Chobai. Ling Xiao also wanted to see what kind of demeanor Dugu Chobai, who had dominated the heavens and swept across the 8 barren lands, was like. Ling Xiao told them that he was going to look for the longevity grass. Phoenix Lady, Moon God, and Long Outyen all wanted to go with Ling Xiao. Long Outyen, in particular, was the happiest. He was the most enthusiastic when it came to treasure hunting. You guys don't have to go. It's more convenient for me to go alone. Moreover, we found traces of the Star Palace. It's inevitable that other martial arts holy lands have their eyes on the longevity grass. You guys should stay in the Moon City for now. Ling Xiao looked at the three of them and said slowly. Cousin, don't look down on me. I, Long Outyen, have inherited the divine dragon's inheritance. My 1,000 dragons god-slaying technique can slay demons and gods. What bullsh * T Star Palace? I can beat them all. Long Outyen said arrogantly and insisted on going. The three of you have advanced to half-step supreme being and can pass through the Earth's calamity. My Moon City has a Xianhuang Mother energy pool that can help you pass through the Earth's calamity. To thank the three of you for saving Xiaoxi, I can make an exception and let you enter the Xianhuang Mother energy pool to cultivate. Yu Chongshan looked at Phoenix Maiden, Moon Goddess, and Long Outyen and said with a smile. Xianhuang Mother energy pool? I'll agree on their behalf. Thank you, clan leader Yu. Ling Xiao knew that this was Yu Chongshan's good intentions and immediately agreed without any explanation. In the end, Phoenix Maiden and Moon Goddess nodded their heads. Long Outyen also agreed helplessly. In the Time Moon Cave, there were dangers everywhere. It was also a good thing to be able to increase one's cultivation as much as possible. After arranging everything, Ling Xiao bid farewell to Yu Chongshan and left the Moon City. A new war god is about to be born. It seems like our 4 major tribes can finally return to our homeland. Yu Chongshan looked at Ling Xiao's departing figure and muttered to himself. There was a trace of anticipation in his eyes. After Ling Xiao left the Moon City, he used a secret teleportation technique and headed towards the vast mountain range in the north. His speed was extremely fast and he used the sky-devouring secret technique to conceal his aura. Therefore, he didn't alarm any powerful beasts. The mountain range below was vast and majestic. Numerous mountains rose steeply from the ground, their precipitous peaks piercing through the clouds. Ancient trees towered into the sky, and clouds and mist coiled around them, containing the boundless essence of heaven and earth. It was like an ancient mythological world, uncivilized and ancient. Powerful beasts and primordial species that couldn't be seen in the war god continent were actually abundant in this mountain range. Powerful beasts swallowed the essence of heaven and earth. Their roars shook the heavens and earth. Some even fought in the mountain range, shattering countless mountains. Ling Xiao used his extreme speed and crossed 30,000 miles in a few hours. He arrived at an unfamiliar mountain range. To the east of the Great Swamp, to the north of the Long River, 2 mountains converge and the dragon vein nourishes the spirit. Looks like it should be in that area. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he saw a vast river in front of him. It rushed out from the mountain range and was at least 100 miles wide. Huge waves surged into the sky and water vapor filled the air. It was extremely majestic. The lake in front of him was like an ocean. It was a large swamp. To the east of the lake, there were 2 mountain peaks side by side. A large river flowed between the mountain peaks towards the east. The 2 mountain peaks stretched for thousands of miles. It was very majestic. The scene in front of him was almost exactly the same as described by the words. It should be here. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a glint. He flew towards the area between the two mountain peaks. Between the two mountain peaks, in addition to the large river flowing towards the east, there was a very deep valley. Spiritual chi was dense and the essence of heaven and earth gathered. It made the vegetation here very exuberant. There were exotic flowers and plants everywhere. But standing in front of the valley, Ling Xiao felt a very dangerous fluctuation coming from the valley. This is the aura of a demon venerable? Ling Xiao's eyes trembled. He retracted his aura even more and slowly walked into the valley. The demonic beasts and fierce beasts in the time cave might be due to the incomplete laws of heaven and earth. Even if they were half-step demon venerables or demon venerables, they did not have much spiritual intelligence. They only had ignorant instincts. Ling Xiao was very different. These fierce beasts did not have spiritual intelligence and did not condense primordial spirits. But they had such terrifying combat strength just by relying on their physical bodies and bloodlines. They were comparable to half-step demon venerables or even demon venerables. So Ling Xiao was very cautious and walked into the valley carefully. In the valley, ancient trees towered into the sky and old vines entwined around them. A huge fierce beast was lying there, snoring loudly from its mouth and nose. It was a green python that was hundreds of feet long. There was a golden crown on its head. The scales all over its body exuded a terrifying and powerful fluctuation. Its flat tongue was raised high, looking very ferocious. Its eyes were closed, and there seemed to be green lightning around its body. It was as if it had been contaminated by the green python's aura for a long time. The surrounding vegetation emitted a trace of lightning. It's the ancient fierce beast, the green-scaled heaven-devouring python? Ling Xiao was shocked. This green python was almost exactly the same as the legendary green-scaled heaven-devouring python. Its monstrous aura made Ling Xiao's heart tremble. The green-scaled heaven-devouring python was an ancient fierce beast. It was rumored that it was a super existence that could fight with a real dragon. When it grew up, it could swallow millions of miles of mountains and rivers and even the heavens and earth. It was extremely terrifying. The realm of the demon venerable was definitely the realm of the demon venerable. With Ling Xiao's current cultivation, he might not be able to deal with this azure-scaled heaven-devouring python. It's actually guarded by a green-scaled heaven-devouring python. No wonder no one has been able to obtain the longevity grass after so many years. Ling Xiao's eyes flickered. Even the Toon King city wouldn't be able to do anything to the azure Qilin heaven-devouring python. Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of the green-scaled heaven-devouring python. Even if it was a battle with He Qi, if he couldn't win, he would be able to retreat. The most important thing was that the battle with the green-scaled heaven-devouring python would cause a huge commotion. If it attracted the people from Star Palace and they took advantage of the situation, it would be a great loss. Ling Xiao carefully observed the valley again. This valley was very wide and quiet. Ling Xiao could feel a strong qi of the dragon veins. This should be the place where the dragon veins gathered. It was a natural treasure land. Otherwise, the green-scaled heaven-swallowing python would not guard this place. Ling Xiao was almost certain that the longevity grass was in the valley, but how to get it was a problem. Let's go in and check it out first. Ling Xiao's eyes shone and he entered the god stone in an instant. The god stone became a stone the size of a grain of rice and floated into the valley silently. The god stone was very magical. As the small world in the god stone was gradually perfected, Ling Xiao could control the god stone more easily. Even a Jizun wouldn't be able to notice the god stone if he didn't pay attention, let alone a green-scaled heaven-devouring python that didn't have any intelligence. The god stone floated into the valley slowly and started to check the surroundings. Ling Xiao deliberately avoided the green-scaled heaven-devouring python. The surrounding valley was very quiet. Ancient trees towered into the sky and there were strange flowers and herbs everywhere. Moreover, there was a strong qi of the dragon veins spreading. However, after looking around, Ling Xiao still couldn't find the whereabouts of the longevity grass. This is strange. Could it be that the longevity grass has been eaten by the green-scaled heaven-devouring python? Ling Xiao felt a little puzzled. He controlled the god stone and floated towards the green-scaled heaven-devouring python. The green-scaled heaven-devouring python's roar shook the sky. Its body was surrounded by green lightning. It looked very powerful. Every breath it took seemed to set off a hurricane. It rumbled like thunder and shook the entire valley. Ling Xiao circled around, but he still couldn't find the whereabouts of the longevity grass. Little Green, a bad guy is coming. It's that stone. Bite him to pieces. Suddenly, a voice sounded in the valley. It sounded a little old and experienced. Who's talking? Ling Xiao was also shocked. He couldn't see anyone at all. In the end, he found that the voice came from the green-scaled heaven-devouring python's abdomen. Boom, the green-scaled heaven-devouring python's eyes instantly opened. They were bloodthirsty and cold. A terrifying aura intertwined and instantly locked onto the god's stone. Whoosh, a stream of light shot out of the green-scaled heaven-devouring python's mouth and instantly turned into a green grass. It had 9 leaves and its entire body was sparkling and translucent. There were mysterious patterns on the leaves and a faint layer of mist pervaded the air. It was extremely mysterious, as if it was describing some kind of truth of the great Tao. The most important thing was that there was a human face on the grass. It looked like an old man with a face full of wrinkles. His eyeballs were rolling around. It was very wretched. His leaf pointed at the god's stone and said in an old and experienced tone, "Bastard, you're here to catch your grandfather, right? Fortunately, your grandfather is smart. Little Green, bite him to pieces." I was wondering where the longevity grass went. It's actually in the green-scaled heaven-devouring python's stomach. Ling Xiao was a little speechless. At the same time, he felt that something was wrong. This longevity grass looked very strange. It actually had intelligence that was not inferior to a human's. Moreover, it instantly found the trace of the god's stone. Roar, the green-scaled heaven-devouring python's mouth let out a thunderous roar. The entire valley instantly set off a hurricane. It opened its mouth and an incomparably violent devouring power enveloped the god's stone. Whoosh, fortunately, Ling Xiao's reaction was faster. As soon as the longevity grass finished speaking, the god's stone turned into a stream of light and instantly rushed out of the valley. Little Green, quickly chase after it. That stone is strange. You must catch the guy inside it. The longevity grass sat on the green-scaled heaven-devouring python's golden crown and pointed at the god's stone. Suddenly, the green-scaled heaven-devouring python rushed out at an extremely fast speed. Rumble. The green lightning was dazzling. The surrounding towering ancient trees were all turned into dust. The earth rumbled. The green-scaled heaven-devouring python seemed to have locked onto the god's stone. No matter where Ling Xiao flew, the green-scaled heaven-devouring python would follow. Damn it! How can that longevity grass have such a strong spiritual sense? Ling Xiao felt that it was somewhat inconceivable. Even a supreme being would find it difficult to sense the whereabouts of the god's stone. In the end, the longevity grass found it. Rumble, Ling Xiao rode on the god's stone and traveled through the mountains. His speed was extremely fast and he was like an undetectable streamer. With such speed, an ordinary beast would have been left behind. However, the green-scaled heaven-devouring python was biting on the back of the god's stone. It was extremely violent and its roar was earth-shattering. Everything in front of it, regardless of whether it was a mountain or a towering ancient tree, was smashed into powder. Bastard, run! I want to see where you can run to. You actually want to catch your grandfather. Today, your grandfather must see who you are. You must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts. The longevity grass shouted arrogantly. Its wrinkled face was filled with a smug smile and it was asking for a beating. Under the command of the longevity grass, the god's stone seemed to have nowhere to hide. No matter where it ran to or what shape it took, the longevity grass could detect it immediately. The person in the stone, listen up. Come out now. If you come out now and kneel before me and beg for mercy, I might spare your life. Boy, don't think that this broken stone can save your life. Xiaoqing has even torn apart a divine beast. Come out and accept your death. The person in the stone, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. If you anger me, I will kill your entire family. Ling Xiao rode on the god's stone and flew in front while the green-scaled heaven-devouring python chased behind. However, the longevity grass was very strange. It kept threatening Ling Xiao and it made Ling Xiao gnash his teeth in anger. Bastard, wait until I catch you. Let's see if you still dare to be so arrogant. Ling Xiao held back a bellyful of anger. This strange longevity grass could make one fly into a rage with just a few words. It was simply infuriating to death without paying for it. Moreover, Ling Xiao also realized that the green-scaled heaven-devouring python was extremely strong. It was even comparable to an expert of the 9th level Supreme Realm. Its power was extremely terrifying, and it was not something that he could contend with at the moment. Moreover, the commotion might have already alerted the people from the Star Palace. If so, let's make a bigger commotion. When the people from the Star Palace come, I might be able to find a chance. Ling Zhao's eyes shone brightly. He rode on the God Stone and started to rampage in the mountains. Boom! The heavenly deity stone shone brightly and directly collided with a 10,000 zhang tall mountain. The earth trembled, and the mountain collapsed with a loud bang. Rocks flew everywhere, and the earth cracked open as if it was the end of the world. Whoosh! Ling Xiao rode on the Empyrean stone and rushed underground, then rushed out from an active volcano. Immediately, the volcano exploded, endless lava spewed out, and raging flames burned fiercely. The surrounding towering ancient trees were all engulfed by the sea of fire. Bastard in the stone, you're dead. Grandpa is telling you, Grandpa will not let you go. You're pissing me off. You're the one inside the stone. Grandpa will definitely skin you alive and tear your tendons out. You'll never be able to reincarnate. Bastard, you're dead. The longevity grass behind him roared angrily. Although the azure Qilin heaven-swallowing python's speed was very fast, it was only about the same as the celestial divine stone's speed. There was no way it could catch up to Ling Xiao in a short period of time. Ling Xiao turned a deaf ear to him and continued flying forward. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. Suddenly, he felt that there was a huge mountain in front of him that was shrouded in clouds and mist, exuding an aura that made his heart palpitate. There was a ferocious beast there. Although its aura was obscure, it was extremely terrifying. It was actually not any weaker than the heaven-swallowing cyan python. Ling Zhao's eyes moved, and he suddenly revealed a cold smile. The God Stone instantly rushed toward the huge mountain, and like a bright sun, it directly exploded on the mountain. Rumble! The huge mountain directly exploded with a loud bang. Rocks flew everywhere, and the light was dazzling. Huge rocks weighing tens of thousands of jin were swept high into the sky. The God Stone took advantage of this opportunity to instantly restrain its aura, and flew away with the broken rocks. Roar! An earth-shattering roar was heard. Dazzling golden light burst out in an instant, and a 100 zhang tall golden ape rushed out from the mountain. Its entire body was surging with qi and blood, as if it was going to shatter the void. Its eyes were filled with flames of anger. There was a huge black cudgel in its hand. It was like a mountain pillar, wrapped in a monstrous evil aura, and it smashed toward the heaven-swallowing cyan python. Just now, when the God Stone crashed into the territory of the golden ape, its aura disappeared in an instant. With the spiritual intelligence of the golden ape, there was naturally no way for it to discern that Ling Xiao was using the tiger to devour the wolf. It directly vented its anger on the heaven-swallowing cyan python. Bastard, how did we come to this guy's territory? That bastard in the stone, I'm telling you, you're dead meat. Little cyan, let's go. The longevity grass was furious. Obviously, it knew that the golden ape had left, and hurriedly commanded the heaven-swallowing cyan python to leave. However, the golden ape had already targeted the heaven-swallowing cyan python. How could it let it leave just like that? Rumble! The huge cudgel smashed toward the heaven-swallowing cyan python, and the terrifying fluctuation caused the void to tremble violently. The heaven-swallowing cyan python seemed to have been provoked. It also roared angrily, and its huge snake tail swept out, slapping toward the golden ape. Boom! The black cudgel smashed onto the snake's tail, and a bright light exploded. From the body of the heaven-swallowing cyan python, countless cyan lightning flowed along the black cudgel, and instantly enveloped the golden ape. The cyan lightning seemed to contain an extremely terrifying power, and it electrocuted the golden ape until it cried out loudly, and its golden hair stood on end. Bang! 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 The golden ape seemed to know the power of the heaven-swallowing cyan python, and it threw away the black cudgel. It pounded its chest with its fists, and like an invincible King Kong, it charged toward the heaven-swallowing cyan python. Could this golden ape be the legendary ancient ferocious beast, the King Kong divine ape? Ling Xiao was shocked. He could feel that there was an extremely violent energy flowing in the body of the golden ape. Moreover, its physical body was extremely terrifying, and its blood was monstrous. Its entire body seemed to be cast in gold, and it was not at a disadvantage when fighting the heaven-swallowing cyan python with its bare hands. However, the heaven-swallowing cyan python was not to be trifled with. Its demonic aura surged, and cyan lightning filled the air. Its huge snake body coiled around the King Kong divine ape, and each of its scales pierced into the body of the King Kong divine ape, as if devouring its life force. Rumble, the intense battle between the two ancient ferocious beasts erupted in an instant. At this moment, even if the longevity grass cried out loudly, it could not control the situation before it. The two ancient ferocious beasts were bloodthirsty, and each of them fought without fear of death. Meanwhile, Ling Xiao hid in the sky god's stone, and did not leave, watching the battle between the two ancient ferocious beasts. The King Kong divine ape and the heaven-swallowing cyan python were both ancient ferocious beasts, and their strength was on par. If they were both injured in the end, perhaps Ling Xiao would be able to reap the benefits. However, what Ling Xiao did not know was that the battle between the King Kong divine ape and the heaven-swallowing cyan python had attracted the attention of others. A group of uninvited guests were rushing in this direction. It's definitely a fight between supreme beasts. Let's go and take a look. Is there any treasure? The longevity grass might be there. Let's speed up. A group of young disciples in starry robes and black armors were excited. They could feel the earth-shattering fight in the distance and they rushed over. The leaders were Xianxia and Sky-Scorching Monster Emperor. Ziwei, are you sure the longevity grass is in this mountain? Sky-Scorching Monster Emperor's eyes shone brightly as he asked. It shouldn't be wrong. The seniors of Star Palace once saw the longevity grass here 1,000 years ago. However, it was a pity that the longevity grass had already become an unparalleled divine medicine. It possessed extreme speed and there was no way to catch it. However, the seniors of my sect remembered the place where the longevity grass grew. The place where the dragon vein nurtured the spirit was in this area. Xianxia said with a smile. Great! If we can get the longevity grass, the two of us might be able to go through the supreme tribulation first and become supreme beasts. We might even be able to come out on top in the Chosen One meeting. Also, I want to kill that B***starred Ling Xiao. Sky-Scorching Monster Emperor said with a cold glint in his eyes. Your Highness, don't worry. Ling Xiao will definitely die this time. Not only us, but he has also offended the successor of the Combat God Hall. The Combat God Hall will not let him go. Xianxia said. Great! Ha ha ha. Let's go and take a look. If the two supreme beasts are injured, we might be able to take advantage of them. Sky-Scorching Monster Emperor licked his lips and said slowly. His aura was getting stronger and his blood was boiling. During his time in the Time Cave, he had killed countless powerful Archean xenogeneics and devoured their blood essences. This made his Kylan bloodline even more powerful and terrifying. If he could devour the two supreme beasts, he might be able to break through to the supreme realm without the longevity grass. In another mountain range, Zhao Ritian was wearing a golden robe and riding on the void golden eyes beast, his body exuding a majestic aura. Even his mount, the void golden eyes beast, had the strength of a half-step to demon master. Apparently, it had obtained a great opportunity. Second uncle, are you sure there is the longevity grass there? What does the longevity grass have to do with the battle between the two supreme beasts? Zhao Ritian asked doubtfully. It shouldn't be wrong. Although that longevity grass is very slippery and has been hiding in the Time Cave for hundreds of thousands of years, it still likes to attach itself to powerful vicious beasts. I suspect that the longevity grass is most likely there. Ritian, as long as you get the longevity grass, it's a supreme divine herb. It'll definitely help you pass the supreme tribulation. At that time, it'll be a piece of cake for you to crush Ling Xiao. Second uncle chuckled. Good. The longevity grass belongs to me, Zhao Ritian. I will kill whoever dares to snatch it from me. Zhao Ritian said proudly. At the mention of crushing Ling Xiao, It was as if he had been injected with chicken blood, his eyes shining brightly. Whoosh, the void golden-eyed beast exuded golden light. It stepped on clouds and its eyes were like golden lamps. Its aura was extraordinary. It was like a golden bolt of lightning that shot into the distance. Apart from Ziwei Xingzi, the sky-burning demon emperor, and Zhao Ritian, many other geniuses nearby were also alerted by the battle between the King Kong ape and the green-scaled heaven-devouring python. They quickly made their way over. Rumble, the battle between the King Kong ape and the green-scaled heaven-devouring python was too horrifying. The mountains within 100 miles were flattened. Mountains flew in all directions, the earth cracked, and the towering ancient trees were reduced to dust. The earth caved in a few hundred feet, and the river flowed backward, forming a huge lake. The King Kong ape and the green-scaled heaven-devouring python had already exchanged more than 100 blows. Every blow was dangerous, and their bodies were riddled with wounds. Their combat strength began to decline rapidly. The green scales on the green-scaled heaven-devouring python were shattered, and a section of its tail was broken. There were bloodstains in its eyes, which were caused by the King Kong ape's punch on its head. The King Kong ape's strength was unparalleled. That punch had almost smashed its head into pieces. The King Kong ape was not faring well either. Its body was covered with wounds, and there was even a bloody scar on its face, which added to its ferocious aura. Roar, a terrifying roar shook the heavens and the earth. The ferocious beasts in the distance trembled in fear and fled in all directions. Rumble, the King Kong ape thumped its chest and punched the green-scaled heaven-devouring python's body. Instantly, dozens of scales were reduced to dust. The green-scaled heaven-devouring python roared, but the ferocious aura in its eyes grew stronger. It instantly turned into a green stream of light and wrapped around the King Kong ape's body. The green scales sank deep into the King Kong ape's body, exuding a powerful devouring power. It began to devour the King Kong ape's blood essence. Bang! 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 The King Kong ape was in pain. It bared its sharp teeth and bit the green-scaled heaven-devouring python's body. At the same time, it smashed its fists at the green-scaled heaven-devouring python. Every punch would send flesh and blood flying. It was like the beating of a heavenly drum, producing a dull sound. Little Green, stop fighting. Run. Longevity Grass was so anxious that he was about to jump up. The King Kong ape and the green-scaled heaven-devouring python were evenly matched in strength. This battle was too fierce. If this continued, the green-scaled heaven-devouring python would most likely devour all of the King Kong ape's blood essence, and the green-scaled heaven-devouring python would be killed by the King Kong ape. This is my chance. Ling Zhao's eyes shone brightly. He took advantage of the battle between the King Kong ape and the green-scaled heaven-devouring python. The god's stone wriggled slowly, and he was already 1,000 feet away from the longevity grass. To Ling Xiao, the distance of 1,000 feet was just a matter of seconds. Whoosh, he instantly rushed out of the god's stone and used a secret teleportation technique. It was as if he had teleported. He appeared beside the longevity grass and reached out his hand. Bastard, are you trying to take advantage of the situation? I've already seen this coming. The longevity grass flew into a rage. Its eyes glinted coldly. Suddenly, its body was surrounded by a green glow. Its leaves swayed, and suddenly, a dazzling sword light appeared in the sky, slashing toward Ling Xiao. The sword radiance was dazzling. It was like the Milky Way that crossed the 9 heavens. It carried an unparalleled sword aura that was as brilliant as the heavenly way. It was as if the sword could even cut down the stars. Eh? Ling Xiao was slightly stunned. He did not expect the longevity grass to be able to launch such a terrifying attack. The sword radiance had the power to threaten a prime. It was extremely terrifying. However, it was still not enough for Ling Xiao. Whoosh, a dazzling divine light filled Ling Xiao's palm. In an instant, it soared into the sky and turned into millions of dazzling sword auras. They multiplied endlessly and enveloped the sword radiance. This was the longevity sword aura, one of the 3 great sword techniques. It could form the longevity sword aura realm. Not only did it break the sword radiance in an instant, but it also enveloped the longevity grass. You displayed the longevity sword beam earlier? There was a look of shock on the longevity grass's face as he said. You know about the longevity sword chi as well? It seems like the rumors about you being the supreme divine herb left behind by Dugu Chobai are true. Ling Xiao looked at the longevity grass in surprise. Swoosh. Swoosh, Ling Xiao formed a seal with his hands and instantly laid down a few restriction runes on the longevity grass. Unexpectedly, the longevity grass did not resist. Kid, let's talk about this. If you help me save Little Green, I'll teach you Dugu Chobai's supreme technique. It's definitely more powerful than the longevity sword chi that you've cultivated. Longevity grass looked at Ling Xiao and chuckled. Is that the technique you used just now? It doesn't look like anything special. Ling Xiao pursed his lips. However, he was surprised. The technique that longevity grass used just now had a vast sword intent. It was definitely a divine tier martial technique. However, longevity grass did not seem to be able to use too much of its power. That was why Ling Xiao could easily break it. That sword attack had indeed surpassed the longevity sword chi. Could it be that the technique that longevity grass used was Dugu Chobai's true inheritance? Country bumpkin, you're ignorant. Earlier, I merely utilized a strength comparable to a monarch realm expert, yet that sword strike of mine possessed the might to threaten and exalt. If I possessed the strength of an exalt, then I would even be able to slaughter a god. The longevity grass spoke proudly. Will you die if you don't brag? Is the azure Qilin heaven-devouring python your pet? If it is, I can save it. Ling Xiao rolled his eyes and glared at longevity grass. He felt that he was surrounded by a bunch of weirdos. That big radish was a weirdo, and this longevity grass was even weirder. None of them were normal. Longevity grass said angrily, Little Green is my partner, a good friend. She's not a pet. Kid, let me tell you, if you don't save Little Green, I'll explode myself. You won't get anything then. Ling Xiao sneered. Oh? You dare to threaten me? Do you believe that I will kill both the Vajra ape and the azure Qilin heaven-devouring python? The longevity grass immediately calmed down. It smiled bitterly and said, Kid, since you can produce sword chi, you must be a descendant of Dugu Chobai. We are family, so there is no need to fight, right? Quickly go and save little Qing. If you alarm the others, then it will be troublesome. All right. Ling Xiao nodded. He did not intend to give up on the green Qilin heaven-devouring python. Now that he had the longevity grass, the green Qilin heaven-devouring python would definitely listen to him obediently. This was like having another super fighter. Whoosh. Whoosh. At this moment, several air-piercing sounds were heard. A group of figures with powerful auras were flying towards them. Ling Xiao? A cold and furious voice sounded. The sky-burning demon emperor immediately looked at Ling Xiao. The disciples of Star Palace and Sky Demon Palace rushed over. Heaven-burning demon emperor, purple star child? There was a flash of light in Ling Xiao's eyes. The commotion had alarmed them. Purple Star Child saw the longevity grass in Ling Xiao's hand and said coldly, Ling Xiao, hand over the longevity grass and I will spare your life. Otherwise, you will definitely die today. Hand over the longevity grass. The sky-burning demon emperor said coldly. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. More people rushed over. They were all experts from various martial arts sanctuaries. They were alarmed by the commotion caused by the battle between the Vajra ape and the azure Qilin heaven-devouring python. There were many people that Ling Xiao knew. Experts from the Nantian family, Emperor Tomb Mountain, Precious Treasure Pavilion and other martial arts sanctuaries. Even Zhao Ritian was there. Ling Zhao's eyes glinted. It seemed that there would be a great battle today. What? The supreme divine medicine, the longevity grass? I heard that the longevity grass is the supreme divine medicine left behind by the sword demon, Dugu Chobai. It might contain Dugu Chobai's inheritance. Ling Xiao, hand over the longevity grass and I will spare your life. Ling Xiao, don't make a mistake. Many experts scolded one after another. Their eyes were filled with greed as they stared at the longevity grass. Although they knew that Ling Xiao was an expert on the Green Cloud leaderboard and had great combat strength, the Ziwei Star and the Sky-Burning Demon Emperor were present. The Ziwei Star was ranked higher than Ling Xiao. In addition, there were hundreds of experts gathered here. It was impossible for Ling Xiao to be a match for so many people. So your name is Ling Xiao? I don't care what your name is. Hurry up and save Little Green. It can't hold on for much longer. The longevity grass said anxiously. In the distance, the Vidra ape and the azure Qilin heaven-devouring python were entangled with each other. Their auras had become extremely weak. It was as though they were in a deadlock. The two beasts were determined to see who would kill the other first. Some of the martial arts experts even approached the two beasts. Their eyes were filled with passion and greed. There was only one longevity grass. It might be difficult for them to fight for it. However, the two supreme beasts were full of treasures. Now that both of them were injured, it was a good opportunity for them to reap the benefits. Don't worry. With me around, the azure Qilin heaven-devouring python won't die. A sharp glint flashed across Ling Xiao's eyes as he spoke indifferently. Whoosh, Ling Xiao ignored those people. He turned into a ray of golden light and rushed towards the Vidra ape and the azure Qilin heaven-devouring python. Boom, Ling Xiao struck out with his palm. Streaks of dark light burst forth from his palm. He had used the great art of soul destruction and instantly shot the soul-destroying needle into the Vidra ape's forehead. The Vidra ape was extremely weak. It was fighting the azure Qilin heaven-devouring python with its ferocious instincts and willpower. If it was at its peak, Ling Xiao's great soul destruction technique and soul destruction needle would have no effect on it. It wouldn't even be able to break its body. But now, the Vidra ape had no power to resist. Boom, the Vidra ape's forehead split open. The demon soul in its consciousness was its only weakness. Now that it was exposed to Ling Xiao, it was instantly killed by the great soul destruction technique. The Vidra ape's eyes widened in disbelief. It couldn't imagine that it would be killed by a bug. Oh no, stop him. He wants to get his hands on the two supreme beasts. Everyone, let's attack him together. The sky-scorching demon emperor and Ziwei Xingzi's faces changed. They instantly leaped towards Ling Xiao, their bodies exuding a towering divine radiance. The sky-scorching demon emperor used the Qilin fist. His body was surrounded by blazing flames. There seemed to be a giant Qilin jumping out from his fist radiance. It carried a ferocious aura and pounced towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, let go of the two honorable beasts. Ling Xiao, you're courting death. Everyone seemed to be infuriated by Ling Xiao as they charged towards him. The longevity grass was already in Ling Xiao's hands, but he still wanted to get his hands on the two honorable beasts. Naturally, everyone was enraged. However, it was too late. After Ling Xiao killed the King Kong ape, he immediately kept the corpse of the King Kong ape and the unconscious green-scaled heaven-devouring python into the divine stone. Ling Xiao used a teleportation secret technique, leaving behind an afterimage on the spot, but his entire person appeared 1,000 feet away. Rumble, many powerful martial artists attacked at the same time. The momentum was earth-shattering, especially the Qilin fist of the sky-scorching demon emperor and the emperor's fist of the Ziwei star. They contained terrifying power. At Ling Xiao's original position, a mountain peak that was thousands of feet high was instantly turned into dust as the void cracked. Heaven and earth shook as divine light burst out. It was as if a small sun had exploded. The radiant light shone on heaven and earth, causing countless people's hearts to tremble. Ling Xiao, hand over the longevity grass and I'll spare your life. Zhao Ritian shouted. His eyes were filled with jealousy as he threw a punch at Ling Xiao. Zhao Ritian was so jealous that he was about to go crazy. Ling Xiao was everywhere. All the treasures that he wanted were snatched away by Ling Xiao. Zhao Ritian felt wronged. Although he was extremely fearful of Ling Xiao, at this moment, with so many powerhouses present, he was instantly emboldened and brazenly attacked Ling Xiao. Rumble, this was the sky-scorching sun fist of the Sun Palace. It was a supreme killing skill that was activated by his divine body of the sun blood qi shot up to the sky as the fist radiance was like a blazing sun that blasted towards Ling Xiao. Oh? Zhao Ritian, you've grown up. How dare you attack me? Ling Xiao sneered and threw a punch as well. Golden blood qi exploded as dragon power filled the air. The punch exploded the sun. Both of them shook and retreated. Swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh, with sky-burning demon emperor, Ziwei star sun, and Zhao Ritian as the leaders, countless experts from Sky Demon Palace, Star Palace, Nantian Clan, Emperor Tomb Mountain, and others surrounded Ling Xiao. There were no less than 1,000 people, and every one of them had an incomparably powerful aura. Their eyes were cold as they stared fixedly at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, you won't be able to escape. Hand over those 2 supreme being beasts and the longevity grass, and we'll spare your life. Ling Xiao, although you are very strong, do you think you can fight against so many of us by yourself? Hand it over, or you will die a horrible death. Why are you talking so much nonsense with him? Let's just kill him. Whoever grabs it will get the opportunity. Over 1,000 experts surrounded Ling Xiao, as if they had roused everyone's courage. Their eyes were all filled with cold killing intent. Ling Brat, why aren't you running? Do you really want to fight 1,000 people alone? Longevity Grass said anxiously as he sat on Ling Zhao's shoulder. I really want to give it a try. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed, and his entire body exuded a majestic battle intent. You're crazy, you're definitely crazy. You're definitely going to die if you're surrounded by so many people. I beg you, Ancestor Ling, if you don't run, we're all going to die. Longevity Grass was about to cry as he nagged in Ling Zhao's ear. Don't worry, I won't die. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and stuffed the Longevity Grass into the celestial stone. If you want to fight, then let's fight. You want to kill me, Ling Xiao, with just your motley crew, you are not worthy. Ling Xiao laughed coldly, and his voice reverberated between heaven and earth. You're courting death. Kill him. Everyone was infuriated by Ling Xiao. With so many people surrounding him, not only did he not run away, but he even dared to speak so arrogantly. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, suddenly, 3 old men in black robes charged towards Ling Xiao. They were all experts from Emperor Tomb Mountain, and they had already passed the 4 symbols calamity. Their auras were extremely terrifying. Kill. Ling Xiao also let out an explosive roar, exploding in an instant. The sky-swallowing sword appeared in his palm, and it shot out billions of rays of light. Ling Xiao slashed with the sword, and the heavens and earth shook. Countless white sword rays appeared in the void, and they multiplied endlessly, as though they had formed a sword realm. This was the longevity sword aura. In Ling Zhao's hand, it started to shine with a peerless radiance. Ling Xiao, don't be so arrogant. Sky-burning demon royal's fists flew across the sky, and the gloves on his fists were a powerful supreme weapon. Dazzling true sun fire gathered on the fist radiance, and he charged towards Ling Xiao. A purple longsword appeared in Zi Weixingzi's hand. It was the crepe myrtle holy sword, and it was also a powerful supreme weapon of Star Palace. Zhao Ritian took out a golden saber that looked like it was made of gold, and there was a mysterious image of a 3-legged golden crow on it. It was the Golden Crow Holy Saber, and it was also a supreme treasure bestowed by the Sun Palace Master. With the 3 of them as the leaders, everyone suddenly went berserk, and they used their unique skills to attack Ling Xiao. Die. There was a flash of light in Ling Zhao's eyes, and the sky-swallowing sword slashed down from the sky. The longevity sword aura instantly went berserk, and the dazzling sword radiance crushed the 3 elders of Emperor Tomb Mountain into pieces. Dirum, the sky-swallowing sword radiance flashed, and it devoured the primordial spirits of the 3 elders of Emperor Tomb Mountain. There seemed to be a wave of desire coming from the sky-swallowing sword. It wanted to fight, to kill, and to devour everything. Rumble, Ling Xiao leaped into the sky, and the sword slashed down from the sky. Suddenly, more than 10 martial artists' bodies exploded, and they turned into a mist of blood, which was devoured by the sky-swallowing sword. The sky-swallowing sword's radiance became even more dazzling. Rays of dazzling sword radiance burst out, and they contained an extreme amount of killing power. Although the supreme weapon from his previous life was heavily damaged, it had also started to unleash a peerless radiance. As it devoured the flesh and primordial spirits of the living, the sky-swallowing sword's power became stronger and stronger. Ah ah ah, screams sounded one after another, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. Broken limbs were everywhere. The sky-swallowing sword slashed down, and it was like cutting vegetables. Suddenly, a large number of martial artists died tragically. Ling Xiao was like a tiger in a flock of sheep. Many martial artists were crying for their parents, and it was extremely miserable. Ling Xiao, eat my fist. The sky-scorching demon emperor's eyes were burning with killing intent, and he threw out a punch. Suddenly, the heaven and earth trembled, and a ferocious Qilin pounced towards Ling Xiao. After being defeated by Ling Xiao in the holy ground, the sky-scorching demon emperor could not forget about it. He wanted to defeat Ling Xiao and avenge his humiliation. Clang, the sky-scorching demon emperor's fist landed on the sky-devouring sword, causing sparks to fly everywhere. The sky-devouring sword trembled slightly as it emitted a dazzling radiance. Sky-scorching demon emperor, you haven't made any progress after such a long time. Ling Xiao sneered as his eyes shone with sharpness. He struck out with his palm, causing golden clouds to explode. The roar of a dragon soared into the sky as a true dragon charged towards the sky-scorching demon emperor. This was the Thousand Dragons god-slaying technique. Although Ling Xiao had only formed one true dragon, it wasn't something that an ordinary person could withstand. Bang, the sky-scorching demon emperor's arm went numb. Although most of the force was absorbed by the gloves, he was still struck by the true dragon. Even his Qilin fist was broken apart. His body felt as though he was struck by lightning as he was sent flying. Swoosh, the purple star child and Zhao Ritian charged towards Ling Xiao at the same time. The purple star child and golden crow saber contained extreme power. The sky was filled with dazzling starlight as the sun soared across the sky. It was as though Ling Xiao was pulled into the galaxy. The purple star child stepped on the galaxy like a majestic emperor. The purple star child slowly descended as though billions of stars were descending. Zhao Ritian was incomparably violent. The golden crow saber was surrounded by the grand sun true fire as it slashed towards Ling Xiao. Boom, Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as the sky-devouring sword soared into the sky. Billions of eternal sword chi spread out and each of the sword chi accurately pierced through a star. The stars in the sky were shattered at the same time as the sky-devouring sword slashed onto the purple star child. Bang, sparks flew as the sky-devouring sword buzzed. However, Ling Xiao seemed to be rooted in the void and didn't move an inch. The purple star child took a dozen steps back as the blood in his body churned. His eyes were filled with shock. He was ranked 6th on the green cloud leaderboard and had once killed a supreme being. His strength was unparalleled and he didn't take Ling Xiao seriously. However, after this exchange, he realized how terrifying Ling Xiao was. That kind of terrifying physical strength was simply like a divine beast in human form. Any kind of supernatural power or martial arts would be shattered by Ling Xiao's punch. After Ling Xiao defeated the purple star child, the sky-devouring sword turned slightly in the void and blocked the golden crow saber. Rumble. The moment the heaven-devouring sword clashed with the golden crow blade, Ling Xiao's gaze was extremely sharp as he threw a punch at Zhao Ritian. 10,000 Dragons God-slaying technique, a golden dragon soared through the sky and attacked. Behind Ling Xiao, golden clouds swirled, and there were signs of a second dragon forming. Kill, kill, kill. The sky-burning demon emperor roared the word kill 3 times in a row, shaking the heavens and earth. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. He turned his fist into a palm, and a palm print slashed toward Ling Xiao. There were actually 3 huge saber lights coming toward Ling Xiao. Triple slaughter godblade, each slash was more terrifying than the previous one. The 3 slashes were filled with a monstrous baleful aura. It was incomparably terrifying. Kill. Ziwei Xingzi and Zhao Ritian's eyes flashed as they saw an opportunity. Simultaneously, they unleashed their powerful killing techniques and rushed towards Ling Xiao. Apart from the 3 of them, there were also a few half-step supremes who had passed the tribulation of the 4 symbols. They were a few old men who looked like they didn't have much time left. They wanted to take a risk and kill Ling Xiao to obtain the longevity grass. Bring it on! Ha 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 ha! There was no trace of fear in Ling Xiao's eyes. Instead, he laughed loudly, his voice shaking the clouds. Rumble, a 3-legged, 2-eared cauldron flew out of him, shining with dazzling light as it floated above his head. The King Heaven Devourer Cauldron. As soon as the King Heaven Devourer Cauldron appeared, heaven and earth rumbled, and the void trembled. Boundless golden light erupted, transforming into a dazzling vortex. I'll use you lot as a test subject. Devour heavens, extinguish earth, 7 limitations God art. Eyes flashing, Ling Xiao shot up into the air, his aura exploding as the King Heaven Devourer Cauldron devoured the quintessence energy of heaven and earth. Then, he unleashed 7 fist strikes. The first fist was the 4 symbols heaven striking form, which unleashed the 4 symbols godlight. The second fist was the 5 elements heaven sealing form, which unleashed the power of the 5 elements, creating a dazzling aegis. The third fist was the 6 paths of reincarnation form, which unleashed a primal chaos mist that caused the world of 6 wheels to appear behind Ling Xiao. The fourth fist was the 7 stars heaven-shattering form, which unleashed 7 paragon stars that illuminated heaven and earth. The fifth fist was the 8 wildernesses burning heaven form, which unleashed a blaze that could destroy the world. The sixth fist was the 9 slaughters to ruin form, which unleashed 9 terrifying godlight that seemed capable of reducing all things in heaven and earth to nothing. The seventh fist was the 10 directions annihilation form, which unleashed boundless death energy that caused primal chaos to explode. The 7 stances of the 7 limits divine technique of devouring heaven and destroying earth were actually all unleashed by Ling Xiao in one breath. That was especially true of the 7th fist. Normally speaking, only paragons could unleash it. But now, Ling Xiao was using it so forcefully that he felt like he was draining all of his true energy and blood. 7 streaks of terrifying fist radiance swept across the sky and exploded in an instant. Rumble, the only thing left in heaven and earth was a primal chaos mist. Godlight filled the air, and boundless killing energy filled the area. The 7 limitations God art caused countless martial artists to be crushed into powder, which was then consumed by the King Heaven Devourer cauldron. Rumble, the heaven-scorching demon emperor's triple slaughtering godsaber shattered, and he was sent flying by Ling Xiao's fist. His fleshly body cracked open, and he coughed up mouthfuls of blood. Xing, Ling Xiao took the crepe myrtle godsword and the golden crow godsaber head-on. His fist strikes were invincible, and when they landed on the paragon treasures, they unleashed shocking godly might. At the same time, the boundless god power flowed through the paragon treasures and into the bodies of the Emperor Star and Zhao Ritian. Pop, both of them coughed up mouthfuls of blood, and their faces turned as pale as death. How is this possible? The heaven-scorching demon emperor, the Emperor Star, and Zhao Ritian were completely flabbergasted. Ling Xiao's power surpassed that of a paragon. It was almost as if he had touched upon the legendary god-spirit realm. It caused their souls to tremble. The other martial artists weren't as lucky. The 7 limitations god art of devouring heaven and destroying earth burst out, and 7 fist lights filled the air. Large numbers of martial artists were killed, and their bodies exploded. Their primordial spirits vanished, and they were reduced to a bloody mist. When the world returned to normal, everyone saw that the surrounding mountains had been flattened, and the land within a radius of 1,000 miles had turned into a vast ocean. And nearly half of the 1,000 powerful martial artists that originally besieged Ling Xiao were actually killed by Ling Xiao. He's not human. He's not human. That's not the power of a human. It's the power of a god spirit. It's the power of the Tao of heaven. It's terrifying. Run. Ling Xiao is a god of slaughter. He's a devil. The martial artists were scared out of their wits by Ling Xiao. Their eyes were filled with terror, and they no longer had any will to fight. Ling Xiao's 7 fist imprints had shocked everyone, including the heaven-scorching demon emperor, the Emperor of the Purple Star, and Zhao Ritian. Don't be afraid. Those 7 fist imprints must have been Ling Xiao's strongest attack. He can't fight back at all. Everyone, attack. Kill him. The Emperor of the Purple Star's eyes were filled with cold killing intent as he glared at Ling Xiao. He cut a sorry figure, his violet robe in tatters, his hair disheveled, and his face bloodied. His handsome features were now twisted into a vicious grimace. Who was the Emperor of the Purple Star? He was ranked 6th on the Green Cloud Steel, and had once killed a paragon. He was the #1 genius in the northern prefectures of the War God continent. Obviously, he thought highly of himself, so the fact that he had suffered such a crushing defeat at the hands of Ling Xiao was a great humiliation. However, the Emperor of the Purple Star was convinced that Ling Xiao had used some sort of forbidden technique. It couldn't have been sustained for long. That level of power was enough to fight a peak paragon. That's right. Everyone, attack. Ling Xiao has no energy left to fight back. He's just bluffing. Kill him. The heaven-scorching demon emperor's eyes were filled with killing intent as he glared at Ling Xiao. You're welcome to try, Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. He hovered there in the air, his robes whiter than snow. His black hair whipped around him, and his eyes glittered with dazzling sharpness. Many people were scared out of their wits and ran away. However, there were still some bold people who stayed behind. Their eyes were filled with restlessness. And yet, none of them dared to make the first move. Treasures were good, but they needed to be alive to claim them. Ling Zhao's 7-fist imprints from the heaven-devouring earth-extinguishing 7 limits god art had drained him dry. However, the quintessence blood and nascent divinities of the hundreds of cultivators he had killed had been absorbed by the King Heaven-devourer cauldron. However, Ling Xiao didn't make a move. He wanted to see who would dare to make a move on him. Second Master, should I go up and kill Ling Xiao and steal his longevity grass? Zhao Ritian's eyes revealed a hint of eagerness. Are you stupid? Why aren't you running? Let me tell you, Ling Zhao's cultivation hasn't been depleted at all. If you don't run now, it'll be too late. There was a hint of anxiety in the second uncle's voice. What? No damage at all? How is this possible? Zhao Ritian's eyes were filled with disbelief, but he still chose to believe his second uncle's words. Instantly, he turned into a ray of light and ran away without even looking at Ling Xiao. The 10th holy son of the Sun Palace has also left? Someone exclaimed, and the hesitation in his eyes became even more intense. He began to have a bad feeling in his heart. Elder Wang, go and kill Ling Xiao. Xianxia said coldly as he pointed at an elder from Star Palace beside him. Yes. The elder of Star Palace shivered and there was fear in his eyes. However, he still nodded and agreed. He gritted his teeth and swung his saber at Ling Xiao. Rumble, the starlight was dazzling and the saber radiance was dazzling. There was a flash in Ling Xiao's eyes and he didn't block it. Instead, he used the secret skill of shifting and dodged the attack. Rumble, at Ling Xiao's original position, a small hill was instantly flattened by the saber. Rocks flew everywhere and the aura was terrifying. I'll warn you one last time. Whoever dares to attack me will have to bear the consequences. Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with coldness as he scanned the crowd. Ha ha ha. Ling Xiao, you still dare to bluff? Die. Xianxia sneered. He could already tell from Elder Wang's probing that Ling Xiao's footsteps were weak and his body was sluggish. With one look, he could tell that it was caused by the exhaustion of his power. He immediately let go of his worries and charged at Ling Xiao with his Ziwei divine sword. Rumble, he swung his sword across the sky and the Ziwei divine sword shone brightly. The power of law filled the air, as though it had turned into billions of starry sword radiance. At the same time, it enveloped Ling Xiao. Xianxia is right. Ling Xiao is bluffing. Everyone, let's attack together. If we kill Ling Xiao, the longevity grass and the honorable beast will be ours. Kill him. Many ambitious people seemed to be filled with confidence. Their eyes were cold as they unleashed powerful martial arts towards Ling Xiao. However, the sky-burning demon emperor was hesitant. Although he had also unleashed powerful killing techniques, he was the last one. He had fought with Ling Xiao before. Ling Xiao's calmness did not seem to be an act. Was this a trap? At the thought of this, the sky-burning demon emperor shuddered and became more vigilant. There are indeed people who are not afraid of death. In that case, I'll fulfill your wish. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed sharply as he sneered. Rumble, golden light shone brightly around him and his blood chi surged. A majestic dragon's power spread out and the dragon's roar shook the sky. He unleashed the 1,000 dragons god-slaying skill and slammed his palm out. Behind Ling Xiao, there were 2 true dragons that soared across the sky. They erupted with terrifying power and charged at the top powers. Feeling the ferocious and terrifying aura, the top powers' faces instantly changed. Oh no, this is Ling Xiao's trap. Run. The top powers' eyes were filled with terror and their hearts were filled with regret and fear. Why didn't they run away earlier? Why were they blinded by their greed? Rumble, however, it was too late. The elder from Star Palace was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. The huge dragon claw slammed down and instantly crushed his body into pieces. He exploded in the void. The two true dragons wreaked havoc among the crowd, and each of them possessed power that was close to the honorable realm. There were screams, and a large number of top powers were covered in blood and exploded into a bloody mist. As for Xianxia, Ling Xiao took special care of him. The true dragon soared across the sky, and the huge dragon claw that was wrapped in monstrous divine power slammed down on him. Clang, the dragon claw hit the crepe myrtle divine sword, and the resplendent runes exploded. Xianxia quivered and felt his arm go numb. It was as though he had lost consciousness. In the next moment, the other dragon claw passed through the layers of sword gleams and smashed into his chest. Gotcha! His ribs were broken and Xianxia's chest caved in. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his aura instantly weakened. Impossible. It's impossible. You unleashed such a terrifying blow. How could you not be injured at all? Xianxia's eyes were filled with disbelief and a tinge of fear. Nothing is impossible. I've given you everything. Since you don't cherish it, you can go to hell. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed coldly as he threw a punch at Xianxia. Don't you dare hurt Xianxia. Ling Xiao, Xianxia is the son of Star Emperor. If you dare to kill him, Star Emperor will not let you off. A few elders from Star Palace pounced forward fearlessly and roared at Ling Xiao. Star Emperor's son? He's still going to die. Ling Xiao's eyes were cold as his fist print contained a terrifying power. The elders of Star Palace who stood in front of him were like paper as they were torn to shreds by the fist radiance. Seeing Ling Xiao approaching, Xianxia's eyes were filled with fear as he felt the burning killing intent from Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, if you dare to kill me, my father will not let you off. Let me go and I promise not to be your enemy anymore. Xianxia shouted fiercely. Too late. The conflict between Star Palace and I has long been irreconcilable. Ling Xiao laughed coldly as his eyes flashed with sharpness. He threw a punch at Xianxia, breaking the Xianxia sword and slamming into Xianxia's body. Boom! Xianxia's body exploded into a bloody mist. Only a purple primordial spirit was left. It looked like a smaller version of Xianxia. It looked at Ling Xiao with hatred and then attached itself to the Xianxia sword in an attempt to escape. Wang, the King Heaven Devourer cauldron came crashing down. A powerful devouring force broke through the void and locked down Xianxia's primordial spirit. Who dares to kill my son? A majestic and terrifying voice rang out. A young man in white appeared from Xianxia's primordial spirit, exuding a majestic aura. Star Emperor? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. This young man in white was Star Emperor. Father, save me. He's Ling Xiao. You have to kill him. Xianxia's face was filled with agitation as he shouted. Ling Xiao, you deserve to die. Killing intent flashed in Star Emperor's eyes. He instantly turned into a blazing streamer and pressed down on Ling Xiao's glabella. Even if your true body is here, what can you do to me? Not to mention a mere primordial spirit brand. Ling Xiao sneered and grabbed at the void. A powerful aura burst out and instantly crushed Star Emperor's primordial spirit. Ling Xiao, I'll remember you. If you dare to kill my son, I'll hunt you down to the ends of the earth, I'll tear you to shreds. The moment Star Emperor's primordial spirit mark disappeared, it left behind a furious voice. What a pointless threat. Ling Xiao chuckled coldly, causing the King Heaven Devourer cauldron to flash with bright light and suppress the nascent divinity of the Polestar Starchild. Wang, the crepe myrtle divine sword emitted a strange wave, wanting to break through the void and escape. Boom! Ling Xiao suddenly punched out, and his fist landed on the crepe myrtle divine sword. The crepe myrtle divine sword was dazzling, and the runes were dazzling. The crepe myrtle divine sword was instantly caught by Ling Xiao. What crepe myrtle divine sword? That's the ancient Alioth sword I forged. Do you really think you can cause trouble here? Ling Xiao's eyes were as cold as ice. He had long since realized that the crepe myrtle divine sword was the ancient Alioth sword he had forged years ago. Originally, it had belonged to his fifth apprentice, Yan Tian. However, for some reason, it had ended up in the hands of the Polestar Starchild, who had then refined it into the crepe myrtle divine sword. Whiz, the crepe myrtle divine sword trembled, as if it were afraid, and at the same time, as if it were reluctant to part with it. Without any hesitation, Ling Xiao sucked it into his heaven god stone and suppressed it. Of the more than 100 experts who had attacked Ling Xiao, only a few were caught in the crossfire and were able to escape. Everyone else was killed by Ling Xiao's myriad dragon's god-slaughtering skill. The sky-burning demon emperor, who was at the back of the group, shivered when he saw the purple star had died in Ling Xiao's hands. He wanted to escape without thinking. Heaven scorching, it's time for you to fulfill your promise and become my mount. Ling Xiao's calm voice resounded in the ears of the heaven-scorching demon emperor. The heaven-scorching demon emperor trembled in fear and ran even faster. Trying to run away in front of me? Ling Xiao's eyes flickered as he threw a punch at the heaven-scorching demon emperor. The terrifying fist print caused the void to tremble and the heaven-scorching demon emperor felt his scalp go numb. Roar, he roared and threw out a punch as well. Crack, when the two fists collided, the space instantly shattered. On the other hand, the heaven-scorching demon emperor was blasted hundreds of meters away by Ling Xiao's punch. His arm was numb and his internal organs were churning. Ling Xiao, don't push me too far. The heaven-scorching demon emperor was enraged and his eyes were filled with a ghastly expression. Push me too far? Heaven-scorching demon emperor, why don't you say you're pushing me too far by attacking me together? If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too weak. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. Boom, he threw out another punch and his terrifying physical strength exploded. Every punch seemed to be able to shatter the void and was accompanied by a powerful dragon's might. Even though the heaven-scorching demon emperor was a pure-blooded divine beast, the fire Qilin, he could not withstand Ling Xiao's terrifying attack. Ling Xiao, I'll fight you to the death. The sky-scorching demon emperor roared. In an instant, his body shone with a dazzling light. Flames rose up and he turned into a fire Qilin. His body emitted an extremely ferocious aura as his blood-red eyes stared at Ling Xiao. Swoosh, the heaven-scorching demon emperor spat out a dazzling pearl at Ling Xiao. It was emitting scorching solar primordial fire. Solar heavenly pearl? Since you're so eager to give it to me, I'll take it. Ling Xiao said calmly and grabbed the solar heavenly pearl. He had devoured the divine dragon bloodline and survived the earth calamity. His physical strength had reached an unbelievable level and he could fight against a supreme weapon with his bare hands. Whiz, the great solar heavenly pearl spewed out blazing flames, wanting to incinerate Ling Xiao into ashes. However, Ling Xiao's palm was also filled with heaven-devouring fire. Instantly, it clashed with the great solar heavenly pearl, causing blazing flames to erupt. Whoosh, the heaven-devourer cauldron descended from the void toward the solar heavenly pearl. Ling Xiao's figure flashed and instantly turned into a dazzling stream of light. He rode on the fire Qilin's body and punched towards the fire Qilin's head. Boom, terrifying light exploded out, shattering the scales on the fire Qilin's head and causing it to nearly fall over. Do you submit or not? Ling Xiao said with a cold smile. Then he punched out again. I don't submit. I don't submit. Ling Xiao, kill me if you can. You want me to be your mount? Don't even think about it. The fire Qilin spoke in human language and roared loudly. Its eyes were filled with incomparable madness. Not convinced? Then I'll beat you until you're convinced. Ling Xiao sneered. His unparalleled fist print exploded with a terrifying radiance and smashed down on the fire Qilin. Rumble, the fire Qilin struggled violently and the sea of fire around it burned the lake dry. The surrounding mountains and ancient trees began to burn fiercely. It shot up into the sky and crashed into the ground, causing the sky to tremble and the ground to crack. The entire area seemed to have turned into a sea of lava. However, Ling Xiao was still riding on the fire Qilin steadily. Ling Xiao threw over 100 punches and the fire Qilin's head was about to be smashed. Countless scales exploded and blood splattered everywhere. In the end, the fire Qilin could not take it anymore and began to beg for mercy. All right, I'm convinced. Ling Xiao, stop hitting me. If you continue, I'll be killed by you. In the end, under the threat of death, the sky-burning demon king chose to give in. He felt that if he did not give in, Ling Xiao might really kill him. The Ziwei star was a good example. All right, now let go of your primordial spirit. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. The sky-burning demon king had no choice but to let go of his primordial spirit and let Ling Xiao set up dozens of powerful seals in his primordial spirit. The terrifying aura emitted from those seals made the sky-burning demon emperor tremble in fear. He could not understand those complicated seals at all. He had a premonition that if he dared to betray Ling Xiao could kill him with a single thought. Buzz, the sky-burning demon king's body flashed and his body began to shrink. He turned into a fire qilin that was 1 zhang tall and 3 zhang long. His body was covered in blazing flames and he looked mighty and majestic. Ling Xiao was also excited. According to the legends, qilins were the mounts of the ancient heavenly emperor. During the ancient era, qilins could devour the heavens and the earth, burn rivers and boil seas. They were omnipotent. Now, Ling Xiao had finally captured a qilin divine beast. The sky-burning demon king pulled a long face and felt that his future was dark. He was the young master of the Sky Demon Palace and a pure-blooded divine beast, Fire Qilin. Even a titled honorable was not qualified to be his mount. However, Ling Xiao had captured him and made him his mount. If the news spread, the sky-burning demon king's reputation would be completely ruined. However, under the threat of death, he could only choose to submit. Now that his life was in Ling Xiao's hands, he didn't dare to resist at all. This time, over 1,000 experts besieged Ling Xiao. In the end, only a small portion of them managed to escape. The majority of them died at Ling Xiao's hands. Although the storage treasures of many experts were destroyed by Ling Xiao, there were still many treasures left behind. Ling Xiao ordered the sky-burning demon emperor to gather the storage treasures and weapons of those experts. It was a great fortune. Just the pure yang pills alone numbered over 300 million. The Ziwei Star Child alone contributed 60 million pure yang pills, while the others contributed from several 100,000 to over 1 million pure yang pills. Added together, it was a terrifying number. There were thousands of other powerful Dao artifacts and hundreds of bottles of spirit pills. In the time cave, these experts had collected a total of 47 sage medicines, 182 king medicines, and thousands of other spirit medicines. In the Ziwei Star Child's ring of holding, Ling Xiao even found a quasi-god medicine, pure young gold lotus. Killing and arson really was a golden belt. This battle alone had made Ling Xiao rich. Of course, although there were a lot of treasures, Ling Xiao didn't really care about them. What he cared about the most were the martial arts of the Astral Palace and the Ziwei Star Child Sea of Consciousness, especially the Myriad Star Flying God Art. The Myriad Star Flying God Art was a supreme technique of the Astral Palace. According to Ling Xiao's speculations, it was a god-class consummate art, although it seemed incomplete. Ling Xiao had seen it in the hands of the other great stars before. This Myriad Star Flying God technique was indeed extremely extraordinary. As the Heaven Devourer Cauldron devoured and suppressed the Ziwei Star Child Sea of Consciousness, all of the information was extracted. The Myriad Star Flying God Art also fell into Ling Xiao's hands. Ling Xiao also read about the Alioth sword. Apparently, the Astral Emperor had taken it from the Myriad Coffins Mountains, refined it, and given it to the Ziwei Star Child. The Myriad Coffins Mountains? Don't tell me the fifth brother, Xianxia, and the others are there as well? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Supreme Azura was at the Myriad Coffins Mountains, and now Xianxia was there as well. It seemed that he had to make a trip there after leaving the time cave. Ling Xiao thought to himself. Outside the time cave, the Astral Emperor was sitting cross-legged in the void. His eyes suddenly opened, revealing a monstrous killing intent. Ling Xiao, you killed my son. I will tear you to pieces. Furthermore, your parents and relatives in the Crystal Palace will all die. The Astral Emperor's face was twisted, and his body was trembling. The Astral Palace had 5 astral children. The other 4 astral children were one thing, but the Ziwei Star Child was his son, and the one he valued the most. His talent was unparalleled, and he had entered the Green Cloud ranking at a young age. He had thought that the Ziwei Star Child would become a paragon after the Heavenly Selection Convention. Who would have thought that he would die at the hands of Ling Xiao? Men, invite Old Ancestor South Sky, Demon Sovereign Great Sun, and the Lord of Emperor Tomb Mountain for a chat. The Astral Emperor's eyes were dark as he ordered coldly. Yes. Immediately, a disciple of the Astral Palace left in a hurry. Ling Xiao, this time I will make sure you die without a burial place. The astral emperor's voice was cold, and his eyes seemed to have the scene of stars disappearing, causing the surrounding chaotic mist to explode instantly. Due to the death of the Ziwei star child, the outside world suddenly became turbulent. Ling Xiao, who was in the time cave, did not know about this. However, even if he knew, he would not care. Ling Xiao rode on the fire Qilin. Just as he was about to leave and return to the Moon City, he suddenly felt an extremely familiar aura approaching rapidly. Mu Xian? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he saw a slender young man in a black robe. His black hair was draped over his shoulders, and his eyes were like lightning. His entire body was emitting a mysterious aura of a grave. This young man was the most outstanding genius of the Tomb King city, Mu Xian. Moreover, Ling Xiao saw that Mu Xian's cultivation was stronger than when he was outside the time cave. He had already passed the tribulation of 4 symbols. However, to the people of the Tomb King city, the half-step to Paragon realm was the end of the tribulation of 4 symbols. Unless they could break through the shackles and curses in their bloodline, they could only continue to break through. Ling Xiao, it's really you. Mu Xian's eyes flashed as he said slowly. Why are you here? I heard you fought Tu Qianxiong and killed the Purple Star Child. You even subdued the sky-burning Demon King as your mount. I didn't expect it to be you. I came here because the situation has changed. The 9th chapter of Destiny has appeared and the successor of the War God Temple has noticed it. Mu Xian looked at Ling Xiao with some surprise, then his expression became incomparably solemn. The successor of the War God Temple has found the 9th chapter? Where is it? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. He didn't expect the successor of the War God Temple to be so interested in the 9th chapter. The 9th chapter is in the demon city of the demon tribe. Mu Xian glanced at Ling Xiao and said slowly. Demon tribe? Ling Xiao was a bit surprised as well. He didn't expect the 9th chapter to be in the demon tribe. According to his understanding, the demon tribe might have been corrupted by the extraterrestrial demons, which was why they were fighting against the other 3 tribes. The Moon tribe, Spirit tribe, and Buddha tribe could barely contend against the demon tribe. This showed how powerful the demon tribe was. That's right, it's the demon tribe. This is the result of my investigation. It's a pity that the successor of the War God Temple has already received the news and is rushing towards the demon tribe. Mu Xian said. Ling Xiao said, the demon tribe is very powerful with a titled supreme overseeing it. Do you think we can get the 9th chapter with just the 2 of us? Even the successor of the War God Temple doesn't have this ability. Mu Xian said anxiously, I know the demon tribe is very strong, stronger than the other 3 tribes combined. But we still have to try. If the 9th chapter falls into the hands of the successor of the War God Temple, then we'll be in trouble. We need to think about this at length. Mu Xian, you and I will return to the Moon City first. If we go to the demon tribe, it's best if we have the help of the other 3 tribes. Ling Xiao said. Mu Xian hesitated, Moon tribe? The other 4 tribes are very xenophobic. If we go to the Moon tribe, they won't help us, right? Don't worry, I'm from the Moon tribe. They should be able to help us. Ling Xiao said with a smile. What? You actually have a relationship with the Moon tribe? Mu Xian looked at Ling Xiao in disbelief. In the past, it wasn't as if no one had tried to make friends with the ancient races in order to obtain their help, but it simply didn't work. Mu Xian had not expected Ling Xiao to be able to do it. Come with me. Ling Xiao smiled and did not explain anything. All right. Mu Xian hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Ling Xiao rode on the fire Qilin and soared into the sky, turning into a stream of light as he sped towards the city of the moon. Ling Xiao's primordial spirit entered the celestial stone, and the scene inside stunned him. The King Kong godly ape was already deader than dead. All of its blood essence had been devoured by the green-scaled heaven-devouring python. However, the dazzling golden Yao core had already been taken out by Ling Xiao. The azure Qilin heaven-devouring python was currently recuperating within a mountain. It was in a deep slumber, as though it was undergoing some sort of metamorphosis. And longevity grass was actually teaching Lu Jiani martial arts. Lu Jiani had the yin-yang saint body and opened all his meridians. With the large amount of resources left behind by Ling Xiao, He had already cultivated to the spirit transformation realm in such a short time. And longevity grass was teaching Lu Jiani how to cultivate the longevity sword chi. Ling Xiao brat, I didn't expect you to have such a talented disciple. The legendary Yinyang Saint body, you're really lucky. Why don't we discuss it and you give this disciple to this old man? This old man will definitely nurture a peerless sword god. Longevity grass had also noticed Ling Xiao and said proudly. Sorry, longevity grass, this is my fourth disciple, Lu Jiani. Don't even think about it. Ling Xiao smiled. Jiani greets master. Lu Jiani's eyes were filled with surprise when he saw Ling Xiao. He bowed respectfully. Not bad, not bad. Jiani, your progress is really fast. Ling Xiao smiled, very satisfied with Lu Jiani's cultivation progress. You're so stingy. Such a talented disciple is really a pearl covered in dust. Longevity grass curled his lips. Hey, I almost forgot. More than 1,000 people outside are besieging you, but you're still alive and kicking? It seems that you're running very fast. Longevity grass seemed to have thought of something and looked at Ling Xiao from the corner of his eyes. Running? Why should I run? I've already killed more than 1,000 people outside. I even caught a pure-blooded divine beast fire Qilin as my mount. Ling Xiao said lightly. You're just bragging. You caught a pure-blooded divine beast fire Qilin? I can even say that my mount is a real dragon. Longevity grass sneered. Ling Xiao was not angry. He said, if you don't believe me, look. Suddenly, a light flashed in his hand, and the scene of the battle appeared in front of Longevity Grass and Lu Jiani. Longevity Grass and Lu Jiani were stunned by the scene of Ling Xiao executing the 7 limits divine art of swallowing heaven and destroying earth, killing hundreds of martial arts experts, killing the Ziwei star child, and subduing the sky-burning demon emperor. Master, you're so powerful. I want to be as powerful as you in the future. Lu Jiani looked at Ling Xiao with eyes full of admiration. The longevity grass had a strange look in his eyes, especially when he saw Ling Xiao using the 7 limits divine technique of engulfing the heavens and destroying the earth. His eyes flashed with sharpness. Longevity grass curled his lips when he heard Lu Jiani's words. He said, that's considered powerful? I've only killed some ants. You should know that I've even killed deities in the past. I'm invincible in all the realms. I'm the #1 person in the world. You're talking about Senior Dugu Chobai, right? What does that have to do with you? You're just a grass. Why are you pretending to be powerful? Longevity grass flew into a rage when he heard Ling Zhao's words. Ling brat, you really don't know how to respect your seniors. I know everything that happened 1,000,000 years ago and I know everything that will happen 1,000,000 years later. I'm omniscient and omnipotent. No one is my match. They all gave me the title of Sword Emperor. Do you understand? The longevity grass said arrogantly. Sword Emperor? I think it's more appropriate to call you Sword Maniac. You're really arrogant when I call you fat. Ling Xiao rolled his eyes and couldn't be bothered to argue with longevity grass. He already knew that longevity grass was an old ruffian like the radish. They were both weirdos. Sigh, why can't you listen to me? Invincibility is really a kind of loneliness. The longevity grass sighed. Since you say you're omniscient, then let me ask you, do you know where the 9th chapter of Destiny is? Ling Xiao glared at him. Destiny's secret law? Why are you looking for it? Of course, I know where it is. Longevity Grass's eyes flashed with a strange glint as he slowly said. You really know? Legend has it that the Heavens Will secret skill contains the fate of all living beings. If you obtain it, you won't have to enter the cycle of reincarnation or be tainted by karma. If I'm not wrong, it should be the Toon King City or the Feng Shui family looking for the Heavens Will secret skill. There was a strange fluctuation in the longevity grass's voice. How do you know? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he stared at longevity grass. Longevity grass smiled faintly and said, back then, I followed Dugu Chobai and dominated the world. What secrets do I not know in the past 1,000,000 years? Toon King City and the Feng Shui family are cursed by the Heaven's will. They are destined to never break through to the Supreme Realm. Moreover, they are plagued with misfortunes and difficulties in reproduction. If the Tomb King city and the Feng Shui family want to break the curse, they must obtain the Heaven's Will secret skill. Heaven's Will curse? What is Heaven's Will? Ling Xiao asked slowly. I don't know either. Maybe it's the law of heaven, maybe it's the will of a powerful being, or maybe it's the banishment of a powerful being from the realm of the gods. Longevity Grass said slowly. Banishment of a powerful being from the realm of the gods? This was the first time Ling Xiao heard of such a thing. Longevity Grass nodded and said, I'm just guessing. Since 1,000,000 years ago, almost no one in the world could become a god. The door to the realm of the gods was closed and many peerless geniuses died because of their lifespan. The Tomb King city and the Feng Shui family suddenly appeared in the war god world 1,000,000 years ago. Their identity is extremely mysterious. The curse of the bloodline might be caused by a powerful being from the realm of the gods. For 1,000,000 years, no one could become a god? Do you know the reason behind this? Ling Zhao's eyes shone. 10,000 years ago, he was the most powerful being in the world and had already touched the barrier of the realm of the gods. However, he still couldn't sense the existence of the realm of the gods and become a god. That was why he went to look for the Scarlet Dragon war god's divinity. I don't know. However, based on what happened in the past 1,000,000 years, I think it might be related to the invasion of the sky demons. Longevity Grass said. Is the invasion of the sky demons related to the realm of the gods? Ling Zhao's heart trembled. Is the origin of the sky demons so terrifying that the realm of the gods was so terrifying that they sealed the realm of the gods? If that was the case, then the myriad worlds had been abandoned by the people of the divine realm. That's not something we can know. Let's talk about the 9th chapter instead. As for the Heaven's Will secret law, the demon tribe does have the 9th chapter of Heaven's Will. However, those fellows have all turned into monsters. It will be very difficult for you to obtain the 9th chapter. The Longevity Grass sighed. That's why I plan to return to the Moon City and ask the chief of the Moon tribe to gather the 3 main tribes to fight the demon tribe together. This is the best opportunity to annihilate the demon tribe. I believe that the 3 tribes won't give up on this opportunity. Ling Xiao said slowly as his eyes lit up. Longevity Grass looked at Ling Xiao with surprise and said, You actually managed to convince the Moon tribe's chieftain? This was indeed a solution. However, I can tell you that the 9th chapter of Heaven's Will is in the Demon Saint Palace of the Demon Tribe. That place is heavily guarded, so it will be extremely difficult to steal it. You must be mentally prepared. Demon Saint Palace? Ling Xiao nodded and said. There was a sense of urgency in Ling Zhao's heart. He didn't know why, but he felt that danger was about to befall him. He urgently needed to increase his strength. I've already found the Longevity Grass. When the time comes, I'll get this old guy to contribute a leaf. Together with the 12th tier Golden Lotus, it should be enough for me to condense the true dragon body. When I do, I'll be able to kill a supreme being with a single punch. At that time, I'll have more confidence in going to the demon tribe. Ling Xiao thought to himself as a glint of light appeared in his eyes. A few hours later, Ling Xiao and Mu Xian returned to the Moon City. In order to not attract attention, Ling Xiao kept the fire qilin in the heavenly stone. Otherwise, if he rode the fire qilin into the Moon City, it would attract the attention of the entire tribe. Although the experts in the Moon City were still wary of Ling Xiao and Mu Xian, Yu Chongshan had already given them instructions, so they didn't make things difficult for Ling Xiao and quickly let him in. Little brother Ling Xiao, you're back? And this is? Yu Tai smiled as he looked at Ling Xiao. He then looked at Mu Xian with some suspicion. This is my friend, Mu Xian. We have an important matter to discuss with Patriarch Jian. I'll have to trouble Uncle Tai to help us pass the message. Ling Xiao smiled. Alright, no problem. Your friend is also a friend of the Moon Tribe. Come with me. Yu Tai agreed readily and brought Ling Xiao and Mu Xian to the Heavenly Palace. In the Heavenly Palace, Ling Xiao and Mu Xian saw Yu Chongshan. His hair was white and his face was hale and hearty. Little friend Ling Xiao, this trip seems to be going well. And this young master is? Yu Chongshan smiled and looked at Mu Xian. Patriarch Yu, this is Mu Xian, my friend. He came this time because he has something to ask of Patriarch Yu. Ling Xiao didn't hide anything and directly told him that Mu Xian wanted to find the ninth chapter of destiny and hoped that the three great tribes could send troops to the demon tribe. Ling Xiao knew that with Yu Chongshan's wisdom, he could see the opportunity in this. Patriarch Yu, the successor of the War God Temple, is very strong. He has killed at least 5 supremes. Not to mention, he has many supremes by his side. If they go to the demon tribe to find the ninth chapter of destiny, there will definitely be a conflict with the demon tribe. I heard that the 3 great tribes have always been bullied by the demon tribe. This might be a good opportunity. Mu Xian also spoke very honestly. Although he was eager to obtain the ninth chapter of destiny, he also hoped to gain the support of Yu Chongshan and the other 2 great tribes. This matter is of great importance. I have to discuss it with the other 2 patriarchs. But don't worry, I think they will agree. Yu Chongshan was very decisive and smiled faintly. Then how long will it take for the 3 great tribes to send troops? Mu Xian asked. This old man has to discuss it with them. Then, I will investigate the situation of the demon tribe. If we really send troops, it will take at least half a month to a month. Yu Chongshan said slowly. Half a month to a month? That's too long. I'm afraid that things will change if we delay. Mu Xian said worriedly. Mu Xian, don't worry. It's impossible for the successor of the War God Temple to steal the ninth chapter of destiny from the demon tribe. That's why he must be thinking of a way. When the 3 great tribes attack the demon tribe, that will be our chance. Ling Xiao comforted. No, it's still too long. Ling Xiao, how about this, you stay in the moon tribe and I will go to the demon tribe to investigate the situation. We can't let the successor of the War God Temple succeed. If there's any news, we can contact each other. Mu Xian said. Ling Xiao thought about it and nodded, that's fine too. But you have to be careful and don't act on your own. Mu Xian left the city of the moon and headed to the demon tribe to gather information. He wanted to prevent the successor of the War God Temple from obtaining the 9th volume of Heavenly Mandate. Yu Chongshan left the moon tribe to meet with the chiefs of the other 2 tribes to discuss the matter of attacking the demon tribe. The moon goddess, Phoenix Maiden, and Dragon Proud Heaven were all cultivating in the Xianhuang Mother Energy Pool in the city of the moon. Ling Xiao was preparing to enter seclusion to form the true dragon body. The true dragon body was extremely terrifying. It was formed when the bloodline of a true dragon was condensed to the extreme and fused with the laws of heaven and earth. In the previous life, the supreme true dragon used the true dragon body to sweep through everything before him. He could crush supreme weapons with his fists and fight against supreme god weapons with his bare hands. If Ling Xiao hadn't created the 7 limits divine art and formed the Heaven Devourer cauldron, it would have been very difficult for him to defeat the supreme true dragon. That was why when the supreme true dragon ambushed Ling Xiao in the previous life, Ling Xiao self-detonated and died. The self-detonation of a titled paragon wasn't enough to kill the supreme true dragon. True dragon, I know you're not dead. If I'm not mistaken, you've already refined the Scarlet Dragon War God's godhood and broken through to the God Spirit realm, right? You must still be on the War God continent. I'll come looking for you soon. Ling Xiao said slowly with a sharp glint in his eyes. Ling Xiao prepared to enter seclusion in the Heaven God Stone. The stone flashed and turned into a speck of dust that fell into the secret chamber. With the guards of the moon tribe outside, no one would dare to barge in. However, Ling Xiao knew that forming the true dragon body would cause a huge commotion. That was why he decided to cultivate in the Heaven God Stone. Longevity grass, why don't you contribute a leaf? Ling Xiao looked at the longevity grass and smiled. What? Longevity grass trembled and fled. He looked at Ling Xiao warily and said, don't even think about it. He only had 9 leaves in total, each one containing the essence of heaven and earth. 9 leaves added together could allow a paragon to live another life. They were extremely precious. Don't worry, I won't take your leaf for free. I'll give you 3 innate soul essences. Ling Xiao smiled as 3 innate soul essences appeared in his hand. He knew that the innate soul essence was a great supplement for spirit herbs. It could increase their divinity and was extremely precious. Moreover, Ling Xiao felt that the longevity grass was not simple. He was still hoping to obtain Dugu Chobai's inheritance, so he did not want to force him. Innate soul essence? Good stuff. 3 won't do. I need at least 5. The live forever grass's eyes glittered. Alright, 5 it is. Hurry up and contribute a leaf. I don't have much time. I have to go into seclusion immediately. Ling Xiao agreed without hesitation. Seeing Ling Xiao being so straightforward, the longevity grass felt a little regretful. It seemed that its asking price was still too low. Ling Xiao seemed to have a lot of innate soul essences on him. The longevity grass rolled its eyes, wondering if it could use other methods to get some innate spirit essences from Ling Xiao. Wang, the longevity grass received the 5 innate soul essences as if they were priceless treasures. Then, it took a leaf and handed it to Ling Xiao. The leaf of the longevity grass was emerald green and delicate. It was the size of a palm, and there were mysterious patterns carved on it as if it was describing some kind of heavenly law. Ling Xiao could feel that this leaf contained an incomparably vast amount of life essence. It was even more vigorous than the life essence of a supreme being. It was indeed the legendary longevity grass. One could live forever if they consumed it. Ling Xiao sat in the air with his legs crossed. His body was glowing brightly, and his black hair danced in the wind. He was like an immemorial divine beast. Every breath he took shook the heavens and earth. He exuded an extremely hot aura. 3 treasures floated in front of him. The grade 12 blood lotus, the demonic pill of the King Kong ape, and the leaf of the longevity grass. Ling Xiao had originally planned to gather the grade 12 blood lotus, grade 12 black lotus, and grade 12 golden lotus before forming the true dragon body. However, it seemed like it was too late now. Moreover, the demonic pill of the King Kong ape and the leaf of the longevity grass were quite effective. Whiz, dazzling light surrounded Ling Xiao as the King Heaven Devourer cauldron appeared above his head. He had already pulled out 100 million pure yang pills from the cauldron. For the sake of this breakthrough, he had made too many preparations. Roar, a terrifying dragon's roar echoed out, and golden light swirled around Ling Xiao. Golden scales sprouted out of his skin, and he radiated the might of a dragon. Behind Ling Xiao, a golden heavenly dragon appeared. It was incomparably majestic, and pulsed with an aura that seemed unparalleled in the world. A true dragon can see through all illusions. See the truth. Fuse with the spirit of heaven. Gather the magic of heaven. Seek the Tao of tomorrow. Break the path of heaven. The secret magic of the ancestral dragon contained information about the true dragon body in Ling Xiao's mind. After transcending the tribulation, Ling Xiao's true dragon body had reached the Great Circle. Therefore, this was the perfect time to break through. Whoosh, Ling Xiao had long since erased the nascent divinity branding mark on the 12th order blood lotus, and now, it was nothing more than a stream of light that flew into the King Heaven Devourer cauldron. The heaven-devouring secret magic erupted, and the 12th order blood lotus was instantly refined, transforming it into a majestic stream of energy and blood quintessence that flowed into Ling Xiao. The 12th order blood lotus represented the splendor of quintessence blood, the 12th order gold lotus represented the splendor of spirit energy, the 12th order black lotus represented the splendor of the nascent divinity. After assimilating the 12th order blood lotus, Ling Xiao felt as though he had been dropped into a sea of lava, and his blood energy surged with terrifying power. Rumble. Golden godlight erupted from Ling Xiao, and tiny droplets of blood appeared on the surface of his skin. There were so many of them that it was hard to say how many there were, and within each of them was a tiny golden dragon that was absorbing the quintessence blood power of the 12th order blood lotus. Ling Xiao's fleshly body was transforming, and his life force quintessence surged, making him seem ancient and dignified. Roar, the terrifying roar of a dragon echoed out, and Ling Xiao shone with dazzling light as he transformed into a golden true dragon that floated in the air, absorbing the power of the 12th order blood lotus. Rumble, lightning flashed, and the void trembled as Ling Xiao transformed into a true dragon. It was as though he had provoked the wrath of heaven and earth, and terrifying lightning bolts began to descend. The golden true dragon in the air went from being 1 meter long to 10 meters long. Then 10 meters to 30 meters. Then 30 meters to 300 meters. The gigantic dragon body began to expand slowly. As the dragon body grew longer and longer, a mysterious power of bloodline began to flow. It was as vast as the sea, and it was extremely terrifying. the power of the 12th order blood lotus isn't enough. Bring it on. The demon core of the Vajra god ape, the leaf of the live forever grass, and 100 million pure yang pills. Explode. Explode. A look of madness could be seen in his enormous dragon eyes. The demon core of the Vajra god ape was like a small sun, dazzling and dazzling as it flew into the heaven-devourer cauldron along with the leaf of the live forever grass. Rumble, it was like a sun had exploded, with Ling Xiao at the center. Dazzling, multicolored light spread out, causing heaven and earth to tremble and the void to crack. One lightning bolt after another slammed into Ling Xiao, threatening to crush him into dust. However, even as the tribulation lightning filled the sky, Ling Xiao's dragon form began to expand. Before long, he was 30,000 meters long, and still growing. A 30,000-meter dragon form was the body of a heavenly dragon, and a 100,000-meter dragon form was the body of a true dragon. The blood vessels in Ling Xiao's body began to undergo an extreme transformation as if they were being burned by fire. What kind of consummate technique is this guy cultivating? This power is even more terrifying than that of a Tao corroborating paragon. Within the heaven-devourer stone, the heaven-scorching demon emperor's eyes were filled with disbelief as he stared at Ling Xiao. The dragon might radiating off of Ling Xiao was so terrifying that even the demon emperor was trembling in fear. Logically speaking, the true dragon bloodline and the Qilin bloodline were both divine beast bloodlines, so the sky-scorching demon emperor should not have such a feeling. However, he did feel fear from the depths of his bloodline from Ling Xiao. Is the bloodline of the dragonfolk transforming into a consummate battle body? This kind of martial art is really earth-shattering. The longevity grass's eyes revealed a trace of emotion as he spoke slowly. Thankfully, Ling Xiao was cultivating in the heaven-devourer stone. If he were in the cave of time, his terrifying aura would have shocked all of the living beings in the cave. Rumble, dragon might filled the air, and the roar of a dragon shook the dome of heaven. Thanks to the power of his 3 precious treasures, Ling Xiao's aura grew more and more terrifying. 3 days later, his dragon body had already evolved to 90,000 feet, but then, the speed became much slower. It seemed to be increasing bit by bit. Ling Xiao knew that in his previous life, the supreme true dragon had also been lucky enough to obtain the body of a true dragon by chance and luck. However, he did not expect it to be so difficult. 908,000 zhang, 990,000 zhang. After another 3 days, the gigantic dragon body in the god stone had already grown to 99,000 zhang tall. Its entire body was shining with golden light. It was incomparably vast and exuded an aura that made people's hearts palpitate. However, the growth of the dragon's body seemed to have reached an extreme, and it was almost about to stop. Ling Xiao could feel that something was amiss. He had been too careless. By now, the powers of the 3 utmost treasures were almost depleted. In order to condense the true dragon physique, even Ling Xiao's own life essence began to burn. At this rate, even if Ling Xiao managed to condense a true dragon body, he would still die from the loss of his life essence. Brat, I've suffered a huge loss this time. Remember this, you owe me. The longevity grass sighed softly. It had also sensed that Ling Xiao's body was in a terrible state. It was a critical moment. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! 3 green medicinal pearls shot out of the longevity grass, dazzling to the eye. They looked like 3 stars, pulsing with boundless life force quintessence as they flew into the King Heaven-devourer cauldron. These were the god elixirs of the longevity grass, and were essentially its essence power. They were more than 10 times as effective as the leaves he had given it. With the 3 drops of god elixir, Ling Xiao's body began to shine with dazzling light, and his body began to grow. Without the 3 drops of god elixir, the longevity grass's aura began to wither. After all, even the longevity grass only had 9 drops of god elixir. Rumble, lightning crackled, and heaven and earth trembled as a golden dragon appeared, radiating an ancient and majestic aura that could shake the hearts of anyone who saw it. Bathed in lightning, the dragon grew until it was 99,999 meters tall. He only needed the last piece of paper to completely condense the true dragon body. Ling Xiao felt that his primordial spirit seemed to have come to an inexplicable chaotic void. Extremely terrifying golden light exploded, and a 1,000,000 feet long 7-colored divine dragon appeared in the chaos. Suddenly, mysterious light surged, and the world was opened up, and living beings were born. His heart began to beat as well. Eventually, the seven-colored blood pearl in his heart began to emit seven-colored mist that flowed into Xianxia. Rumble, a 30 million meter long dragon was fully formed. Roar, Xianxia let out a draconic roar that shook heaven and earth, causing the void in the area to shatter, and sending out streams of primal chaos energy. A 30 million meter long golden dragon filled the air, its scales shining with dazzling golden light. It was filled with magical laws of heaven and earth, and even the slightest tremor could cause heaven and earth to shatter. This was the true body of a true dragon. There was a hint of joy in Xianxia's heart. He flew unhindered in the small world within the celestial stone. His dragon's might was unparalleled. He practically flew through the entire small world in an instant. Buzz, with a flash, Xianxia turned into a handsome young man in a snow-white robe. However, at this moment, there was a hint of majesty and vicissitudes in his delicate appearance. His eyes were bright and mysterious, and he had a kind of spirit that looked down on the world. He was like an emperor of the heavens, and no one dared to look at him directly. Even the sky-scorching beast emperor's heart skipped a beat when he saw Xianxia. If he still had the intention to compete with Xianxia before, he had completely given up now. He felt that if Xianxia wanted to kill him now, it would be a piece of cake for him. Whoosh, Xianxia descended from the 9 heavens and glanced at the sky-scorching beast emperor. The sky-scorching beast emperor felt a chill in his heart, and subconsciously lowered his head. Why did you help me just then? If I were to die, wouldn't you be free? Xianxia glanced at the longevity grass and asked passionately. Xianxia did not expect the longevity grass to help him, even at the cost of its natal divine liquid. I'm not helping you, I'm helping myself. If you were to die, wouldn't I be trapped in this minor world forever? Moreover, you've cultivated the longevity sword Qi, so you're Duguqiubai's disciple. Duguqiubai is my brother, so isn't it my duty to save a junior disciple? The longevity grass chuckled. I still have 5 connate soul essences. I'll give them all to you. I hope you can recover soon. Xianxia smiled, knowing that the longevity grass was being stubborn. With a flash of light in his hand, 5 more connate soul essences appeared. Ha ha ha, at least you have a conscience. I'm going to cultivate in seclusion, so don't disturb me. The longevity grass's eyes lit up. He grabbed the connate soul essences and turned to leave. Wait. I still have something to ask you. Xianxia stopped the longevity grass and asked, the God Stone contains a small world. It is a divine weapon and its aura is completely concealed. How did you find out where the God Stone is? Xianxia was puzzled. He did not understand why the green Qilin heaven-devouring python did not find the God Stone in the valley, but the longevity grass did. What's so strange about that? I am invincible in this world and have cultivated to the heart of the sword. Although the God Stone is a divine weapon and its aura is completely concealed, it is still a live target in my heart. But don't worry, in this world, unless you are a titled supreme, as long as you are careful, no supreme will be able to find out about the God Stone. The longevity grass said proudly. You're just bragging. Xianxia glared at him, but he was relieved. As long as a supreme could not find out about it, the God Stone would be of great use in this trip to the demon tribe. As for the longevity grass, Xianxia was not surprised. After all, it was a supreme divine medicine from the same era as Duguqiubai. It was not strange for it to have some tricks up its sleeves. Xianxia left the God Stone. He had spent a total of 6 days in seclusion. After leaving the God Stone, Yu Chongshan had returned from the other 2 tribes with a piece of good news. The Spirit Tribe and Buddha Tribe have agreed to join forces to attack the Demon Tribe. They will depart in 3 days. This time, they are preparing to attack the Demon Tribe. Therefore, the 3 tribes will only send out Supreme Realm and above experts. Yu Chongshan said to Xianxia. How many Supreme Realm experts are there in the 3 tribes? What about the Demon Tribe? This was the question that Xianxia was most concerned about. The Moon Tribe has a total of 6 Supreme Realm experts. This time, they will leave behind 1 Supreme Realm expert and send out 5 Supreme Realm experts. The Spirit Tribe and Buddha Tribe each have 7 Supreme Realm experts. This time, they will send out 5 Supreme Realm experts each. Therefore, there will be a total of 15 Supreme Realm experts. As for the demon tribe, Yu Chongshan's eyes were solemn as he said slowly, on the surface, the demon tribe only has 12 Supreme Realm experts. However, according to our estimates, there are at least 20 Supreme Realm experts. Yu Chongshan's words made Ling Zhao's eyes widen. The number of Supreme Being experts in the 4 great tribes was definitely a terrifying number, especially for the demon tribe. In the War God continent, most of the Holy Lands didn't have so many Supremes. Perhaps only the legendary War God Temple had so many Supremes. One could imagine that this crusade against the demon tribe would definitely be a great battle between Supremes. However, there was no trace of fear in Ling Zhao's eyes. Instead, they were filled with a strong desire to fight. After condensing the true dragon body, his physical body had become extremely terrifying. At this moment, it was definitely not a problem for him to take on a supreme weapon with his bare hands. He might not be a match for titled Supremes yet, but it would not be difficult for him to kill ordinary Supremes. Moreover, Ling Xiao was also very curious about the tribe of demons. Speaking of which, the tribe of demons should have inherited the legacy of the old goat's father, the demon sage. But why was it invaded by the extraterrestrial demons? Ling Xiao was very puzzled about this and wanted to find out more. 3 days passed quickly. In the sky above the city of the moon, there were 4 other elders with silver hair flying in the wind. They were dressed in silver robes and looked very dignified. They only glanced at Ling Xiao for a moment before closing their eyes. Let's go. Yu Chongshan's eyes revealed a trace of sharpness as he tore open the void and entered with Ling Xiao. The other 4 great elders also followed in. Ling Xiao, the 3 great tribes have already discussed this. This time, we will do our best to delay the demon venerables of the demon tribe. Your mission is to destroy the city of demons, especially the demon sage palace. Yu Chongshan slowly said. Demon sage palace? The 9th chapter of Destiny is there. I will do my best. Ling Zhao's eyes revealed a trace of sharpness as he nodded. The 3 great tribes suspected that the demon sage palace was the source of the demon tribe's power. If they destroyed the demon sage palace, the demon tribe's vitality would be greatly damaged. The 3 great tribes didn't have the extravagant hope of completely wiping out the demon tribe this time. They didn't have the ability to do so. The best result was that the demon tribe wouldn't dare to invade the 3 great tribes again. Yu Chongshan and the other 4 elders brought Ling Xiao through the turbulence of the void. Their speed was extremely fast and soon, they crossed over 1,000,000 miles and arrived near the demon tribe. Ling Xiao, be careful. Yu Chongshan warned. He reached out his hand and gently tore open space, placing Ling Xiao on the outskirts of the monster tribe. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk Ling Xiao's body turned into a ray of light as he appeared on top of a towering mountain peak. Behind him was the vast desolate mountain range, and in the huge valley before him, a majestic black city rose from the ground, emitting an ancient and boundless aura. It was like a huge primordial ferocious beast was hibernating within. The city of demons. Ling Xiao also felt an extremely pure demonic aura from the city of demons, causing the wordless heavenly book to become excited. It really is the aura of the demon sage. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he muttered to himself. The city of demons in the distance was like a huge immemorial mountain, emitting a majestic demonic aura. Within the demonic aura, there was also a hint of black demonic aura. Given how heavily guarded the demon city was, it would be exceedingly difficult to break in. Ling Xiao activated the communication treasure that Mu Xian gave him. Ling Xiao, I've been targeted by a demon sovereign in the city of demons. Don't worry about me, leave first. Mu Xian's incomparably anxious voice sounded from the communication treasure. Moreover, it seemed that he had suffered heavy injuries. Where are you? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed sharply as he calmly asked. The city of demons, 30,000 miles north of the demon tribe. Don't worry about me, leave quickly. The demon sovereign in the city of demons is too terrifying. If I'm unlucky enough to die, I hope you can bring the 9th chapter of Destiny to my great-grandfather, Mu Tianji. Thank you. Mu Xian's voice contained a trace of decisiveness as he instantly cut off the communication treasure. 30,000 miles north of the city of demons? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he instantly used a secret teleportation technique and sped towards the direction that Mu Xian had mentioned. After condensing the true dragon body, Ling Xiao's physical body was able to withstand the invasion of the void turbulence. Moreover, his primordial spirit was strong enough to tear apart the void in a small area and use the greater teleportation technique. Therefore, a distance of 30,000 miles would have taken Ling Xiao a few hours in the past. But now, the time needed was more than 100 times shorter. In the depths of the barbaric mountain range. Rumble, Mu Xian's figure flew back dozens of feet and smashed heavily into the mountain wall in the distance. Instantly, the mountain peak trembled and suddenly exploded. Huge rocks weighing millions of pounds were sent flying. Mu Xian suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and his face became incomparably pale. Outsider, why don't you run? Why aren't you running? A mere half-step supreme being with the tribulation of 4 symbols has the battle strength of a supreme being. It seems that you're also a peerless genius in the outside world. What I like the most is to suck the blood of you outsiders dry. The young man with a demonic face was extremely slender. He stood in the air with a mysterious and powerful ripple around him. There were 2 black bat wings on his back. Every time they flapped, it seemed like a hurricane would sweep through the world. Heaven Bat Demon Venerable, do you really think you can kill me? Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Mu Xian wiped the trace of blood from the corner of his mouth. There was a hint of madness in his eyes. Rumble, Mu Xian's body shone brightly. A black deathly aura filled the air. A peerless emperor's tomb appeared behind him, exuding a fluctuation that could devour everything. Come on. If you want to die, let's die together. Mu Xian's eyes were filled with coldness. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood essence, and his aura instantly became extremely weak. He punched out, and the Supreme Emperor's tomb exuded a powerful fluctuation, pressing down on Heaven Bat Demon Venerable. The Heaven Emperor's tomb fist of the Tomb Monarch City? It's a pity that your cultivation isn't up to par. The Heavenly Bat Demon Venerable's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. He sneered and immediately sent a palm strike over. It was as if the entire world had fallen into darkness. The palm strike contained the purest dark qi. It instantly hit the peerless emperor's tomb. The Heaven Bat Demon Venerable's cultivation suddenly erupted. Rumble, the peerless emperor's tomb exploded. The Heaven Bat Demon Venerable's palm strike covered Mu Xian. 6th level Supreme Realm? So you've been hiding your cultivation. Ha ha ha. Looks like I didn't lose in vain. Mu Xian's body shook and a pale smile appeared on his face. If it was an expert in the first 3 levels of the Supreme Realm, he might be able to contend with him. However, the 6th level Supreme Realm was 6 levels higher than him. It was impossible for him to contend with him now. Mu Xian's eyes revealed a trace of determination. A terrifying aura surged around him and he was ready to use a forbidden technique to perish together with his opponent. Crack, suddenly, heaven and earth split open. A young man in a robe whiter than snow stepped out. He was surrounded by a vast dragon's aura. He threw a punch at the Heaven Bat Demon Venerable. Roar, terrifying dragon roars filled the air as a total of 36 golden true dragons soared through the air. They intertwined with each other as if forming an extremely terrifying celestial true dragon formation that contained a power that could crush everything. What? Heaven Bat Demon Venerable's expression changed as he felt the power that made his heart palpitate. Without a second thought, his figure flashed as he tried to escape. However, this punch was incomparably mighty. It actually sealed the power of the surrounding void, making it impossible for Heaven Bat Demon Venerable to dodge. He could only take it head-on. Bang, the Heavenly Bat Demon Venerable unleashed all of his cultivation. His eyes were extremely cold as he slapped out with his palm. When the fist and palm collided, a terrifying force exploded. The 36 true dragons were like 36 unparalleled punches that blasted into Heaven Bat Demon Venerable's body, causing his arm to explode into smithereens. Like a meteor, he smashed heavily into a mountain in the distance. Crack, the mountains exploded in an instant, turning into dust. With Heavenly Bat Demon Venerable as the center, the ground within a radius of several hundred miles caved in. Ling Xiao? Mu Xian's eyes were filled with surprise and joy. He never thought that Ling Xiao would come to save him. What was even more unexpected was that Ling Xiao's current combat strength was so terrifying that he could severely injure Heaven Bat Demon Venerable, who was at the 6th level of the Supreme Realm, with just one punch, Ling Xiao stood in the void as golden clouds swirled around him. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his gaze was calm and indifferent. The punch just now was the power of the 1,000 dragons slaughtering god skill. After condensing the true dragon body, Ling Xiao's 1,000 dragons slaughtering god skill had improved by leaps and bounds. He had condensed 36 true dragons in one go. The 36 true dragons were like the power of 36 supremes. It was extremely terrifying. Although Heaven Bat Demon Venerable was at the 6th level of the Supreme Realm, he was still defeated by Ling Xiao with just one punch. Before entering the time cave, Ling Xiao's true combat strength was only able to kill 1st level or 2nd level supremes. Moreover, he had to use all of his means to do so. However, after entering the time cave, not only did he survive the Earth Tribulation and obtain the inheritance of the Divine Dragon bloodline, he even condensed the true dragon body in one go. In the 9 levels of the Supreme Realm, every 3 levels was a threshold. The 4th level of the Supreme Realm was much stronger than the 3rd level of the Supreme Realm, and the 7th level of the Supreme Realm was much stronger than the 6th level of the Supreme Realm. Ling Xiao estimated his current combat strength. He should be able to defeat those below the 6th level of the Supreme Realm. He should be able to fight to a draw with those at the peak of the 7th to 9th level of the Supreme Realm. Who are you? How can a half-step Supreme Realm cultivator who has only survived the Earth Tribulation possess such powerful strength? Heaven Bat Demon Venerable rushed up from the ground. His hair was disheveled, and he was in an extremely sorry state. His eyes were filled with disbelief, and his expression was extremely ugly. He was a 6th level Supreme Realm cultivator, but he was defeated by Ling Xiao with just one punch. If news of this were to spread, it would be a disgrace. However, Ling Xiao's punch was too terrifying, especially the true dragon bloodline that was emitted from it. It made him feel a sense of dread in the depths of his heart. The dragon bloodline naturally suppressed the other demon clans, unless it was a divine beast bloodline of the same level as the dragon clan. Heaven Bat Demon Venerable's original form was a vampire bat. Although it was an Archean variant, it was far inferior to the dragon bloodline. I am Ling Xiao. Are you going to surrender? Or are you waiting for me to make a move? Ling Xiao looked at Heaven Bat Demon Venerable indifferently and said. Heaven Bat Demon Venerable's face instantly darkened. Arrogant, he was too arrogant. A mere half-step Supreme Realm cultivator who had survived the Earth Tribulation actually dared to tell a 9th level Supreme Realm cultivator to surrender. It made him feel like he was in a dream. 9 Ultimates Genius, this is definitely the talent of a 9 Ultimates Genius. I didn't expect the gap between me and him to be so huge. Mu Xian's face revealed a trace of a bitter smile. Those below the Supreme Being Realm were all ants. This was because Supreme Being Realm cultivators had merged with the laws of heaven and earth. Their words were law, and every move of theirs contained the immense might of a Supreme Being, far surpassing that of an emperor or even a half-step Supreme Realm cultivator. However, those below the Supreme Being Realm who could go against the flow and kill Supreme Beings had appeared before in ancient times. They were divided into 1 Ultimates Geniuses to 9 Ultimates Geniuses. If a half-step Supreme Realm cultivator who had survived the tribulation of 4 symbols could kill a 1st-level Supreme Realm cultivator, crossing a small realm, he would be considered a 1 Ultimates Genius. Mu Xian estimated that with Ling Xiao's cultivation, he could only cross 3 small realms and defeat a 3rd-level Supreme Realm cultivator. Therefore, he should be considered a 3 Ultimates Genius. However, Ling Xiao had only survived the Earth Tribulation. If he could defeat a 6th-level Supreme Realm cultivator like Heaven Bat Demon Venerable, he would cross 9 small realms and be considered a 9 Ultimates Genius. Legend had it that all 9 Ultimates Geniuses were the strongest in their era and were destined to break through to the Divine Realm. Just like the sword demon Dugu Chobai from hundreds of thousands of years ago. Legend had it that when he was at the half-step Supreme Realm during the calamity of 4 symbols, he had killed a LV9 Supreme Realm expert with his sword and was invincible throughout the universe. However, there were too few 9 Ultimates Geniuses. It was said that for millions of years, Dugu Chobai was the only 9 Ultimates Genius. Even the strongest man 10,000 years ago, Sky-Devouring Supreme, was only a 7 Ultimates Genius. Ling Xiao, don't be arrogant. I didn't expect you to reach the 9 Ultimates realm. I believe that the martial arts holy lands in the outside world will be interested in you and will come to kill you at all costs. You're dead meat. Heaven Bat Demon Venerable was extremely cunning. He knew that he was no match for Ling Xiao, so he had already thought of escaping. He looked at Ling Xiao with a sneer and instantly tore through the void to escape. Trying to escape? You'd better stay. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and threw out a simple punch. Crack! Suddenly, heaven and earth shook and the void shattered. A terrifying void storm spread out and forced Heaven Bat Demon Venerable out of the void. Ling Xiao, do you really think I'm afraid of you? At most, you and I will die together. Heaven Bat Demon Venerable's eyes revealed a hint of madness. Moreover, there was an extremely weak heavenly demon aura spreading out from his body. Heaven Bat Demon Venerable, take my punch. If you can take it, I'll spare your life. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he said calmly. One punch? You've underestimated me. Heaven Bat Demon Venerable's eyes revealed a glimmer of hope. He knew that Ling Xiao's combat strength was extremely terrifying. Since he couldn't escape, he would only die if he stayed. Therefore, he hoped that he could take Ling Xiao's punch. Thousand Dragons God-slaying skill, Dian Fist. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed and he threw out a punch. Roar! 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 Terrifying dragon roars sounded in the sky. Ling Xiao's fist radiance was dazzling, like a small sun. 49 golden true dragons came across the sky, forming the Dian formation and pressing down on the Heaven Bat Demon Venerable. 49 true dragons. This was also the strongest punch that Ling Xiao had been able to condense so far. This punch was earth-shattering, and it emitted an invincible aura that could crush everything. Heavenly Bat Blood Sea, 10,000 bats destroy the world, kill. 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 The Heavenly Bat Demon Venerable also felt the threat of death and roared without hesitation. Boom! Crimson light surged around his body, and a huge sea of blood spread out, covering the entire world with a rumble. The sea of blood was extremely viscous, and in an instant, tens of thousands of blood-red giant bats rushed out. Each bat was hundreds of meters in size. They covered the sky and the earth and exuded an extremely ferocious aura. It was as if they wanted to devour all 49 true dragons. Crack! The golden fist illuminated the many heavens, and the void shattered. A terrifying spatial tempest swept out, and the tens of thousands of blood-red bats only lasted for a moment before they were reduced to dust by Ling Xiao's fist. Roar! The 49 true dragons shot forward with incredible speed, and the Heavenly Bat Demon Venerable's eyes were filled with disbelief as his body exploded. His incomparably sturdy paragon body was reduced to a mist of blood by Ling Xiao's fist. Drops of blood fell to the ground, and the plants and vegetation began to grow madly, as if they had just encountered a good rain. The paragon body contained boundless life force quintessence, and to the plants and vegetation, it was like a good rain. I won't let you get away with this, Ling Xiao. Just you wait. A blood-red bat floated up into the air, the nascent divinity of the Heavenly Bat Demon Venerable. Glaring venomously at Ling Xiao, he turned to flee. Whiz! The Heavenly Heaven Devourer Cauldron appeared, unleashing a powerful devouring power that suppressed the nascent divinity of the Heavenly Bat Demon Venerable. Ling Xiao had captured the Demon Venerable in the hopes of uncovering the secrets of the demon tribe. I never would have guessed that your battle prowess would be this terrifying, Ling Xiao. I'm afraid not even the successor of the War God Hall is a match for you. Mu Xian was also shocked by Ling Xiao's punch. He smiled bitterly as he looked at Ling Xiao. However, he immediately became excited. If Ling Xiao's battle prowess was this strong, then their chances of getting the 9th volume of Heavenly Fate were very high. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and began to search the Demon Venerable's nascent divinity. However, Ling Xiao's brow furrowed as he realized that there was some sort of immense power within Demon Paragon Heaven Bat's nascent divinity. As soon as his nascent divinity was suppressed by the King Heaven Devourer Cauldron, his memories were wiped clean, as if to prevent him from leaking any information. Ling Xiao relayed the information to Mu Xian. What? You can't get any useful information from the Demon Venerable's nascent divinity? Looks like this demon tribe has hidden themselves very well. They must have a huge secret. Mu Xian exclaimed in shock. Ling Xiao asked. Did you get any useful information in the past few days? Did the successor of the War God Hall show up? Mu Xian said solemnly. The demon city is heavily guarded, and there are paragons there. The auras of outsiders are too obvious. It's almost impossible to sneak in. For the past few days, I've been scouting the outskirts of Demon City. The successor of the War God Temple has already appeared. It seems like he even sent out experts, trying to use secret treasures to conceal their auras and sneak into Demon City. However, they were all discovered. Those experts died extremely miserably, directly eaten alive. Where is the successor of the War God Hall? Ling Xiao asked. I'm not sure, Mu Xian said. But he should be somewhere near the Demon City, and is trying to get in. I heard that the successor of the War God Hall is trying to get in touch with some of the top experts in the demon tribe. RUUUUUMBLE. It was at this point that an incomparably powerful aura appeared in the sky. Dozens of figures with terrifying auras appeared in the air above the demon tribe, as if they were provoking them. Soon, a dozen or so figures emerged from the demon tribe, all of them paragons. Without any hesitation, they tore through the void and entered chaotic space. Godlight flared as a terrifying battle broke out. Dark clouds roiled in the sky, and the weather changed dramatically. Dozens of paragons were fighting, and even though it was happening in the middle of chaotic space, the Cavern of Time was still sending out powerful magical signs. The three great demon tribes are fighting the demon tribe. There's no time to lose. The demon city is empty. Let's go. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he and Mu Xian tore through the void and headed toward the demon city. The city of demons was vast and majestic. Because the supreme being experts of the three tribes had joined forces to attack the city of demons, the city of demons was shrouded in a layer of black light that emitted a mysterious and powerful fluctuation. This was the power of a formation that enveloped the entire city of demons. It was as if someone was trying to sneak into the city. Ling Xiao and Mu Xian hid in the heavenly god stone and arrived outside the city of demons. They turned into a speck of dust and observed the situation. It's really heavily guarded. The formation outside the city of demons is definitely the power of an ancient divine formation. It'll be difficult to break through it. Now, let's see what the successor of the War God Temple has to do. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he slowly said. The successor of the War God Temple? If he gets there first, he'll probably be the first to obtain the 9th piece of heavenly mandate. Mu Xian said anxiously. Don't worry, someone's already here. Ling Xiao said faintly as his eyes flashed. Whoosh, a group of powerful figures flew over from the mountain range in the distance. The leader was a young man in golden armor. He was tall and handsome, his black hair fluttering in the wind and his eyes were shining brightly. This young man was naturally the successor of the War God Temple. He stood in the void, looking extraordinarily handsome. His entire body exuded an invincible aura that seemed to look down on the world. Beside him, Ling Xiao saw Morong Shantian and Duan Wuji standing on his left and right. In addition, there was another person who surprised Ling Xiao. It was Zhu Biao, whom he had seen in the Heaven's Pride Tower. Zhu Biao was still holding a roasted lamb leg and eating it as if there was no one around. He didn't care about the gazes of the people around him. Behind the successor of the War God Temple, there were 4 old men in silver robes. Although they were only half-step supreme beings, the aura they exuded was extremely powerful. Apart from them, there was also a group of geniuses with imposing appearances and powerful auras. Their faces were filled with confidence and they were all half-step supreme beings. This group of people was led by the successor of the War God Temple. They were extremely powerful. Whoosh, apart from the successor of the War God Hall, Buddhist child Kasyapa also arrived in the air. Behind him were several old monks from the Greater Thunderclap Temple. They were surrounded by Buddhist light and emitted powerful ripples. Maha Kasyapa wore a white monk's robe and straw sandals. His eyes were pure and limpid while his entire body emanated a wave of Buddhist energy that was as vast as the ocean, making others feel the urge to worship him. However, Ling Xiao could still sense that there were still a few extremely powerful but obscure auras hiding in the surroundings of Demon City, not revealing themselves. Clearly, they were planning to reap the spoils of war. Halt! This is the city of demons. Do you outsiders want to court death? Get out of here. A middle-aged man clad in black robes soared into the air from the city of demons. He looked extraordinarily heroic and had a cold expression on his face. His eyes were filled with an icy sharpness. He stared fixedly at the heir of the war god Hall and Arhat Kasyapa. Clearly, he knew that these two posed the greatest threat. Demon City's Black Hawk Demon Venerable. I've seen him before. His strength isn't any weaker than the Heavenly Bat Demon Venerable. Mu Xian glanced at the black-robed middle-aged man and said slowly. Ling Xiao nodded his head. This Black Hawk Demon Venerable was also at the 6th level of the Venerable Realm. Evidently, he was the Venerable that had stayed behind to guard the Demon City. Ling Xiao wondered if there were any other Venerable Realm experts in the Demon City. Kasyapa, the battle between the 3 major tribes and the Demon Tribe can end at any time. Time is of the essence. Let's attack together and break this ancient god seal first. After we break through Demon City, we'll use our own methods. The successor of the war god Hall glanced indifferently at Kasyapa and said. Sure. Kasyapa nodded slightly as a sharp glint flashed in his clear eyes. Ants like you want to break through my Demon City's great array? You're dreaming. The Black Hawk Demon Venerable coldly glared at the successor of the war god Hall and Kasyapa. Rumble, the successor of the war god Hall didn't even pay attention to him. Instead, a resplendent light spread out from his hand. It was an ancient scroll. After it slowly unfurled, several mysterious runes spread out, emitting a terrifying aura. It was majestic and mysterious, as if it wanted to destroy everything. That's a divine decree? In order to break through Demon City's array, the successor of the war god Hall has really put in a lot of effort. Mu Xian's eyes widened as he sighed softly. The scroll in the hands of the successor of the war god Hall was a legendary divine decree personally written by a divine spirit expert. It contained the will and power of a divine spirit expert and was extremely powerful. Although Demon City's array was also an ancient god array, with this divine decree, the possibility of breaking through the array was greatly increased. Weng, the divine decree floated towards Demon City. Numerous ancient runes shone brightly, blazing with incomparable heat. Divine chains of order fell down, containing the power to pierce through everything, pressing down on Demon City. Divine decree? City barrier array, activate at full power. The Black Hawk Sovereign's face turned a little ugly. Clearly, he was extremely fearful of the god's decrees. He snorted coldly. Whoosh, at this moment, Buddha Kasyapa also made his move. Both his palms were as white as jade. 9 resplendent pearls rose into the air, emitting a powerful and mysterious fluctuation. It was as if the power of the 9 heavens was descending towards Demon City. 9 sea calming pearls? This Buddha Kasyapa's arms are really big. Ling Xiao also sighed softly. The sea calming pearls were ancient god artifacts. It was said that there were a total of 24 sea calming pearls, and they were incomparably powerful god artifacts. Ling Xiao could see that the 9 sea calming pearls in the hands of Buddha Kasyapa were all genuine. Although they were a little damaged, the power of god artifacts was still immeasurable. Rumble, under the suppression of the divine decree and the 9 sea calming pearls, the city barrier array of Demon City began to tremble violently. The light was dazzling, and ripples spread out. In the end, the city barrier array could not withstand the power of these 2 supreme treasures and exploded with a loud bang. It was like a small sun had exploded. The resplendent light illuminated the sky, incomparably dazzling. Even the Black Hawk Sovereign, who was presiding over the city barrier array, turned pale and spat out a mouthful of blood. The city barrier array of Demon City is broken. Let's go. The eyes of the successor of the war god temple flashed. The moment the array was broken, he turned into a stream of light and rushed into Demon City with the people behind him. Buddha Kasyapa was not to be outdone. He rushed into Demon City almost at the same time as the successor of the war god temple. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk Ling Xiao and Mu Xian, who were hiding in the celestial stone, also turned into a ray of light and entered the city. Asterisk whoosh whoosh whoosh. Asterisk the successor of the war god temple and Arhat Kasyapa, as well as many experts hiding in the dark, couldn't hold themselves back any longer and rushed toward Demon City. Strange, why are there so many experts? Even Buddhist Kasyapa is here. Logically speaking, only the successor of the war god temple should know about the 9th chapter of Heavenly Mandate. What do these people want? Mu Xian's eyes were filled with confusion. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he slowly said, I'm afraid they aren't after the 9th chapter of Heavenly Mandate. They are after the treasures in the city that we don't know about. Ling Xiao was also a little surprised. The strength of the city was unparalleled, even stronger than the majority of the sacred grounds of the war god continent. If it wasn't for the 3 tribes attacking the city today, the number of people here would have been countless. For them to disregard their lives and covet the city, just what kind of treasure could make them so tempted? Moreover, Ling Xiao discovered that everyone's goal was the same, the Demon Saint Palace at the center of the city. The city was vast, and at the very center was a gigantic statue of a demon saint. It was an old man with white hair and beard. His figure was incomparably tall and sturdy. Blood energy filled the sky as he looked at the sky with a domineering aura. Ling Zhao's eyes slightly moved. This was the statue he saw in the holy ground, the demon saint. Behind the demonic saint statue, there was a black demonic saint palace. It looked majestic, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk, an incomparably terrifying aura burst out. In an instant, more than a dozen young geniuses were blasted apart by the punch, turning into a mist of blood. Above the demon saint palace, 3 incomparably powerful figures rose up. Their eyes were cold and filled with a monstrous baleful aura. Ants like you dare to touch my city of demons? You're courting death. A cold voice exploded in the sky above the city. Ling Xiao could see that the one on the left was the Black Eagle Sovereign, and the one on the right was the Golden Ape Sovereign. His cultivation was also at the 6th level of the Venerable Realm. In the middle was a boy in blood-red clothes. His hair was tied up in 2 braids. He looked very strange and his eyes were filled with coldness. It's the Blood Snake Sovereign? I didn't expect him to stay. Mu Xian exclaimed with a trace of shock in his eyes. There were 4 city lords in the city. The demon city had 3 titled sovereigns. Only the Blood Snake Sovereign, whose cultivation was at the 9th level of the Venerable Realm, was extremely terrifying. Even with the help of the successor of the War God Hall and Arhat Kasayapa, they didn't seem to have much of a chance of winning against a 9th level Venerable and 2 6th level Venerables. But the Sovereign, Kasayapa. Otherwise, you. Or. The Sovereign stared at the Blood Snake Sovereign and said slowly. That's right. Benefactors, as long as you hand over the Sovereign's sovereign and the Sovereign's blood, you can live. Otherwise, you'll die. Kasayapa said calmly. Ha ha ha. What an arrogant brat. You're just a half-step sovereign. Do you think you're the legendary 9 extinction prodigy? You want to kill me? Let's see if you have the ability. The Blood Snake Demon Lord laughed in extreme anger. He immediately pounced toward the successor of the War God Temple and Arhat Kasayapa. Brother Kasayapa, the Blood Snake Sovereign is mine. The Black Eagle Sovereign and the Golden Ape Sovereign are yours. Let's see who finishes the battle first. The successor of the War God Hall had a sharp glint in his eyes as he charged towards the Blood Snake Demon Venerable. Then I'll take advantage of you. Kasayapa smiled faintly. His body shone with Buddhist light as he slapped his palm across the sky. The power of his palm spread and enveloped the Black Eagle Sovereign and the Golden Snake Sovereign. Rumble, a god decree appeared in the hand of the heir of the Combat God Temple. It instantly transformed into a stream of light that enveloped the Blood Snake Venerable. Forbidden God Domain! Shouted the successor of the War God Hall. His eyes flashed and his chi surged. It was as if there was a chaotic chi around him. He threw a punch at the venerable blood snake. The god's decree seemed to have turned into a forbidden land, isolating the laws of the world and imprisoning divine powers and supernatural abilities. In this domain, only the power of the body was preserved. What? The asterisk starred. Even if you can only use your physical strength, you'll still die. The blood snake sovereign's expression turned ugly. He didn't expect the god's decree to be so powerful. It formed a forbidden god domain and could only use his physical strength. This way, the blood snake sovereign's strength was weakened by more than 90%. However, the blood snake sovereign's original form was an ancient ferocious beast, the sun-devouring snake. His physical strength was unparalleled. He thought he was extremely powerful and wasn't weaker than a real divine beast. The forbidden god domain stimulated his ferocious nature and made him charge towards the sovereign. Rumble, the blood snake sovereign threw a punch. The terrifying fist aura seemed to condense into a blood-colored sun. It instantly collided with the sovereign. The heaven and earth rumbled as the void trembled. A chaotic color filled the air. It was eternal and unique. It instantly broke through the blood-colored sun and sent the blood snake sovereign flying dozens of feet away with one punch. Blood snake demon venerable, die. The sovereign was surrounded by chaotic energy. His black hair fluttered and his gaze was majestic. His fist seemed to shake the heavens. It was as if the celestial emperor was patrolling and suppressing all directions. The power of that punch was too terrifying and unstoppable. Devour the heavens and earth. I'm invincible. Kill. The blood snake venerable beast's face was extremely ugly. He roared and his body shone with a dazzling light. He punched out, and it was like a huge blood-red snake that was tens of thousands of feet long lunged at the successor of the war god Hall. It was the sun-devouring snake. Legend had it that it could even devour the sun. It was extremely ferocious. The blood snake sovereign wanted to refine the sovereign. Rumble, the successor of the war god shrine, looked indifferent. His fist was extremely condensed and eternal. It was as if nothing could stop his fist. Even the swallowing sun ba serpent instantly exploded into a rain of light under his fist. Crack, the sovereign's fist aura was too intense. It was as if the world had turned into chaos when this punch landed. One of the blood snake demon venerable's arms instantly exploded, turning into a bloody mist. This is the chaotic sacred body? I didn't expect the sovereign to have the legendary chaotic sacred body. The legendary chaotic sacred body was known as the #1 sacred body in all the heavens. Its physical body was unparalleled, and its divine power was invincible. A fully developed chaotic sacred body could even kill a primordial ancestral dragon, tear a true phoenix apart, and compete with an unparalleled heavenly emperor. It's not the real chaotic sacred body. After all, no one has seen the real chaotic sacred body. I'm afraid that the successor of the war god temple only has a trace of the chaotic sacred body's bloodline. If this bloodline matures in the end, it might become the real chaotic sacred body. Ling Zhao's eyes sparkled as he sighed with emotion. Sacred body of sun, sacred body of Taiyin, sacred body of 5 elements, sacred body of yin yang, and so on. These legendary sacred bodies were extremely powerful. It could even be said that they contained a trace of the chaotic sacred body's bloodline. If they evolved to the extreme, they might become the legendary chaotic sacred body. After all, the chaotic sacred body was all-encompassing and all-encompassing. It was eternal and immortal. However, the successor of the war god temple had a trace of the chaotic sacred body's characteristics. Therefore, his physical body was extremely powerful, even surpassing the primordial ferocious beast sun-swallowing serpent. Under the forbidden god zone, the successor of the war god temple was an invincible expert. Ling Zhao's eyes shone with a trace of sharpness and battle intent. He was eager to see if his true dragon body or the chaotic sacred body was stronger. On the other side, Buddhist Xianxia was also fighting with the 2 demon sovereigns. Whoosh, 9 Dinghai pearls rose into the sky like 9 mysterious worlds. They exuded a terrifying and majestic aura, suppressing the 2 demon sovereigns. Open! The golden ape demon lord's eyes glinted with sharpness. The iron staff in his hand instantly expanded to 1,000 feet long. This was also a powerful supreme weapon. Surrounded by supreme divine might, it smashed down on the Dinghai pearl. Kill! The Black Hawk demon sovereign was extremely fast. His body was like a golden lightning bolt. A black ancient sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed toward the Dinghai pearls. Clang! Clang! The Dinghai pearls shone brightly and became dazzling. They intertwined with each other. Divine spiritual laws bloomed, exuding a terrifying power that enveloped the golden ape demon sovereign and the black hawk demon sovereign. The 2 of you are fated with Buddhism. If you are sincere in converting to Buddhism, I can spare your lives. Buddhist Xianxia said with a faint smile. I'll convert to your grandma. The golden ape demon venerable cursed. His body glowed with dazzling light as he swung his huge iron staff at Xianxia. How stubborn! This penniless monk has no choice but to use demon-subduing techniques. Xianxia sighed softly. His eyes flashed and he slammed his palm towards the golden ape demon lord. It was as if a divine mountain was crashing down. It radiated with eternal Buddhist light and contained the power to destroy everything. Great Samur godly palm. With Xianxia's soft cry, a huge divine mountain pressed down. The venerable golden ape felt the iron staff in his hand tremble and his arm go numb. His entire body was pressed against the palm. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his aura instantly withered. Little bald donkey, prepare to die. The black eagle demon venerable's eyes turned red and were filled with rage. Black heavenly demonic chi surrounded his body as a huge sword light slashed towards Xianxia. Heavenly demonic chi? Looks like I can't let you live. Sharpness flashed in Xianxia's eyes. He also sent out a palm strike, shattering the sword light in an instant. The Black Hawk demon venerable was also severely injured by the palm strike. He flew backward and fell into the 9 Dinghai pearls, severely injuring a 6th-level Supreme Realm expert with a single palm. It seems like Xianxia is also a 6th-realm fighting genius. Mu Xian sighed softly. Seeing the combat strength of the successor of the War God Hall and Xianxia was a huge blow to him. I'm afraid that's not all. Xianxia seems to be hiding his strength. However, there's no suspense in this battle. The Blood Snake Demon Venerable, the Black Eagle Demon Venerable, and the Golden Ape Demon Venerable are definitely going to die. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. He could feel the dense heavenly demonic chi in the bodies of the 3 demon venerables. Even their primordial spirits had turned dark and evil. They had been completely contaminated by the heavenly demonic chi. Moreover, Ling Xiao could also feel an incomparably dense and dark demonic chi rising from the demon saint palace. It made the wordless heavenly book very excited. It seems like the reason why the demon tribe was contaminated by the heavenly demonic chi must be because of the demon saint palace. Ling Xiao said slowly. Rumble, because of the invasion of these outsiders, many powerful demon clan experts rushed out of the demon city and engaged in a bloody battle with these outsiders. There were all sorts of powerful demonic beasts. Many of them were legendary primordial species. Each and every one of them had monstrous chi and blood. Some of them had transformed into human form, while some still retained their powerful demonic beast physique. It was simply a dance of demonic beasts. Ling Xiao and Mu Xian did not come out from the heavenly stone. They were looking for an opportunity to enter the demon saint palace. In the end, Ling Xiao determined that the method to open the demon saint palace was in the hands of the 3 demon venerables. To be exact, it was in the hands of the blood snake demon venerable. Only by killing the 3 demon venerables could he find the method to open the demon saint palace. Rumble, in the Forbidden God domain, the blood snake demon venerable was sent flying by the successor of the War God Temple with a single punch. He was in an extremely sorry state, coughing up blood. His body was almost shattered, and one of his arms had turned into a bloody mist. His eyes were extremely ugly and sullen. If it wasn't for the fact that he was in the God-forbidding domain, he would definitely be able to kill the successor of the War God Hall with his cultivation at the 9th level of the sovereign stage. However, because of the God-forbidding domain, he was unable to use most of his techniques and was about to be killed. Moreover, the Forbidden God domain contained the law of the gods. It was incomparably powerful, and he couldn't break out at all. In here, he could only fight to his death. Bastard, I'll kill you. The blood snake demon venerable roared. His eyes were filled with anger. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, countless resplendent lights instantly shot out from his body as blood arrows soared into the air, turning into a sea of blood. 9 sun-devouring boss serpents soared out from the sea of blood at the same time, emitting ferocious and overwhelming auras. They wanted to completely kill the successor of the War God Hall. The blood snake demon venerable executed a bloodline forbidden technique and burned his life essence. His strength was terrifying and he exploded with his peak combat strength. You will only end up dead. There will be no accidents. The successor of the War God Temple said indifferently. He punched the sky and chaotic aura covered the sky. The unparalleled fist radiance destroyed everything. It was majestic and mysterious. Rumble, the 9 sun-devouring boss serpents exploded before they could reach the successor of the War God Temple. Together with the blood snake demon Venerable's body, they exploded into a bloody mist in the sky. Swoosh! On the other side, after the successor of the war god Hall killed the blood snake demon master, the black hawk demon master and the golden ape demon master also died at the hands of Xianxia. Xianxia's attack was clean. He used the 9 sea calming pearls to seal the black hawk demon master and the golden ape demon master. Then, he used the great Meru divine palm to kill the 2 demon masters. Ling Xiao, what realm do you think the successor of the war god Hall and Xianxia have reached? Mu Xian asked Ling Xiao in shock. Although Xianxia hid his strength, I think he should be a 7-realm fighting genius. As for the successor of the war god Hall, I can't see through him. He just used the forbidden god territory and killed the blood snake demon master with his physical strength. Therefore, I think he should be an 8-realm fighting genius, or even a 9-realm fighting genius. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he spoke slowly. 9-realm fighting genius? You are all monsters. Dugu Chobai was the only one in a million years. Now, not only you, but also the successor of the war god Hall and Xianxia. Mu Xian said speechlessly. Not necessarily. Zhu Biao is not simple either. Other than that, there are 2 other people I can't see through. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he looked at Zhu Biao, who was still gnawing on the lamb leg. It was as if this battle had nothing to do with him. Other than Zhu Biao, Emperor Qing and Qing Yan also appeared in Ling Zhao's mind. Their strength was also extremely terrifying. As for Jian Wushuang and Dugu Shui, their sword god skill and sword demon supreme sutra had definitely improved after that battle. Their current strength was probably extremely powerful. These people were all Ling Zhao's strong opponents. In Ling Zhao's eyes, they were at least 7-realm fighting geniuses. Mu Xian originally wanted to ask Ling Xiao who else he couldn't see through. However, his eyes suddenly flashed and he hurriedly said, Ling Xiao, they are about to open the Demon Saint Palace. In the distance, the successor of the war god Hall held the blood snake demon master's primordial spirit and came to the entrance of the Demon Saint Palace. Do you choose to open the Demon Saint Palace or die? The successor of the war god Hall said indifferently. You will die. Even if I open the Demon Saint Palace, all of you will die. The blood snake demon master glared hatefully at the successor of the war god Hall. Since you want to die, then I, Chen Quan, will help you. Killing intent flashed through the eyes of the successor of the war god Hall. Divine light exploded from his palm and the blood snake demon Venerable's soul instantly exploded into a bloody mist. A mere Demon Saint Palace dares to stand in my way? The successor of the war god temple had a dignified look in his eyes. The godly decree flew across the sky and scattered down a dazzling light. The seal that was originally blocking the entrance of the Demon Saint Palace was like a ripple of water, instantly breaking apart. Rumble, the 2 ancient stone doors of the Demon Saint Palace opened. Ling Xiao, let's charge in quickly. Mu Xian urged somewhat anxiously. Don't worry. This Demon Saint Palace was not so easy to enter. Let them go in first. We'll follow behind them and find an opportunity to strike. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. He could feel that the Demon Saint Palace was like a ferocious beast with its mouth wide open, waiting for everyone to walk right into its trap. The successor of War God Temple had a flash in his eyes. He led the group into Demon Saint Palace. Buddhist son Xianxia followed right behind. Charge! Everyone, charge! Not only does the Demon Saint Palace contain the Demon Saint's heritage and divine blood, but it also contains a peerless divine medicine. Ha ha ha, the Demon Saint's heritage is mine. Get out of my way. The Demon Saint's divine blood is mine. The peerless divine medicine is mine. Anyone who dares fight with me for it will die. Outside the Demon Saint Palace, the geniuses who'd been battling with the experts of Demon City all had bloodshot eyes. When they saw the successor of War God Temple and Buddhist son Xianxia rush in, they couldn't hold back any longer and rushed into the Demon Saint Palace. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, rode on the celestial stone and transformed into a speck of dust to blend in with the crowd. The interior of the Demon Saint Palace was like a small world of its own. Chaotic mist curled around it. It was a very peaceful small world, surrounded by mountains and rivers, the sun, moon, and stars. It looked incomparably real. In front of everyone was a mountain shrouded in chaos. On top of it floated 3 dazzling golden treasures. An ancient stone tablet, 9 feet wide and 9 feet tall, towered in the chaotic mist. There were many mysterious runes carved on it, containing a mysterious aura of destiny. A drop of golden blood emitted a dazzling light. It was like a golden sun. It was extremely beautiful, and it made people's blood boil just by looking at it. There was also a divine medicine that looked like a ginseng. Its roots pierced into the depths of the void as if it was absorbing the essence of millions of worlds. This mountain looked incomparably mysterious and emitted a powerful divine fluctuation. It was as if there was an ancient divine formation covering it, causing one's heart to tremble. Xianxia, that stone tablet has the 9th chapter of Heavenly Mandate recorded on it. Hurry, we can't let it fall into the hands of the successor of War God Temple. Mu Xian became excited when he saw the stone tablet in the air. Don't panic. This demon saint palace is very strange. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. He wasn't in a hurry to expose himself. For some reason, this world gave him a very unreal and demonic feeling. Let's go. The divine blood and supreme divine medicine are at the top of the mountain. Everyone, let's go. Ha ha ha, that stone tablet must have recorded the demon saint's inheritance. Everyone immediately became excited. Their eyes were filled with incomparable excitement. They all leaped up and rushed towards the top of the primal chaos mountain. Buzz, a dazzling light spread out from the chaotic mountain and shone on everyone's body. It seemed to be distinguishing something, but in the end, it dissipated. Everyone felt as if the depths of their soul had been seen through, but it was only for a moment. After discovering that there was no problem, everyone relaxed and rushed towards the top of the mountain. The successor of War God Temple and Buddhist Xianxia took the lead. Their eyes were filled with sharpness as they reached for the stone tablet. Clang, it was as if a great bell had rung, causing the world to shake. Above the 3 treasures, a resplendent barrier appeared. Runes intertwined, looking mysterious and unfathomable. It was like a divine chain of order, blocking everyone. This was a defensive barrier protecting the 3 treasures. The terrifying fluctuations exceeded the power of a peak supremacy. It was a restriction set up by a god in the legends. This barrier must have been left behind by the demon saint. Xianxia, let's attack together and break the barrier first. As for the treasures inside, we'll leave it to fate. Alright, no problem. Buddhist Xianxia's gaze was rather solemn as well. He could also sense how powerful the barrier was. Rumble. 9 Dinghai pearls floated up from Xianxia's hand like 9 dazzling suns, shooting towards the barrier. The successor of the War God Temple was still holding the god's decree in his hand. It contained a terrifying battle intent that seemed to be able to shatter everything. The divine decree soared into the sky, and mysterious ancient characters lit up. They were dazzling, and they turned into divine chains of order, penetrating the enchantment. Rumble. The barrier shone brightly in an instant. Mysterious runes lingered around the barrier, emitting an earth-shattering sound as if a lightning tribulation was descending. The combined power of the 9 Dinghai pearls and the god's decree was extremely terrifying. It actually made the layer of enchantment begin to tremble. Everyone, let's go. Break the barrier and the treasure will be ours. The other geniuses were blinded by the treasure and their eyes were blazing. They were afraid that the barrier would be broken and the treasure would fall into the hands of the successor of the War God Temple and Buddhist Xianxia. They all unleashed their strongest attacks to attack the barrier. Rumble. The terrifying sound shook the heavens and the earth. The scene of countless geniuses attacking at the same time was very spectacular. Powerful weapons, huge fists, sword lights, saber lights, spear lights swept across the sky. The dazzling divine light was unparalleled, causing the barrier to tremble even more. Xianxia, when are we going to attack? Mu Xian was getting increasingly impatient. The stone tablet was too important to the Tomb King city. He had lost his cool at this moment. Let's wait a little longer. Xiao's gaze was extremely calm. There was a faint light emitting from his eyes as he activated the wordless heavenly book to sense the mysteries of this world. The demon saint palace shouldn't be so peaceful. There should be at least a supreme being overseeing it. However, this place was incomparably peaceful. There was no one here except for the 3 treasures left behind by the demon saint. They seemed to be waiting for everyone to take them. Everything was too strange. Ling Xiao became more cautious and began to observe everything in front of him. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk Zhu Biao, who had come with the successor of the war god temple, made his move. He reluctantly finished the lamb leg, then rubbed his oily hands on his body, and instantly punched out. Crack, heaven and earth trembled. When Zhu Biao punched out, his entire aura changed. He no longer had that wretched appearance. Instead, he emitted a dignified, ancient, and mysterious aura. When this punch was thrown out, it was as if an archaic divine beast was flying through the sky, ferocious and overbearing. Rumble, the barrier seemed to have been hit by a mountain. It suddenly caved in, and then suddenly burst out with a bright light, sending Zhu Biao flying. Zhu Biao was like a ball. His whole body was round. He suddenly flew back and sat on the ground. It looked very funny. Bastard! You actually dare to block your master Zhu, and I will fight it out. Zhu Biao was furious, instantly bounced up and smashed a fist towards the enchantment. Rumble, in the sky, there seemed to be a bolt of chaotic lightning. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. He saw a young man in green armor in the distance. His black hair fluttered in the wind, his face was like jade, and his body emitted an incomparably terrifying aura. There was a golden divine spear in his palm. It pierced through the void and pierced the enchantment. It was as if hundreds of millions of chaotic lightning bolts exploded at the same time. It was extremely bright. Crack, the enchantment suddenly trembled, and a few runes exploded. It seemed to have reached the limit of what it could bear, and in an instant, the golden divine spear was bounced away. Qingyun? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. This young man was the mysterious young man he saw in the Heaven's Pride Tower, Qingyun. He specialized in spear techniques and the Tao of lightning, and was very powerful. Swoosh! Swoosh, Qingyun's eyes were indifferent, and his body was dazzling. Powerful bolts of lightning fell from the 9 heavens, following the golden divine spear, and blasted towards the enchantment. Ha ha ha! The demon saint's divine blood can only belong to me, Zhao Ritian. Scram, you scum! An extremely arrogant voice exploded in the void, causing countless people to glare at him angrily. Zhao Ritian was riding on the void golden eyes beast. He wore a golden robe, and his figure was extraordinary. There seemed to be a bright sun behind him, and a golden ancient sword appeared in his hand. It was engraved with the sun, moon, stars, flowers, birds, insects, and fish, as well as the endless starry sky. It emitted an incomparably terrifying aura. His eyes were blazing as he stared at the demon saint's divine blood among the 3 treasures. The golden ancient sword in his hand slashed down. Crack, the heavens and earth trembled, and the void seemed to be drowned in a sea of fire. The golden ancient sword was extremely terrifying, and it suddenly slashed on the enchantment. The enchantment shook violently, and countless runes exploded. In an instant, it was extremely bright. This guy really has great luck on him. Ling Zhao's gaze was a little strange. Zhao Ritian's strength seemed to have increased, and the golden ancient sword in his hand was actually a broken divine weapon. It was extremely powerful, and Ling Zhao did not know where this guy found it. Rumble, with the addition of Zhu Biao, Qingyun, and Zhao Ritian, as well as the successor of the war god shrine and Buddhist Kasyapa, they all unleashed their powerful attacks on the enchantment. Countless runes began to shatter, and the enchantment's power began to weaken. It would not be long before the enchantment was completely shattered. Ling Xiao estimated that even a titled supremacy would not be able to break the enchantment because it contained powerful divine law. However, the divine decree, the 9 sea calming pearls, Zhu Biao's boxing gloves, Qingyun's divine spear, and Zhao Ritian's golden ancient sword were all considered divine weapons. They possessed unparalleled power, and the enchantment was almost unable to withstand it. Second Master, the demon saint's inheritance in the holy ground has already been snatched away by Ling Zhao's damned mount. That guy won't be here, right? If he's here, won't we fail again? Zhao Ritian secretly asked the second master as he attacked the enchantment. The second master sneered and said, "What are you afraid of? Don't you see how many people are here?" the successor of the war god shrine, Buddhist Xianxia, and even that damned fatty and the young man in green armor are not to be trifled with. If that little goat dares to come, do you think they'll just watch it get the treasure? Second Master, you're absolutely right. The demon saint's divine blood must be mine. No one can take it away from me. Zhao Ritian said emotionally. Don't worry. Although the sun god sword in your hand is a little broken, it's still a supreme artifact. Second uncle will definitely help you get the demon saint's divine blood of these 3 treasures. Second uncle said heroically. Zhao Ritian was touched and said, Second Master, you're so good to me. Rumble, at this moment, a goat with shiny fur that looked like black satin suddenly appeared in the sky above the chaotic mountain. Its body was very strong, and it looked like a calf. The goat's face looked even more wretched than a human face. It waved an ancient scepter in its hand, and the enchantment instantly shattered. Everyone was stunned. The successor of the war god shrine, Xianxia, Zhu Biao, Qin Yun, and Zhao Ritian, the 5 geniuses, had joined forces and wielded their supreme divine weapons, but they were still unable to break the barrier. In the end, this strange old goat appeared and broke the barrier in the blink of an eye. It's Ling Zhao's mount. That despicable old goat obtained the demonic saint's inheritance in the holy ground. The scepter in its hand must be the demonic saint's treasure. Everyone, let's attack it together. We must not let it obtain the 3 treasures. Zhao Ritian almost roared out. His eyes were filled with anger and frustration. What he feared would happen. Previously, Zhao Ritian was still worried about whether the old goat would come here. In the end, the old goat really did come and broke the barrier with a wave of its hand. It wanted to snatch the 3 treasures. What? This old goat obtained the demonic saint's inheritance? Everyone trembled. Their eyes were about to pop out. This old goat looked so wretched. What did it do to obtain the demonic saint's inheritance? Boom, the successor of the war god shrine reacted the fastest. His eyes were filled with sharpness as he threw a punch at the ancient stone tablet. If the old goat were to grab the stone tablet, it would definitely be hit by the successor of the war god shrine. Whoosh, the old goat rolled its eyes and gave up on the stone tablet. It directly kept the demonic saint's divine blood and the divine medicine. Boom, the successor of the war god shrine's fist landed on the stone tablet. The stone tablet instantly burst out with dazzling light. Ancient runes spread out, as if it contained the life and death of a world. It was incomparably mysterious. Old goat, hand over the demonic saint's divine blood and the supreme divine medicine. Otherwise, you'll definitely die. Zhao Ritian glared at the old goat and said. Even Qin Yun, Zhu Biao, and the other geniuses surrounded the old goat. Their eyes were filled with cold-killing intent. They couldn't tell the old goat's cultivation, but they felt that it was at most a half-step supreme being. They had worked so hard for so long, but the old goat took the fruits of their labor. How could they not be angry? Zhao Ritian, do you think that Ling Xiao didn't teach you a lesson enough? Scram, you bunch of trash. This place is a treasure that the demon sage left for me. If you don't leave now, don't blame me for not telling you when you die here. The old goat glanced at Zhao Ritian from the corner of his eyes, then sneered at the crowd. Too arrogant. Bastard, it's just an old goat. Is it worthy of the demon saint's inheritance? Let's kill it and make it into a stew. Then, we'll snatch the demonic sage's inheritance from it. Kill this arrogant old goat. Everyone was infuriated by the old goat. Their eyes were filled with incomparable coldness as they shouted one after another. Kill. Someone shouted and took the lead to charge at the old goat. Rumble, an incomparably terrifying palm came across the sky, containing a terrifying aura. It was an old man in a black robe who wanted to be the first to kill the old goat. Heh heh, you bunch of trash. You can't even catch up to my shadow. How dare you snatch the treasure from me? The old goat chuckled. His figure flashed and he dodged the palm print. His speed was like a ghost. It was so fast that no one could catch his afterimage. Everyone, let's kill him together. Zhao Ritian roared. With the sun god sword in his hand, he took the lead and charged at the old goat. Rumble, the sun god sword emitted an extremely bright light, as if it was a sun in the sky. It was so bright that it could turn everything into ashes. The blazing sword radiance slashed at the old goat. Zhao Ritian, let me tell you. Don't be arrogant in front of me. When I'm arrogant, even I'm afraid. You want to kill me with a broken sword? Is your head kicked by a donkey? The old goat said arrogantly to Zhao Ritian. At the same time, he used his extreme speed. It was as if he was teleporting in the void. The blazing sword radiance of the sun god sword couldn't catch up with the old goat. Whoosh! Whoosh! Powerful aura swept across the sky towards the old goat. Qing Yun, Zhu Biao, and many other geniuses were aiming for the demonic saint's divine blood and supreme divine medicine in the old goat's body. They wanted to kill him completely. However, the old goat's speed was too fast and dazzling. After appearing for a brief moment, it would instantly teleport to another location. On the other side, the descendant of the war god temple and Buddhist Xianxia were fighting for the mysterious tablet. Xianxia, give this tablet to me and I'll help you get the other two treasures. How about it? The descendant's eyes flashed as he said flatly. This tablet has an affinity with Buddha. Why don't you give it to me and I'll help you get the other two treasures? Xianxia chuckled in response. The Thunderclap Temple wants the 9th chapter of the Heaven's Will, but it's useless, right? The descendant said flatly. Whether it's useful or not, I'll take it back for Buddha to see. Xianxia smiled. If that's the case, then let's fight. Let me see what level your Vairocana Sutra has reached. The descendant's eyes flashed sharply as he unleashed a simple punch towards Xianxia. Boom, this punch contained a monstrous battle intent. Primordial mist permeated the area. His physical body was peerless. The fist intent was ferocious as it headed straight for Xianxia. It seems like your heaven-opening scriptures of the divine god of battle has reached the greater success stage. If that's the case, allow me to test your strength. Xianxia chuckled and also unleashed a palm strike towards the descendant. Rumble, above the void, an ancient divine mountain rose up. This was the legendary godly Mt. Shumi of the ancestral court of Buddhism. It contained boundless divine might and was eternal and immortal. Maha Xianxia's Mount Sumeru divine palm was derived from the concept of immortal Sumeru, suppressing eternity. This palm seemed light, but it contained unparalleled power. Bang, the void shook and instantly shattered. Spatial turbulence gushed out. The descendant of War God Temple and Xianxia both trembled and retreated at the same time. Ling Xiao, this is the best time to attack. The descendant of War God Temple and Xianxia are fighting. We can take the tablet and leave. No one can stop us. Mu Xian hurriedly urged. His eyes were filled with anxiety. I'm afraid not. Even if we get the tablet, it'll be difficult to leave. Ling Xiao said with a sharp glint in his eyes. What do you mean? Mu Xian's expression changed. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. He had just activated the power of the wordless heavenly book when he realized that something was wrong. It turned out that this small world was formed by the power of illusion and the source was the illusory demonic ancient tree. The illusory fiend ancient tree had already reached the peak of its growth stage and was about to reach its mature stage. Through the wordless heavenly book, Ling Xiao saw the illusory demonic ancient tree towering in the void. Its black branches reached deep into the void and were absorbing the energy of heaven and earth in the void. This entire small world was fake. Only the chaotic sacred mountain and the 3 treasures were real because they were left behind by the demon sage. Even the illusory demonic ancient tree could not get close to them. It was funny that these geniuses were fighting for their lives but did not know that their lives were hanging by a thread. What? The illusory demonic ancient tree? Mu Xian was stunned by this news. With the foundation of the Tomb King city, he naturally knew what the illusory demonic ancient tree meant. The illusory demonic ancient tree was like the tree of life to the extraterritorial demons. After the extraterritorial demons died, their primordial spirits could be reborn in the illusory demonic ancient tree. Hence, the extraterritorial demons called the illusory demonic ancient tree. Ling Xiao roughly understood why the demon tribe and the other 3 tribes had gone against each other and betrayed the oath they had made. The experts of the demon tribe had been controlled by the illusory demonic ancient tree. In other words, they had been taken over by the extraterritorial demons on the illusory demonic ancient tree. Ling Xiao could vaguely see that the demon sage palace was a mysterious space and that the sacred mountain was the seal that suppressed the illusory demonic ancient tree. Now that the illusory demonic ancient tree had broken away and everyone had entered to attack the boundary, the seal's power had been greatly weakened. It would not be long before the illusory demonic ancient tree was born. An illusory demonic ancient tree at its peak was comparable to a titled supreme. Once it reached maturity, even a true godly spirit realm expert would not be able to do anything to it. Then what should we do? Mu Xian's expression turned ugly. I'll send you out of here first. I'll think of a way to get the stone tablet, but before that, I really want to meet the illusory demonic ancient tree. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed with a sharp light as he spoke slowly. He could already feel that the wordless heavenly book was trembling with excitement. It was exuding a wave of incomparable desire. Speaking of which, Ling Xiao had devoured 2 phantom demonic ancient trees. One was in the secret realm of immortality in the 8 Desolates region, while the other was in the heavenly stone in the ancient kingdom of Azure Dragon. If he could devour this illusory fiend ancient tree, he would definitely be able to obtain a supreme secret technique. Currently, the sky swallowing secret skill, teleportation secret skill, ancestral dragon secret skill, and true phoenix secret skill that Ling Xiao had obtained were all marvelous. However, Ling Xiao still lacked a true killing secret skill. The 108 secret skills in the wordless heavenly book contained the power of the law of heaven. They were extremely mysterious and were the origin of martial arts. Therefore, Ling Xiao looked forward to the appearance of each secret skill. What? Ling Xiao, are you crazy? The phantom fiend ancient tree was at the peak of its growth period. Even titled supremes were powerless against it. What could he possibly do? If we're leaving together. Mu Xian's body trembled as he stared at Ling Xiao in disbelief. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He didn't want anyone to know about the secret of the wordless heavenly book. Therefore, it was better for Mu Xian to send him out first. Buzz, the divine stone flashed and instantly turned into an undetectable ray of light that left the demon saint palace. After sending Mu Xian out, Ling Xiao returned. Old goat, you bastard. Why didn't you tell me that you were coming out of seclusion? Ling Xiao's voice suddenly entered the old goat's mind, startling him. Ling Xiao? You're here too? Where are you? I'm telling you, hurry up and leave this place. This demon saint palace is very strange. There's a phantom fiend ancient tree suppressed inside. The old goat hurriedly said in his mind. Do I need you to tell me that? I already knew about it. Moreover, that phantom fiend ancient tree is about to be born. I'm afraid that everyone here won't be able to escape. Do you want to do something big again? Ling Xiao rolled his eyes. The old goat indeed knew that there was information about the phantom fiend ancient tree here. Do something big? How? The old goat's eyes instantly lit up at the mention of this. You're pretty strong. You should have advanced to the supreme realm, right? What's the point of playing with them? Why don't we think of a way to devour the phantom fiend ancient tree? Ling Xiao smiled faintly as a trace of radiance flashed in his eyes. He had long noticed that the old goat's strength was unfathomable after obtaining the demonic saint's inheritance. At the very least, the old goat should have the strength of a supreme being. This was why the old goat was able to dodge Xiao Ritian, Qing Yun, and Zhu Biao's attacks so easily. Moreover, what surprised Ling Xiao was that the old goat's teleportation secret technique had already been cultivated to the greater realm. His advancement was even faster than Ling Zhao's. He could teleport freely in the void like a ghost. I'm only at the first level of the supreme realm. The old man doesn't want me to advance too quickly, so he suppressed my strength. Devour the phantom fiend ancient tree? Hee, actually, I also have this idea. It's just that I can't do it on my own. However, with you, this plan is feasible. The old goat smiled wretchedly. All right. Then think of a way to add fuel to the fire. Let the phantom fiend ancient tree take action and chase these guys out. It'll be easier for us to take action. Ling Xiao said slowly. The secret of the wordless heavenly book could not be exposed. They could only take action after these people were all out. Don't worry, that's easy. The old goat smiled. There's another problem. If we attack the Phantom Fiend Ancient Tree, can you seal the Demon Saint's palace? I suspect that the Demon City's supremes have already been possessed by the extraterrestrial demons. If something happens to the Phantom Fiend Ancient Tree, I'm afraid they'll rush back to save it. There are at least 3 titled supremes in the Demon City. Xianxia reminded. I've also thought of this problem. Sealing the Demon Saint's palace and stopping them for a while is still possible. Moreover, as long as we kill the Phantom Fiend Ancient Tree, the extraterrestrial demons in the Supreme's bodies will be rootless. I'm afraid it'll be easy to destroy them. Who knows, I might even be able to subdue the demon tribe. The old goat replied. Very good. Xianxia nodded his head and relaxed. After he finished discussing with the old goat began to take action. Rumble, the demon saint's scepter in the old goat's hand flashed and instantly emitted an ancient and mysterious aura. A bunch of small fries. I don't have time to play with you. The old goat sneered. Suddenly, the demon saint's scepter shone brightly and rose into the sky. It emitted an incomparably terrifying fluctuation and smashed towards the huge chaotic divine mountain. Rumble, the chaotic godly mountain trembled violently and emitted resplendent rays of light. Runes spread out from the mountain, causing the entire world to tremble. Crack, the heavens and earth trembled as the void shattered like a mirror. How could there be a complete small world? This was a chaotic space of nothingness. A black tree that was over 1,000,000 feet tall stood between heaven and earth, exuding an extremely terrifying demonic aura. The branches and leaves pierced into the void as if they were absorbing the energy of the heavens. The black demonic tree's crown was like a dome that covered the sky. Above the demonic tree, there were balls of light that hung on the tree like fruits, as if they were nurturing some kind of strange life. Above the demonic tree, the primal chaos divine mountain exuded a sealing power, binding the demonic tree firmly in this space. However, the power of the seal was getting weaker and weaker, as if it could break at any moment. The old goat used the demon saint's scepter to break the illusory power of the phantom demon ancient tree, but at the same time, it weakened the sealing power. This is the legendary illusory demon ancient tree? Someone exclaimed in shock. His eyes were filled with disbelief and fear. No wonder the demon tribe is so strange. I'm afraid they have all been possessed by the extraterrestrial demons. That's terrifying. The ancient tree of the illusion demon is at least as strong as a titled sovereign, right? Everyone was terrified, as if they had discovered something extremely terrifying. Their bodies began to tremble. Roar! 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 At this moment, the illusory demon ancient tree let out a roar like that of a ferocious beast. It instantly shook the sky. It was extremely terrifying. The chaotic chi in the void was violently spreading. Crack, the sealing power emitted by the primal chaos sacred mountain shattered instantly. The illusory demonic ancient tree towered in the chaotic void. It looked terrifying, like a supreme giant demon. Whoosh! Whoosh! Branches as thick as dragons shot through the air like bolts of black lightning. They actually pierced through the bodies of several dozen geniuses in an instant. They let out extremely miserable screams, but they stopped abruptly in an instant because their bodies were sucked dry in an instant, and then turned into ashes. Whoosh whoosh, the thick tree branches also extended towards Zhao Ritian, Qing Yun, Zhu Biao, the successor of the war god temple, and Buddhist Kasyapa. The terrifying demonic aura caused everyone to tremble and turn pale. Bastard! That bastard demon saint actually suppressed an illusion fiend ancient tree here? Is he trying to get us killed? Even that scarlet dragon war god fellow had no way to exterminate the phantom devil ancient tree. He was simply playing with fire. Ritian, hurry up and leave. We can't stay here any longer. Second uncle's voice roared in Zhao Ritian's heart. Needless to say, Zhao Ritian knew that the phantom ancient tree was not to be trifled with. The sun god's sword in his hand was dazzling and instantly burst out with an incomparably brilliant light, cutting off a branch in front of him. Then, he looked at the old goat with some reluctance. Riding the void golden-eyed beast, he pierced through the void and escaped from the demon saint palace. Rumble, Zhu Biao and Qing Yun did the same. They also cut off the branches of the phantom devil ancient tree that were coming towards them and used powerful means to escape from the demon saint palace. They were all decisive people. Knowing that the phantom devil ancient tree was not to be trifled with, they would only be waiting for death if they stayed. Xianxia, leave the demon saint palace first. You and I will study this stone tablet together. The successor of the war god temple said to Xianxia with a sharp glint in his eyes. All right. Xianxia also knew that the situation was critical and that it was not the time to continue fighting. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, suddenly, several huge tree branches pierced towards the successor of the war god temple and Xianxia. At the same time, one of the branches swept towards the stone tablet. For some reason, the phantom devil ancient tree seemed to be particularly interested in this stone tablet. Previously, it could not obtain the power of the seal. Now that the seal was broken, the first thing it did was to snatch the stone tablet. Bastard, you are courting death. The successor of the war god temple had a cold glint in his eyes. In an instant, he leaped into the sky and threw out a punch. The chaotic fist print was unparalleled and contained the power to crush everything. It shattered the tree branches in front of him and rushed towards the stone tablet at the same time. Xianxia also cut off the tree branches in front of him and rushed towards the stone tablet without caring about anything else. Rumble, the phantom devil ancient tree seemed to be enraged. Heavenly demonic chi spread out like a black ocean. A tree branch covered the sky and blocked out the sun. It wanted to stop the successor of the war god temple and Xianxia from snatching the stone tablet. This is my chance. At this moment, Xianxia steered the celestial stone and silently arrived beside the stone tablet. Xiao's eyes lit up. Suddenly, a bright light spread out and instantly sucked the stone tablet into the celestial stone. However, the celestial stone was instantly exposed after the stone tablet was taken away. The successor of the war god temple, Xianxia, and even the phantom devil ancient tree all locked onto the celestial stone with furious expressions. Rumble, the successor of the war god temple's chaotic fist print, Xianxia's Mount Meru divine palm, and the phantom devil ancient tree's tree branches all slammed towards the celestial stone. In an instant, the sky trembled and chaotic mist exploded. The terrifying power was extremely powerful. Rat, hand over the stone tablet. Otherwise, even if you run to the ends of the earth, I will kill you with my own hands. The successor of the war god temple said in a cold voice. Benefactor hiding in the dark, the stone tablet is not yours. Hand it over. Otherwise, even if Buddha is merciful, you will still be furious. Xianxia's voice was also cold. It was no wonder that they were angry. After all, they had fought with their lives to break the city's defensive array, kill the 3 demon sovereigns, and break the barrier. They had paid a great price to find this stone tablet. In the end, the person hiding in the dark took advantage of the situation and directly snatched the stone tablet away. Rumble, as the terrifying attacks descended, the celestial stone shone brightly and emitted a mysterious power of runes, blocking all the attacks. However, Xianxia wasn't sure how strong the celestial stone could block, so in an instant, he came out of the celestial stone and put it away. Xianxia? The successor of the war god temple looked extremely gloomy. He didn't expect the person hiding in the dark to be Xianxia. Gentlemen, the illusory demonic ancient tree is about to go berserk. When the time comes, you won't be able to leave even if you want to. Don't blame me for not warning you. Xianxia smiled faintly. In an instant, his figure flashed as he used the shifting secret technique and moved to the side of the old goat. Rumble, at Xiao's original position, a few thick tree branches stretched out from the void. A terrifying demonic aura exploded, causing the void to tremble violently. Roar, the illusory demonic ancient tree seemed to be completely enraged. Its huge trunk trembled as if the world was shaking. Terrifying demonic aura enveloped the area as the tree branches traversed the void. Numerous powerful extraterritorial demons descended from the illusory demonic ancient tree. There were hundreds of extraterritorial demons, all of them at the supremacy realm. Their auras were incomparably terrifying. The dark demonic aura caused the depths of everyone's soul to tremble uncontrollably. There was no difference in the terrifying attack as it enveloped everyone. Even the descendant of the war god temple and the Arhat Xianxia's expression turned ugly in the face of such a terrifying attack. Xianxia, I'll leave the stone tablet with you. I'll remember you. I'll come and get it myself. The descendant of the war god temple coldly glanced at Xianxia. The god's decree instantly shone brightly, blocking all the attacks that were directed at the descendant of the war god temple. Then, it swept up the descendant of the war god temple and disappeared from the space. Xianxia also glanced at Xianxia indifferently. Under the protection of the 9 sea calming pearls, he left the demon's saint palace. As for the remaining experts, they were not so lucky. They didn't have the cultivation of a supremacy realm, nor did they have the combat strength of a supremacy. In front of the illusory demonic ancient tree, they were like ants. One by one, the branches pierced through their chests and turned them into nourishment for the illusory demonic ancient tree. They let out miserable cries before their souls completely dispersed. Rumble, the demon saint's scepter shone brightly, instantly shattering all the branches that were coming at them. Xianxia, do you have any ideas? This illusory demonic ancient tree is unexpectedly strong. Destroying a few branches and devouring some of the demonic aura won't do anything to it. The old goat asked while blocking the attacks of the phantom fiend ancient tree. This illusory demonic ancient tree is indeed very powerful. However, if I can enter its body, I will be able to completely exterminate it. How about this, you block the phantom fiend ancient tree's attacks and attract its attention, I'll find a way to enter its body. Xianxia's eyes flashed as he spoke slowly. If he could enter the body of the illusory fiend ancient tree, with the terrifying restraining power of the wordless heavenly book, it would not take long for him to suck the entire tree dry. However, this illusory fiend ancient tree was extremely terrifying. Wanting to enter the tree's body would not be that easy. All right. The old goat immediately agreed. The demonic saint scepter in his hand seemed to have a special attraction to the phantom fiend ancient tree. It was always able to infuriate it. Rumble, the illusory demonic ancient tree went completely berserk. Countless branches swept across the sky, each strike containing the power of a supreme being. It was incomparably terrifying. The sky was filled with black heavenly demon chi. Numerous powerful heavenly demons pounced towards the old goat. They were extremely powerful. Hee, a bunch of demons. I'll let you have a taste of my power. The old goat sneered as his eyes revealed a trace of sharpness. Rumble, the demonic saint scepter in his hand shone brightly. It was dazzling as if it had set off a void storm. Runes filled the air. Behind the old goat, there seemed to be a scene of thousands of monsters galloping towards the illusory demon ancient tree. Boom, a violent explosion swept out in all directions. Countless heavenly demon chi exploded and then condensed again, pouncing towards the old goat. Using the power of the demonic saint scepter, the old goat was able to block the attack of the phantom fiend ancient tree. Xianxia took the opportunity to leave the demonic saint palace using the realm-breaking shuttle. Because the phantom fiend ancient tree had locked onto Xianxia in the demonic saint palace, he had to leave. After leaving the demon saint palace, Xianxia hid in the celestial stone and quietly came back in. The phantom fiend ancient tree was 1,000,000 feet tall. It towered in the chaotic void. Its roots and branches pierced into the depths of the void, absorbing the power of other spaces. Without the suppression of the chaotic sacred mountain, the power of the phantom fiend ancient tree became even more terrifying. The old goat was blocking the attack of the phantom fiend ancient tree. Xianxia had to take this opportunity to find a way to enter the body of the phantom fiend ancient tree. Otherwise, the old goat would be in danger. The huge body of the tree was like a heavenly pillar. It was thicker than a mountain. Its bark was like an old dragon, emitting a black luster. The divine stone was like a speck of dust. It landed on the phantom fiend ancient tree like an ant. There's a layer of heavenly demon chi intertwined to defend it. It won't be easy to break through. Xianxia's eyes flashed as he carefully observed the trunk of the phantom fiend ancient tree. The heavenly demon chi intertwined on the trunk. There was a layer of mysterious power of law. It would not be easy to break through the defense of the phantom fiend ancient tree. At the most critical moment, if his attack failed, the phantom fiend ancient tree would go berserk and lose his second chance. He had to break through the defense of the phantom fiend ancient tree in one blow. Old goat, come to my side. I'm going to break through the defense of the phantom fiend ancient tree. However, the moment I break through the defense of the phantom fiend ancient tree, I'll definitely attract its attention. You have to block one of its attacks for me, and I'll be able to enter its body. Ling Xiao transmitted his voice to the old goat. With the heaven-devouring sword's power and the 7 limits divine technique of devouring the heavens and earth, Ling Xiao was confident that he could break through the illusion fiend ancient tree's defense with one strike. Alright, no problem. After the old goat heard Ling Xiao's voice transmission, he slowly moved closer to Ling Xiao. Boom, Ling Xiao's body emitted a blazing golden glow. With the sky-devouring sword in his hand, his eyes suddenly became incomparably sharp. At that moment, the longevity grass appeared out of nowhere and said to Ling Xiao, I advise you not to use the martial art you used to kill the Ziwei stellar child. Instead, use the longevity incantation. With the power of the longevity sword Qi, you'll definitely be able to break through the defense of the phantom fiend ancient tree. Longevity incantation? Why? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he glanced at the longevity grass. Good. Let's try it with the longevity art. Ling Xiao glanced at the longevity grass and nodded. For some reason, Ling Xiao chose to believe in the longevity grass. Swoosh, the sky-devouring sword shone brightly, exuding an incomparably sharp light. Ling Xiao activated the longevity art and the sky-devouring sword began to emit an endless stream of longevity sword Qi. At the tip of the sky-devouring sword, a crack began to appear in the void. It was filled with a sharp Qi that could pierce through everything. Boom, Ling Xiao instantly rushed out of the divine stone and pierced the illusory demonic ancient tree's crown with his sword. Like a dazzling Milky Way piercing through the void, the sky-devouring sword was incomparably sharp. Ling Xiao's spirit was condensed to the extreme. His essence, Qi, and spirit were united, and he was one with the sword. He stabbed the illusory demonic ancient tree in an instant. Rumble, like a piece of craft paper being pierced, the nomological defense formed by the intertwined heavenly demon Qi was instantly shattered. The terrifying sword Qi blasted a large hole in the trunk of the illusory demonic ancient tree. Roar! 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 The illusory demonic ancient tree seemed to be completely enraged. It was intolerable for a small bug to injure its body. The hole that was blasted open by the longevity sword Qi squirmed rapidly, as if it was about to heal. Countless black branches, like black lightning, shrouded Ling Xiao. Old goat! Ling Xiao yelled loudly. Coming! The old goat laughed mischievously. The demon saint scepter in his hand instantly shone brightly, forming a blazing barrier that blocked all the branches outside. Ling Xiao turned into a stream of light and plunged into the body of the illusory demonic ancient tree. Boom, the large hole was sealed in an instant. Countless black Qi from the illusory demonic ancient tree shrouded Ling Xiao, as if it wanted to kill him completely. Wordless heavenly book, come out. Ling Xiao said indifferently, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Rumble, the wordless heavenly book, which had been suppressed by Ling Xiao, could no longer hold back. It rushed out from between Ling Xiao's eyebrows, blooming with dazzling light. Runes flashed and rays of light filled the air. The wordless heavenly book slowly rotated, forming a huge devouring vortex around it. Boom, the black liquid that surged towards the wordless heavenly book was instantly swallowed by it. Roar! 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 The illusory demon ancient tree also sensed the existence of the wordless heavenly book. It emitted a wave of anger and fear, and began to tremble violently. Within the tree trunk, waves of black demonic liquid surged like an endless ocean. It wriggled violently as if it wanted to expel Ling Xiao and the wordless heavenly book. But the wordless heavenly book was like a corpse, firmly attached to the phantom demon ancient tree and began to crazily devour the tree's power. Rumble, the old goat held the demon saint scepter and turned into a stream of light that entered the illusion fiend ancient tree's body. Ha ha ha. Heaven-devouring secret technique, devour. The old goat laughed loudly. His eyes were filled with excitement. Rumble, the demon overlord's scepter floated above the old goat's head and turned into a bright barrier that protected the old goat. Meanwhile, the old goat summoned the King Heaven Devourer cauldron and began devouring the power of the Mirage Devil Tree. As for Ling Xiao, he sat down cross-legged beneath the wordless heavenly tome, drawing on his heaven-devouring secret magic to absorb the quintessence of the area. The body of the illusory demon ancient tree contained the purest heavenly demonic energy. Ordinary people, even supreme being experts, would be instantly corroded into nothingness. However, the heaven-devouring secret skill was capable of devouring everything in the world. Even the power of the illusion devil ancient tree could be devoured. The trunk of the illusory fiend ancient tree began to wither at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then turned into ashes. Ling Xiao and the old goat continued to move deeper into the tree, devouring the pure heavenly devil energy and destroying the structure of the illusory fiend ancient tree. Unfortunately, the combined power of Ling Xiao and the old goat wasn't even 1/10,000th of what the wordless heavenly tome was capable of devouring. With the wordless heavenly tome as the center, the vortex of devouring grew larger and larger, until not even a blade of grass could grow in its wake. No matter how much the phantom fiend ancient tree struggled, no matter how angry it roared, Ling Xiao and the old goat had penetrated deep into its body and were wantonly stealing its power. There was nothing it could do. Rumble, the area of primal chaos began to tremble, as though someone were attacking the demon overlord's palace. Is the illusory fiend ancient tree really that afraid of death? Xianxia asked. Those 3 titled paragons came back pretty quickly. We must speed up. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he spoke slowly. We have to destroy the illusory fiend ancient tree before those 3 titled paragons enter the demon overlord's palace. Otherwise, we'll be like turtles in a jar. The old goat said through gritted teeth. How long can the demon overlord's palace last? Ling Xiao asked with a frown. I used the last bit of demon overlord's power that the old man left behind to seal the demon overlord's palace, but I'm afraid it can only stop those 3 titled paragons for a day, the old goat said. A day? That's enough. Since this illusory fiend ancient tree wants to die, let's send it on its way. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed, and he began to use all his strength to activate the wordless heavenly tome. Rumble, the wordless heavenly tome shone brightly, and the devouring vortex became even more terrifying. A large amount of heavenly devil energy in the illusory fiend ancient tree began to be devoured. After the wordless heavenly tome purified the heavenly devil energy, although 99% of it was devoured by the second stroke wordless heavenly tome, there was still a little left for Ling Xiao. Even a little bit of pure energy caused the heavenly devouring true liquid in Ling Zhao's Dantian Sea of Qi to surge. Ling Zhao's Dantian Sea of Qi was now like a small world, and the heavenly devouring true liquid was like a vast ocean. As the power of the illusory fiend ancient tree was being devoured, the heavenly devouring true liquid in Ling Zhao's Dantian Sea of Qi began to surge at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, the heavenly devouring true liquid in Ling Zhao's Dantian Sea of Qi was completely filled. Ling Xiao activated the power of the heavenly devouring secret skill and began to compress the heavenly devouring true liquid. Finally, 99% of the energy was removed, leaving only a faint layer of heavenly devouring true liquid. Rumble. Ling Xiao compressed the heaven-devouring liquid once again. After 9 rounds of compression, Ling Zhao's Dantian and Sea of Qi were completely perfected. There was no way to fuse any further. Ling Xiao knew that the heaven-devouring liquid in his body had been polished to perfection. He could go through the black water tribulation anytime he wanted. The 1 million zhang tall illusion fiend ancient tree had already been reduced to ashes by the tens of thousands of zhang tall tree. The illusory demonic ancient tree trembled violently as if it was about to shatter the chaotic void. In the end, a black ball of light floated toward Ling Xiao and the old goat. It exuded a strange temptation as if it wanted to pull Ling Xiao and the old goat into an illusory realm. Give it up. Give it up. If you give it up, you will obtain eternal life and become the supreme being of the world. Sleep. Release your control over the wordless heavenly book and I will grant you eternal life. Stop this stupid action. Whether it is the Jiutian goddess or the power to dominate the world, I will grant you both. A strange fluctuation floated toward Ling Xiao and the old goat's consciousness. The mysterious illusory power contained a strange law fluctuation. It was as if it could pull even titled supreme beings into an illusory realm and sink them into eternal oblivion. You're courting death. Ling Xiao snorted. The wordless heavenly book trembled slightly. In an instant, a dazzling light sprinkled down and woke Ling Xiao and the old goat up completely. The black ball of light screamed and tried to escape, but it was swallowed by the wordless heavenly book in an instant. It turned into an incomparably pure primordial spirit energy and merged with Ling Zhao's primordial spirit. The black ball of light was the collective consciousness of the illusory demonic ancient tree. Although the illusory demonic ancient tree was extremely terrifying and could give birth to extraterrestrial demons, it seemed to be restricted by some law of heaven and earth. There was no way for the illusory demonic ancient tree to condense true intelligence. The collective consciousness was like an instinct. It could use illusory power and was equivalent to the soul of the illusory demonic ancient tree. If even the collective consciousness had appeared, it meant that the illusory demonic ancient tree was truly afraid. Ling Xiao did not show any mercy. He continued to activate the wordless heavenly book and began to wantonly devour the power of the illusory demonic ancient tree. Meanwhile, those consciousnesses were all devoured by Ling Xiao, turning into the purest primordial spirit power, making Ling Xiao's primordial spirit stronger and stronger. Devouring the illusory demonic ancient tree was definitely a great opportunity for Ling Xiao. Otherwise, based on his current cultivation speed, it would probably take him a few more years of hard work to overcome the tribulation of black water and tribulation of heavenly wind. After all, Ling Xiao's accumulation was too deep. The power of the calamity of black water and calamity of heavenly wind must be incomparably terrifying. The old goat's aura began to surge. It would take hundreds of years for a supreme being to advance by a single level. The ninth heavenly layer of the Supreme Being realm could be said to be one level higher with each step. Every bit of improvement was incomparably difficult. After obtaining the demon saint's inheritance, the old goat's strength had reached the first level of the supreme stage. Now that it had devoured the illusory demon ancient tree, its strength had begun to skyrocket. Rumble, the shockwaves attacking demon saint palace were getting stronger and stronger, but Ling Xiao and the old goat turned a deaf ear to it. They continued to devour the phantom demon ancient tree and cultivate. Unknowingly, when all the consciousness of the illusory demon ancient tree was devoured by Ling Xiao, the shockwaves attacking demon saint palace stopped. Ling Xiao and the old mountain goat ignored him and continued to cultivate, outside demon saint palace. Three figures with incomparably terrifying auras stood in the sky above demon saint palace. Their eyes were filled with confusion. The three figures each had an unfathomable aura. They exuded a bloody aura that caused the void to tremble. They were the three city lords of the demon tribe, Demon Venerable Baizé, Demon Venerable Divine Crane, and Demon Venerable Domineering Tiger. Demon Venerable Baizé was dressed in a white robe. He was a middle-aged man with an elegant face and extraordinary temperament. Demon Venerable Divine Crane was a cold young man in a black robe. Demon Venerable Domineering Tiger was a muscular man with a mace in his hand. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, Yu Chongshan and the experts of the other two tribes descended upon Demon City and surrounded the three demon venerables. Each of them was bathed in blood and filled with murderous intent. The three of you, surrender. The Demon City Supremes have all been killed. Only the three of you are left. Yu Chongshan looked at the three demon venerables and said indifferently. Apart from Yu Chongshan, there was also a middle-aged woman with an extraordinary temperament. She was the tribe leader of the spirit tribe, Lingji. The other was a man in a grey robe with his hands clasped together. He had a buzz cut and exuded a Buddhist aura. He was the tribe leader of the Buddha tribe, Maha. The three tribes besieged Demon City. Demon Venerable Baizé, Demon Venerable Divine Crane, and Demon Venerable Domineering Tiger led more than 10 Supremes to fight. Originally, both sides had suffered losses and could be said to be evenly matched. But for some reason, the three demon venerables seemed to have gone mad. They rushed out of the encirclement and returned to Demon City to besiege Demon Saint Palace. As for the remaining Demon City's Supremes, without the three titled demon venerables, they all died in the hands of Yu Chongshan, Lingji, and Maha. After a discussion, the three tribes decided to take advantage of this day to destroy Demon City in one fell swoop. When they arrived at Demon City, they saw the three demon venerables attacking Demon Saint Palace. But not long after, they suddenly stopped, and a trace of confusion appeared in their eyes. Baizé, Divine Crane, Domineering Tiger, are you deaf? Betraying the original oath, damn it. Today, I will use your lives to pay tribute to the spirit of the war god in heaven. The tribe leader of the spirit tribe, Lingji, glared at the three demon venerables and said coldly. War god? These two words seemed to have touched a nerve in the hearts of Baizé, Divine Crane, and Domineering Tiger. The three of them regained their senses and looked at each other with a bitter smile on their faces. Three tribe leaders, I am sorry. Our demon city has indeed let down the war god and demon saint palace. Who would have thought that in a dream of 1,000,000 years, we would be the loyal guards of the war god, but who would have thought that we would be reduced to the thugs of the heavenly demons? How sad, how lamentable. Baize's eyes were clear as he looked at Yuchongshan, Lingji, and Maha. His eyes were full of guilt and pain. A dream of 1,000,000 years? What do you mean? Yuchongshan's eyes widened as he stared at Baize. Brother Yu, don't listen to their nonsense. So many people from our 3 tribes have died in their hands. They must die today. Lingji said coldly. We do deserve to die, but please wait for a few more days. When the young lord has completely destroyed the phantom demon ancient tree, we will definitely die to atone for our sins. Baize said sincerely. Young lord? Phantom demon ancient tree? What are you talking about? Baize sighed, it's a long story. Our 4 tribes were originally the descendants of the 4 divine generals under the war god. Our demon city had the heavy responsibility of suppressing the illusion devil ancient tree and waiting for the young lord's return. Now, the illusion devil ancient tree and the young lord are in the demon saint palace. What? The illusion devil ancient tree is in the demon saint palace? Who is the young lord you speak of? Yuchongshan was shocked and quickly asked. 1,000,000 years ago, before the demon saint died, he sealed the illusion devil ancient tree in the demon saint palace. He also told us that when the young lord returns, it will be the day of the illusion devil ancient tree's destruction. But in the long years of 1,000,000 years, the demon tribe had multiplied for countless generations, and their care of the illusion devil ancient tree had become somewhat lax. Finally, 10,000 years ago, the illusion devil ancient tree found an opportunity to possess a powerhouse in the demon city. In the following 10,000 years, most of the people in the demon city were possessed by the illusion devil ancient tree. We were controlled by the illusion devil ancient tree, and at the same time, gained strength from the illusion devil ancient tree, causing the demon tribe's strength to soar rapidly. At the same time, we began to attack the other 3 tribes. The mission given to us by the illusion devil ancient tree was to destroy the 3 tribes and break the flowing time temple. So the 3 tribe leaders, the changes in the demon city in the past 10,000 years were because of the illusion devil ancient tree's control. When we were fighting, the illusion devil ancient tree suddenly encountered a fatal danger and called us back. So we desperately came back, wanting to break the demon saint palace and rescue the illusion devil ancient tree, but we did not expect that the illusion devil ancient tree would be destroyed by someone. When the illusion devil ancient tree was destroyed, the trace of the heavenly demon original soul in our sea of consciousness dissipated, and at the same time, we also felt a trace of the young lord's aura. Now, the young lord is in the demon saint palace, and I believe it won't be long before the young lord appears. Baize sighed softly, his voice was very calm as he explained the cause and effect. The reason why the 3 of them could recover their intelligence was because they were already supremes when they were controlled thousands of years ago. So the illusion devil ancient tree had no way of erasing their intelligence, and could only suppress their consciousness. The others were not so lucky. Even if they were not killed by Yuchongshan and the others, they would be dead for sure after the phantom demon ancient tree died. Even though Yuchongshan, Lingji, and Maha were all titled supremes, they were still dumbfounded. The demon city actually sealed a phantom fiend ancient tree? They had never heard of such a secretive matter. No wonder the demon city suddenly changed 10,000 years ago and started to attack the 3 major tribes. The 3 tribes had once captured experts from Demon City and discovered the heavenly demonic chi after killing them. However, they had no idea why the experts from Demon City would be contaminated with the heavenly demonic chi. Who would have thought that there would be an illusory devil ancient tree? The young master you speak of, could it be the son of the beast saint? Yuchongshan's eyes trembled as he slowly asked. That's right, it's the demon saint's son. The ancestors of our city of demons have always said that when the young lord arrives, it will be the day of the destruction of the illusory devil ancient tree. Who would have thought that the young lord would actually appear this time, kill the illusory devil ancient tree, and even save us? Baize sighed softly. Humph. Who knows if you're telling the truth? Brother Yu, don't listen to them. I think they're making up such a ridiculous story because they have nowhere to run. Lingji said with a cold gaze. She was full of resentment towards the Demon City because Lingzhi's father died in the hands of the experts from Demon City. Therefore, she had a strong enmity in her heart. Leader Lingzhi, if the three of us really want to leave, I'm afraid you won't be able to stop us? If you still have doubts about what I said, why don't you wait for the young lord to come out of seclusion? Then you'll know everything. Baizhe smiled. Lingzhi's face froze. And she snorted coldly without saying anything. She also knew that Demon Venerable Baizhe was telling the truth. The three Demon Venerables were extremely strong, even stronger than Yu Chongshan, Lingzhi, and Maha. If they really wanted to leave, the three major tribes would not be able to stop the three titled Supremes. Sister Lingzhi, don't be impatient. I think Lord Baizhe's words are most likely true, but we can't believe it so easily. How about we wait for a while? Yu Chongshan's eyes flashed as he looked at Lingzhi and persuaded her. In the end, Yu Chongshan, Lingzhi, and Maha discussed and agreed to wait for the people in the Demon Saint Palace to come out of seclusion. This battle was considered to have come to an end temporarily, and they had waited for half a year. Inside the Demon Saint Palace, the illusory demonic ancient tree's million-feet-tall body had completely turned into ashes. The wordless heavenly book floated in the void, shining brightly as it devoured the remaining heavenly demon chi. The old goat and Ling Xiao sat cross-legged in the void to cultivate. After devouring the power of the illusory demonic ancient tree and cultivating for half a year, the old goat's cultivation had broken through to the third level of the supremacy realm. In this half a year, the heaven-devouring true liquid in Ling Xiao's body had been completely perfected, and even the power of his primordial spirit had grown to the extreme, establishing an extremely solid foundation. Ling Xiao sat cross-legged in the void, and there seemed to be a black ocean in his body, roaring and vast, emitting an extremely terrifying aura. In between his eyebrows, his primordial spirit was wrapped in endless heavenly wind, as if it was being cut into pieces. The calamity of black water and the calamity of heavenly wind, Ling Xiao actually intended to go through these two calamities at the same time. The black water was completely condensed from the heavenly Tao Law, and it wreaked havoc in Ling Xiao's Dantian Qi Si, as if it wanted to turn the heaven-devouring true liquid into nothingness, eroding the power of the heaven-devouring true liquid bit by bit. The heavenly wind in his consciousness sea was like an unparalleled sharp saber that fell on Ling Xiao's primordial spirit, and it felt as if his soul was being cut into pieces. That kind of extreme pain would have driven an ordinary person crazy. The calamities of the four symbols were each more terrifying than the last. Even the genius disciples of the martial Tao Holy Lands would tremble in fear and be extremely cautious when going through each calamity. Who would be as daring as Ling Xiao to go through two calamities at the same time? Rumble, the calamity of black water and the calamity of heavenly wind were formed from the power of law. Even if Ling Xiao's physical body was strong, his strength was unparalleled, and his primordial spirit was incomparably sturdy. He had no choice but to persevere. Waves of black waves spread out. Ling Xiao had gone through the earth calamity and condensed the true dragon body, and his physical body was already extremely sturdy. However, at this moment, cracks appeared on his physical body, and even between his eyebrows. The heaven-devouring true liquid in Ling Xiao's Dantian Qi Si began to dry up, and the light in his primordial spirit began to dim. Ling Xiao sat cross-legged in the void, as if he was dead, and there were no signs of life. This guy won't play himself to death, right? The old goat stared at Ling Xiao and muttered softly. He also felt that Ling Xiao was too bold to go through two calamities at the same time. Rumble, in the end, when the old goat almost thought that Ling Xiao was really dead, an incomparably majestic vitality gushed out from Ling Xiao's body. It was as if millions of lightning bolts had descended. Ling Xiao's body emitted an incomparably resplendent light. In his dantian, streaks of golden heaven-devouring true liquid surged, emitting a divine fluctuation. It was incomparably mysterious. That energy had already surpassed the category of true energy and true essence. It could be called pseudo-divine energy. Once he passed the supremacy tribulation, he would be able to completely cultivate divine energy and become a supreme supremacy. In the sea of consciousness, Ling Xiao's primordial spirit sat cross-legged in the void. A resplendent divine sun rose behind him, emitting an incomparably pure light. Pure yang primordial spirit. After passing the tribulation of heavenly wind, Ling Xiao's primordial spirit had finally transformed into a pure yang primordial spirit. Ling Xiao's body was shrouded in golden light, His vitality was monstrous, and there were actually 3 Dao flowers blooming above his head. They were dazzling, pure, and flawless. These were the 3 essence, qi, and spirit flowers. It represented that Ling Zhao's physical body, primordial spirit, and primordial spirit had all reached a kind of extreme. Ling Xiao opened his eyes, and 2 rays of divine light shot out, causing the void to tremble violently. Not bad, not bad. You passed the tribulation of black water and tribulation of heavenly wind in one go. As long as you settle down for a while and pass the tribulation of blazing fire, you will be able to reach the supremacy realm. I almost thought that you were done for. The old goat walked around Ling Xiao and clicked his tongue in praise. It's just the tribulation of 3 symbols. You, on the other hand, actually managed to walk in front of me. 3rd level Supreme Supremacy Realm Cultivation. Looks like it won't be long before you fully recover your strength. Ling Xiao glanced at the old goat. Although the old goat's cultivation was only at the 3rd level Supreme Supremacy Realm, Ling Xiao could feel that there was an incomparably terrifying energy in the old goat's body. Once it erupted, it would probably cause even a titled supremacy to tremble in fear. After all, the old goat's father, the demon sage, was a supremacy realm expert. Even if he only left a portion of his strength, it was already terrifying enough. Ling Xiao felt that if the old goat completely digested that energy, he might be able to obtain a titled supremacy realm expert. Who am I? I can do whatever I want in Time Moon Grotto. Not to mention supremes, even titled supremes can't do anything to me. The next time we meet the successor of the War God Temple, I'll help you teach them a lesson. The old goat said with a proud smile. The illusory demon ancient tree was completely devoured, leaving behind 36 resplendent illusory demon tree cores. Each of them was like a full moon, dazzling and pure. Ling Xiao and the old goat each took 18 illusory demon tree hearts. They contained the most boundless vitality and were comparable to quasi-divine medicine. They could be used to refine elixirs or consumed directly. If consumed, even a supreme being expert could extend his life by 1,000 years. What happened outside? Ling Xiao looked at the old goat and asked. He didn't expect that half a year had passed since he started cultivating. He thought that the titled supremes of the demon city would attack, but he didn't expect that there would be no response. I'm afraid you didn't expect it either. The 3 titled supreme martial artists of the City of Demons actually still retained their original intelligence. By killing the illusory demonic ancient tree, we have saved their lives. Now, we have 3 more super fighters, ha ha ha. The old goat laughed proudly. He already knew what happened outside the Demon Saint Palace. After waiting for half a year, Yu Chongshan, Lingji, and Maha were getting impatient. Baizhe, I think you're just making things up. It's been half a year and there's still no movement from the Demon Saint Palace. You won't even let us in to take a look. I think you're hiding something. Lingji looked coldly at Demon Venerable Baizhe. Yu Chongshan smiled bitterly and said, Baizhe, if what you said is true, it shouldn't be a problem to let us in to take a look, right? It's been half a year, how long do we have to wait? No. The young lord is cultivating in the Demon Saint Palace. No one is allowed to enter. Demon Venerable Baizhe shook his head and looked very determined. That's right. Unless the young lord comes out of seclusion, no one is allowed to enter the Demon Saint Palace. Demon Venerable Divine Crane and Demon Venerable Tyrannical Tiger also said firmly. Brother Yu, why are you talking so much nonsense with them? Just rush in. I suspect that there must be some shady business going on in the Demon Saint Palace. The so-called young lord is just an excuse they made up. Lingji snorted coldly. 3 clan leaders, what I said is true. If you want to deal with us, we have no objections. But if you dare to disturb the young lord's cultivation, don't blame us for being impolite. Baizhe said slowly with a sharp glint in his eyes. Demon Venerable Divine Crane and Demon Venerable Tyrannical Tiger also walked up and stood side by side with Demon Venerable Baizhe. They looked at Yu Chongshan and the other 2 with vigilance. The atmosphere instantly became very tense. What are you trying to do? The 4 major tribes are of the same breath and branch, and yet they're fighting each other. What a great ability. A lazy voice suddenly sounded. Buzz, the demon saint palace shone brightly and the two ancient doors slowly opened. Ling Xiao and the old goat walked out together. Young friend Ling? What are you doing here? Yu Chongshan saw Ling Xiao at a glance and asked in surprise. He thought that Ling Xiao had left half a year ago. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to be in the demon saint palace. And who was the old goat? The old goat looked very sturdy. His black fur was shiny and his goat face was filled with a lazy smile. His small eyes were slightly squinted and emitted rays of light. In the old goat's hand was a black scepter that looked very ancient. Buzz, the moment the old goat appeared, the scepter in his hand emitted a resplendent light and formed a mysterious connection with the huge demon saint statue in front of the demon saint palace. The demon saint statue trembled slightly and a strange fluctuation spread out. The demon saint seemed to have opened his eyes and his gaze fell on the old goat. The old goat's expression was a little complicated and sad. He looked at the demon saint statue and said, "Old man, you can go in peace. I will complete all your burdens for you." Bang! The demon saint's scepter shook slightly on the ground and a strange light shrouded the entire demon city with the old goat as the center. Rumble! In the entire demon city, all the creatures controlled by the illusory demon ancient tree or possessed by the extraterritorial demon exploded and died completely. In the entire demon city, tens of thousands of people disappeared completely in an instant. Demon Venerable Baizé, Demon Venerable Divine Crane, and Demon Venerable Tyrannical Tiger no longer hesitated and knelt down respectfully in front of the old goat. "Greetings, young master." Although the three demon sovereigns did not know the old goat, they recognized the demon saint's scepter. The demon saint's scepter emitted an aura that made their blood boil. When the demon saint's scepter appeared, it represented the appearance of the leader of the demon race. Hundreds of millions of demons submitted to him. That boundless divine power directly caused all the cultivators who had been possessed by the celestial demons to vanish. The demon saint's son? Yu Chongshan, Lingji, and Maha were shocked as they looked at the old goat. They did not expect that this ordinary-looking goat would be the demon saint's son, the young lord that the three demon sovereigns spoke of. "Patriarch Yu, long time no see." Ling Xiao looked at Yu Chongshan and smiled slightly. Little friend Ling Xiao seems to have obtained a great opportunity in the demon saint's palace. You actually passed the black water tribulation and heavenly wind tribulation in one go. Yu Chongshan looked deeply at Ling Xiao and said with emotion. When the three tribes besieged the city of the moon, Ling Xiao had just passed the earth tribulation. They did not expect that in just half a year, he would pass two tribulations in a row. This cultivation speed made Yu Chongshan gasp in amazement. "I was just lucky." Ling Xiao smiled. "You are the demon saint's son?" The three of them said that they were controlled by the illusory demon ancient tree. "Is that true?" Lingji looked suspiciously at the old goat and said. "Everyone, the four tribes are as close as a family. We protect the god of war together. The city of demons is indeed a little special." Back then, the demon saint suppressed the illusory demon ancient tree. However, after 1,000,000 years, the illusory demon ancient tree found a loophole and controlled the people of the city of demons. Therefore, the damage caused to the three tribes was not their intention. Fortunately, the illusory demon ancient tree has been killed by us. I hope that the four tribes can be reconciled in the future. The old goat looked at the three patriarchs and smiled faintly. "Humph. It's easy for you to say. Even if they were controlled by the illusory demon ancient tree, their hands are stained with the blood of our tribesmen. They must pay the price," Lingji said with some resentment. Baizé looked at the old goat and said, "Young lord, as long as you say the word, we three brothers will stretch our necks out and kill ourselves to appease the world." "That's right. Young master, we three brothers will bear the consequences of our own mistakes. Please give the order," Domineering Tiger said in a muffled voice. The old goat didn't look at the three demon sovereigns. Instead, his gaze landed on the Ganoderma mountain. He flatly said, "What kind of price does the spirit clan leader want them to pay?" "Let's do as the three demon venerables said. Let them commit suicide. As long as they die, our three tribes will no longer pursue Demon City's crimes," Lingji said indifferently. At this moment, Ling Xiao finally took a good look at this Lingji clan leader. Lingji was dressed in a palace dress. She had a graceful figure and looked to be in her 30s. She was quite beautiful, but at this moment, her face was cold and her lips were very thin. She gave people a feeling that she was harsh and ungrateful. Her tone was rather aggressive, insisting that the three demon venerables commit suicide to atone for their sins. Do the chiefs of the Moon tribe and the Buddha tribe have the same opinion? The old goat's smile turned cold as he glanced at Xianxia and Maha. Ling Xiao knew that this was the sign of the old goat's anger. Lingji's words had probably angered him. Xianxia frowned and looked at Lingji, saying, "Sister Lingji, where it's possible to let people off, one should spare them. The demon venerables of Demon City have already died in our hands. It can be considered as revenge for those people. These three city lords were only controlled by the illusory demon ancient tree. They were not free to do anything. I think we should just forget about it." Maha also nodded and said, "That's right. Now that Demon City has suffered heavy losses, if the three city lords commit suicide, then the demon tribe will really be destroyed. Moreover, outsiders have gathered in the Flowing Time Cave and are about to open the Flowing Time Shrine. Our four tribes need to guard the Flowing Time Shrine. Spirit Clan leader, please be lenient." "No. They must commit suicide. My father, my grandfather, and countless experts of my spirit tribe have all died in the hands of Demon City. I must avenge this. What does the destruction of their demon tribe have to do with me? Today, the three of them must die." Lingji was incomparably stubborn. She did not even give face to Xianxia and Maha as she looked coldly at the three demon venerables. "Young master, please give the order. I am willing to commit suicide to atone for my sins." Baize demon venerable's face was also slightly angry as he cupped his hands and bowed to the old goat. "Young master, what do you mean by the destruction of our demon tribe has to do with her? This wicked woman's mouth is too annoying. Young master, you should let us commit suicide to avoid being bullied by this wicked woman." Domineering Tiger Demon Venerable said in a muffled voice, his face full of anger. "Young master, please die." Divine Crane Demon Venerable also said coldly. Obviously, Lingji's words had angered the three demon venerables. However, Demon City was in the wrong and they could not vent their anger, so they only asked for death. "Domineering Tiger, who are you calling a wicked woman? If you have the ability, you can call me that again. Do you believe that I won't cut off your tongue?" Lingji's gaze turned cold as she stared at Domineering Tiger Demon Venerable. "Wicked woman. Wicked woman. Wicked woman. So what if I called you that? If young master did not allow me to do it, I would have chopped you to death with my axe." Domineering Tiger Demon Venerable's bell-sized eyes widened as if flames were about to spew out from his eyes. "You're courting death." Lingji exuded a cold aura as if she was about to go berserk. "All of you, shut up!" The old goat suddenly roared. His voice was like thunder, shocking everyone. "The three of you are all members of my demon tribe. I did not agree to your deaths, so who dares to kill you? You have to admit your mistakes, but we, the demon tribe, cannot be trampled on by others without resistance." The old goat glared at the three demon venerables. Although he was scolding the three demon venerables, his words were all directed at Lingji. Lingji's face instantly turned ugly. "Spirit tribe leader, you keep saying that the demon tribe has killed many of our spirit tribe members. Then why didn't you come to take revenge? Why did you wait for me to destroy the illusory demon ancient tree before you came here to show off? Do you think my demon tribe members can commit suicide just because you say so? I respect your spirit tribe's ancestor, the spirit elder, who was one of the four divine generals of the god of war like my father. But who do you think you are? Do you have the right to criticize us?" The old goat stared at Lingji and sneered. He was not polite at all. The old goat's words instantly caused Lingji's face to turn green. "Ha ha ha, the son of the demon sage? The demon sage has been dead for millions of years. You, a black-furred beast from God knows where, dare to call yourself the son of the demon sage? Don't think that just because you have the demon sage's scepter, you are the son of the demon sage. My spirit tribe will not admit it. Since they are not willing to commit suicide, then the demon tribe can wait for my spirit tribe's revenge." Lingji's words caused Xianxia, Maha, and the three demon sovereigns' expressions to change. She was openly questioning the identity of the old goat. It could even be said that she was insulting him. Sister Lingji, you've gone too far. Yu Chongshan said with some dissatisfaction. Leader Ling, the demon saint, is the divine general under the war god. His descendants should be respected by the 4 tribes. You've disappointed us. Maha also shook his head. How dare you? Lingji, it's fine if you scold us, but you dare to scold the young master? Do you really think we won't dare to kill you? Demon Venerable Baizhe, Demon Venerable Divine Crane, and Demon Venerable Domineering Tiger were all enraged. Their eyes were filled with fury as they locked onto Lingji. Ha ha ha. Good. Very good. Black-furred beast? Leader Lingji, are you courting death? The old goat's eyes flashed coldly as he laughed out loud. The murderous intent on his face grew thicker. Holy Son, please calm down. Sister Lingji did not mean it. Please don't lower yourself to her level. Yu Chongshan knew that something was wrong and quickly pleaded with the old goat. Ling Xiao did not say anything and just watched coldly. For some reason, Ling Xiao felt a very familiar aura from Lingji, but he didn't know where this familiar feeling came from. This is the aura of the War God Temple. This Lingji's aura is very similar to that of the White Tiger Guardian King. Could she be one of the 4 Guardian Kings? Ling Xiao suddenly thought of something. His eyes widened as he thought to himself. Humph. The 3 demon sovereigns were all ferocious. The murderous intent that filled the air made Lingji's eyes flash. She also knew that if she continued to fight, she would not be able to get away with it. Lingji coldly snorted and gave the old goat a deep look before turning his head away. Seeing that the old goat was about to explode, Ling Xiao quickly said, "Don't be in a hurry to deal with her. There's something wrong with this Lingji. I suspect that she's related to the War God Temple." War God Temple? Was he really a traitor who lived off one person while helping another? Let's just kill her today. The old goat was enraged as murderous intent filled his body. This isn't a good place to fight. If we kill Lingji now, we won't have any evidence. I'm afraid we'll offend Yu Chongshan and Maha and force them to join hands to deal with the demon tribe. That would be unwise. Let's keep her alive and wait for her to give herself away. Ling Xiao said indifferently. All right. If this wretch is really from the War God Temple, then she's dead for sure. Even the War God Temple won't be able to save her. Old Goat is clearly very depressed. However, he also knows that this is not a good time to make a move. Big brother Big brother Emohi, I'll take my leave first. Let's meet again when the temple opens. There was no point in staying any longer. Lingji coldly snorted and said goodbye to Maha and Yu Chongshan before leading the spirit tribe away. Your Highness, I'll take my leave now. Please don't lower yourself to Lingji's level. I'll try to persuade her. She's just too stubborn because of her father and grandfather's death. Yu Chongshan sighed. Holy Son, I'll take my leave too. Maha also said to Old Goat. After Lingji left, Yu Chongshan and Maha also took their leave. Before leaving, Yu Chongshan also asked Ling Xiao if he wanted to return with them. Ling Xiao told Yu Chongshan that he would return to the Moon City after the matters in the Demon City were settled. After the 3 tribes left, Old Goat couldn't help but ask, Ling Xiao, is that Lingji really from the War God Temple? I'm just guessing. It's very likely that she's one of the 4 great guardian kings of the War God Temple, but I can't be sure. We still have to find evidence. Ling Xiao said slowly. What? War God Temple? That traitorous bitch, we should have killed her just now. Tyrant Tiger Demon Venerable's temper was the most explosive. When he heard Ling Xiao say that Lingji was from the War God Temple, he couldn't help but curse. Everyone, calm down. Whether Lingji is from the War God Temple or not, we'll know when the Flowing Time Temple opens. Old Goat said slowly. Ling Xiao, you're finally out. At this moment, Mu Xian's incomparably surprised voice suddenly entered Ling Xiao's mind. Mu Xian? Ling Xiao was slightly taken aback. He had almost forgotten about this guy from the Tomb King city. He didn't expect that after half a year, this guy was still stubbornly waiting. It must have been hard on him. Old Goat led the 3 venerables to consolidate the forces of the Demon City while Ling Xiao flew out of the city. On a mountain peak outside the demon city, Mu Xian's eyes were filled with incomparable joy. Ling Xiao, you're finally out. I've waited for more than half a year and almost gave up. But I knew that you were lucky and wouldn't die in the hands of the illusory demon tree. Where's the stone tablet? Quickly take it out for me to see. Mu Xian hurriedly said. I was delayed for a bit in the demon saint palace, but fortunately, I've obtained the stone tablet. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. With a flash of light in his hand, the ancient stone tablet appeared in the void. The stone tablet had a chaotic color, ancient and mysterious. A mysterious scripture was engraved on it, flowing with traces of fate. After looking at it, Ling Xiao confirmed that it was indeed the 9th chapter of destiny. Ha ha ha, this is the stone tablet, I've finally found it. Mu Xian's face was filled with incomparable ecstasy as he reached out to take the stone tablet. But with a flash of light in Ling Xiao's palm, the stone tablet was immediately put away by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, what is the meaning of this? Mu Xian's expression was somewhat ugly. Mu Xian, I said that I would help you find the 9th chapter of destiny, but I didn't say that I would give this stone tablet to you, right? I will make a copy of the 9th chapter for you, so don't even think about this stone tablet. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Mu Xian didn't give up and said, Ling Xiao, this stone tablet only records the 9th chapter of destiny. There's nothing special about it, and it's also not a treasure. Just give it to me. In the future, you will be an esteemed guest of the Tomb King city. Whether it's supreme weapons, supreme pills, or godly medicines, as long as you're willing, we can exchange them with you. Mu Xian, you're still hiding it from me. If I'm not wrong, what your Tomb King city cares about the most isn't the 9th chapter of destiny, but this stone tablet. Ling Xiao smiled faintly as a trace of light flashed in his eyes. Ling Xiao's words were like a thunderclap, causing Mu Xian's expression to change. How did you know? I guessed. It was because Mu Xian was too anxious that Ling Xiao couldn't help but suspect that there was some secret hidden within the stone tablet. Moreover, the 9th chapter of Heavenly Mandate was recorded on the tablet. When Ling Xiao obtained the tablet, he already had his suspicions. To be treasured by the Beast Overlord and placed together with the Beast Overlord's divine blood and a divine herb, it definitely wasn't as simple as the 9th chapter of Heavenly Mandate. Mu Xian laughed bitterly and said, Ling Xiao, as expected, nothing can be hidden from your eyes. The 9th chapter of Heavenly Mandate is indeed very important to my Tomb King city, but this tablet is even more important. Oh? What do you mean? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. Mu Xian said, this matter is the highest secret of our Tomb King city, it was also told to me by my great-grandfather. This stone tablet is called the Heavenly Dao Primal Chaos Tablet, there are a total of 9 of them and they contain the Heavenly Dao. More importantly, if you can gather all 9 Heavenly Dao Primal Chaos Tablets, you can forcefully open the door to the God world and enter it. What? 9 Heavenly Dao Primal Chaos Tablets and you can enter the God world? Ling Xiao's eyes widened. He had never heard of such a secret before. Now, Ling Xiao could already confirm that it was very likely due to the invasion of the extraterrestrial demons a million years ago that caused some kind of unforeseen event to occur in the God realm, causing the God realm's gate to close. From then on, no one in the myriad of worlds could ascend to the God realm since a million years ago. Even the heaven's path that Ling Xiao saw at the 5-colored sacred mountain was severed. Without ascending to the God world, there was no way to break through to the God spirit realm and obtain a long lifespan. Even Supremes could only live for 10,000 years, how could they be willing to accept that? However, this was the first time Ling Xiao heard of the Heavenly Dao Primal Chaos Tablet. This information is extremely secretive. My Tomb King city only managed to obtain a few traces from the ancient ruins. The 9 Heavenly Dao Primal Chaos Tablets are very likely to be items from the God world. It is unknown why they would fall into the ancient era or even the immemorial era. I dare say that in the entire War God world, there are no more than 3 holy lands that know about this. Mu Xian said honestly. This is indeed a shocking piece of news. If this news were to spread, I'm afraid all the Supremes would go crazy. That was a supreme opportunity to enter the immortal realm. Most likely, no one would be willing to miss it. Looks like the old city Lord Mu Tianji is still hiding something from me. Ling Xiao looked at Mu Xian with a smile that was not a smile. Mu Xian smiled bitterly and said, Ling Xiao, this matter is too serious. Great-grandfather is also more cautious, so please don't blame him. It's all right. I'm very curious, since the Tomb King city knows about the Heavenly Tao Primal Chaos Tablet, I'm afraid they have already obtained it. Ling Xiao asked. That's right. My Tomb King city obtained one Heaven Tao Primal Chaos Tablet, the Great Lightning Tune Temple has 2, and the War God Temple should have 4. Including the one in your hands, there are a total of 8 Heaven Tao Primal Chaos Tablets. There is still one more that is still missing. Mu Xian didn't hide anything and told him everything. There are already 8 Heavenly Tao Primal Chaos Tablets? No wonder the successor of the War God Hall and Buddhist son Kasyapa fought over this stone steel. Ling Xiao thought back to the Beast Saint Palace. The successor of the War God Hall and Buddhist son Kasyapa both had their own ulterior motives. At that time, Ling Xiao was puzzled. The 9th chapter of Heaven's Mandate could be comprehended together. Why did they have to fight? So what they cared about the most wasn't the 9th chapter of Heaven's Mandate, but the Heavenly Tao Primal Chaos Tablet. Why is the 9th chapter of Heaven's Mandate recorded on the Primal Chaos Tablet? Ling Xiao looked at Mu Xian and asked. I'm not sure about this. I don't know why the Beast Saint left behind the 9th chapter of Heaven's Mandate. But the Heavenly Tao Primal Chaos Tablet that our Tomb King city obtained, there was nothing left on it. Mu Xian said. Ling Xiao, now that you know about the Heavenly Tao Primal Chaos Tablet, can you sell it to our Tomb King city? No matter what the conditions are, our Tomb King city will agree. Mu Xian looked at Ling Xiao fervently and said. Ling Xiao looked at Mu Xian and didn't agree immediately. Instead, he asked, Mu Xian, even if we gather all 9 Heavenly Tao Primal Chaos Tablets and can open the door to the God world, we are still missing the last one. And even if we find the last one, can Tomb King city snatch the remaining Heavenly Tao Primal Chaos Tablet from the Great Lightning Tune Temple and War God Hall? Mu Xian said, the Great Lightning Tune Temple and War God Hall are powers that have existed for hundreds of thousands or even millions of years. They are unfathomable. Although our Tomb King city isn't afraid of them, to snatch the Heavenly Tao Primal Chaos Tablet from their hands is basically impossible. But we can work together and open the door to the God world together. Ling Xiao, we can leave a slot for you. According to what you said, even if there are 9 Heavenly Tao Primal Chaos Tablets to open the door to the God world, there is a limit to the number of slots. No wonder they didn't want to spread this news. When the time comes for a slot to enter the God world, I'm afraid everyone will fight. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Although I don't want to admit it, it is the truth. Mu Xian nodded. I'm sorry, Mu Xian. I can give you the 9th piece of destiny, but I still want to study the Heavenly Tao Primal Chaos Tablet. Since you said it, when the time comes, everyone will work together. The problem is to find the 9th piece of Heavenly Tao Primal Chaos Tablet first. Ling Xiao looked at Mu Xian and rejected him directly. Although he was already mentally prepared, Mu Xian was still disappointed. He could only sigh and say, all right. It's fine if you don't want to give me the Heavenly Tao Primal Chaos Tablet, but you have to be careful of War God Hall's successor and Buddhist disciple Jia Yi. They already know that the Heavenly Tao Primal Chaos Tablet is with you. Even if they can't do anything to you in the time cave, once you leave, they will definitely harm you. War God Hall's successor and Buddhist disciple Jia Yi? I will be careful. Many thanks. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. In the end, he gave a copy of the 9th piece of destiny to Mu Xian. Mu Xian left Demon City and used a secret technique to leave the time cave. He came here for the 9th piece of destiny and the Heavenly Tao Primal Chaos Tablet, not for the Heaven's Choice Convention. Since he had succeeded, there was no need for him to stay. Ling Xiao stood on the peak of the mountain, the wind blowing around him, blowing his hair. Ling Xiao had a thoughtful look in his eyes. Ling Xiao, I didn't expect that stone tablet to be the Heavenly Tao Primal Chaos Tablet. This is truly an earth-shattering piece of news. Beside Ling Xiao, the void rippled like water and the old goat silently walked out. So when Ling Xiao saw Mu Xian, the old goat secretly followed him. Nope. The old goat shook his head and said, when I was in the holy ground, I received the old man's inheritance. The old man only mentioned the demon tribe in the time cave and the illusory demon ancient tree. As for these 3 treasures, he didn't leave behind any useful information. After saying that, the old goat took out the demon saint's divine blood and the divine medicine. The demon saint's divine blood looked like a dazzling sun, exuding a vigorous and majestic aura. This was a drop of real divine blood. Not only could it increase the old goat's cultivation, but it could also make his bloodline stronger. As for the divine medicine, it looked like a ginseng. Its entire body was as white as jade, and its roots could pierce through the void to absorb energy. It was very strange. It contained a majestic power of essence, but it did not have the slightest bit of intelligence. Could this be the legendary witchcraft snow ginseng? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he thought of a legendary divine medicine. The witchcraft snow ginseng was said to be too heaven-defying and was restricted by the laws of heaven. It couldn't develop spiritual intelligence at all. It had to go through a minor tribulation every 1,000 years and a major tribulation every 10,000 years. It would take 100,000 years for it to grow into a supreme divine medicine. Therefore, the witchcraft snow ginseng that could become a divine medicine had only appeared in legends. The witchcraft snow ginseng could increase the possibility of becoming a titled honorable. Even Long Lai and Fire Phoenix Supreme took a few thousand years to break through from the 9th level Supreme Realm to the titled honorable. This showed how difficult it was to become a titled honorable. However, this witchcraft snow ginseng could allow a 9th level Supreme Realm expert to become a titled honorable. Witchcraft snow ginseng, good stuff. Looks like it won't be long before I can recover the cultivation of my previous life and become a titled honorable. Ling Xiao, I might even be ahead of you. Ha ha ha. The old goat said proudly. In his previous life, he was only a 9th level Supreme Realm expert and didn't become a titled honorable. Looking at the current situation, it wouldn't be long before the old goat could cultivate to the 9th level Supreme Realm. At that time, with the witchcraft snow ginseng, he could become a titled honorable. Yes, this witch spirit snow ginseng is indeed a good thing. Ling Xiao smiled. He was a titled supreme warrior in his previous life. Although he was reborn, his realm was still there. It might be difficult for others to break through to the titled realm, but for Ling Xiao, it was not difficult at all. Weng, the Heaven Dao Primal Chaos Tablet appeared in Ling Xiao's palm. The Heaven Dao Primal Chaos Tablet was covered in a gray primal chaos light. It was ancient and mottled, and on top of it were ancient runes with the 9th chapter of Heaven's Will. Can the legendary Heaven's Will secret law, the 9 chapters of Heaven's Will, be able to change fate? Why did the old man leave the 9th chapter on the tablet? The old goat was curious. Looking at the Heaven Dao Primal Chaos Tablet in front of him, Ling Xiao had a feeling that there might be some secret hidden within. Ling Xiao suddenly had an epiphany, and he began to circulate the Great Fate Divination technique. A mysterious power of destiny began to spread out. Rumble, the Heaven Dao Primal Chaos Tablet in front of him began to tremble, and it emitted a mysterious aura. It actually formed a mysterious resonance with the Great Fate Divination technique. On the Heaven Dao Primal Chaos Tablet, there seemed to be a mysterious world hidden within. Heaven and earth trembled, and 9 mysterious scrolls appeared in front of Ling Xiao. They flowed with a mysterious power, as though they were describing the laws of heaven and earth. This is, the 9 chapters of Heaven's Will? Ling Xiao was shocked. The 9 scrolls in front of him, from the general outline to the 9th chapter of Heaven's Will, were completely presented in front of Ling Xiao. It turned out that this Heaven Dao Primal Chaos Tablet actually recorded the complete 9 chapters of Heaven's Will. Ling Xiao stood there in a daze. The 9 chapters of Heaven's Will instantly merged into Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness, becoming one with the Great Fate Divination technique. The Great Fate Divination technique was originally incomparably mysterious. It was a supreme technique left behind by the high priest of the Shura race. However, Ling Xiao did not expect it to be related to the 9 chapters of Heaven's Will. Weng, at this moment, the wordless heavenly book began to tremble, and a mysterious light spread out. The 9 chapters of Heaven's Will, the Great Fate Divination technique, and the wordless heavenly book formed a mysterious resonance. Rumble, the wordless heavenly scripture devoured the illusion demon ancient tree and was about to form the next supreme art. However, the 9 chapters of Heaven's Mandate and the Heaven's Mandate art merged into the scripture like a ray of light. On the second page of the wordless heavenly book, a few ancient and mysterious words appeared. Second Heaven Star Border, Secret Technique of Destiny. Incomplete, the wordless heavenly book dimmed as the energy that it had devoured from the illusion demon ancient tree was suddenly depleted. It was as though the wordless heavenly book had used up a lot of energy to form this secret technique. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. He originally thought that the power of the illusory demon ancient tree would at least be able to condense one of the top 10 secret arts in the heavenly star border realm. In the end, it had indeed condensed the second-ranked secret art of destiny, but it was incomplete. Ling Xiao could feel that this secret technique of destiny was only 1/10 complete. It was incomplete by more than half. The Great Fate Divination Technique and the 9 chapters of Heaven's Will were all part of the secret technique of destiny. It was no wonder that they could form a resonance with the wordless heavenly book. Unaffected by reincarnation, untainted by karma, transcending the heavenly Tao, immortal and indestructible. The opening of the secret technique of destiny was just these words. It emitted a power that made the world tremble, and even Ling Xiao's soul trembled. Unaffected by reincarnation, untainted by karma, transcending the heavenly Tao, immortal and indestructible. I'm afraid that even gods can't do this. This secret technique of destiny is truly terrifying, but it's a pity that I can't comprehend it at all. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly as he muttered to himself. The secret technique of destiny was too mysterious. Even 1/10 of it wasn't something that Ling Xiao could comprehend right now. Ling Xiao could vaguely feel that after he obtained the secret technique of destiny, his entire body suddenly relaxed, as though he had broken free from some kind of shackle. Compared to the secret technique of destiny, the 9 chapters of Heaven's Will and the Great Fate Divination Technique were also very difficult to comprehend, but they were much easier to comprehend. Ling Xiao originally felt that this Heaven's Choice Convention would be a situation of 9 deaths and 1 life, but after he obtained the secret technique of destiny, that feeling of danger was greatly reduced. It's too mysterious. Perhaps even gods can't grasp the power of destiny. I wonder what the origin of this wordless heavenly book is. Ling Xiao thought to himself. Even a supreme divine tool was nothing in front of the wordless heavenly book. Ling Xiao, is there something wrong with this primal chaos tablet? Old Goat asked curiously. He saw Ling Xiao activate the Heaven Dao Primal Chaos Tablet and countless streams of light entered Ling Xiao's body. In this Heaven Dao Primal Chaos Tablet, there is the complete 9 writings of destiny. Ling Xiao told the Old Goat the news he received. 9 writings of destiny? It's only said to be able to change the fate of Tun King City and Feng Shui families, but it's not accurate. Ling Xiao, the Heaven's Choice Conference is about to begin, we have to hurry. Old Goat immediately lost interest when he heard about the 9 writings of destiny and changed the topic. You want to participate in the Heaven's Choice Conference too? Ling Xiao looked at Old Goat with some surprise. Of course, do you think the War God Temple is hosting the Heaven's Choice Conference? In reality, the Heaven's Choice Conference is a training ground left behind by the Scarlet Dragon War God to find his successor. There are endless fortunes inside, even sovereigns can obtain great benefits. It's said that no one has been able to reach the end of the Heaven's Choice Conference. But if you obtain the wordless heavenly book, you might be able to become the successor of the Scarlet Dragon War God. At that time, you'll be able to command the 4 great tribes. Old Goat said slowly. I also thought of this point. The War God Temple has been hosting the Heaven's Choice Conference and promised so many benefits. Of course, it's not to benefit others. I'm afraid it's all for the Scarlet Dragon War God's inheritance. Ling Xiao smiled faintly as a trace of sharpness appeared in his eyes. It seemed that he would have to go against the War God Temple sooner or later. There were still a few months before the Heaven's Choice Conference began. Although this place was a few million miles away from the War God Temple, with the strength of a titled sovereign, he could quickly reach the Flowing Time Temple by tearing through the void. Thus, Ling Xiao prepared to return to the City of the Moon and meet up with Old Goat, Phoenix Maiden, and Moon Goddess. Then, he would find Long Zhantian and the others and go to the Flowing Time Temple together. After Old Goat finished dealing with the matters of Demon City, the 3 demon sovereigns gathered the remaining experts of Demon City. This time, the demon tribe could be said to have suffered heavy losses. Besides those who died at the hands of the geniuses and those who were killed by the demon saint's scepter, there were less than 10,000 people left. However, all of them were the elites of Demon City, and merely the experts at the Monarch Realm and above numbered over 1,000. The Old Goat ordered the 3 demon venerables to integrate the experts of Demon City according to the situation of the secular army and set up a large spirit gathering formation to cultivate. According to Ling Xiao and the old goat's conjecture, if the Flowing Time Temple really wanted to choose the successor of the Scarlet Dragon War God, then there would definitely be a battle between the Flowing Time Temple and the War God Temple. Ling Xiao and the old goat returned to the City of the Moon. In the City of the Moon, Ling Xiao saw Yu Chongshan, but found that Long Outyin, Moon God, and Phoenix Lady had already left. Young friend Ling, I didn't expect them to leave the City of the Moon. When I came back, they had already left and left you a letter. Yu Chongshan said as he handed Ling Xiao a letter left behind by Long Outyin. Ling Xiao opened the letter and saw a few lines of crooked words written on it. Cousin, the matter is urgent, so I took my 2 sisters-in-law and left first. Big brother and the others found a divine spring, and when they were cultivating, they were ambushed by those bastards from Emperor Tomb Mountain and were trapped there. The situation is extremely dangerous, so I went to save Big Brother. This is the map that Big Brother sent me. If you come back, come look for us. This time, I'll definitely slaughter those bastards from Emperor Tomb Mountain. That little bastard is getting more and more presumptuous. Long Outyin is trapped, and the 3 of them have only just passed the Earth Tribulation. What can they do? Ling Xiao's face instantly darkened, and he was furious at Long Outyin's recklessness. Ling Xiao suppressed the worry in his heart and hurriedly asked, Patriarch Yu, how long has it been since they left? Did something happen? They left 3 days ago. If there's anything you need help with, don't hesitate to ask. Yu Chongshan didn't know the contents of the letter and said to Ling Xiao. Many thanks, Patriarch Yu. I can deal with this matter myself. I'll take my leave first. Goodbye. Ling Xiao said to Yu Chongshan and immediately left the City of the Moon with the old goat. This place is more than 300,000 miles away from the City of the Moon. Without yen speed, even if they fly at full speed, it will take nearly 3 days. I hope we can make it in time. Ling Xiao said slowly. The old goat said, don't worry. Long Outyin is an eccentric brat. He shouldn't be in any danger. Let's go now, and we should be able to reach soon. Kacha, the demon saint waved his scepter, and the void instantly split open. Ling Xiao and the old goat stepped into the void and rushed towards the location recorded on the map. Tearing the void and using the greater teleportation technique was hundreds of times faster than flying. In less than 2 hours, Ling Xiao and the old goat crossed 300,000 miles and arrived at an unfamiliar mountain range. Ling Xiao and the old goat stood in the void, and below them was an endless mountain range. The mountains towered into the sky, but there was no vegetation in the mountain range. It was barren and emitted a blazing aura. Rumble, there was a mountain in the distance that suddenly spewed out a huge stream of magma. Immediately, smoke billowed, and heaven and earth trembled. An incomparably hot aura rushed towards them. This was actually a volcanic mountain range. Let's go. Ling Xiao and the old goat concealed their auras and turned into streaks of light, flying rapidly in the direction of the divine spring pool. In a huge valley, 3 huge volcanoes, at least 10,000 feet tall, emitted a brown light and spewed out bright flames. At the intersection of the 3 volcanoes, this valley was formed. The valley was filled with red clouds, and the spiritual energy was incomparably abundant. At the center of the valley was an ancient stone pool. The stone pool was 30 feet wide, and the pool was filled with golden divine spring. It looked crystal clear, like nectar, and emitted an intoxicating fragrance. Long Zhantian, Li Jingming, and Lin Hui sat cross-legged in the stone pool, looking very miserable. Their faces were extremely pale, and the corners of their mouths were full of blood. Especially Long Zhantian, who had a large hole in his chest. He had suffered heavy injuries. Above the stone pool, a red ancient cauldron floated. It was dazzling and emitted a gorgeous light. Strands of runes fell down, forming a powerful barrier that enveloped the 3 of them. Li Jingming and Lin Hui were pouring their energy into the ancient cauldron to maintain the barrier. Rumble. The leader was a middle-aged man in a white robe. His gaze was indifferent and his aura was powerful. His entire body exuded a terrifying supreme being aura. The middle-aged man in a white robe was already a 6th-level supreme being. It was his attack that caused the barrier to tremble violently as if it would shatter at any time. Beside the middle-aged man in a white robe stood 2 dignified and extraordinary young men. One of them was in a black robe. His black hair fluttered in the wind and his eyes were filled with killing intent. His entire body exuded a mysterious death qi. The other was a burly young man in a red armor. His eyes were radiant as he looked at the stone pool in front of him. His eyes were filled with passion. Both of them were half-step supreme beings of the four symbols tribulation. They were using powerful techniques to attack the stone pool. Rumble, a fire phoenix flew out from the red ancient cauldron, exuding blazing flames. The runes on the barrier shone brightly and blocked all the attacks. However, Li Jingming and Lin Hui's faces were pale. They were like arrows at the end of their flight and could not hold on for long. Brother Li, Brother Lin, I am the one who dragged you down. If you wanted to save me, you wouldn't have stayed here to die. Long Zhantian smiled bitterly as his eyes were filled with guilt. Long Zhantian, what nonsense are you talking about? If you didn't protect us and block their sneak attack, we wouldn't have suffered such heavy injuries. Li Jingming glared at him and said coldly. That's right. Brother Long, Ling Xiao will definitely come to save us. With his strength, he will definitely have a way to escape. Lin Hui also said. Long Zhantian smiled bitterly and shook his head. That's impossible. That is a 6th level supreme being. Even if Ling Xiao came, he would not be a match for him. Brothers, I am the one who dragged you down. If the barrier is broken later, I will commit suicide. I will not let the bastards of Emperor Tomb Mountain and Nantian family succeed. Long Zhantian's eyes were filled with determination. The young man in a black robe was the first holy son of Emperor Tomb Mountain. The young man in red armor was an expert of Nantian family, Nantian Feng. After Long Zhantian, Li Jingming, and Lin Hui separated from Ling Xiao, the three of them stayed together in the time cave to gain experience. They killed vicious beasts and sharpened their cultivation. They had found this divine spring by accident. It was formed by a trace of divine power from a godly spirit master. It had merged with the dragon vein of the earth, forming a divine spring that would not stop gushing. Long Zhantian and the other two were cultivating in the divine spring pool. Long Zhantian was the first to break through, passing the four symbols tribulation. However, 3 days ago, when Long Zhantian was protecting Li Jingming and Lin Hui, the first holy son of the Emperor Tomb Mountain, Nantian Feng of the Nantian family, suddenly appeared with a group of experts and launched a sneak attack. If it was only the first saint and Nantian Feng, Long Zhantian would not be afraid. However, they had brought along a supreme being expert, the white-robed middle-aged man. His strength was extremely terrifying. Even though Long Zhantian had taken out his supreme weapon, he was still no match for the white-robed middle-aged man. In the end, Long Zhantian was severely injured by the white-robed middle-aged man in order to protect Li Jingming and Lin Hui. However, he had also bought time for Lin Hui and Li Jingming, allowing them to successfully pass the four symbols tribulation. Lin Hui and Li Jingming had activated the defensive barrier around the divine spring pool. Lin Hui had even taken out the Fire Phoenix Divine Cauldron, a powerful supreme weapon, to suppress the eye of the formation. Only then could they barely withstand the white-robed middle-aged man's attack. However, 3 days had passed, and Lin Hui and Li Jingming were on the verge of exhaustion. Their cultivations had been completely depleted, and it would not be long before the spirit boundary would be broken. Long Zhantian, Li Jingming, Lin Hui, the enchantment is about to be broken. I advise you to obediently surrender and avoid physical pain. Otherwise, if you're not careful, you'll be killed by me. Don't blame me. The first saint looked indifferently at Long Zhantian and the other two, his voice incomparably cold. Your Highness the first saint, what is there to say to them? Just kill them all. So many experts of the Emperor Tomb Mountain and the Nantian family died in the hands of that despicable and shameless Ling Xiao. They are all accomplices and deserve to die. Nantian Feng's eyes were blazing with killing intent. Although he looked very young, he was actually more than 1,000 years old. In the holy ground, the Nantian Sky King, who was killed by Ling Xiao, was his favorite grandson. Nantian Feng hated Ling Xiao to the extreme. Naturally, he did not have a good impression of Long Zhantian and the others. He wanted to kill them as soon as possible. Lord Lingyu, we originally wanted to use these three as bait to lure Ling Xiao out. Unexpectedly, 3 days have passed and Ling Xiao still hasn't appeared. Since that's the case, I'll have to ask Lord Lingyu to take action and break this barrier. The three of them no longer have any value. The first saint looked at the white-robed middle-aged man beside him and smiled slightly. Okay. Lingyu nodded as a trace of sharpness appeared in his eyes. Boom, he took a step forward. Immediately, heaven and earth trembled. An incomparably terrifying aura spread out. He punched out, and a terrifying fist print landed on the barrier in front of him. In the past 3 days, they had indeed not tried their best to attack the enchantment. The reason was that the first saint wanted to lure Ling Xiao out and then let Ling Yu kill him. Unexpectedly, Ling Xiao had not appeared after 3 days. The first saint had also lost his patience. Kacha, the barrier trembled violently. The fire phoenix cauldron in the void also began to shake. The originally incomparably sturdy barrier was like a mirror as it exploded with a loud bang. Puff. Puff, Li Jingming and Lin Hui suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Their aura instantly weakened, and a trace of despair appeared in their eyes. Emperor Tomb Mountain, Nantian family, even if this crown prince dies, I will drag you down with me. Long Zhantian's eyes revealed a trace of madness. The aura around his body became incomparably violent. He actually wanted to self-destruct. The self-destruction of a half-step supreme being tribulation of 4 symbols would probably turn a few hundred miles of land into dust. Not to mention that Long Zhantian was a member of the Dragon Clan. With the Dragon Clan's bloodline, his strength was even more terrifying. Roar! At this moment, a terrifying dragon's roar exploded above the void. A dazzling golden true dragon soared through the sky, exuding a monstrous dragon's aura. It turned into an incomparably resplendent fist print, as if it had enveloped the heaven and earth. It blasted towards the white-robed middle-aged man, Ling Yu. You bunch of bastards, how dare you sneak attack my big brother? Are you courting death? An incomparably arrogant voice resounded in the void, carrying an insufferably arrogant aura. It was a little boy of 8 or 9 years old. He looked like he was carved out of jade and was very cute. At this moment, his eyes were wide open, and his gaze was filled with anger as he soared through the sky. Out Yan? Long Zhantian's body trembled, and his eyes revealed a trace of incomparable surprise. However, he immediately shouted, Out Yan, you and Ling Xiao quickly leave. You are not their opponent. Don't worry about us. Big brother, my cousin isn't here, but I can save you myself. This bunch of trash can't do anything to me. Long Out Yan's eyes were filled with arrogance. Humph. Since you're here, don't leave. Ling Yu's eyes revealed a tinge of indifference. Facing the gigantic dragon in the sky, he threw out a punch as well. It was as though a mysterious world was rising, exuding a boundless aura, trying to suppress the gigantic dragon. Rumble, when the 2 fists collided, the space shook violently as if a divine sun had exploded. The terrifying dragon roar was boundless, and it shattered at the same time as the mysterious world. Chaotic energy lingered in the air, and the space rumbled. Long Out Yan and Ling Yu both trembled and retreated at the same time. What? Not only the First Holy Sun and Nan Tianfeng, but even Long Zhantian, Lin Hui, and Li Jingming were in disbelief. Long Out Yan was on par with Ling Yu. One should know that Ling Yu was a level 6 Supreme Realm expert, and he was not someone an ordinary Supreme Realm expert could compare to. He was extremely powerful. However, the First Holy Sun and Nan Tianfeng's expressions were extremely ugly. Long Zhantian, Lin Hui, and Li Jingming were pleasantly surprised. How is this possible? That little brat is only 8 or 9 years old, and he has already cultivated to the tribulation of 1 elephant. He can actually be on par with Lord Ling Yu? The First Holy Sun could not hide the shock in his eyes, and his expression was extremely ugly. He knew that there was a peerless genius in the East Sea Crystal Palace who possessed the bloodline of the real dragon. However, he did not expect him to be so terrifying. With such talent, even the saints and supreme talents of the ancient times would be amazed. This bastard proud heaven is simply unbelievable. However, he is only a half-step Supreme Realm expert, and the gap between him and Ling Yu is too big. I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to win. Although Long Zhantian was excited, his eyes were filled with worry. Lord Ling Yu, this person is the crown prince of the dragon tribe, and he possesses the bloodline of the real dragon. If we can extract his bloodline, it will be of great use to Lord Lingyu. Lord Lingyu, you must not let him go. The first saint's eyes flashed coldly as he hurriedly shouted at Lingyu. True dragon bloodline? Brat, your strength is indeed not bad, but you don't have the qualifications to be arrogant. Die. When Lingyu heard the words of the first saint, a greedy look flashed across her eyes. Glancing at Long Outyin, she dashed over immediately. Rumble, Lingyu's palm struck out like a peerless heavenly blade. Its sharpness was unparalleled, containing the power to destroy everything. Hee, old man, how dare you be so arrogant in front of me, Long Outyin. See if I don't beat you to death today. Long Outyin laughed coldly as he charged towards Lingyu fearlessly. Rumble, this violent little boy had completely gone berserk. He used the 10,000 dragons god-slaying technique. The power of his bloodline merged with the laws of heaven and earth, turning into a true dragon that was tens of thousands of feet long. It provided him with terrifying power, and he attacked Lingyu with his physical strength alone. Previously, in the underground cave, Ling Xiao had only obtained a trace of the divine dragon bloodline. Most of the bloodline power had been devoured by Long Outyin. In his bloodline, there was a faint five-colored radiance that was like a gushing divine spring. It was endless, and it made his physical body extremely terrifying. He could even fight against a sovereign weapon. It could be said that Long Outyin's physical strength was not much weaker than Ling Zhao's. Rumble, the battle between Long Outyin and Lingyu had suddenly become extremely intense. Humph. Kill the three of them first. Nan Tianfeng's eyes flashed as killing intent filled his body. He was about to charge towards Long Zhantian and the other two. Swoosh, swoosh. At that moment, two dazzling lights appeared before Long Zhantian and the other two at an extremely fast speed. Yueshin, who was dressed in a long white robe and had black hair like a waterfall, held the tiny ancient sword in her hand. Her cold and peerless face was filled with coldness. Phoenix Woman, who was dressed in a black dress, had a voluptuous figure and jade-like skin. She was like a peerless beauty, exuding an aura that made one's heart beat faster. She held the phoenix tail flaming sky fan in her hand and was surrounded by black flames. Everyone, I advise you not to take action. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. Phoenix Woman's eyes were cold as she spoke slowly. Moon Saint Lady of the Tyene Palace and Fairy Feng of the Blazing Mountain? Since the two of you are here, I'm afraid Ling Xiao is here too. Ask Ling Xiao to come out. Otherwise, the two of you will not be able to stop us. The first Holy Sun's eyes flashed as he recognized Yueshin and Phoenix Woman's identities. He looked around cautiously and said. After all, Ling Xiao was a peerless expert who was ranked 10th on the Green Cloud roll. He had once killed a sovereign. Even the first Holy Sun had to be cautious. The two of you are not worthy of Ling Xiao to take action. If you know what's good for you, get lost. Phoenix Woman said coldly. Ha ha ha. If that's the case, Ling Xiao is not here? Two half-step sovereigns who are merely one elephant tribulation dare to stop us. You must be tired of living. The first Holy Sun sneered. First Holy Sun, I heard that the two of them are Ling Xiao's women. Why don't we take one each? I will train them well. When we capture Ling Xiao, we will play with them in front of him. That will be the best revenge against Ling Xiao. Nan Tianfeng's eyes were cold as he spoke. Very well. Elder Nanshan's idea is not bad. Let's do it this way. We will take one each. Let's see who can deal with them first. Yueshin is mine. The first Holy Sun's eyes flashed as he looked at Yueshin. He sneered and instantly charged forward. You must be tired of living. Yueshin and Phoenix Woman's eyes turned cold. Rumble, Yueshin exuded an extremely cold aura. The tiny ancient sword in her hand was extremely sharp as it slashed down at the first Holy Sun. The tiny ancient sword? It's a pity that you can't unleash the power of the tiny ancient sword. Give it to me. The first Holy Sun sneered. Black light filled his palm as if it had turned into a black iron claw that grabbed at the tiny ancient sword. Boom, Yueshin's tiny ancient sword collided with the iron claw. Sparks flew everywhere. The iron claw in the first Holy Sun's hand was also a powerful sovereign weapon. The iron claw in the first Holy Son's hand flashed as he seized the opportunity to grab hold of the tiny ancient sword. His other hand slammed toward Yueshan. Buzz, Yueshan's eyes flashed. She pointed her finger like a sword and a moonlight sword energy shot out. It was extremely sharp and contained the power to pierce through everything. Boom, behind the moon goddess, there seemed to be another full moon flying across the sky. It was like a mysterious world, suppressing the first saint. The first saint's palm landed on the full moon, and an extremely cold light actually spread out, instantly sealing the first saint in ice. This was the lunar divine light, a supreme killing technique of the lunar palace. It was extremely terrifying and could freeze everything. The moon goddess took the opportunity to draw the lunar ancient sword and slashed at the first saint. Moon goddess, this level of lunar divine light can't do anything to me. The first saint suddenly smiled faintly, and the ice around him shattered. The iron claw in his hand was like a cold light, clashing with the lunar ancient sword. Rumble, suddenly, divine light burst out, and the sky shook violently, while the first saint and the moon goddess were fighting. On the other side, Nan Tianfeng also charged at the Phoenix Lady. Fairy Feng, is it? What's so good about that little bastard Ling Xiao? Follow me, and I promise you'll be 10,000 times better than following Ling Xiao. Nan Tianfeng's eyes were full of frivolity. He stared at the Phoenix Lady without hiding anything. It was as if a pair of hands grew out of his eyes, wanting to tear the Phoenix Lady's clothes to shreds. Shameless! The Phoenix Lady's eyes turned cold, and the phoenix tail flaming sky fan in her hand swept across the sky. Suddenly, a violent wind blew, and a scorching phoenix true fire spread out, as if it was going to swallow Nan Tianfeng. Fairy Feng, don't be so stubborn. When I catch you, you'll have a taste of my techniques. By then, it'll be difficult for you to die even if you want to. Nan Tianfeng sneered. His figure flashed, and like a ghost, he instantly dodged the phoenix tail flaming sky fan's power. The phoenix tail flaming sky fan was very powerful, and it was famous in the entire war god continent. Even Nan Tianfeng didn't dare to underestimate it, and he carefully dodged it. Whoosh, a thin black sword appeared in Nan Tianfeng's hand, emitting an extremely sharp light, and stabbed at the Phoenix Lady. Black light spread out around the Phoenix Lady, and the phoenix tail flaming sky fan buzzed. Instantly, a black phoenix rose into the sky, emitting a dark and scorching aura, and pounced at Nan Tianfeng. The battle between the two of them instantly broke out. With Yueshan and Phoenix Girl's interference, Long Zhantian, Lin Hui, and Li Jingming were able to buy some time. However, Long Zhantian was severely injured and was still very weak. Like Lin Hui and Li Jingming, he was only exhausted. At this moment, after swallowing a large number of elixirs, his aura began to gradually become stronger. Kill them. The experts from the Emperor Tomb Mountain and the Nantian family were very decisive. When they saw Lin Hui and Li Jingming's aura getting stronger and stronger, their eyes flashed with killing intent and they all rushed towards them. Humph. A bunch of trash, let me play with you. A sharp glow flashed in Li Jingming's eyes, and then he instantly soared into the sky and slashed down with his palm. He was like an azure god of blades that had descended to the world, and the terrifying glow of his blade instantly slashed apart a few Monarch Realm experts and transformed them into a mist of blood. Rumble. Lin Hui also waved his sleeve, and instantly, the true phoenix fire spread out and turned into a sea of fire. It directly swallowed over a dozen experts who couldn't dodge in time. They held miserably in the sea of fire, and in the end they were turned into ashes. When Ling Xiao arrived at the valley, he saw such a scene before him. That kid, Outyin, actually has such terrifying combat strength? He's at least an 8 extremities genius, right? Ling Xiao said with some surprise. Long Outyin was actually able to fight Ling Yu, who was at the 6th level of the Sovereign Realm. This made him extremely shocked. This kid's bloodline isn't simple. I'm afraid it's not as simple as the true dragon bloodline. It won't be long before it becomes a true divine dragon bloodline. The old Go took a deep look at Long Outyin and said. That white-robed middle-aged man is from the spirit tribe? How did the spirit tribe get together with the Emperor Tomb Mountain and the Nantian family? Ling Xiao frowned slightly. He felt an aura from Ling Yu that was almost exactly the same as Lingji. The 4 great tribes had inherited the orthodoxy of the 4 great divine generals. The cultivation techniques they practiced were actually different. Naturally, the aura of their cultivation was different as well. It was very easy to differentiate. Therefore, Ling Xiao could easily tell that Ling Yu was from the spirit tribe. What's so difficult about that? Why don't you just capture him and ask him? Leave that white-robed middle-aged man to me. Don't fight with me. The old goat chuckled as a strong fighting spirit appeared in his eyes. Whoosh, without waiting for Ling Xiao to say anything, the old goat charged out. He turned into a black bolt of lightning and his speed was extremely fast. The blood chi around his body was monstrous and divine aura filled the air. The old goat's hooves seemed to contain the power of an immemorial mountain. Who's there? Ling Yu, who was fighting with Long Outyen, shouted as his expression changed. He wanted to dodge the old goat's attack. However, the old goat had already locked onto him. Ling Yu couldn't dodge the old goat's hooves at all. In the end, the old goat kicked him in the head. Crack, a crisp sound rang out. It was the sound of a skull breaking. Ling Yu let out a blood-curdling scream. She felt her head go black, and she almost fell to the ground. Rumble, the old goat was the ancestor of sneaky people. How could he give Ling Yu a chance to fight back? Moreover, the old goat's combat strength was stronger than Ling Yu's to begin with. The old goat kicked Ling Yu's head a few more times. The old goat kicked Ling Yu's head into his body. Then, he exploded with a loud bang. The King Heaven Devourer cauldron flashed and suppressed Ling Yu's primordial spirit. Although the old goat's cultivation was only at the 3rd level of the Venerable Realm, with his combat strength, he could even fight against a 9th level of the Venerable Realm, let alone Ling Yu, who was merely at the 6th level of the Venerable Realm. Old goat, you bastard. This young master almost killed him. You've ruined this young master's good fortune. Long Outyen was stunned. When he saw the old goat kill Ling Yu so easily, he flew into a rage. Long Outyen had been waiting for a long time. He wanted to learn from Ling Xiao and kill a Supreme Realm expert. Now that he finally had the chance, and it was Ling Yu, who was at the 6th level of the Supreme Realm, the old goat beat him to it. That's enough, little brat. You want to kill a supreme being with your mediocre cultivation? Go home and drink your mother's milk. The old goat curled his lips. Wah wah wah. Old goat, I'm going to kill you. Long Outyen was so angry that he wanted to rush up and fight the old goat. Outyen, stop fooling around. The situation has changed. Go and save your brother. Ling Xiao appeared in the void and said slowly with a sharp glint in his eyes. All right. Long Outyen was surprised to see Ling Xiao. However, when he saw Ling Xiao's expression, his face turned serious. He immediately turned around and rushed towards Long Zhantian and the other two. Ling Xiao's eyes flickered with a sharp light. He could already feel that there were several powerful auras rapidly approaching this place. Kacha, the void trembled as 3 terrifying auras descended from the 9 heavens, exuding a vast supreme being's aura. Lingji? A sharp light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. Among the 3 terrifying figures, the leader was a woman dressed in palace attire. She looked to be in her 30s, with snow-white skin and a beautiful face. She had a mature charm. This woman was the tribe leader of the spirit tribe, Lingji. She was a titled supreme being. Beside her were 2 elders in white robes. Their hair and beards were white and their faces were hale and hearty. Their eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life and their auras were incomparably powerful. They were both 7th-level supreme beings. The arrival of the 3 supreme being experts instantly caused the void to freeze. When the old goat saw Lingji, a strange look appeared in his eyes. He immediately smiled, revealing a mouthful of sharp and white teeth. So it's tribe leader Lingji. May I know what brings you here? The old goat looked at Lingji indifferently. Lingji looked at the old goat and Ling Xiao with a strange look in her eyes. However, she still said indifferently, so it's the holy sage of the demon tribe. Your Highness, why did you kill Elder Ling Yu of the spirit tribe? Do you really think we're easy to bully? Rumble, Lingji waved his sleeve, and suddenly, a terrifying void domain shrouded the entire valley. This was the power of a titled supreme being's domain. Within the domain, a titled supreme being was an unparalleled existence. Even a supreme being would die without a doubt. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed sharply as he said, Tribe leader Lingji, what are you doing? Elder Lingyu of the spirit tribe not only tried to assassinate our friend, but he also tried to kill the holy sage. He was extremely daring. If the holy sage killed him, he only has himself to blame. Could it be that tribe leader Lingji wants to stand up for him? The old goat sneered and said, Lingji, I respect you as the tribe leader of the spirit tribe. However, don't go overboard. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Lingji said indifferently, Your Highness, although you are the son of the demon sage, you do not have the right to kill an elder of the spirit tribe. I think that Your Highness must have been bewitched by these outsiders. These outsiders really deserve to die. I'll kill them today to prevent His Highness from being deceived. Lingji's eyes flashed with undisguised killing intent as he locked onto Ling Xiao, Long Outyen and the rest. Oh? Looks like clan leader Lingji's target this time is me? What I don't understand is why clan leader Ling Yu would help the outsiders, the people of Emperor Tomb Mountain and the Nantian family. Could it be that the spirit tribe has already betrayed the oath of the four main tribes and colluded with the outsiders? Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes, revealing a glimmer of light. How dare you? Outsider, don't make slanderous accusations. You're about to die, yet you still dare to frame the patriarch. I think you really won't shed tears until you see the coffin. A white-robed elder glared at Ling Xiao, his eyes revealing a chilling murderous intent. Slander? I don't think so. Elder Lingyu helped outsiders to deal with my friend, but Elder Lingji kept saying that we outsiders had bewitched His Highness Saint. This kind of double standard, I'm afraid it's hard to believe. Clan leader Lingji, don't be so secretive. I think your target is not only us, but also Your Highness, right? Ling Xiao smiled faintly as he glanced at Lingji. Lingji looked deeply at Ling Xiao, then suddenly smiled faintly and said, Kid, you're very smart. But smart people often die very quickly. Do you think that you can escape from my hands with just the two of you? And Your Highness Holy Son, since you've killed Elder Lingyu, pay with your life. Lingji's voice became incomparably cold as he spoke. Rumble, in the valley, Long Outyen had already captured the first saint and Nantian Feng. He had broken their limbs and looked very miserable. Clan leader Lingji, save us! Clan leader Lingji, kill Ling Xiao and these bastards. The Divine Sun doesn't want them to live. As long as you kill them, it'll be a great merit. The Divine Sun will definitely not forget you. When the first saint and Nantian Feng saw Lingji appear, their eyes were filled with excitement as they shouted at him. The Divine Sun? Are you talking about the successor of the War God Temple? I didn't expect that clan leader Lingji had already defected to the War God Temple and went back on his original oath. How sad. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he glanced at Lingji and sighed. Kid, you know too much, so you can all go to hell. Lingji's eyes turned cold, and a blazing killing intent spread out. Rumble, heaven and earth trembled as a terrifying paragon's aura descended. It was as if heaven and earth were about to shatter. It was extremely terrifying. Lingji, you really defected to the War God Temple. Damn it. If the spiritual supremacy is still alive, he won't let you go. Murderous intent flashed in the old goat's eyes. Long Outyen also sneered and said, Cousin, old goat, what's there to say to this old woman? She's old and ugly. No one would want her even if she was given away for free. How dare she act all high and mighty in front of me? Lingji's face turned gloomy. The words old woman seemed to have touched a sore spot in Lingji's heart. Her face turned ferocious as she glared at Long Outyen and said, Little bastard, let's see if you still dare to say that when I capture you later. Rumble, Lingji's body emitted a terrifying aura as she reached out to grab Long Outyen. Long Outyen, back off. Murderous intent flashed in the old goat's eyes as he pounced on Lingji. The demon divine scepter in his hand emitted a terrifying aura as it smashed down on Lingji. You're courting death. A cold light flashed in Lingji's eyes as she slammed her palm down. It was as if heaven and earth were about to shatter. It contained a destructive energy fluctuation as it collided with the demon divine scepter. The demon divine scepter shone brightly as dazzling runes spread out. It was as if there were divine Tao laws spreading out, piercing through the void and shattering all energy. Crack, the vault of heaven suddenly trembled and instantly shattered. Both Lingji and the old goat were shaken at the same time and retreated. No. This wasn't the power of a titled supreme martial artist. Lingji's true combat strength was at most at the 9th level of the supreme martial artist realm, but his cultivation had indeed reached the titled supreme martial artist realm. What was the reason? Could it be that the laws in the time cave are incomplete? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he realized that something was wrong. Ling Xiao was the #1 titled supremacy in the world in his previous life. Naturally, he was very familiar with the power of a titled supremacy. Lingji's combat strength was very strong, but it was far from the combat strength of a titled supremacy. At most, it was comparable to a 9th-level supreme stage expert on the War God continent. Back when Ling Xiao killed the Heavenly Bat Demon Sovereign in Demon City, the Heavenly Bat Demon Sovereign was only in the 6th level of the supremacy stage. Back then, Ling Xiao had sensed that the Heavenly Bat Demon Sovereign was weak, but he didn't think too much of it. It wasn't until he saw the Lingji today that Ling Xiao suddenly realized that the Supremes of the Time Cave were weaker than the Supremes of the War God continent of the same realm. Ling Xiao guessed that it was because of the magical laws in the Time Cave. After all, if the magical laws in a small world weren't complete, it would be difficult to give birth to powerful god spirits. This was especially true for 9th-level supremacy stage experts. If they wanted to reach the great circle of the 10th-level supremacy stage, they would need the approval of the magical laws of heaven and earth. Therefore, there must be something wrong with the time cave. Rumble, the demon saint scepter was a flawless divine weapon. It emitted a resplendent light and divine runes. It posed a great threat to the Lingji. The old goat used the heaven-devouring secret technique and the heaven-devourer cauldron to unleash terrifying battle prowess. Lingji was a little surprised by the old goat's strength, but she still used her powerful killing technique and fought fiercely with the old goat. You too, kill them all. Lingji glanced at the 2 white-robed elders of the spirit tribe and ordered coldly. Yes, ma'am. The 2 white-robed elders' eyes flashed sharply as they charged toward Ling Xiao and the others. Cousin, we'll each take one. Let's see who gets rid of the other first. Long Outyan's eyes were filled with eagerness. Without waiting for Ling Xiao's response, he took the lead and charged forward. Rumble, heaven and earth trembled as Long Outyan punched out. 2 10,000-meter-long true dragons formed behind him and pounced toward one of the white-robed elders. Little bastard, you're courting death. The white-robed old man's gaze turned cold. He did not expect that an 8 or 9-year-old child would dare to attack him. However, his heart was incomparably shaken. The strength of this little boy was too strong. He was like a divine beast cub. The terrifying strength of chi and blood caused his heart to tremble. The white-robed elder didn't dare to be careless. He punched out with the might of a supremacy stage expert. Rumble, it was as if a mountain was descending from the sky, exuding a majestic aura that wanted to suppress the 2 10,000-meter-long true dragons. Crack, dragon roars shook the heavens and the earth trembled. 2 true dragons flashed across the sky. Golden lightning flashed across the sky. It was as thick as a mountain range. In an instant, it smashed the mountain into pieces and charged toward the white-robed elder. Long Outyan rushed forward at an extremely fast speed. He threw out a punch and the fist print was unparalleled. In an instant, he was beside the white-robed elder. He unleashed his unparalleled physical strength and attacked the white-robed elder. Although Long Outyan was arrogant and unforgiving, he knew that he was no match for the white-robed old man in front of him in terms of combat strength. However, Long Outyan's physical body was very strong. He had the power of the divine dragon bloodline in his body. As long as he attacked in close range, even the white-robed old man was no match for him. The white-robed elder had indeed been careless. He did not take Long Outyan seriously. As a result, he was caught off guard by Long Outyan's punch. He hurriedly blocked it with his palm. Boom, the space shook and the white-robed elder's face changed. After coming into contact with Long Outyan's fist print, he felt the terror of Long Outyan's physical body. The power of the fist print was as boundless as the waves of the sea. His palm instantly exploded and blood splattered everywhere. The white-robed elder knew that he was in trouble. He quickly retreated and tried to distance himself from Long Outyan. However, how could Long Outyan let go of this opportunity after he had succeeded in his attack? Swoosh, Long Outyan leaped and was as agile as a monkey. He turned into a ray of golden light and quickly closed in on the white-robed elder. He threw out a punch and the 1,000 dragons' god-slaying skill exploded. Roar! The dragon's roar shook the heavens. 2 true dragons broke through the space and instantly coiled around the white-robed elder. Long Outyan's fist print was unparalleled and it landed on the white-robed elder's head. "Old fart, I'll smash your head," Long Outyan shouted arrogantly. The white-robed elder was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. "This kid is too cunning. Who would have thought that he would have such a terrifying physical strength?" In the end, the white-robed elder was careless and suffered a great loss. He was at a disadvantage. "Little bastard, you're courting death." The other white-robed elder saw the fight between them and was furious. He wanted to attack Long Outyan together. Swoosh! Ling Zhao's body flashed and he stood in front of the white-robed elder. "I'm your opponent," Ling Zhao said flatly with a sharp look in his eyes. "Kid, since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish." The white-robed elder's eyes flashed with killing intent. He saw that Ling Zhao, a half-step to sovereign who had just passed the tribulation of 3 elephants, had dared to stand in his way. He immediately pointed his finger at Ling Zhao's glabella at lightning speed. Swoosh! Ling Zhao's eyes were dazzling as he threw out a palm blade. It was extremely fast and it contained a force that could destroy everything. Poof! There was a flash of blood as Ling Zhao's palm blade chopped off the white-robed elder's finger. "Kid, how could you?" The white-robed elder was shocked and his eyes were filled with disbelief. However, before he could finish his sentence, Ling Zhao charged at him again. Rumble! The 4 elephants' sky-striking style exploded. The 4 elephants' divine light shot up into the sky and turned into a terrifying fist print. It was dazzling with golden light and it was extremely beautiful. It pressed down on the white-robed elder. The white-robed elder's gaze turned cold as he threw out a punch as well. The strength of a 7th-level supreme martial artist was completely unleashed. His fist seemed to have turned into a blazing divine light that was about to shatter Ling Zhao's punch. Bang! When the 2 fists collided, the primal chaos chi filled the air. The white-robed old man's arm immediately went numb and he was sent flying. An unparalleled divine power entered his body, causing his internal organs to begin to churn. Die! Ling Zhao's eyes were filled with killing intent. The 5 elements' divine light shot up into the sky and turned into a vast boundary that sealed the surrounding void. At the same time, he threw out a punch and the 6 paths of reincarnation world rose up. The 7 limits divine skill of devouring heaven and earth was extremely dangerous and they were all ultimate killing moves. As Ling Zhao's cultivation grew stronger, the terrifying power of this divine skill began to explode. When the 5 elements sky sealing style was used, the power of law in the surrounding was sealed. The energy in the sky was sucked dry by Ling Zhao. The 6 paths of reincarnation world contained the power to crush everything. It blasted the white-robed elder's arms apart and landed heavily on his chest. Crack! How is this possible? This is impossible. Brat, I'm going to kill you. The white-robed old man was about to go crazy. He was a level 7 Supreme Realm expert with unparalleled strength, but he was injured by Ling Zhao to this extent. Swoosh! An ancient silver war spear appeared in the white-robed old man's hand. Like a dragon emerging from the sea, it instantly pierced towards Ling Zhao. This was a powerful supreme weapon. Under the white-robed old man's control, it was simply indestructible. Clang! Ling Zhao's eyes were incomparably sharp. He actually used his palm to chop down on the silver battle spear, and a bright light burst out. The incomparably huge force shook the white-robed old man's arm until it was numb. Rumble! Around Ling Zhao, rays of bright light shot up into the sky. It was as if 7 bright stars had appeared in the sky, and they came crashing down on the white-robed old man. Break it! The white-robed old man shouted. His eyes were filled with anger, and the silver war spear instantly pierced through one of the stars. However, the 2nd star had also descended, and it possessed twice the terrifying power. Crack! The white-robed old man slashed his spear across the sky again. Although the 2nd star was shattered, his arm was still numb from the impact. Just like that, the stars came crashing down on the white-robed old man from the 9 heavens. They were like immemorial sacred mountains that suppressed the white-robed old man, not giving him any chance to breathe. They contained the unparalleled strength of level 7. The white-robed old man exploded with terrifying strength. He held his spear across the sky and shattered another 3 stars. However, when the 6th star came crashing down, it contained 6 times the strength of level 7. It directly knocked the white-robed old man's silver war spear out of his hand. The white-robed old man spat out a mouthful of blood, and his arms were trembling. The 7th star came crashing down. This time, the white-robed old man didn't have any strength to resist. He was instantly hit by the 7th star. Rumble, his physical body exploded. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere, and drops of Supreme Being blood fell. The ground was pierced through, and the terrifying power of law seemed to destroy everything. Even the valley below began to tremble. Buzz, in the void, a terrifying power of law of heaven and earth descended. Majestic energy gathered as if it was forming a new body. Boom, a sharp light flashed through Ling Zhao's eyes, and a terrifying punch tore through the air. 8 streaks of blazing light condensed on the punch, immediately blasting away the power of laws in the air. This was the 8 Desolation's ultimate style, capable of destroying everything in its path. His flesh, blood, and magical laws shattered, leaving behind only the white-robed old man's nascent divinity. Shrieking in terror, he tried to flee, but before he could, the King Heaven Devourer Cauldron grabbed him and crushed him. What? In the distance, the other white-robed elder who was fighting with Long Outyin saw this scene and his eyes were filled with terror. Ling Xiao was able to defeat a 7th-level Supreme Realm expert in such a short time. Such terrifying combat strength was simply heaven-defying. That's a 7th-level Supreme Stage expert. He died just like that? Long Zhantian's eyes were filled with disbelief. He couldn't believe his eyes. After entering the Cavern of Time, he had separated from Ling Xiao. He had never imagined that Ling Xiao would reach such a level in such a short time. He killed a 7th-level Supreme Stage expert in such a short time. He must be at least an 8th-level Supreme Stage expert, right? He's only a half-step paragon with the tribulation of 3 mammoths. Is the War God continent going to have another 9-severing genius? Li Jingming sighed, exchanging a bitter smile with Lin Hui. Both of them couldn't hide the shock in their eyes. The Moon Goddess and Phoenix Maiden's eyes shone with a strange light. Although they were also shocked by Ling Xiao's strength, they had long since blindly believed in him. Even if Ling Xiao killed a titled paragon, they wouldn't be too surprised, let alone a 7th-level Supreme Stage expert. Whoosh, Ling Xiao's gaze landed on the other white-robed old man. In an instant, he leaped into the air, exuding a monstrous killing intent. Cousin, you're stealing my limelight again. Long Outyin pulled a long face, but he also knew that he was no match for the white-robed elder. If Ling Xiao didn't make a move, he would be the one to lose. Cut the crap. Ling Xiao glared at Long Outyin, and immediately attacked without holding back. Rumble, the fist print was shocking, and the divine light was boundless. Ling Xiao used the 10,000 dragons god-slaying technique, and 49 true dragons came across the sky, exuding an incomparably violent power. The white-robed elder was already scared witless by Ling Xiao, and had lost all will to fight. How could he be a match for Ling Xiao now? The 10,000 dragons god-slaying art, and the 49 true dragons struck like lightning, instantly smashing the white-robed elder's body into pieces. Whoosh, the King Heaven Devourer Cauldron flashed and suppressed the white-robed elder's primordial spirit. Rumble, the battle between Lingji and the old goat was incomparably intense. The void around them shattered, and the sky shook. Bolts of lightning as thick as mountains streaked across the sky, as if they were going to turn everything into nothingness. The old goat's blood chi surged to the sky, and his body exuded terrifying fluctuations. The Demon Saint Scepter seemed to have been fully activated by the old goat, and had charged towards Lingji. Clang, Ganoderma struck out with his palm. Waves of supreme power filled the air and slammed onto the Demon Saint Scepter. Suddenly, the Demon Saint Scepter trembled violently and runes exploded. Ganoderma was also sent flying by the divine power. What? Lingji also saw that the 2 7th-level Paragon Elders had died at Ling Zhao's hands, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. How long had it been, and 2 7th-level Paragon Elders were already dead? How did these outsiders have such terrifying talent? The First Holy Sun and Nan Tianfeng were scared silly. They had been clamoring for revenge against Ling Xiao, but now they were filled with regret. Revenge against Ling Xiao? That was simply courting death. A mere half-step paragon with the tribulation of 3 mammoths had killed 2 7th-level paragons. That kind of battle prowess was terrifying to the extreme. You all deserve to die. Lingxi's eyes were filled with monstrous killing intent, and a terrifying paragon's might erupted. Heaven and earth trembled, and the void shattered. The entire domain seemed to be filled with a terrifying killing intent. Rumble, it was as if a peerless goddess had appeared behind Lingxi, and her palm landed lightly. Instantly, heaven and earth were turned upside down, and the world was plunged into eternal darkness. Old hag, do you think I'm afraid of you? The old goat laughed coldly. His body trembled, and he let out an ancient and mysterious roar. Rumble. It was a ferocious beast with a height of 10,000 feet. Its whole body was covered with black scales that shone with a cold and sharp light. There was a pair of huge horns on its head that looked like dragon horns, emitting a dazzling black light. Its 4 limbs were like heavenly pillars. Its sharp claws were incomparably sharp, and there was a huge tail behind it that slowly swayed. Endless astral winds were blowing towards them. The ferocious beast was emitting a black light that looked like a huge vortex that was about to devour everything. Immemorial ferocious beast. Tao Tai. You are indeed the son of the demonic beast saint. Lingxi's eyes revealed a trace of blazing sharpness. At this moment, the aura emitted by the old goat made her heart tremble. During the immemorial era, there were countless ferocious beasts that wreaked havoc in the world. However, there were 4 great ferocious beasts that were said to be able to kill the ancestral dragon and tear apart the true phoenix. The Tao Tai was one of the 4 immemorial ferocious beasts. It was rumored to be able to devour the heavens and earth. This was the true form of the old goat, the immemorial ferocious beast Tao Tai. Even Ling Xiao was seeing the old goat's true form for the second time. The first time was in the holy ground. Oh my god, cousin, is this the true form of the old goat? The immemorial ferocious beast Tao Tai is too majestic. Long Outyen opened his eyes wide, and his eyes were filled with excitement. Even Long Zhantian, Li Jingming and the rest were completely shocked. The first saint and Nan Tianfeng were dumbfounded. It was rumored that the old goat that obtained the demonic beast saint's inheritance in the holy ground was actually the immemorial ferocious beast Tao Tai. It was like a dream. Old woman, I'm going to eat you. The old goat's blood-red eyes emitted a thunderous voice. He suddenly opened his mouth like a huge black hole, as if he was going to devour Lingxi completely. Rumble, the heavens and earth trembled and endless astral winds filled the air. When the old goat opened his mouth, it was as if the entire world had fallen into darkness. That terrifying devouring force was unstoppable. Lingxi's body trembled as if she was going to be sucked into the old goat's mouth by the devouring force. So what if you are the son of the demonic beast saint? Today, you must die. A cold murderous intent flashed in Lingxi's eyes as a terrifying supreme divine aura emanated from his body, blocking off the powerful devouring force. Boom, at the same time a white ancient sword appeared in her hand and slashed towards the old goat. It was like a bright galaxy, extremely bright. Whoosh, the demon saint's scepter instantly flew towards the old goat and floated above his head. Rune light sprinkled down and the old goat's aura instantly skyrocketed. The old goat opened its mouth and swallowed the resplendent sword light. Ha ha ha. Old hag, I'm the heaven-devouring great emperor who has reigned supreme for all eternity. Do you really think that you can kill me with that little trick of yours? How delusional. The old goat laughed arrogantly, causing the entire area to tremble violently. Whoosh! Whoosh, the Ganoderma attacked. Dazzling rays of light swept across the sky. Waves of sword energy swept across the heaven and earth, bursting with killing power. However, no matter what kind of attack it was all swallowed up by the old goat. Moreover, the devouring force was getting stronger and stronger. It actually pulled the Ganoderma towards the old goat's mouth. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. A cold glint flashed across Lingxi's eyes, and an ancient scroll appeared in his hand. He slowly unfurled it, and mysterious ancient characters appeared in the sky. They were like dazzling stars, sprinkling down divine Tao laws. This is a god's decree? Ling Xiao was shocked. Although the god's decree in Lingxi's hand wasn't as strong as the one in the War God Temple's successor's hand, it was still a genuine god's decree. Lingji, you actually have a god's decree from the War God Temple? You really betrayed the oath of the 4 major tribes and joined the War God Temple. You deserve to die. The old goat's eyes flashed with cold killing intent as he roared. Humph. The War God Temple is the orthodoxy of the War God Temple. Joining the War God Temple is the same as joining the War God Temple. How can I betray the 4 major tribes? It's Yu Chongshan and Maha who are stubborn and don't know what's good for them. They will die a violent death sooner or later. After Lingji saw that she was exposed, she directly admitted it and sneered. Rumble, the god's decree swept across the sky. The ancient words carried some kind of law fluctuation and instantly imprisoned the demon saint's scepter above the old goat's head. The demon saint's scepter shone brightly and trembled violently. It wanted to shatter the god's decree but couldn't break free. Lingji could see that although the old goat had transformed into his true form, most of his power came from the demon saint's scepter. Without the demon saint's scepter, the old goat's strength was no match for Lingji. Die. Lingji's eyes flashed with killing intent as the white ancient sword in her hand emitted millions of rays of light. It was like a resplendent Milky Way as it slashed towards the old goat. Rumble, the old goat moved. His Taotai body seemed to be the overlord of this world and contained a terrifying power. The old goat's claws stretched across the sky and instantly crushed the sword chi in the sky. It clashed with the white ancient sword and a resplendent light exploded. Lingji's arm went numb and she suddenly flew back. The god's decree? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed with divine light as he came across the sky. He activated the power of the wordless heavenly book and wanted to break free from the god's decree. Buzz, sure enough, after feeling the fluctuation of the wordless heavenly book, the god's decree began to tremble. The demon saint's scepter struggled violently as if it wanted to break free from the seal. What? Kid, you're courting death. Lingji's eyes flashed with killing intent as she pounced towards Ling Xiao. The white ancient sword was aimed at Ling Zhao's forehead. Roar, Ling Zhao's body exuded a terrifying dragon aura as the dragon roared. His eyes shone with a sharp light as he struck out with his palm. Suddenly, 49 true dragons appeared in the sky and transformed into the Great Dragon Formation. Terrifying divine might filled the air and pressed down on the Lingji. Crack, the resplendent sword radiance collided with the 49 true dragons. Heaven and earth trembled as a terrifying divine light exploded. Lingji's sword radiance was too resplendent. Coupled with her titled Supreme Being realm, even Ling Zhao's 1,000 dragons god-slaying technique could not block this sword radiance. Soon, the formation formed by the 49 true dragons collapsed and exploded into a rain of light. However, with this momentary delay, Ling Zhao's hand came into contact with the god's decree. Buzz. How is this possible? Ganoderma said, a look of disbelief in her eyes. That was a god-spirit decree, filled with terrifying magical laws of the Tao of gods. How could Ling Xiao just take it? I'm gonna eat you, you old hag. The old goat roared, causing the dome of heaven to tremble and godlight to erupt. As soon as the demon sage scepter broke free of the god-spirit decree, it transformed into a stream of light that shot into the old goat. Rumble, the old goat's aura surged, and his cultivation base climbed from the 3rd division of the Paragon level all the way to the peak of the 9th division. He took a big gulp and black divine light surged. A terrifying devouring force instantly wrapped around the Ganoderma and swallowed it into the old goat's stomach. Ling Xiao, this old hag is too strong. Help me crush her. The old goat sent a message to Ling Xiao. Without any hesitation, Ling Xiao turned into a streak of light and shot into the old goat's stomach. The inside of the old goat's stomach was a boundless primal chaos world. It was filled with mists of primal chaos, filled with yin and yang energy. It was almost as if any living being who entered this place would be assimilated into the primal chaos. That said, Ganoderma was a titled paragon, and was so strong that not even the old goat's stomach could assimilate her. In fact, she might even break free from the inside. Therefore, as soon as the Ganoderma was devoured, the old goat sent her into the Heaven Devourer cauldron. Rumble. Within the primal chaos world was a 3-legged, 2-eared cauldron, ancient and mysterious, shining with dazzling, 5-colored light. Ganoderma was sealed within the Heaven Devourer cauldron, and above it was a demon sage scepter, which sent out streams of god chains filled with sealing power. You think you can trap me with a trifling cauldron? Break for me. Howling in rage, the Ganoderma struggled against the sealing power of the King Heaven Devourer cauldron in the hopes of escaping. If it were just the Heaven Devourer cauldron, Ganoderma might have been able to break free. But the demon sage scepter was a god item, and it was so powerful that not even Ganoderma could escape. The Heaven Devourer cauldron trembled as Ganoderma attacked it from the inside, causing dazzling magical symbols to fly out in all directions. Ling Xiao, let's refine this old woman together. I suspect that this old woman's true form is a supreme divine medicine. The old goat's voice entered Ling Xiao's mind with a hint of excitement. Transcendent divine medicine? Ling Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief. The divine medicine was restricted by the laws of heaven and earth, so it was impossible for it to cultivate into a human form. How could the original form of the Lingji be a divine medicine? That's right. Originally, I also thought that it was impossible for a godly medicine to transform into a human form. However, the old man's inheritance told me that the spirit sovereign of the 4 great godly generals was actually a godly medicine that had transformed into a human form. In the god realm, he was the legendary and incomparably powerful spirit clan. Once the spiritual medicine broke through the restrictions of the heavenly Tao law and transformed into a human form, it would possess the legendary born Taoism aptitude, and its cultivation speed would be extremely fast. However, it is very difficult for a spiritual medicine to transform into a human form. It is almost 1 in a million. Since this Lingji mushroom is from the spirit tribe, I think it is very likely that it is a spiritual medicine that has transformed into a human form. The old goat chuckled. Spirit herbs taking form? However, the 3 supreme beings who died at our hands just now were all humans. They weren't elixirs. Ling Xiao said slowly. That's right. Spirit herbs taking form is very difficult. That's why, in the spirit tribe, only this Lingji mushroom is a spiritual medicine. Most of the others are humans. No matter what, everything will be clear once we refine her. The old goat said. All right. Ling Xiao said, nodding. Eyes flashing, he sat down cross-legged in front of the Heaven Devourer cauldron and used his heaven-devouring secret magic to suppress the Lingji mushroom. I advise you to be good and let me go. Otherwise, the successor of the War God Temple won't let you off the hook. And Ling Xiao, you don't deserve to have that stone steel. If you don't hand it over, it won't just be the successor of the War God Temple who will hunt you down and kill you. The Lingji mushroom's voice echoed out from within the Heaven Devourer cauldron. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed, and he chuckled coldly. So, your true goal is my stone steel. Ah, Lingji mushroom. I really don't know what the War God Temple promised you. But once I kill you, everything will be clear. RUUUUUMBLE, the Heaven Devourer cauldron shone with dazzling light as heaven-devouring flame surged out. Thanks to Demon Sage's scepter, the Lingji mushroom struggled but couldn't escape. The heaven-devouring flame was like a host of flaming true dragons as Ling Xiao sat cross-legged in front of the Heaven Devourer cauldron. Considering that the Lingji mushroom was a god medicine, Ling Xiao decided to use his pill concocting techniques to try and assimilate it. Whoosh! Whoosh! Dazzling light shone out of his hands as he performed a double-handed incantation gesture. Under his control, the heaven-devouring flame transformed into 9 flaming true dragons that shot toward the Lingji mushroom in the Heaven Devourer cauldron. It was the 9 dragons' toy with the pearl magic. Heaven-devouring flame was terrifying to begin with, and could devour anything and everything. But now that Ling Xiao was using it, it was 9 times as powerful as before. Damn it! Demon Sage's son, Ling Xiao. How dare you try to kill me? The War God Temple won't let you off the hook. The Lingji mushroom shouted, drawing on the power of his cultivation base to fight back against the Heaven Devourer cauldron. Trapped in the Heaven Devourer cauldron, the Lingji mushroom was starting to panic. Although paragons could become one with heaven and man, and could unleash boundless power, the Heaven Devourer cauldron was cut off from the magical laws of heaven and earth, as well as millions upon millions of worlds. Therefore, the Lingji mushroom could only rely on her own power to fight back. If things continued like this, it was only a matter of time before Ling Xiao and the old goat completely assimilated her. Unfortunately, no matter what she said, the old goat and Ling Xiao pretended not to hear her. The old goat poured power into Ling Xiao, and then began devouring the quintessence energy of heaven and earth to help Ling Xiao suppress the Lingji mushroom. However, Ling Xiao wasn't in a rush. Instead, he used the 9 dragons toy with the pearl magic to slowly assimilate the Lingji mushroom. No, I can't let this go on. If you want me to die, then you're going to join me in the afterlife. A gleam of determination appeared in the Lingji mushroom's eyes. She could sense her power draining away, and if things kept going on like this, she wouldn't be able to fight back at all. Therefore, she decided to use a warding magic to take Ling Xiao and the old goat down with her. Ruoyuumble. You want to self-detonate? Unfortunately, you won't have that chance in the Heaven Devourer cauldron. Eyes flashing, Ling Xiao summoned the wordless heavenly tome, which pulsed with mysterious fluctuations that seemed to contain the profundities of the Tao of Heaven. In the blink of an eye, it entered the King Heaven Devourer cauldron. The wordless heavenly tome was incredibly powerful when it came to sealing the power of the nascent divinity. The Ganoderma was sealed in the King Heaven Devourer cauldron, backed by the demon sage scepter and the wordless heavenly sutra, and was now unleashing terrifying power. Lingji's nascent divinity was sealed, making it impossible for her to summon even a scrap of nascent divinity power. The wordless heavenly tome? That's the legendary wordless heavenly tome? How could you possibly have that treasure? That's a precious treasure of the exalted war god. How could you have it? Ganoderma began to scream. Her eyes were filled with terror. How do you know that the wordless heavenly tome belongs to the exalted war god? Ling Xiao asked, his eyes flashing. How sad. And here I thought the successor of the war god temple would have the highest chance of inheriting the exalted war god's legacy. As it turns out, the wordless heavenly tome is already in your hands. It seems the exalted war god has long since chosen a successor. Unfortunately, you're still going to die, Ling Xiao. You have no idea how strong the war god temple is. You have no idea how strong the war god is. Even if the war god Scarlet Dragon came back to life, he wouldn't be a match for the war god. You're dead. There was a trace of madness in Lingji's voice as he laughed out loud. Ling Zhao's eyes glittered as he realized that Lingji really did have a lot of secrets. Most likely, she was a god general or a Dharmaraja from the war god temple. Which divine general of the war god temple are you? Ling Xiao asked coldly. There's no harm in telling you. I'm Divine General Lingji, the second of the 18 divine generals. Above me are the 4 great guardian kings, the left and right celestial masters, and the supreme god of war. Ling Xiao, you're dead meat. Lingji glared at Ling Xiao viciously. God General Lingji? Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. Drawing on all the power he could muster, he began to assimilate Lingji. Just as he had expected, the tribe leader of the Lingji tribe was one of the 18 divine generals of the war god temple. Who was the first immortal general? Could it be the mysterious Time General? In Ling Zhao's mind, a white figure shrouded in light appeared. Rumble, no matter what Lingji said, Ling Xiao and the old goat ignored him. The true devouring flame burned fiercely. The wordless heavenly book and the demonic saint scepter restrained Lingji's power. This refinement lasted for more than a month. After all, Lingji was already a titled supreme being. Even if his combat strength was only at the 9th level supreme being realm, it was still extremely terrifying. If it wasn't for the suppression of the demon saint scepter and the wordless heavenly book, Ling Xiao and the old goat wouldn't have been able to defeat Lingji. In the end, the King Heaven Devourer cauldron exploded with a fragrant aroma, flames, and dazzling light. All that was left was a Lingji mushroom that was crimson red like blood. It looked sparkling, translucent, and dazzling. It emitted a dense fluctuation of divinity. It's really a divine herb? It's just a quasi-divine medicine. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he spoke slowly. Who could have guessed that 100,000-year-old blood Lingji would actually be able to take human form and cultivate to such a level? Ling Xiao examined the Lingji mushroom's nascent divinity and confirmed that it was gone. The 18 divine generals of the war god temple all had powerful warding spells in their nascent divinities. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to soul-search them, and they would self-destruct. Ling Xiao speculated that this was something left behind by the mysterious war god. Lingji's nascent divinity contained countless secrets. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao couldn't see them. Ling Xiao left the old goat's belly world. Outside, the moon goddess, phoenix maiden, dragon proud heaven, dragon Xianxia, Li Jingming, and Lin Hui were all waiting. Thankfully, the old goat had informed them beforehand, so they weren't too worried. Apart from these people, Ling Xiao also saw Taoist Wuliang and Yuan Wan. Taoist Wuliang was still a half-step honorable supreme with the tribulation of 4 divisions. Yuan Wan, on the other hand, seemed to have obtained some great opportunity to break through to the tribulation of 3 divisions. Everyone's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Ling Xiao, you and the old goat are amazing. You actually refined a titled supreme to death. If this were to spread to the war god continent, your fame would overshadow the successor of the war god temple, and you'd be number 1 on the green cloud leaderboard. Taoist Wuliang's eyes were filled with amazement. He was also very happy to see the old goat here. These 2 henchmen were together again. So what if he's a titled supreme? Even if a god comes, I can kill him. Taoist Wuliang, you're living quite comfortably these days. You actually kidnapped the 9th princess of the ancient kingdom of Azure Dragon? The old goat widened his eyes and looked at Taoist Wuliang and Yuan Wan in disbelief. Don't be so cocky. Ling Xiao already told me that the magical laws of heaven and earth in the Time Moon Grotto are flawed. Titled paragons only have battle prowess in the 9th level of the supremacy realm. If your old man had left you this demon sage scepter, how could you have done that? Taoist Wuliang chuckled, exposing the old goat's lie. The old goat wasn't angry. Instead, he smiled proudly. So what if I'm in the 9th level of the supremacy realm? If you're so good, go ahead and kill a 9th level supremacy realm expert for me to see. Alright, stop fooling around. That Lingji clan leader's true form is a 100,000-year-old quasi-godly medicine, blood Lingji. Today, I'll let everyone have a taste of it. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Everyone was gathered together, and none of them had suffered any injuries. Ling Xiao was very happy to see that. 100,000-year-old blood Lingji? Taoist Wuliang and Dragon Proud Heaven's eyes lit up. Ling Xiao smiled and pulled out the Heaven Devourer cauldron. The 100,000-year-old blood Lingji was fully 300 meters tall, dazzling and translucent, and emanated blood-colored light and a fragrant aroma. Next, Ling Xiao pulled out a 3,000-meter-long black python, which was a demon sovereign that Ling Xiao had killed earlier. Dragon Proud Heaven, the old goat, and the others all offered up the corpses of powerful beasts. Then, they cleaned the corpses and put them together with the blood Lingji, which Ling Xiao then used the Heaven Devourer cauldron to make a perfect tonic soup. The Heaven Devourer cauldron shone with scintillating light and true heaven-devouring flame. Before long, a fragrant aroma began to waft out of the cauldron. The Heaven Devourer cauldron contained snake meat, bear paws, a 10,000-year-old lobster spirit, and a demon sovereign devil cow. They were all mixed together in a stew, causing a fragrant aroma to spread out. The meat was translucent and sparkling, and pulsed with dazzling light. It was almost as if Taoist Wuliang were performing a magic trick as he pulled out jars of fine wine. According to Yuan Wan, Taoist Wuliang had stolen some monkey-like demonlings to brew the wine. In the end, the demonlings had been so enraged that they had nearly destroyed the entire mountain range. Of course, the wine was pure and fragrant, and was sparkling and translucent, leaving a lingering fragrance in the mouth. Furthermore, it was filled with the quintessence of spirit medicines, causing everyone's eyes to shine. It didn't take long for everyone to start toasting each other. It was a joyous and harmonious atmosphere. The potency of the all-aspect nourishment soup was even more terrifying than the supreme elixir. Even a primordial expert would benefit from it. The most important thing was not the powerful beast meat, but the 100,000-year-old blood Lingji. Although the primordial spirit of the Lingji clan leader was shattered, the potency of his potency was completely preserved. He was able to cultivate to the level of a titled primordial. Although he was limited by his talent and was only a quasi-divine elixir, the potency of his potency was not inferior to a divine elixir. It was equivalent to everyone consuming a divine elixir. Long Outyen scooped a bowl of the all-aspect nourishment soup and gulped it down impatiently. Awesome! Long Outyen's big eyes were sparkling with joy. He even revealed 2 small canine teeth and looked very childish. However, he could not smile after that. Boom! A majestic energy exploded within Long Outyen's body. Suddenly, his entire body was covered in a multicolored light. It was as if he was burning with flames. This all-aspect nourishment soup is too powerful. Long Outyen opened his mouth and spat out a red mist. This was the essence of a quasi-divine elixir. Long Outyen was so frightened that he immediately shut his mouth and jumped up and down to suppress the potency of his potency. Everyone laughed when they saw Long Outyen's comical appearance. However, with Long Outyen as an example, everyone drank the all-aspect nourishment soup in small mouthfuls. Then, they circulated their cultivation and began to refine it. The power of a quasi-divine elixir could not only increase one's life force but also save them decades of cultivation. In the end, more than half of the all-aspect nourishment soup entered Ling Xiao and the old goat's stomach. The others only drank 1 or 2 bowls. The potency of the soup was so strong that everyone could not bear it. Ling Xiao had already reached the tribulation of 3 symbols, formed the 3 flowers above his head, and swallowed so much of the all-aspect nourishment soup. His internal organs and meridians had all become transparent, and his entire body had become one. It wouldn't be long before he would be able to pass the tribulation of 4 symbols. Everyone drank and chatted as they recounted what had happened in the time cave. Ling Zhao's current combat strength shocked everyone. This was already comparable to the power of Dugu Choubai, the sword demon of ancient times. A 9 extremities genius could be said to be a peerless genius that only appeared once in a million years. Everyone felt that it was unreal. Ling Xiao, there's something I think you should know. After half a round of wine, Taoist Wuliang secretly transmitted his voice to Ling Xiao. Oh? What is it? Ling Xiao was also a little confused. Taoist Wuliang had a rare serious expression on his face. Furthermore, he had told Ling Xiao behind everyone's back. It could be seen that the matter was not simple. I think you should make a trip to the spirit tribe and see the spiritual sovereign's statue. Taoist Wuliang said. The statue of a spiritual venerable? Is there anything special? Ling Xiao asked. That's right, it's very special to you. In short, you should go and take a look. Taoist Wu Liang wanted to say something but hesitated. Then, he sighed and said. All right. Ling Xiao's eyes glowed as he nodded his head. Ling Xiao asked the old goat to bring everyone back to the demon city. He and Taoist Wuliang broke through the void and headed towards the spirit tribe. The spirit tribe was in an ancient forest. It was a huge city built from heavenly wood. It was surrounded by towering ancient trees, ancient vines, and precious herbs. It was brimming with a natural aura. Ling Xiao and the old goat could see a few innocent children playing outside the spirit tribe. They looked very happy. Not knowing why, after arriving here, Ling Xiao suddenly had a very familiar feeling. The statue is in the spirit tribe. It's right there. You should be able to see it from here. Taoist Wuliang pointed to the center of the spirit tribe and sighed softly. Although they were thousands of miles away from the spirit tribe, with Ling Xiao's powerful senses, he could naturally see the spiritual sovereign's statue in the center of the spirit tribe. The moment Ling Xiao saw the spiritual sovereign's statue, his body suddenly trembled violently. His eyes were filled with disbelief. In the center of the spirit tribe, the huge spiritual sovereign's statue was a woman in a red dress. She looked beautiful and peerless, like a goddess from the 9 heavens. Her entire body exuded an extraordinary aura. She held an ancient sword in her hand and pointed it into the distance. Sword chi gathered around her, growing and multiplying endlessly. Her eyes were deep and bright as she looked into the distance. The appearance of the spiritual sovereign was exactly the same as the Jinsei in Ling Zhao's memory. Could it be that Jinsei was the reincarnation of the spiritual sovereign, or was she just like the moon goddess? Was Jinsei just a trace of the spiritual sovereign's consciousness and would eventually return to the original body and be completely annihilated? At the thought of this, a huge fear descended, causing Ling Xiao to tremble uncontrollably. Impossible. Impossible. How could Jinsei be a spiritual sovereign? Definitely not. It's just that their appearances are too similar. But they are definitely not the same person. Ling Xiao muttered to himself, trying his best to convince himself. Ling Xiao, I also hope that Jinsei isn't a spiritual sovereign, but this is too much of a coincidence. I also saw the spiritual sovereign's statue by chance, but the spiritual sovereign's aura is too similar to Jinsei's. No matter what, I feel that I should tell you this. Taoist Wuliang sighed softly and looked at Ling Xiao as he spoke. He knew Ling Zhao's feelings for Jinsei and naturally understood Ling Zhao's fear and unease. When Ling Xiao found out that the moon goddess could be a trace of the moon goddess consciousness, he felt pity for her and wanted to help the moon goddess escape this fate. However, at this moment, seeing the spiritual sovereign statue that looked exactly like Jinsei, Ling Zhao's heart was filled with immense fear. It was the fear of losing the person he loved, and he wanted to hold on to her tightly. No matter what, Jinsei is Jinsei. Even a spiritual sovereign can't take away my Jinsei. I'll kill anyone who dares to take away Jinsei. If gods block my path, I'll kill gods and demons. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed with a peerless sharpness. He clenched his fists so tightly that his fingernails dug into his palms without him noticing. Ling Xiao suddenly remembered that he had discovered Jinsei's whereabouts in the Origin Sea. He was certain that Jinsei was in the Origin Sea. However, was that Jinsei still the Jinsei in his memories? At the thought of this, a huge sense of fear enveloped his entire being. I remember Yu Chongshan saying that the Flowing Time Temple is the place where the Scarlet Dragon War God looks for his successor. As long as I become the successor of the Scarlet Dragon War God, I'll be able to find a way to save the Moon Goddess and preserve her original consciousness. In this Heaven's Choice Convention, I must walk to the end. I'll kill anyone who dares to stop me. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed with a blazing murderous intent. He had originally planned to hide his strength and look for the War God Temple's conspiracy during the Heaven's Choice Convention. However, he couldn't care less now. He must walk to the end, become the Heaven's Chosen One, and obtain the Scarlet Dragon War God's inheritance. He must break through as soon as possible and go to the Origin Sea to save Jinsei. I believe in you. I also believe in Jinsei. She'll definitely be able to hold on until you find her. Taoist Wuliang sighed softly and patted Ling Zhao's shoulder. In the end, Ling Xiao and Taoist Wuliang quietly left and didn't enter Spirit City. The Heaven's Choice Convention was about to begin. Ling Xiao and Taoist Wuliang returned to Demon City. In Demon City, Ling Xiao met Yu Chongshan and Maha. It turned out that Lingji had joined the War God Temple. The old goat had already sent people to inform the two tribes, so Yu Chongshan and Maha were alarmed. However, they all fell silent when they saw Divine General Lingji's token among Lingji's personal treasures. I didn't expect Lingji to join the War God Temple. Doesn't she know that the War God Temple is just a group of shameless thieves? How can she face Lord Spirit Sovereign and Lord War God? Yu Chongshan seemed to have aged a few years as he sighed softly. He usually had the best relationship with Lingji and always took care of her like a sister. But he didn't expect Lingji to be the War God Temple's Divine General Lingji. She didn't even hesitate to set up a trap to kill Ling Xiao. The First Holy Sun and Nan Tianfeng had already confessed that the two of them had joined the War God Temple's successor. They besieged Long Zhantian and the other two in hopes of luring Ling Xiao out. In the end, they went for wool and came home shorn, becoming prisoners instead. Ba, there's nothing we can do about it. After all, millions of years have passed. Anything can happen. I didn't expect the War God Temple's tentacles to extend to our 4 tribes. It looks like we'll really have to meet the War God Temple in this Heaven's Choice Convention. Maha's eyes also revealed a trace of light. He looked like an ascetic monk with a buzz-cut, gray robes, and a solemn face. His entire body exuded a devout Buddhist nature. Compared to Maha, the monks of Mingwang Temple were more like external demons, while Maha was the true senior monk. That's right. I have a premonition that the War God's successor might really appear in this Heaven's Choice Convention. We have to be careful. If not for the Flowing Time Temple, the War God Temple would have already killed their way into the Flowing Time Cave. Yu Chongshan slowly said. In the end, Yu Chongshan and Maha both decided to lead the powerhouses of the 3 tribes to the Flowing Time Temple. The 3 monster venerables of the monster tribe all set out, and the army marched towards the Flowing Time Temple. In order not to alert the enemy, Ling Xiao and the old mountain goat decided to wait outside the Flowing Time Temple and act according to the situation. Ling Xiao, the old goat, and the others entered the Flowing Time Temple to participate in the heavenly selection meeting. Crack, under the lead of the 5 titled Supremes, Ling Xiao and the others were brought to the Flowing Time Shrine. 3 days later, the group crossed several million kilometers and arrived at the Flowing Time Temple. Only Ling Xiao, the old goat, and the others walked towards the Flowing Time Temple. The Flowing Time Divine Temple was located on a vast expanse of land. It was a huge bronze temple that was filled with chaotic mist. Dazzling divine light filled the air, and it gave off an ancient and boundless aura. The Flowing Time Divine Temple looked like an immemorial divine mountain, gigantic and majestic. It lay dormant on the ground, emitting an aura that made people tremble in fear. Is that the Flowing Time Temple? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. He had seen this ancient bronze temple more than once. In the Eight Desolates region, in the primitive ancient mine, Ling Xiao had seen similar bronze temples. These bronze temples seemed to contain countless secrets from the ancient times, waiting for people to come and explore them. Yes, this is the Flowing Time Temple. It contains the inheritance of the Scarlet Dragon War God. But what I didn't expect is that the guardian of the Flowing Time Temple, the Time General, should be on the side of the four great tribes. Why did he side with the War God Temple? Why would he help the War God Temple to hold a heavenly selection meeting every 1,000 years? The old goat looked at the Flowing Time Temple and said doubtfully, "I'm afraid only the Time General knows about this." Ling Xiao said slowly. He remembered that the Time General had killed the Impermanence General and Shura General. He felt that the Time General and the War God Temple were definitely not on the same side. But why would they side with him? Why would the War God Temple trust him so much? Ling Xiao couldn't guess the secret behind it. The group slowly walked towards the Flowing Time Temple. When Ling Xiao and the others arrived at the Flowing Time Temple, the successor of the War God Temple suddenly opened his eyes in a mysterious mountain range. His gaze revealed a sharp glint. What a piece of trash. Divine General Lingji can't even deal with Ling Xiao. It seems that the other three tribes are behind this. Could it be that the other three tribes really found out about Divine General Lingji's identity? The successor of the War God Temple exuded an incomparably terrifying aura. Chaotic light shot out from his eyes, mysterious and majestic. It seems that the situation has changed. Since the other three tribes aren't obedient, there's no need for them to exist. In this heavenly selection meeting, I will definitely walk to the end and become the true successor of the Scarlet Dragon War God. The successor of the War God Temple muttered to himself. He flicked his finger and a ray of light broke through the void and flew into an unknown space. He slowly stood up. A terrifying aura spread out from his body, causing the world around him to tremble violently. Kacha. The void in front of him instantly broke open. The successor of the War God Temple stepped into it and disappeared from the mountain range. In an ancient cave, a spirit spring gushed out and bright flowers bloomed. The surrounding glass emitted a gorgeous light. In the center of the cave, a young man in purple robes suddenly opened his eyes. Two rays of purple light pierced through the void, majestic and mysterious. My Purple Firmament Infinite Heavenly Sovereign Sutra has finally reached perfection. Azure Emperor, this time I will definitely kill you. The young man in purple robe stood out. He was the eldest disciple of the Kunlun Mountain, Duan Wuji. He took a step forward and instantly disappeared from the cave. In the depths of the Flowing Time Cave, in an ancient palace. The palace emitted a resplendent scarlet light. Blazing flames rose around it. It was as if it was the residence of the sun god, mysterious and ancient. Zhao Ritian stood up from the throne in the palace. His golden robes flowed with a resplendent luster. His black hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes were like lightning. His tall and handsome figure looked extremely perfect. However, his face was filled with pride and arrogance. Second Master, my Sun Destroyer Sutra has finally reached perfection. Together with my Sun God Sword, I can even kill a 6th-level Supreme Stage powerhouse with a single slash. Now I can finally fight with Ling Xiao, right? Zhao Ritian's eyes revealed a hint of eagerness. That's good. Second uncle, can I really get the Scarlet Dragon War God's inheritance this time? Didn't you say that the Scarlet Dragon War God's wordless heavenly book is in Ling Zhao's hands? That kid is really lucky. Zhao Ritian's eyes were filled with jealousy at the mention of Ling Xiao. Second uncle smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, even with the wordless heavenly book, you won't necessarily get the Scarlet Dragon War God's inheritance. I'm very familiar with the Scarlet Dragon War God, so the inheritance will definitely be yours." Good. Ha ha ha. Second uncle, when I, Zhao Ritian, obtain the inheritance of the Scarlet Dragon War God, I will go and flip over the bullshit War God shrine. Those shameless bastards, I, Zhao Ritian, am the only inheritor of the Scarlet Dragon War God. Zhao Ritian laughed out loud as he mounted the void golden-eyed beast and left the palace. On a cliff where the sea of clouds was churning. The sea of clouds filled the surroundings, and the scenery was extremely beautiful. Streams of mist filled the air, surrounding a white-clothed young man, and all kinds of strange scenes appeared. The young man in white suddenly opened his eyes, and suddenly, an unparalleled sharp sword essence rushed into the sky, shattering the surrounding sea of clouds. The surrounding vegetation, rocks, flowers, birds, insects, and fish seemed to be stained with the sword essence, moving forward with an unparalleled sharpness. Is the Chosen One finally about to begin? The successor of the War God Temple, Buddha Kashyapa, Emperor Qing, and Ling Xiao. This time I will defeat all of you. The young man in white stood up, and his eyes were like two peerless swords. He was Jian Wushuang, who had comprehended the Tao here for a year and finally began to emit a peerless sharpness, rumble. Throughout the entire time cave, powerful geniuses opened their eyes and looked at the distant time temple. Everyone set off, turning into rays of divine light, and shot towards the time temple. In the time cave, many people had obtained supreme opportunities, and each of them was in high spirits, wanting to take the lead in the Chosen One, and strive to become a supreme master in one go. The huge time temple was like an archaean ferocious beast, entrenched on the ground. In front of the time temple was a white jade square, filled with chaotic mist and bright light, like a fairyland. The gate of the flowing time temple was still closed, it wasn't time to open yet. When Ling Xiao, the old goat, and the others arrived at the white jade square, they realized that many geniuses had already arrived. Many people looked at Ling Xiao with awe and respect in their eyes. The news that the Ziwei Starchild and the heaven-scorching demon emperor had died at Ling Xiao's hands had already spread. Many people even guessed that Ling Xiao had the combat strength to be ranked in the top 5 of the Ascension rankings. Therefore, his arrival caused quite a commotion. Many people consciously dispersed and watched as Ling Xiao walked into the white jade square. Big Brother Ling. At this moment, a pleasantly surprised voice sounded. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he saw 3 figures running over from afar. 2 of them were burly men who looked very simple and honest. The last one was a proud young man in white robes who held a silver spear in his hand. They were actually Xianxia, Hu Zi, and Ma Junjie. Ling Xiao didn't expect that the 3 of them would also come to the time cave. Furthermore, by the looks of it, the 3 of them had obtained quite a bit of benefits as well. To think that they had all broken through to half utmost exalted. Xianxia, Hu Zi, Ma Junjie, why are you 3 here so early? Do you know when the time shrine will open? Ling Xiao glanced at the 3 of them and asked. Big Brother Ling, after we entered the time cave, we have been training along the way. Although we encountered quite a bit of danger, we still managed to arrive here safely. We arrived a month ago. At that time, the Time Divine General appeared once. It seems that the time shrine will open in a day or 2. At that time, the Heavenly God Assembly will officially begin. Xianxia said as he looked at Ling Xiao with admiration. Big Brother Ling, you're really amazing. We heard that the Ziwei Starchild and the heaven-scorching demon emperor died at your hands. Is that true? Hu Zi asked in a muffled voice. Ha ha ha. Of course it's true. Let me tell you, the Ziwei Starchild has already been killed by my cousin. As for the heaven-scorching demon emperor, he has already willingly become my cousin's mount. That's a fire Qilin, it's too impressive. I'll show you later. Long Outyan jumped out and said with a smug smile. Previously, Ling Xiao had already shown him the heaven-scorching demon emperor who had turned into a fire Qilin. He also told Long Outyan that after he tamed the fire Qilin, he would become Long Outyan's mount. Therefore, Long Outyan was very excited and smug. A pure-blooded divine beast fire Qilin as a mount. That was a treatment that only the ancient heavenly emperors had. What? The heaven-scorching demon emperor has become Big Brother Ling's mount? That's too amazing. Big Brother Ling, I admire you so much. You will definitely be the chosen one in this heavenly choice assembly. I think that even the successor of the War God Temple and Buddha Kashyapa will not be Big Brother Ling's match. Ma Junjie also said with a look of admiration and excitement. What's there to be proud of? The Ziwei Star Child is just a person with an undeserved reputation. The heaven-scorching demon emperor is a piece of trash that fell from the azure sky ranking. How can they compare to my eldest senior brother? With Ling Zhao's strength, I'm afraid that he won't even last 3 moves against my eldest senior brother. Suddenly, an ear-piercing voice rang out. Who? Xianxia, Hu Zi, and Ma Junjie were furious. When they turned around, they were stunned. Kunlun Mountain's Duan Wuji was slowly walking towards Ling Xiao under the protection of a group of disciples wearing purple robes and carrying long swords on their backs. Duan Wuji was wearing a purple robe. He was tall and slender, and his black hair was draped over his shoulders. His face was incomparably handsome, and he held the draining spring divine spear in his hand. His entire body exuded an incomparably powerful aura. There was a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Although he looked very gentle, there was a kind of arrogance in his bones. I was wondering who was spouting nonsense here. So it's Duan Wuji who was beaten to a pulp by Emperor Qing? Emperor Qing and my cousin are good friends. They both said that my cousin's strength is not inferior to his. You can't even beat Emperor Qing. What right do you have to be arrogant here? Long Outyan looked at Duan Wuji and sneered. Little brat, do you want to die? Eldest senior brother doesn't want to lower himself to your level, but do you believe that I won't kill you? The half-step supreme Kunlun Mountain disciple beside Duan Wuji walked out and pointed at Long Outyan coldly. Want to die? Ha ha ha, are you talking about me? Why don't the two of us exchange pointers? As long as you can withstand one of my punches, I'll do whatever you want me to do. How about it? Long Zhantian and the others looked at Ling Xiao strangely. This guy dared to look down on Long Outyan? After all, Long Outyan was a monster who could fight against a 6th-layer Supreme Realm expert. Was this guy tired of living? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. He didn't seem to have offended Duan Wuji, so why was Duan Wuji so hostile towards him? But when he saw the way Duan Wuji looked at the moon goddess, he immediately understood. Duan Wuji looked at the moon goddess with eyes full of adoration. He walked in front of the moon goddess as if no one else was around and smiled. Miss Moon Goddess, we meet again? The Chosen One conference will be filled with danger. Miss Moon Goddess, please come with me. I will protect you. Don't mix with random people. That's beneath your dignity. The asterisk starred with the surname Duan. Who's the messy person here? Tell me clearly. You look like a dog, but why are you so blind? Long Outyan stood between Duan Wuji and the moon goddess, giving Duan Wuji a sidelong glance. Being scolded by a brat over and over again, even Duan Wuji couldn't maintain his composure. He said coldly, which family's little bastard doesn't know the rules? If the Lord isn't here, I don't mind disciplining him for you. Bastard, who are you scolding? The 3 words little bastard were enough to scold the entire dragon clan. Long Zhantian's eyes flashed with anger. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. He looked at Duan Wuji and said, try scolding me again. The old goat looked at Duan Wuji with schadenfreude. He knew that Duan Wuji was going to suffer. The calmer Ling Xiao was, the angrier he was. I called him a little bastard. What can you do about it? Duan Wuji looked at Ling Xiao provocatively and said indifferently. Boom, a terrifying aura exploded from Ling Xiao's body. He instantly struck out with his palm. A powerful dragon's aura filled the air as his palm flew towards Duan Wuji's face. You dare? Duan Wuji's eyes turned cold. He hadn't thought that Ling Xiao would attack him directly. Suddenly, the divine spring spear in his hand emitted a terrifying aura as it pierced towards Ling Xiao's hand. The draining spring divine spear was a famous supreme weapon of the Kunlun Mountains. Its power was unparalleled. If Ling Xiao was so careless, Duan Wuji had no doubt that the draining spring divine spear would pierce through Ling Xiao's palm. Boom, Ling Xiao didn't even try to dodge. He directly slapped the divine spear, and an incomparably terrifying power erupted. The divine spear shone with resplendent light as runes exploded. Duan Wuji felt his arm go numb, and the divine spear almost flew out of his hand. In the next moment, a clear voice sounded. Pa! Ling Xiao slapped Duan Wuji in the face and sent him flying. Half of his face was swollen. Ling Xiao hadn't used his full strength in that strike. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been as simple as half of Duan Wuji's face being swollen. Half of Duan Wuji's head would have been blown off by Ling Xiao. Besides, Ling Xiao's hand contained some godly strength which condensed on Duan Wuji's face. Duan Wuji's face was swollen and couldn't recover. Everyone was dumbfounded. The scene was dead silent. Everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief. Ling Xiao had sent Duan Wuji flying with a single slap. Duan Wuji was a peerless powerhouse who ranked 5th on the master list. Even Emperor Qing had only defeated Duan Wuji after a few dozen moves. When did Ling Xiao's battle strength become so terrifying? Ha ha ha. Well done. Cousin, beat this son of a bitch too. Death. How dare he show off in front of me, Long Outyan? Why don't you take a piss and take a look at yourself? Long Outyan laughed loudly. His laughter was extremely ear-piercing, and it made Duan Wuji's face turn red. His eyes were filled with resentment. That's right. You don't have the strength, yet you still dare to act arrogantly. Sooner or later, you'll be beaten to death. Hurry up and get lost. How dare you try to curry favor with the moon goddess with your measly cultivation? You really don't know the difference between life and death. The old goat sneered and said. Ling Xiao, I'm going to kill you. Duan Wuji's lungs were about to explode from anger. His eyes were filled with blazing killing intent. He roared and charged at Ling Xiao. Get lost. Ling Xiao's brows furrowed, and he threw out another palm, roar. The roar of a dragon shook the heavens. Ling Xiao's slap looked light, but it contained the power of the 10,000 dragons god-slaying technique. It was terrifying beyond compare. It was as if 49 true dragons were flying through the sky, exuding an incomparably vast power. Duan Wuji's body was surrounded by a purple aura. The draining spring godly spear in his hand seemed to transform into a purple river that wanted to pierce through Ling Xiao's body. Bang! Ling Xiao's slap landed on the draining spring godly spear, and then on Duan Wuji's chest. Duan Wuji's chest caved in, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Slap! Ling Xiao took advantage of the opportunity to slap Duan Wuji, and the other half of his face immediately swelled up. The originally handsome and confident Duan Wuji now looked like a pig's head. His hair was disheveled, and he looked incomparably miserable. Only now did Duan Wuji suddenly come to his senses, and a trace of fear appeared in his eyes. Ling Xiao had been able to slap him twice so easily. It wasn't a fluke, but because Ling Xiao was much stronger than him. Duan Wuji? At this moment, an indifferent and faintly discernible voice sounded. Duan Wuji raised his head and saw that the person in the sky was Emperor Qing. Emperor Qing was dressed in a green robe. He was tall and slender, and his entire body was filled with chaotic aura. His whole body exuded a divine aura, as if he were an ancient celestial emperor. Anyone who looked at him would feel ashamed of their inferiority. Previously, Duan Wuji had wanted to find Emperor Qing for revenge. However, before he could meet Emperor Qing, he had been slapped twice by Ling Xiao. He had lost face in front of everyone. This was simply a disgrace. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh. In the distance, a long rainbow streaked across the sky. It wasn't just Emperor Qing. More and more genius experts had arrived. Du Gushui, Jian Wushuang, Zhao Ritian, Ling Yuyu, Qing Yun, Zhu Biao. They had all arrived at the Flowing Time Temple. When they saw Duan Wuji's miserable appearance, a trace of surprise appeared in their eyes. Rumble, in the void, the successor of the War God Temple was clad in golden armor. His entire body was shimmering with light, and a group of genius experts followed him. Even Morong Shantian of the Black Sky sect was by his side. He looked like a lackey. Your Highness, I'm willing to follow you. Please help me kill Ling Xiao. I want him to die. I want him to die without a burial place. Duan Wuji said through gritted teeth. In an instant, he arrived in front of the successor of the War God Temple and bowed deeply. His eyes were filled with hatred as he looked at Ling Xiao. End of chapter 823. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.